Chapter 241. Reinhardt was acting weird. She didn't know what he had been up to all night, but he kept on calling her young lady after that. Young lady, you should go to the club room. Hearing him say that didn't feel right at all. It caused a strange chill to run down her spine and an itch to develop all over her body. That feeling became very difficult for her to bear. Why do you keep calling me young lady? Because you are a young lady. That was true. She was the young lady of the Saint Owen Grand Duchy. In fact, she had lived while hearing others calling her young lady rather than her own name, so Harriet had actually no aversion to being called young lady. However, when the words young lady left Reinhardt's mouth, somehow, it kind of felt dirty. Don't do this. We're in Temple. You aren't allowed to mention my background. No, it's only prohibited if you try to use your status to pressure others. The title itself doesn't have anything to do with that, young lady. You ugh. She felt like she was getting teased. No, why did being called young lady feel like an insult when it came out of his mouth? Harriet felt like she was about to go crazy. Young lady. She had heard those words a lot in her life. However, she didn't want to hear them coming out of his mouth. Wait, I'm not teasing you. I'm actually trying to be nice to you, so why are you freaking out? Aren't you a young lady? I am, I know. Just don't call me that. She'd rather. Jay, just call me idiot like before. This makes me feel uncomfortable. That would be better, Harriet shouted, blushing out of embarrassment. Idiot. Why you? That's the reason. That's why you did this. In order to make her say those words with her own mouth, he'd kept calling her young lady, which was uncharacteristic of him. She'd fallen for it. Not really. But for you to want to be called idiot over young lady, you're a real legend. Lala, legend. Yeah, you idiot. As expected, that one is pretty fitting. Eerg, idiot. In the end, Harriet, who was in a bad mood, had no other choice but to accept it as her actual nickname. She felt more comfortable being called idiot than she felt being called young lady. You ugh. Ooh, ugh. And no. Are you crying? Why are you crying? Harriet felt really sad, so she cried. She didn't like being called idiot. However, she hated being called young lady even more. Why you? You really are a bastard. Ah, sorry. Should I just call you young lady then? Ugh, don't, stop. There were many people who called her young lady. There were many people who called her your grace, and many who called her Harriet. Idiot. Reinhardt was the only one in the world who called her that. Harriet herself found it rather weird that she placed such importance on that word. She wasn't sure about others, but she found him calling her idiot felt much better than him calling her young lady. For that, she hated herself a lot. Reinhardt, who had been out all night, didn't receive a demerit because he managed to properly attend class. He didn't tell her what happened, but Harriet would soon find out. I heard you fought with your father. Why are you bringing that up? Why did you fight with your parents about something like that? They only did it because they care for their child. What do you know? Anyway, reconcile with them. I mean, parents aren't as one-dimensional as their children think. Do you know how much it upsets them when they have a fight with their children? Reinhardt, who knew that she had a fight with her father, suddenly told her to make up with her parents. Normally, she would have shouted something like, "Why are you interfering in this?" Or, "Who are you to put your nose in other people's family matters?" However, Reinhardt didn't have parents. She couldn't just ask him things like, "What do you know about such family matters?" Or, "Who do you think you are?" She thought that, no matter how she decided to say it, she would end up hurting him. Okay. That was the only thing Harriet said. She used the communication device within Temple to connect to the one within the White Palace area. After some time passed, the communicators were soon connected with just a slight delay. That was when Harriet said that she had been too much and that she was sorry. They had a long conversation. She made up with her father before her mother took over the call. Oh my baby knows how to apologize first now. You're all grown up. All grown up. While she wasn't so sure about her being completely grown up yet, everyone at home simply treated her like a little kid. Especially her mother. She still called her baby, even. She hated it. By the way, he was here. He. I don't know about anything else, but he sure is handsome. That's good. Your mom approves. What are you talking about all of a sudden? And who is the he she's talking about? Ah, that was supposed to be a secret. Oh my, I made a mistake. No, what do you mean? Oh my, he said we should keep it a secret, so we should. What on earth are you talking about? It was often the case that her mother ended up talking to herself like that, so no one but her could understand what she was trying to say. You know, Reinhardt. Reinhardt. What about him? She often talked to her family about Reinhardt, but her mother's words seemed a bit strange. Why did she call him handsome? It was like she met him personally. He came to see us the other day. What's more, it was at dawn. What? Enno, in Arnaka. Do you know how surprised we all were when he suddenly came to us in person and asked us to open the gates? No. She'd been wondering where he'd gone, only returning to temple early in the morning and even keeping it secret from others. He was so cute. Just how desperate was he to rush to our yard at dawn like that? That guy. Why did he go to Arnaka? Why? Maybe because he felt anxious about his origins. That was why he came to ask for our permission. He's already so sincere and serious, so different from other kids his age. A very huge misunderstanding was about to happen. Permission? Permission for what? Of course, for you two to date. What else? Dating. Aren't you two dating already? It's about love, love. My baby obviously loves Reinhardt. Who? What on earth is she talking about? Harriet's brain seemed to have stopped working. She'd never told them, but it seemed like her whole family already knew her feelings. So it seems like Reinhardt came all the way to Arnaka to ask if it was okay to date you. Well, he has quite a way with words. The whole family approves of him. W-8. What on earth? How? Reinhardt went to Arnaka to ask for permission to marry her. How did that happen? He'd seemed to try to be nice to her by calling her young lady and such ever since getting back. She didn't like it because it felt kind of gross. That? Did he act like that because he wanted to ask her out properly? No, it wasn't simply that. According to her mother, Reinhardt seemed to think that they were already in a relationship. He didn't go to them to ask if he could date her, but seemed to ask if it was okay that they were dating. It couldn't just be a misunderstanding. What other reason would Reinhardt have to go to Arnaka? He had absolutely no reason to go to that place that had no connection to him other than her. While it's a bit early, your father said that he's in favor of a marriage between you two. Why the rush, I wonder? Your father and Reinhardt talked about the matter separately, but it seems like he really planned that far ahead already. What? Did Reinhardt and Dad already talk about what comes after dating, marriage? Anyway, you two are just students and are too young, so don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, Mom will get angry. Understood? You. Just what happened. By the way, how long has it been since you two started dating? It seems like you started talking differently about him ever since you came back from the deserted island. Marriage between her and Reinhardt. A secret meeting. Harriet's brain ended up freezing, flooded with all that nonsense and the circumstances surrounding it. She turned into a real idiot. Why did Reinhardt go to Arnafia and suddenly talk about love matters and marriage? That meant that Reinhardt already seemed to believe they were already together and in love. It was already more than clear that he first talked about them dating and then marriage. I was already dating Reinhardt. Since when? Why didn't I know until now? Harriet felt like she was about to go crazy. Lines of reasoning that start with preconceived conclusions tend to be erroneous. The Grand Duchess started off with the assumption that no one in the world wouldn't like her pretty and lovable youngest child. She couldn't help but think that Reinhardt came to them because of her young daughter, so she didn't even ask why he'd gone to Arnaka in the first place. Why? She simply took it as a matter of course that he came because of Harriet. That was why Harriet de Saint-Ouen found herself in that great mess. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you have something to say? Nothing, idiot. Harriet's heart started to race as she saw Reinhardt shooting her down in a slightly harsh manner like usual. He'd said to her parents that he wanted to marry her. However, it seemed like Reinhardt wanted to keep that meeting a secret, so her mother urged her to pretend not to know about the matter. After worrying about the huge gap in status between them, he'd gone on a trip to Arnaka in the middle of the night. Reinhardt seemed to believe that they had already been dating each other for some time. Since when? Since the deserted island. Since they visited the Edina Islands. Or even long before any of that. When she thought of it, at some point, Reinhardt had started taking care of her in various ways, even though he seemed ticked off outwardly. Could that be the reason why? Was he acting like that in an attempt to do something nice for his lover? No matter how much she thought about it. Reinhardt always seemed to lose his composure if something involved her, but still, it was just too much. Common sense made it hard for her to believe that he just took off to Arnaka in the middle of the night to ask her parents for her hand in marriage. She felt like it was some sort of misunderstanding. It had been a while since Harriet had left Arneria. She knew that her family was especially protective and a bit too proud of her. So there had to be some sort of misunderstanding. Obviously, Harriet spent her day with those complicated thoughts haunting her mind. During her practical magic lecture, Harriet focused and completed all calculations necessary to manifest the spell and invoked it inside a fortified facility built as a precaution. A blazing fireball was summoned about 5 meters above Harriet's head. The fireball was 5 times larger than a normal one. Whoosh! Its speed exceeded that of sound, and it rushed towards the pile of practice targets. Kaboom! It shook the ground with a fierce explosion that encompassed a radius of about 20 meters from its impact point. Harriet had the earring Reinhardt had gifted her hanging from her ear. Casting time is about 32 seconds, power is A rank or higher, mana control stability is A rank or higher. The teaching assistant, judging her magic invocation and its process, nodded. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, you have perfectly executed the flame strike spell. Excellent job. Thank you. Harriet was the only one among her classmates that, despite its complexity, succeeded in demonstrating the large-scale destruction spell Flame Strike. It was a high-ranking destruction spell for which one had to create a fireball 5 times its normal size and fire it at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Upon collision with the target, it would crush it, emitting a shockwave. Fireballs could completely crush orcs, but Flame Strike could actually decimate ogres. Flame Strike. Its execution was a complete success. The others didn't know, but Harriet could already challenge the higher-ranking destruction spell, Explosion. She was already able to use the highest-ranking destruction spell that could cause an immediate explosion at a designated coordinate. It wasn't a projectile spell. Flame Strike was a spell she had already mastered during the vacation. However, all of her classmates were looking at her as if she was some kind of monster. Magic spells were simply formulas. After she memorized Flame Strike, she could easily activate it if she started controlling her magical power. Harriet completely understood the spell in her mind, so unless she was lacking magical power or her mana control was off, it would activate. Those formulas were created by numerous scholars and archmages. One didn't have to create new ones, one just had to follow those that already existed. Therefore, most wizards were, above all else, copycats. Copying was just too easy for Harriet, who might step into the realm of new magic creation quite soon. Harriet couldn't understand the students who weren't able to do something so obvious. They just had to do it as it was written down, so why couldn't they do it? Harriet used to despise such people because of that. She was a person that was used to standing above others, both in status and ability. That was how she had been until she had met that weird guy. After her practical magic lecture was over, she headed to the Magic Research Society's building. Harriet and the other students who had been assigned research topics tended to pursue them in the Magic Research Society. Reinhardt didn't stop by, as he was doing his job outside, unless it was a regular meeting. I have no idea. There are too many reagents needed for this, and I don't even know what I should do to get rid of the side effects. Christina, who was tasked with creating a special drug that would heighten one's mana sensitivity and smooth one's mana control, let out a heavy sigh as if she was facing many difficulties. It was the same for Adelia, who had been told to develop an artifact that would enable one to use exterior magical power, just like one's internal magical power. Is it possible to make something like that to begin with? Everyone was pretty pessimistic. Harriet also didn't think things would work out. To top it off, she was even tasked to study something like dimensional magic and ways to travel to a different world. The things the other two were told to develop would be insanely valuable if they were made. Why the hell did she have to research dimensional magic? Harriet didn't understand. However, Reinhardt believed in her. He thought she could do it. Regardless of what happened in Arnaka, she eventually developed some interest in it. Rather than her classes that only touched magic that had already been created, she didn't know what to do or where to start when it came to her topic. She grew more and more appreciative of her task, regardless of whether she was successful or not. It wasn't just memorizing or studying something someone else had created, but pioneering a field of magic that didn't exist. She realized that she was still lacking in many ways, but could still try her hand at it. Of course, even the genius Harriet hadn't found a solution yet. They were in the middle of having some tea because everyone was completely exhausted from researching. Senior, are you in a bad mood? According to Christina, she was actually the youngest and yet the most senior there. No, Aminus, one of the second year, Redina, muttered with a forlorn look on her face. Why, yes. A friend of mine dropped out. Adriana. Ah, that. Isn't that the senior who was always training with Reinhardt? Yes, Adriana. Harriet knew that she was the senior that usually worked out with Reinhardt at dawn. When they ran into her, she often saw her greet and talk with Reinhardt. What does she mean by she dropped out? Reinhardt tried to persuade her to come back when he went to the monastery located in the Seine Town Duchy, but I guess it didn't work out. The Seine Town Duchy. It was only then that Harriet remembered what Reinhardt had said to her a while ago. Do you know the Artuan Monastery? The Artuan Monastery? I don't. I heard it's in the Seine Town Duchy, though. Do you think I know every nook and cranny of the duchy? I don't know that place, you idiot. If you don't know, then say that you don't. Why are you getting angry? I didn't get angry. You're mad, right? You always get angry when you see me, right? I'm hurt. I'm not mad. Reinhardt had clearly been asking for the location of a monastery somewhere in the Seine Town Duchy. That night, Reinhardt had disappeared somewhere until the early morning hours. Harriet finally realized the truth about the incident. His goal wasn't to go to Arnaca, but to meet up with the senior named Adriana. She didn't know why, but it seemed like he wanted to talk to that senior that dropped out. The senior didn't come back with him, so it looked like the talk didn't go well. Reportedly, Reinhardt had suddenly shown up at Arneria's doors, requesting priority use of the gate. She wasn't sure about the other things, but that part seemed to be the truth. Gate usage priority. That was the reason he'd stopped in Arneria. The queue to the warp gate was far too long to just return to Temple. It would have taken several days. Therefore, they got it wrong. It was a total misunderstanding. Wasn't just her family making a huge fuss. She had an inkling, but it turned out to be true. Talking about marriage and all that stuff. Reinhardt wouldn't have mentioned those things directly. They just thought it was like that, which had caused a misunderstanding. That was a relief. She wasn't affected by that misunderstanding for too long because she managed to discern the truth from someone else's, not Reinhardt's, words. Harriet just sat there blankly until the tea in her cup turned cold. That night. Ugh, my body. Harriet ran into Reinhardt, who stumbled out of the training room in the middle of the night. He faced her as he yawned and stretched. Shouldn't you be sleeping? I'm going to. It was a misunderstanding. Her family's delusions had spread to her, and she almost had the wrong idea. Oh, have you talked to your parents? Reinhardt hesitated before he opened his mouth as if he had just thought of something. Yes, well, your father. I know what you want to say. Harriet somehow became very calm as she interrupted Reinhardt, who was about to say something embarrassing. You don't have to tell me. Oh, okay. Reinhardt tilted his head, slightly bewildered, and looked at her. All that talk about marriage was a simple misunderstanding. Harriet knew that it was one hell of a ridiculous misunderstanding. However, she didn't even want to hear Reinhardt confirming it with his own mouth. She felt like she would only get hurt if she let him talk. I'll just go then. Yeah. Harriet didn't want to listen to Reinhardt's explanation. She glanced at his back as he returned. A misunderstanding. Rather than knowing the truth, she would have liked to just misunderstand for a bit longer. Harriet took off the earring she had been wearing for all that time. As soon as the tranquility magic didn't affect her anymore, she covered her face with her hands. She wanted to cry. Chapter 242, I did my morning training on my own. I could have done it with Ellen, but I didn't really have to. They say one only realizes the importance of someone when they are gone. Ever since I built up some strength, we were always only working out together without exchanging many words, but when she was gone, the gap she left behind felt quite large. I realized that Adriana had been a very important person to me. I planned on taking Redina with me the next time I went to see her. The members of the club, Grace, and some of the second years also seemed quite agitated by her suddenly dropping out. I didn't really care what they would ended up doing. If they were to go see Adriana, would she even be willing to see them? Since it was already out of my hands, I decided to not think about it any longer. I also thought about catching those guys that were spreading malicious rumors about her and making them pay, but I ended up not doing that. Adriana wouldn't want me to do something like that, after all. Not doing anything about it would be the last thing I could do for Adriana. Also, it seemed like the misunderstanding caused by my visit to the Seine Town Duchy somehow got resolved as well. So in the end, I returned to my routine of working out, training, and going to class. I didn't know how the problem with the Orbis class was progressing. but it seemed clear that the emergency school shutdown would be extended. If they were trying to solve the problem at its roots, they would have to pull them out, which would mean that the Orbis class would get dismantled and restructured. A lot of students would end up getting expelled, and a lot of teachers would end up getting fired. And are you ready, Reinhardt? You know you don't have to come. I can just do this by myself. Olivia seemed a bit more restrained than usual, but I couldn't just let her go on her own. In the end, I was going there because of my own problems, but I also couldn't just go by myself. Still, she kept insisting that she would go alone, and I kept insisting that I would accompany her, which ended in my eventual victory. I was grateful. Olivia seemed to worry a lot about Adriana suddenly dropping out, and yet she still cared about my affairs. Yeah, I have no idea what I should be prepared for, but I'm ready. My, doesn't that sound reliable? Olivia Lands. Dressed up edition. Oh my, look at you. Am I so pretty that you can't even hold eye contact with me? That's right, you're pretty. Oh, I didn't expect you would say that. That young lady, who always flirted so aggressively with others, would get incredibly embarrassed if one acted in kind. However, the truth was that Olivia, who was wearing an off-shoulder dress, shone more than she usually did. My shameless praise following her silly remark made her fan her red face. While Olivia was all dressed up, I only wore my royal class uniform, the Support Association. It was an extremely great opportunity to get some donations to bolster the Magic Research Society's budget. That was why I was going to the party. Olivia held her hand out. Will you escort me? Just this once. I took Olivia's hand. This ain't how escorting works. Drag, of course. Olivia totally freaked out because I just dragged her by her hand and didn't really escort her. Originally, only fourth years and above were allowed to attend the Support Association meeting. It was in the form of a party in which they would talk subtly about sponsorships after chatting about vapid things, with the attendees going, ha ho ho. Since the Support Association meeting was an official event held at Temple, it was held in the banquet hall located in the main building of Temple. Usually, people couldn't enter without a Temple-issued pass, but in our case, those who intended to attend the Support Association meeting were allowed to enter without it in a limited manner. I was thinking of taking the other members of the Magic Research Society, especially Harriet, with me. Since she was the young lady of the Saint-Ouen Grand Duchy and was also insanely talented, it would be incredibly easy for her to win a sponsorship for the club. However, after thinking about it for a bit, I ended up going to the Support Association meeting on my own. It would have been something I would have to explain to the other club members, and I didn't want Harriet to be put in that position. It wasn't a bad position or anything, but the task still involved whining and begging for money, after all. I didn't want Harriet to experience something like that. It seemed like the other attendees were either going to the support meeting separately or in groups. I was on my way to the venue with Ceres and Olivia. Originally, this was a support meeting for all special classes, so normally there would also be some students of the Orbis class present, but because of the current situation, there will only be Royal class students. Yes, that's right. Normally, the sponsors would compare the two classes, deciding who to sponsor as if investing in the more likely class to succeed. However, because of the problem with the Orbis class, they were exempted from the event. While I didn't know how Temple would solve those problems, the remaining people of interest might not appear again for a whole semester. Ceres Van Owen was also dressed up. Her appearance was quite impressive as well, but Olivia Lands simply stood out too much. Dee, don't just stare at me like that. When I kept looking at her, she avoided my gaze as if she'd suddenly turned shy, different from her usual clingy self. Olivia fumbled with her fingers and couldn't even look at me. That girl. What's with that reaction? What a bold move. That was what Ceres seemed to think when she looked at Olivia at the moment. Originally, she should have been a senior whom she respected quite a lot. However, after that incident happened, Ceres seemed to look at Olivia with pitying eyes from time to time. Well, I knew how she felt. I also got dumbfounded from time to time when I saw her. Of course, she was so nice that she would even help rally donations for a club of some lower-year students that had nothing to do with her. No matter how she acted outwardly, Olivia Lands was someone I was insanely grateful to. In fact, Olivia didn't even need sponsorship, so she wouldn't have come to the support meeting normally, but she was attending that day, which was unusual. And of course, Ceres wouldn't have to attend just for a sponsorship, but she was a student council president, so she had to. She glanced at the list she was holding. There are many different types of sponsors: noblemen, rich merchants, knights, the Magic Tower, and the Magic Association. Okay. Among them, if there was one organization that would sponsor your Magic Research Society, it would be the Magic Tower or the Magic Association, right? I guess so. However, they don't necessarily have to be connected to magic. There are cases where wizards actually join the knights as well, right? Olivia had a different opinion from Ceres, which was also reasonable enough. There was no way that only organizations related to magic would be interested in the Magic Research Society, after all. For now, I'll just pick out the most influential people among the support meeting attendees. Leader of the Knights Templar, Elian Milton. The Magic Association's Vice President, Saint Trident. Commander of the Imperial First Division, Shanapel Savelin Turner. Merchant Guild Master, Owen de Getmoria. There are many others, but these four should be the most important. The former leader of the Knights Templar, Reverio Lands, was dismissed, so his successor attended the meeting instead. I didn't really know who Elian Milton was. Olivia clearly seemed reluctant after hearing his name. While Reverio Lands, her stepfather, had been the more direct problem, Olivia seemed to dislike anyone in the position of being the Knights Templar's leader. Even though he was just the successor, she would absolutely hate attending the support meeting with someone like that. I can go alone. I suggested that because I didn't want Olivia to force herself to go to a place she didn't want to go to. However, she simply shook her head. What are you saying? I'm fine. It's not like I didn't know that they'd attend. It seemed like she had been prepared for it, perhaps predicting that a huge organization like the Knights Templar would be in a position to attend those events. Olivia Lands was kind, almost seeming like a real pushover. The commander of the Knights Templar, vice president of the Magic Association, commander of the Imperial Knights First Division, and the master of the Merchant Guild. It was clear that, if we were to convince even one of those four, we would receive huge amounts of support. However, I seriously hated the Knights Templar to begin with, and the Merchant Guild seemed quite twisted in my eyes as well. I wasn't sure about the Magic Association, but they might have been willing to sponsor us, as our activities were magic-related. The first division of the Imperial Knights had nothing to do with magic, so would they even be willing to sponsor us? While I didn't know everyone or everything, I did know one of those names. Imperial Knights First Division, Knights of Shanapel, Savelin Turner. A swordmaster, of course. No, they were even more than that. The temple students were sent to battle when the gate incident took place. However, there were also combat troops that didn't consist of students, of course. Their greatest representative would be the Knight Order, specifically Shanapel, the greatest Knight Order division found on the continent. They made great contributions to the battle as well. As most students didn't know how to fight properly, some knights took them under their wings and taught them how to fight in real situations. Savelin Turner gave Ludwig several lessons in that process. At that time, Ludwig was in the possession of Alsbudge Jur and was deemed a very important figure. Ludwig and Ellen Artorius. Those two were transferred to the unit under Savelin Turner's direct command. It was only natural that the best knight of the continent instructed the owner of the holy swords Alspringer and Lament, who weren't yet familiar with those kinds of battles. She had a cold and unfeeling personality and treated Ludwig very harshly, whipping him while constantly comparing him to Ellen, who was good at everything. Since the world was at stake, Savelin Turner had no other choice but to resent Ludwig more than he actually deserved. It was easier to die than survive, and with a weak body and mindset, only an even worse ending than death would await you. While Savelin Turner had nothing to teach Ellen, who excelled in everything, she had a lot to teach Ludwig. In battle, Savelin Turner taught him countless things, and near the last chapter, she actually lost her life protecting Ludwig. In the end, Ludwig became a swordmaster in that process. She was a very important character after the gates appeared. I never thought I would meet her in a place like that. Now, shall we go in? And I really didn't expect that I would end up meeting her with Olivia Lands, not Ellen and Ludwig. We arrived at the banquet hall located in the main building. There are quite a few people. Right. The students present of Royal Class, 4th year and higher, were about 60 in total. However, not all attendees were students. Other than those that looked like students at first glance, there seemed to be more than 100 people. If all of the people that wanted to come actually came, there would be more than 1,000 attendees. Ceres added that the number of attendees was already greatly reduced. The best students of Temple, an educational institution the Empire was proud of, were the ones that were the Empire's future. There were many who wanted to invest in or build connections with them. There might have even been some who wanted to scout them before they graduated. Whether they were prospective, promising knights, or those with business-related talents. Every talent had a use in some place. Some of the students greeted sponsors they already knew for quite some time, as well as some they seemed unfamiliar with. And as we entered, all their eyes turned to us. To Olivia Lands, to be exact. Someone who had renounced her faith, but was still famous as the saint of the Iridian district. Although she had been a promising prospective paladin, the fact that she had given up on everything and still went to that place where the commander of the Knights Templar was present quickly cooled the atmosphere. To be honest, it might have just been that they found it hard to take their eyes away from Olivia, dressed as she was. Olivia wore a smile on her lips, as if she was already used to these gazes. What the heck? She isn't bothered by this at all. She sure was a strange person. Is there anything official we need to do? Not really. You can just go and relax. It sure was a relief that there wasn't anything like a time to promote oneself where I had to go up on the podium and tell those people to give me money. I was really worried that I'd have to do something like that. However, if there wasn't anything like that, how was I supposed to open a conversation with the sponsors? Did I have to go up to those people I had never seen before and randomly pitch them my business plan, asking them to just lend me some money? Wouldn't they just think I was a scammer? However, contrary to my worries, there was someone who approached us first. I can't believe you actually came here. This is a big deal. I didn't come to a place I shouldn't be at now, did I? You didn't. I didn't recognize his face, but I could guess his identity, judging by the robes he was wearing. The commander of the Knights Templar, Elian Milton. Olivia grabbed a glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter, took a small sip and smiled. Alcohol. Right. Olivia was an adult. Can't you change your mind? Of course not. The commander of the Knights Templar still seemed to feel that Olivia's sudden departure was a shame. He left after a short greeting, saying that he knew that Olivia's will was too firm to be swayed by him. Olivia Lands was simply too talented for people to leave alone. Reveria Lands once said that she was talented in every possible way. She was a talent handpicked and selected to be in charge of the Knights Templar in the future. However, Olivia couldn't go back to them. Ceres looked at her with pity. She was someone who lived by her faith in the 5 great gods, although she didn't have the talents to become a paladin. She seemed to think that it was very unfortunate that Olivia had abandoned her faith. There are some things that only get firmer with the passage of time. Yes. Olivia smiled at Ceres. It wasn't just that she felt disappointment towards the Knights Templar. Olivia had learned the reality of faith and the guards after the Tiamata incident. The demon guards didn't exist and were actually the same beings as the great guards. The truth that the power one received from a guard was simply determined by the direction of one's faith. Knowing that the guards actually had no sentience, Olivia could never have faith in them again. At first, she decided to give up on her faith because she saw what their believers did. However, shortly after she even found out that the guards had such flaws. Olivia definitely would never place her faith or loyalty in the guards again. Therefore, she didn't even consider joining the Knights Templar. Most of my unknown seniors of the royal class were talking to the sponsors about one thing or another. Ceres was a student council president, so she went around to see if she could do something, so Olivia was the only one left with me. Most of the seniors here must be majoring in magic and need some extra money, right? Olivia nodded at my words. There are also some students who came here to decide on their career path after graduation. Are they trying to see who gives them the better offer or something? That's right. There are even some cases where commoners are promised titles. It was as the Grand Duke had told me. In order to secure the promising talents of the royal class, some places offered them titles. That being said, while there were 4 major groups present, there would also be some representatives of the empire among the attendees. The meeting was basically an opportunity for others to build connections under the pretext of granting sponsorships to students. And at the same time, it was also like a job fair for those that didn't intend to attend graduate school because their graduation was imminent. I wasn't sure just how much a royal class graduate was worth, but it had to be an enormous amount. I wondered what my price would be. While I didn't really think so, Mr. Eppenhauser once told me that I was the most talented student in Temple. Ah! As soon as I thought about that, a cold-looking man talking with someone entered my view. It was Mr. Eppenhauser. Of course, it was very much possible for teachers of the royal class to attend the meeting, but I still couldn't believe that I'd met my teacher at a party. Of course, it was very much like Mr. Eppenhauser to just wear his normal formal suit and not some fancy outfit. I couldn't hear what he was talking about with the other people, but seeing that they wore quite grim expressions, it didn't just seem to be a friendly chat. I couldn't even imagine him talking to someone in a friendly manner. Now, shall we go fishing for some money? Olivia flashed a bright smile as she said that. Should you really be talking like that? If she talked like that, wasn't she basically blurting out that we were just there for money? Although that wasn't far from the truth. Don't be too disappointed, Reinhardt. Olivia seemed to have a pessimistic outlook on this meeting from the get-go. No, weren't we supposed to be able to make good money there? Chapter 243, it was clear that the whole operation wouldn't have been very effective if I had gone on my own. Everyone present knew Olivia Lands. Ah, this is Reinhardt, a first year. He's a supernatural power user. He has a bright future ahead of him. A supernatural power user. These days, this junior of mine has some visions, so he created a place called the Magic Research Society. Who? What are you researching? Miss Olivia, it is an honor to meet you. Haha, hello. This is Reinhardt, a first year. People wanted to exchange some words with Olivia Lands, who had become famous for a different reason than before, and she introduced me to those people without fail as if she was trying to sell me. She also put great emphasis on the new Magic Research Society that I had created, and that it was in need of a significantly greater research budget. While the attendees of the four major organizations were prominent, others were also quite formidable. All of them were high-ranking nobles dispatched from each region, as well as imperial nobles and other prominent people from various organizations. Olivia talked to all of them and introduced me to them. However, as she predicted, the results weren't that good. Oh, that seems to be quite significant research. I'll be rooting for you, Reinhardt. Then, if you would like to sponsor. Ah, that. Rather than that, Miss Olivia, what are your plans after your graduation? He was more interested in the benefits that he could gain from the conversation than actually meaning what he said. He wanted to recruit Olivia rather than sponsor the Magic Research Society she'd brought up. Olivia Lands, who had been scheduled to join the Knights Templar, was like a pie in the sky for those people. However, since she decided not to join them, she was like a super hot commodity on the free agent market. The mere appearance of Olivia Lands, who often did volunteer work but rarely went to those kinds of events, seemed to change the atmosphere. I could see that they were incredibly frantic to somehow attract Olivia to their side, and any thoughts of the Magic Research Society were put on the back burner. However, when they realized that she didn't go there to find a new career path, but rather to seek a sponsorship for a club one of her juniors created, they stopped caring about us as if we were invisible. So yeah, everyone had the same reaction. In the end, they just came over and coveted a super hot commodity. But the commodity intended to get them to sponsor a little kid who wanted to make some foolish inventions. The man named Saint Trident, the vice president of the Magic Association, seemed clearly uncomfortable. Um, it's good to have big dreams, good luck, Reinhardt. I felt a bit sorry for him. When others called me genius or something, they were just empty words. In the end, we became the odd ones out in that place. As expected, it's not working. Olivia scratched her cheek, seeming somewhat embarrassed. It's not like students of lower years aren't allowed to come, but there is no reason for them to come. Yes, that's true. I realized something in that place. That was a place for scouting and sponsoring talents that were close to graduation. Of course, the shorter the sponsorship period, the better. It was cheaper in terms of costs to just sponsor students close to graduation than sponsoring a first year, until the day they graduated, since Royal Class curriculum went for 6 years. So a perfect target for sponsors were 5th or 6th years. Sponsoring the lower years was inefficient because the sponsorship period was simply too long, even if they were in such high positions. Their purpose was to create connections in the name of sponsorship and scout the student right after their graduation or something like that. Therefore, the lower the year, the more disinterested the sponsors were. In addition to being a first year, I was also trying to make some very absurd things. My graduation was still far away, and my path was unclear. There was no way any of those people would sponsor me. In the end, it was a similar concept to investing, so it was very difficult for me to obtain sponsorship. Still, I didn't think I would be treated so poorly. Fortunately, I was still able to talk to Olivia. Still, we should try as much as we can. Even if people's interest in us was fading, I decided not to give up. Who knows? I might be able to catch one. There was only one person who wasn't interested in us from start to finish. Olivia and I went over to the Merchant Guild's master, Owen de Getmore. Since he was the Merchant Guild's master, I imagined him to be a middle-aged man with a pot belly. But he was actually a man who seemed to have aged like fine wine. He seemed to radiate elegance as well. He was quietly drinking some champagne on his own in a corner of the banquet hall, observing the room's atmosphere. He wasn't talking to anyone. He didn't look like a merchant at all. It seems you're dreaming of developing some great inventions. It was clear as day that he thought that my research projects weren't much to talk about. By the way, I didn't expect to see you in a place like this, Reinhardt. He seemed more interested in me than in the Magic Research Society. To some extent, I could guess why he was. The business I'd started by opening stores at each train station. The Merchant Guild was an important investor. Since said business was in action, he had no choice but to know about me and the Rotary Gang. A completely different connection from the Magic Research Society already existed between me and the Merchant Guild's master. Olivia didn't know the details, so she was just tilting her head, wondering why the Merchant Guild's master was showing interest in me. However, she didn't add anything that would make the atmosphere weird. Those eyes that seemed to either belong to an old or middle-aged man stared at me. He had no interest in Olivia whatsoever because he didn't run an organization that needed strength. Reinhardt, can I ask you a question? Yes. So he only looked at me. He showed overt interest in me. He was the only one in that place that seemed interested in me, whose conditions made others ignore me. Why do you think I'm here? You want me to guess your intentions? Yes. He stared at me, a sudden question. What would I gain by getting it right? The first person that actually looked at me threw a test at me. The guild master of the Merchant Guild, Owen de Getmore, was different in quality from the Thieves' Guild's master. While the Merchant Guild had their hands in one or two illegal businesses, it was still an organization of the surface world. He was the leader of a group that was fundamentally different from the Thieves' Guild, whose mere existence was subject to eradication. There was only one reason he could occupy a spot in that place filled with VIPs. His organization had more money than anyone else there. To give you a hint, I have no intention of scouting anyone, nor do I plan on sponsoring anyone. He seemed to test my insight. Even if I passed that test, that didn't mean he would reconsider his choices. Was he simply curious about what kind of person his business partner was? However, in that place where I simply got ignored for my age, that person seemed like someone I could talk to at least. He had no interest in scouting or sponsoring anyone. From the points of view of those running the sponsoring meeting, it wouldn't be strange if they kicked him out. So why did he go to that place to begin with? There would be no reason for him to ask that question if he just went for the heck of it. Of course, the answer had to be something possible to infer. Let's think about what he might want to achieve. The objective of the Merchant Guild's master was to eventually make money. That meant that attending the sponsorship event was a type of scheme to make money. When I thought about it a bit more, it wasn't actually that hard of a question. All of the Empire's influential and important people were in one place. There should be no better place to accurately grasp the current situation of the continent. Could you elaborate? One can grasp their needs by their actions and also confirm what they lack. VIPs from every prominent group of the Empire were there, and all of them moved to recruit talent. So if one observed their needs, one could also find out their weaknesses. Since the knights wanted to supplement their armed forces, they looked for people with strong talents. The money they invested reflected their organization's needs as well as what they lacked. Even if one just listened to the conversations here and there, one could understand what each of them wanted. Therefore, it was possible to estimate the organization's strength, needs, and financial status to some extent. Owen de Getmore was a merchant. He was someone who prepared things to satisfy people's needs and desires. He smiled at my short answer. Magnificent. I just roughly guessed it's like that. I don't know what the Merchant Guild's master will actually do with the information you gain from this place. Owen said that my answer was great, but Olivia just looked at me with her mouth wide open. No, why was she so amazed by that? Then now we can talk about the next point. By next point, you mean? I had no intention of sponsoring anyone, but I didn't expect you to be here, Reinhardt. He looked at me. I'm currently in a position where I have to sponsor you, Reinhardt. I have to do it now, not when you are in your 5th year. Can you tell me the reason for that? He needed to sponsor me, not wanted to. The sponsors there preferred to sponsor older students. However, the Merchant Guild's master believed it would be more advantageous to sponsor me while I was in lower grades. That wasn't a difficult question either. My value doesn't lie in the me after I graduate. I think you see it in me as I am now, a Temple student. Even better. Owen smiled, satisfied, and took a sip of his champagne. Owen de Getmore couldn't help but know that the Mana train station store business was being carried out with the support of the Imperial family. He didn't want to step in between the close relationship I had with them. He didn't want Reinhardt. He wanted the classmate of the Imperial prince and princess. In that case, my value wasn't in the me after I graduated, but in the me while I was still a Temple student, so he wanted to build a connection to the Imperial family by sponsoring me. He didn't know the exact details, but I was even able to get exclusive business rights from the Imperial family. How much do you need, Reinhardt? A proposal. He asked for the price tag attached to my name. Too much would make me seem shameless, and too little would make me seem stupid. I was making a deal with an old, cunning man I had never seen before in my life. I didn't even know if I could do that. I still had to do it, though. While neither of us mentioned it, we were ultimately dealing with a connection to the Imperial family. The moment we put it into words, we would commit lèse-majesté. We were trading intangible values. Well, I don't believe this is up to me to decide. He asked for my price tag, but I changed the product we were trading indirectly. It was a deal involving the Imperial family, so I couldn't just set a price. So I tried to check just how much a connection with the Imperial family was worth to him. Owen de Getmore looked at me and burst into laughter. My, what a great retort. Olivia didn't even seem to know what was going on between me and the guild master anymore. I'll send you the right amount at the right time according to the proper procedure. He was a merchant. In the end, he never told me how much he would give me. However, if the amount was disastrously low, the merchant guild would be heavily criticized. He promised to pay appropriately for the intangible product. I received something without having to give anything. However, that was also quite scary. There might have been a situation in the future where I had to give him something, but at that point, I didn't even know what I would have to give. I could tell him that I didn't know I would have to give whatever it was he asked for when the time came, but he was a merchant, and merchants always sought their due pay. Chapter 244, Reinhardt. What the hell happened? Olivia didn't seem to understand the situation in which I suddenly received a sponsorship from the Merchant Guild's master after talking about this and that. He seemed to know you, and you also looked like you knew something. I don't even know what's what anymore. Olivia's pupils were shaking so much that it was like they were affected by an earthquake. Owen and I hadn't let anything definitive slip. We'd suddenly had a question and answer session and made a deal while indirectly referring to things only we knew about. What was the value that I only had while attending temple, and why did Owen want to buy me? It's basically as you saw. What else do you want me to tell you? I'm sad. When I cut the conversation short, Olivia pretended to cry. In the end, I wandered around the sponsor meeting for quite some time. But the reason I got sponsored wasn't because of the Magic Research Society, but because of the Rotary Gang's ongoing business. I didn't expect the guild master to show such interest in me, so I actually got caught. However, there was a problem. He eventually promised me a sponsorship, but I had no idea what I would have to give him in return. No matter how much money we received, it would never be enough, so the more the better, but the Merchant Guild's master was a bit special. There seemed to be no one else willing to sponsor me. You need more, don't you? Olivia seemed to have read my thoughts from my expression. Well, you never know how much I'll actually be able to get, the more the better. Okay. I knew it would be like that, after all. Olivia seemed to have something in mind as well. Knowing that it would be difficult for me to get a sponsorship, she brought me to that sponsorship meeting, so it looked like she'd made some plans as well. The incident with the Merchant Guild's master was an exception, so what did Olivia plan? Owen sat alone again, and we decided to eat as well, sitting at a secluded table. There were many eyes that conveyed the desire toward Olivia, but no one dared to approach her because they knew that she was like an iron wall. While Olivia was deeply immersed in her thoughts, someone approached the two of us. Number 11. Ah, teacher. Mr. Eppenhauser walked towards our secluded table, approaching me. Olivia and I got up from our seats because we both knew who was standing next to him. We greet the leader of the 1st Imperial Knights Division, Shanipel, Dame Savalin Turner. There was a knight with a sword-like posture, wearing the robes of the Imperial Knights, standing next to him. Looking at her calm but sharp expression, I froze up at her gaze. However, she certainly looked young. I was pretty sure that she was a lot older than Mr. Eppenhauser, though. Of course, I made a setting that those who reached the level of a superhuman or higher would age slower or even become younger. If one were to use terms from martial arts novels, the phenomenon would be called rejuvenation. Savalin Turner had reached that level. That was why someone who was about to turn 60 looked like someone in their first year in Temple. That felt incredibly weird. I'm Reinhardt, Aminus 11 of the Temple Royal class's first year. I'm Olivia Lands, a 0 of Temple Royal class's 5th year. Olivia was number 0. I was weirdly surprised. When I thought about it, she was supposed to be in her 6th year, but she ended up staying in the 5th year because of her situation, so there would have been a need to give her a new number. Usually, she would have gotten the lowest rank, but considering her talent, they couldn't do that. So that was probably why they'd given her the previously non-existent number 0, which was even above number Aminus 1 of the 5th year. Regardless of that, Savalin Turner simply looked at me calmly. You're the Empire's future. What? No. What did Mr. Eppenhauser tell her? Contrary to what was said, his expression didn't seem to change in the slightest. Mr. Eppenhauser had actually told her with a straight face that I was the future of the Empire. I thought I was about to go crazy for various reasons. The leader of the Knights of Shanapel, the Empire's greatest knight, Savalin Turner. She held out her hand to me and shook mine. It was a strong, rough hand. The strongest knight of the Empire and the protector of the imperial family, save Helene Turner. All other talented people seemed insignificant before Eleanor Torius, but the woman before me was also a real monster. She was also the continent's strongest in melee combat. Savalin Turner had been Mr. Eppenhauser's senior when they'd attended Temple. I don't doubt your eyes, but I'm not really sure. He is still a first year, that damn nickname, the Empire's future. Only Mr. Eppenhauser thought of me like that. It seemed like Savalin Turner made a full estimate of me as she shook my hand. But still, even if she was the continent's strongest, wasn't she ignoring me too much even though I was right in front of her? That was it, she was the strongest. Anyway, it still felt kind of weird that Savalin Turner, wearing a somewhat mischievous face, spoke casually to Mr. Eppenhauser, who seemed older than her. In reality, she was a far-off senior to him. Sometimes, what one could see wasn't everything. I think, if you want to call someone the Empire's future, it would be this one. Savalin Turner looked towards Olivia Lands. Olivia greeted her, but she looked at her with slight wariness. It seemed like they'd come across each other before. Olivia becoming the future of the Empire, I wasn't sure. She might or she might not have. In the original, Olivia Lands just quietly disappeared outside of the main story. But was she actually stronger than Ellen and Ludwig in the second half of the novel? As she looked at Olivia with a stiff expression, Savalin Turner started to speak. My offer is still valid, Olivia. If you don't want to join the Knights Templar, you can join Shanipel, the future of the Empire. Savalin Turner put a lot more weight on Olivia Lands. She couldn't help but do so. She had a lot more going on for herself than me, after all. Olivia seemed to have got an offer to join the first division of the Imperial Knights already. Apparently she'd refused it. Olivia looked at Savalin Turner silently. She somehow looked determined. How much can you give me? Money. Yes. Savalin furrowed her eyebrows slightly when she heard those words. Then she looked at me. Oh, that's how it is. That was the first time we officially greeted her, but she seemed to know that Olivia and I were going around trying to get donations. It felt like my brain stopped working. If you promise to join us, I'm willing to give you up to 10,000 platinum coins. 10,000 platinum coins. 1,000,000 gold coins. If we converted it to one, it would be 1 trillion. Superhumans were like tactical weapons. She was already treated as that kind of asymmetric weapon. Did that mean that Olivia had already reached that level, or did she think she would reach it in the near future? That's how much we can invest in the Empire's future. Looking at the price they were willing to pay for Olivia, she was being treated as more important than a fighter jet in modern times. Only then did I realize that I had no idea how valuable Olivia actually was. If one just saw the 1 trillion one would think of it as an incredibly large amount. But if one looked at it with the knowledge that it was the money used to buy the continent's next strongest fighter, someone that was on the same level as a high-quality tactical weapon that couldn't be stopped, wasn't it actually rather cheap? If such a superhuman decided to work for some organization inside of the Empire and not directly under the Empire, that alone was a problem. From the Empire's point of view, it was something they had to prevent, no matter what. I realized why Olivia Lands acted as if everything was going to be solved as long as we attended the sponsorship meeting. Even though she knew that it would be difficult for me to get a sponsorship, she already knew who would buy her for the most. Yes, that should be Anu. Wait a sec. However, I grabbed Olivia Land's wrist. What do you think you're doing now? Olivia lowered her eyes as if she already knew that I would act like that. I knew you would act like this. That's why I didn't want you to come along. I'd realized that she was strangely reluctant to take me with her, so that was the reason. I dragged Olivia out of the room. The sponsorship meeting was held in without looking back a single time. I didn't care what Mr. Eppenhauser or the best knight of the Empire thought. Did you tell me that you wanted to go alone because of this? Olivia couldn't even look me in the eyes, keeping her head down. She spoke without looking at me. Why do you? There's nothing I really want to do after my graduation anyway, and they'll give me a lot of money. I don't even know what to do with all that money, and you, coincidentally, are in need of money, Reinhardt. That's just how it is. You don't actually want to join them, do you? Olivia would have received many offers here and there, but she would have refused all of them. However, when she heard that I needed money, she suddenly tried to sell herself to the Knights of Shanaple and wanted to funnel the money to me. Why do you do this? Because I saved your life once. If that's what that is, you already paid me back enough. Why are you trying to risk the rest of that life like that just for something like this? It's just because it's something I can do for you. Olivia looked at me with great difficulty. Her eyes were shaking. This, this is the only way of living I know. The look in her eyes was that of someone who'd only learned how to sacrifice herself for others while not knowing how to live for herself. If I have the opportunity to do something for the person that saved me, then I think I should absolutely do it. So that's why I did this. It's not anything bad either. I kept thinking that Olivia was a strange person. However, she really was weird. More bizarre than weird, actually. She was someone who cared and worked harder for others than herself. She had been weird for a long time, but no one thought of her as weird. That was just the kind of person Olivia Lands was. That was why no one actually noticed her strangeness, not even me. Someone who had been raised as the next head of the Knights Templar and a symbol of the future generation of the 5 major churches couldn't have grown up normally. I didn't know what the environment she grew up in was like. But Olivia Lands had been forced to live for the salvation of others rather than herself and her own desires. So that was why she became someone like that. Her faith, which was the root and foundation of all her actions, disappeared, but the way she lived her life remained the same. Olivia Lands didn't know how to live if it wasn't for others. In a way, she resembled Ragnar Artorius even more than Ellen. No, she was even worse than him. If she had to die for the world, she was the kind of person who would just do so without hesitation. There was only one reason why she could act like that. Olivia looked at me with quivering pupils. I don't have anything I want to do at the moment. I have no direction, and I don't know what to live for anymore. I can do anything, but if it's something that could help you, I'd gladly do it. That's all. Olivia Lands was broken, not as a saint, but as a human being. She was a saint and always lived under that ideal, so she lived like a person who met all the requirements of a flawless saint. However, Olivia Lands, who could no longer be a saint, had no idea how to live her life like an ordinary person. 10 platinum coins was an unimaginable amount of money. If we received that much money, our research funding issues would clearly be solved. However, I didn't want to accept money that Olivia Lands made by selling her own future. It's strange. You live your life for others before yourself. How could you just sacrifice your life like it's nothing? No, I would understand if I was in danger of dying or something. While the issue of our research funding is important, no matter how much I think about it, this isn't something you should do just for that. That was the real problem. Olivia shouldn't go that far for something minor like that. It was very odd that she was even willing to sell her future for it. Olivia looked at me with a sad smile on her lips. Then, are you going to tell me? What? How to live for myself. Can you tell me? My tongue froze at her words. Are you living for yourself? You, too. Even though you don't know a single thing about magic, you're running around like this for the sake of the Magic Research Society's members. Olivia's words stabbed right through my heart. What's the difference between you and me? I was working for the future, so I was a bit different from her. That was what I wanted to say, but it didn't leave my mouth. In the end, both Olivia and I were devoting our time to things that had absolutely nothing to do with our own interests. The only difference was the importance. I'm not as good as you are, Senior. Yes, I suppose so. Olivia looked up at the night sky from where starlight seemed to pour down. You and I are equally strange. I had absolutely nothing to refute that. Olivia, who had just blankly looked at the night sky, looked at me with slightly red eyes. How to live for ourselves. Should we figure that out together? Looking into Olivia Land's eyes, that looked as if they would burst into tears at any moment, I thought for quite some time about how I should answer her. There was only one answer I could give her. No naughty things. Seriously, what do you actually think of me? Olivia raised her voice at my nonsensical bullshit, her face turning red. You reap what you sow, now what? See, come on, I was just joking around. I'm not that kind of person. What do you mean by that kind of person? Aog. I think I now know why the kids hate you. Olivia seemed to have gotten genuinely angry and stayed like that for a while. Since I knew what Olivia's plan had been, there was no need for us to go return to the banquet hall where the sponsorship meeting was held. Nevertheless, we still returned to the hall. If I didn't apologize after doing something as rude as dragging my senior out of the hall right in front of my homeroom teacher and the strongest knight of the continent, I would be bound to regret it. Of course, I wasn't sure if Saverlin Turner and Mr. Eppinhauser would forgive me. I'm sorry for that just now. Mr. Eppinhauser seemed to care little about the whole matter, and Saverlin Turner just stared at me like she'd done when we first met. However, that look in her eyes made me feel less than human, so I quickly folded. I didn't know whether she was angry or not. Olivia started to mumble as she looked into the stern eyes of the continent's strongest knight. I really appreciate your offer, but as I thought, I would like to think a bit longer about it. Yes, you still have a lot of time, so take your time thinking about it. I didn't think she knew that Olivia Lands, who had passed up on every offer, had that sudden change of heart because of me. Scary. Just how much would it hurt to be hit by the strongest person in the world? She had her eyes on Olivia Lands, and she must have gotten the imperial family's permission to spend unbelievable amounts of money to get her. Olivia Lands. Even though I was insanely grateful to her, she was usually just a flirty senior who kept clinging to me to the point of being annoying to me. Just how strong was she? It was at least to the extent that she wasn't surprised by the strongest person on the continent calling her the Empire's future. I could clearly feel how Olivia Land's survival was an inflection point in history. Saverlin Turner stared at me. Did you say you need research funds for magic research purposes? Yes. I heard you have supernatural powers, so why bother with magic? You can think of it as letting my classmates focus on research, so I'm left in charge of external tasks. Saverlin Turner, who had raised her head, looked at Olivia for about 3 seconds, then looked at me for about 3 seconds, and kept up that rhythm for a while. She seemed to think about something very deeply. That was what the look on her face suggested. She seemed like a grown-up Ellen. She was a calm person, but she actually had a cute side to her. I didn't think that I could read her properly, but I could guess her thoughts to some extent. At first, she seemed similar to Mr. Eppinhauser, who was completely expressionless, and yet she was different from him. Olivia previously refused, but asked for money as a condition to join us in order to help this kid's research. Reinhardt must be very important to Olivia, but considering that she withdrew her remark after she got dragged out by Reinhardt, she seems to be weak against him. Um, um, then, if I sponsor Reinhardt, who was able to influence Olivia, maybe she'll have a better opinion of Shanipel. Wouldn't sponsoring Reinhardt serve as a means of increasing our influence on Olivia? Reinhardt would have positive feelings towards Shanipel, and Olivia would surely be affected by that. Certainly, perhaps. Oh my, is he maybe? A genius. She was the first person I could read even better than Adelia. Perhaps because I had gotten accustomed to Ellen, I was able to detect emotional changes just by looking at her eyes and slight expression changes. Was I slowly treading into the realm of being a mind reader? Savelin, who was deeply immersed in her own thoughts, looked at me. "I'll sponsor you." "Ooh, thank you." As expected, even if not everything I read was right, it mostly matched her thoughts. In the end, because Olivia Lands was there with me, I was able to get sponsored by the leader of the First Division of the Imperial Knights. Two of the most influential groups that participated in the sponsorship meeting had promised to sponsor me. I was a lot more successful than I imagined I would be. Chapter 245. In the end, Shanapel sponsored me just like the Merchant Guild had, and they said that they would give me an appropriate amount after an internal meeting. That would mean that the 1 trillion won, the money used to make Olivia Land's pledge to join them, was an amount that had been agreed on prior. In that case, since that was the amount of money they wanted to use to catch Olivia, I certainly wouldn't receive that much. Olivia also expressed her gratitude because she was very much moved by Shanapel's decision to sponsor me. Savelyn Turner already seemed quite satisfied with Olivia's attitude. It seemed to her that sponsoring me to influence Olivia was the right decision. I secured sponsorships from two of the major organizations, the Merchant Guild and Shanapel. That alone made the atmosphere around us a little strange. Ehem, you said your name is Reinhardt. Ah, yes. I'd like to talk a bit more about the sponsorship you just mentioned. Mr. Reinhardt, may I speak to you for a moment? I didn't hear what you said earlier because I was in a hurry. The atmosphere seriously turned strange all of a sudden. There was only one reason for that. The Merchant Guild's master, Owen de Getmore, who was still sitting in one corner of the hall, was smiling at me. Everyone thought that my plans were absurd, and even those who were strangers to magic could understand that fact. However, what mattered were the results. The fact that the Merchant Guild and Shanapel promised to support me spread through the banquet hall like wildfire without my knowledge. There was no way that the Merchant Guild would support something without reason, and there was also no way that the Knight Division, Shanapel, would uselessly support some magic research. For those reasons, those people couldn't help but mistakenly believe that there was something to my projects. The Merchant Guild sponsorship was for the sake of getting closer to the imperial family, and Shanapel's sponsorship was to look good before Olivia lands. However, the other sponsorship meeting attendees didn't know the details of my circumstances. What was important was that those two major organizations that had absolutely nothing to do with magic decided to sponsor seemingly impossible magic research. I literally turned from being seen as a strange guy who talked nonsense to an extraordinary young man in that hall, just because I received two sponsorships for completely different reasons. So those who ignored me before, believing that I just sprouted nonsense, suddenly changed their attitude, promising to sponsor me. Sponsorships weren't investments, so even if they sponsored me, they weren't guaranteed to receive anything in return. However, they believed in the discerning eyes of the Merchant Guild and Shanapel, an organization affiliated with the imperial family. If the crazy things I was talking about were actually made, they wouldn't hold any stakes in them. But there was a certain advantage to just being remembered as the ones who had sponsored us. And there was the phenomenon that people flocked to those that others flocked to. So I was suddenly promised sponsorship by nearly 30% of the people attending the meeting. That was probably Owen de Getmore's doing. He created an environment in which he couldn't help but witness not only their interest in the amount the Merchant Guild promised to sponsor, but also what they needed from me. What's with this? I'm a little surprised as well. I guess this is a good thing, right? I guess so. Unfortunately, while I had a whole sponsorship list remaining before me, I wouldn't be able to remember all the names of those who promised to sponsor me. Eventually, both my and Olivia's predictions turned out to be wrong, as I was able to secure a huge amount of sponsorships. It felt even more ridiculous, because I didn't achieve that with my own abilities, but through a misunderstanding. By the time the sponsorship meeting was over, Savelyn Turner came to visit me once again. That time, it didn't seem to be about the sponsorship, but some personal business. She had something to say to me privately, so she kept me away from Olivia. I wondered what business she had with me. I heard about the matter with the Orbis class, Reinhardt. Ah, yes. At Savelyn Turner's words, I looked towards Mr. Eppenhauser standing further away. He'd really told her everything about me. Originally, the sponsorship meeting was an event for both students and personnel of the Royal class and Orbis class. However, none of the members of the Orbis class attended the event. You must know that you have made many enemies because of that, right? She lowered her voice to the point that no one else could hear her, talking to me as if to warn me. I know. The trigger for the Orbis class, closure due to internal problems, was the duel between me and Oscar de Guardias. The Orbis class incident itself was already an inflection point of history, so I would have turned all of the students getting expelled and all of the teachers getting fired because of that incident into my enemies. Of course, it would be useless to point their hatred towards me, but there would be many seeking to exact their revenge on me. I knew that much. However, Savelyn Turner shook her head. Don't think that the Orbis class will be your only enemies. How many people present in this hall do you think were sponsoring the Orbis class? No, how many people do you think refused to attend this meeting after hearing that the Orbis class would be absent from this event? My whole body seemed to freeze up after hearing that. If the Orbis class students, who were sponsored by them, were to be tried, sentenced to jail, or expelled, you would also incur the wrath of their sponsors. The students who'd promised to join them or were being scouted by them and received a lot from them might get expelled. All of the investments they had made in anticipation of their future would end up being in vain. Of course, they wouldn't lose their abilities, but there was a vast difference between an Orbis class graduate and an expelled student. If they even ended up having to serve prison time, they might end up being unable to accept them into their organization. I not only turned the Orbis class into my enemy, but their sponsors as well. While not all of them would hate me, each and every one of them were decently powerful big shots. If just one of them tried to drag me down, it would be fatal. Savelyn Turner wanted to let me know about that fact before I went back to make me aware of those things that went on in the back that I had no idea about. The fact was that I was in a much more dangerous position than I'd initially thought. I sighed when faced with her cold expression. The price I have to pay for just one single fight is much too high. There's a reason why people say not to use one's fists recklessly, after all. I couldn't help feeling shocked because I never thought I would get that kind of advice from the strongest person on the continent. But it sure is strange. Savelyn looked at me. A guy like you strangely hasn't suffered from an early death. She walked out of the banquet hall, a slight smile tugging on her lips. Savelyn Turner, the world's strongest. Anyway, maybe it was because she seemed similar to Ellen, but I felt like she was a good person. To conclude, I achieved my goal of securing sponsorships. I also found out that it wouldn't be strange if I ended up dead at any given moment. Olivia and I went back to the dorms after the sponsorship meeting that ended late at night. I didn't tell her that I was basically surrounded by enemies. Knowing her personality, she would go on a rampage, saying that she would protect me even at night by standing next to my bed. That would be even scarier. But I'm glad it still turned out pretty well. That's right, all thanks to you. Olivia had suggested going to the sponsorship meeting, and she created that connection with Savelyn Turner. So it was all thanks to her that I was able to safely secure the budget for the Magic Research Society. Olivia smiled at me. If you're grateful. Ah, she was going to ask for that again. She would ask me to kiss her again or such nonsense. Do you really? HR, should we really do it? What was that all about? It was night, so no one was around to watch us, so was that it? Did she really want to kiss? Olivia stuttered, her face so red that I could see it even in the darkness of the night as she puckered her lips. Tusk, you're a scaredy cat, so you're nothing but talk. What? Scaredy cat? Did you just call me scaredy cat? I can do it. Can you, though? What are you implying, girl? While there weren't any people around to see it happen, there might still have been some who could hear us. You, do you know that you're the only one in Temple, no, the whole continent, that ignored me like this? When I thought of it, that might have been true. Wherever she went, she was praised as a saint, and everyone at the sponsorship meeting coveted her, but it seemed like I was the only one who treated her somewhat badly. Olivia seemed mad, probably fed up with my attitude. Kiss. Then she suddenly kissed me on the cheek. No, that girl, all of a sudden. She did stuff like that out of the blue sometimes, but that time it was so random that I couldn't help but be surprised. So did she just act like she was a scaredy cat then? You don't idolize me, you don't worship me, you don't force me or want me to act a certain way. You just take me for who I am. Olivia spoke as she looked at me while I was still trying to return to my senses. That's why I like you. She smiled brilliantly at me. Olivia thought that I might freak out when I came to my senses, so she quickly ran out of my sight in an instant. I couldn't believe that she was able to run so fast in a dress and those shoes. Just looking at that fear, I could understand why Savelyn Turner coveted her talent so much. Slip. Arg. Then one of her shoes' heels broke and she fell. Pretend you didn't see that. Even without directly seeing it, I could guess what kind of expression Olivia currently wearing. Ellen sat quietly on a sofa in the lobby at the entrance to the dorm. She didn't know why she decided to sit there and not in her room. It was just that she felt like she couldn't bear it otherwise. After seeing Olivia Lands in a dress holding his hand and getting dragged somewhere outside of the training room's window view, she couldn't hold onto her training sword. She heard that they were going to a sponsorship meeting or something. That was why she was wearing a dress. She knew that. However, she still felt upset. She couldn't do anything, so she just sat there. That senior who was very close to Reinhardt. That senior, after putting on a dress and even applying makeup, looked blindingly beautiful. She'd heard that he was going there because of the Magic Research Society. They wouldn't do anything. It was just a public event, she knew that. However, Ellen was still anxious as she sat in the lobby. She didn't even know why she was sitting there. She didn't know what she was waiting for. She just couldn't bear not doing anything. How many more hours would she sit there idly? By the time the sun set and the night grew deeper, there were a few students who came and went through the lobby until she was the only one left sitting in that huge hall. Ugh, so embarrassing. That was so disgraceful. Soon, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice sounded from the entrance. While she was still a beauty one couldn't take their eyes off of in her off-shoulder dress, she was trudging into the dormitory with broken high heels in her hand. Reinhardt wasn't with her. When Olivia entered, she made eye contact with Ellen, who was still sitting on that sofa in the lobby. Ah, you're our Reinhardt's friend. Hello. Yes. What are you doing here at this hour? Olivia smiled as if she knew everything. Ellen didn't know why she entered holding broken heels. She also didn't know why she didn't return with Reinhardt. She didn't know what she was doing there either. She didn't know a lot. However, she had a slightly strange feeling. Our Reinhardt's friend. That expression. It felt oddly unpleasant. Our Reinhardt's friend. It actually sounded more like she was saying my than our. No, she was just overthinking. However, the other party looked at Ellen intently while wearing a strange, knowing smile. Are you waiting for Reinhardt? Yes. Unable to deny it, Ellen nodded her head. Why are you waiting for him? Why? Ellen hadn't thought about that. She was waiting for Reinhardt, that was true, but she didn't know why she was waiting for him. Olivia silently looked at Ellen, who was unable to find an answer to her question. You know what? What? You're kind of annoying, you know. What? Ellen couldn't help but be shocked by her straightforward words. They didn't really have many points of contact. She was just someone Ellen encountered from time to time, someone who was saved by Reinhardt, someone who helped him out with various things, a precious person of someone precious to her. Then she had to be precious to her as well, right? Ellen wasn't as good as that girl. Olivia just stared at her after calling her annoying. You really don't know. I don't know what you mean. In response to the other party's prickly attitude, Ellen responded to her, equally prickly. Ellen, who usually always kept her composure, was surprised that she acted like that. If you really don't know, continue living like that. Please continue to act all vaguely like you always do. I'm fine with that, Olivia whispered as she passed Ellen. Please take good care of our Reinhardt in the future as well. She hadn't been mistaken. The other girl was deliberately trying to piss her off. Ellen looked at Olivia Land's back as she walked away on her bare feet. Also, no matter if she was Reinhardt's benefactor or not, she didn't like her. Soon after, Reinhardt returned. What's wrong with your face? Did something happen? No. Are you mad? No, I'm not mad. Did I do something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. Reinhardt hadn't done anything wrong. However, somehow, something akin to sadness that she shouldn't have felt wiggled inside her heart. Ellen hated herself for that. Reinhardt kept sticking next to her, asking if she was okay, why she was doing that, and if it was because of something he did. Ellen didn't know why, but that made her feel better in the end. Chapter 246. Our Magic Research Society meeting was held a few days later. What's all this? Sponsorship money. What else? I could show the others the letters of sponsorship that had arrived from the Royal Class Student Council. Everyone was at a loss for words. Even Harriet, who had nothing to envy when it came to riches, was out of her mind. First Night Division of the Imperial Knights, Shanapel, 400 Platinum Coins Merchant Guild, 300 Platinum Coins Magic Association, 100 Platinum Coins Count Creuson, 50 Platinum Coins Knights of Raslan, 10 Platinum Coins. Numerous sponsorships arrived from those groups that handled things quickly. Platinum coins had a value of 100 gold coins. That meant that one platinum coin was equivalent to 100 million won. So Shanapel sponsored us 40 billion won, and the Merchant Guild 30 billion won. That was the price Shanapel was willing to pay for Olivia's favor. And the Merchant Guild was willing to pay that much to have a friendly relationship with the imperial family. It was an even bigger amount than I had expected. The student council support hadn't been decided yet because they couldn't just decide on those kinds of things with a few phrases. However, at that point, the student council's support wasn't even necessary anymore. This isn't all. There'll be a lot more. Of course, those directly from organizations have pretty much arrived in full. We collected nearly 100 billion won in sponsorships. Of course, it wouldn't have been that much if not for Shanapel and the Merchant Guild. Many unusual coincidences had combined to bring forth that incredible amount that far exceeded all expectations. All of them were looking at me as if I was a god of money after seeing all the sponsorships I got from the sponsorship meeting. I couldn't believe it either, but it was even harder for them. Louis Ankton, our treasurer, was more surprised than anyone. Is it not enough? No, how could that be? That's what he said, but we never knew what could happen later. Money, especially when it's a budget, was something one never knew when and how much one would have to use. Harriet, in particular, was sitting there, speechless, with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. I don't think you guys would do anything stupid, but we have to be transparent about our expenditures. The sponsors who gave us the funds might be interested in what we're doing, so I have to report our budget usage and balance regularly. Got that? Yes, understood. Our original budget was also quite huge, but we were able to get an even bigger one, so Louis seemed bewildered and slightly frightened. Well, it was because it would turn into a big deal if he ended up filling out the ledgers incorrectly. Seeing Harriet completely speechless was rather amusing. When I created that club called the Magic Research Society, I never thought things would turn out like that. I only planned to make the club and let them run it on their own. But I ended up becoming a member, its president even, and even listened to Harriet's joking request to get more money, even though I wasn't that skilled in dealing with people. If I hadn't become the president of the club, it was clear that it wouldn't have been able to run properly. You've worked hard, Reinhardt, Adelia said as such. She expressed her sincere gratitude. After her, the others also said their thanks one after the other. Harriet still looked bewildered. Why you? You really got more. She thought I got placed last in the midterms because I struggled with her unreasonable demand of increasing our funds. However, I ended up producing results that far exceeded her imagination. Of course, I wouldn't have been able to do that without Olivia's help, but my connection to her could also be counted as my power. I don't really know what's what anymore. Harriet sighed as she looked at me. Good job, thank you. It made me feel weird when Harriet expressed her gratitude so sincerely. They looked up to me as if I was some guard of the Magic Research Society, even though I didn't know a thing about magic. As long as you know, just do what you were told, you punks. You can't use the lack of funds as an excuse anymore, got it? Get to work. Right. Everyone sighed, as if they expected that things would end up like that. The Magic Research Society was back on track. It wasn't like they produced any proper results. The foundation for them to produce some was just laid out. Over time, they might complain about the lacking budget again, but they probably wouldn't for the rest of that year at least. I told them to use as much as they needed if they had something they needed. It would be funny if they couldn't progress in their research because of money problems. But just because I told them to spend as much as they wanted didn't mean that they would spend more than 100 billion won in a month. Right. The construction of the stores at every train station was also in progress. We had the space, permits were granted, and investments were received. Setting up the shops wasn't something that took a lot of time. Suddenly, seeing a simple convenience store built in the station near Temple made me feel strange for some reason. I mean, it all started with some words I said, after all. I wondered if it was what one would call a sense of accomplishment. I silently realized that people in business gained their sense of accomplishment through means other than money as well. The items sold in the store were no different from the ones sold in modern convenience stores. They sold things like simple meals for those who skipped their breakfast and small things they might have forgotten but might need, like tissues. While there weren't crowds of people, there was a steady amount coming and going. It reminded me of the saying that people didn't know what they wanted until they got it. The station was just a stopover, and they probably never felt the need to buy anything inside of it or get some food to eat on the go. But if the stores were to disappear, the people would feel greatly inconvenienced. Just as people who were able to live without a smartphone before started to feel anxious at some point when they didn't have their smartphone with them. Similarly, as shown in the original novel's development, wizards, who had used magic according to their own mana pools before, ended up unable to fight properly without power cartridges later on, something that people needed but didn't know they needed. That was where value came from. So what else other than that is there? Um, I directed a question at Elleris. She was in her semi-basement apartment. The moldy scent had disappeared, perhaps because she'd cleaned up and taken some measures against it. I told her that I had created the Magic Research Society and planned on developing various things, and that I had brought in quite a huge amount of funds. Elleris made a fuss, saying that she didn't know I could do those things. Her reaction to the things I wanted to make was similar to other people's. Something people don't even know is greatly convenient to them. Elleris agonized over my question, but it seemed like she didn't come up with anything. I don't really know much about business, and I don't understand why you're doing these things. There was no doubt that making my classmates stronger had nothing to do with reconstructing the demon realm. However, my specialty is magic. I feel like it won't be worth the money. It's okay. I just asked you to say whatever came to mind, not to come up with an alternative. Elleris concentrated for a bit, making a flame appear above her hand. This is ignition magic, I guess. A spell that was the lowest of the low-ranking ones. It was such a low-ranking spell that the only thing it could be used for was to light a campfire. Where was she going with that? In my eyes, Elleris was simply staring at the flame she had created. I can multicast this spell dozens of times with my current mana pool. I also wouldn't have to chant. This is only possible because I'm very familiar with the spell. Is that so? By the way, I chanted this time. I had to. After all, it was an advanced field of study, and as an outsider, I couldn't understand what Elleris was trying to tell me. It's a low-ranking spell that doesn't require chanting. However, you had to chant just now. Yes. Why did you need to chant? Because I used the magical power around me and not within me to cast the fire spell. What? Wizards use their internal magical power to cast spells. Therefore, the rank of one's magic stat signified the amount of magical power held in one's body. However, using atmospheric magical power, as I read in some comics, is that even possible in this world? Isn't that method of using external magical power, like one's internal magical power, that you mentioned meant to be used to overcome the lack of magical power inside one's body? Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that the current method was also designed to relieve some of the inconveniences people felt at that time. By inconvenient, you mean, yes, casting magic using external magical power is many times more difficult than using one's internal magical power to activate spells, because we would have to instantly calculate and estimate the amount of energy that has to constantly flow into us. Was it the same concept as a car having to constantly draw gas from outside without having a fuel tank? I couldn't understand it exactly, but I felt like I had a good idea of what she meant. A long time ago, ancient magic worked like this. That's why magic was seen as a special ability only a few were chosen to use, even fewer than today. There weren't even 100 wizards on the continent back then, and they weren't really powerful either. If I were to cast magic, as they did back then, I wouldn't be able to cast large-scale magic. So you're saying that the current method to invoke magic was created to relieve the inconvenience of casting spells while having to control the flow of the external magical power? Yes. Just as the power cartridges were created to break through the limits of magic, the already established method was also created to break through certain limits. People find it easier to control the magical power inside their bodies, which is why several methods to increase one's internal mana pool were researched. That's the form of magic that has become commonplace after its long history, so the accessibility of magic has greatly increased compared to the old days. There was a way to use nature's magical power. It was just a method that had long been abandoned for centuries because it was too difficult. I don't really know what people find inconvenient nowadays, so I just wanted to say that today's magic is the more comfortable version of the past magic. I don't know how this information will help you, though. I guess she just said whatever came to her mind. I grinned. No, you were a big help. Difficult didn't mean impossible. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, who had become able to use nature's magical power. Wouldn't she turn into the goddess of destruction then? Just imagining that was terrifying. Of course. Why you? Why are you only doing this to me? Why are you always giving me the hardest thing to do? Why am I the only one who has to do this? Harriet actually started to cry when I told her to research how to make use of the atmospheric magical power to cast magic. Magic operated with external magical power. I wondered if it was unreasonable to ask Harriet to try the method that even Elleris struggled with, even though she had the best talent in the field of magic. Harriet cried when I gave her another task as nonsensical as researching dimensional magic. She seemed to misunderstand that I only did it to tease her. After she calmed down a bit, I started to speak again. No, I really just asked to do this because I genuinely think that you can do it. I'm not trying to bully you here. Am I crazy? You are. Ah, right. But not when it came to that. I did tend to talk bullshit just to tease her, but that absolutely wasn't the case at that moment. True, but you haven't even tried yet, so how can you just refuse, you punk? Won't people only use that kind of method because they're stupid? Modern magic theory was created by people much smarter and better than... What if they're all stupid? Ha! When I cut off her words and interjected, Harriet, with tears in her eyes, was shocked. What if all those people who created the current magic theory were a lot dumber than you? WH what? What do you mean? Every wizard in history could have been a lot dumber than you. That meant that she was just following a path paved by idiots. Of course, they were all smarter than me, but Harriet could be a lot smarter than them. She held the greatest magic talent in history, not just in the Saint-Ouen family. Harriet would be able to make the impossible possible. Harriet seemed genuinely taken aback by my ridiculous praise that went far beyond boldness. Her face didn't even turn red. Ah, are you serious? Of course I am. Harriet looked at me. She seemed to be trying to find out my hidden intentions, suspicious points, and any signs that I was just doing it to make fun of her. But there are no such things. I believed that Harriet had more talent and was a lot smarter as an archwizard than all other wizards that existed in history. Hey, just how much of a genius do you think I am? On what grounds? Don't even dare. On the continent, no, regardless of race, I believe that you will be the greatest wizard in all of history. You know my talent. Ah, yes, self-suggestion. I looked at Harriet with an unwavering gaze, ready to bet everything on her, not myself. That's what I believe. It might have seemed like it was just a usage of self-suggestion, but it was actually true. So trust me, shut up, and do what you're told. You always end things like this. In the end, I couldn't help but enjoy Harriet making a fuss. Chapter 247, researching a magic system that made use of atmospheric magical power right after dimensional magic. Eventually, it seemed like Harriet was willing to at least try. I really believed she could do it. I did feel sorry, though. I really believed in her, but I couldn't help but realize that I only made her do things that simply seemed too difficult. I thought it would be good to take some time off, so I reduced the times I visited the Magic Research Society, and I spent more time on my personal training. I was taking magic body strengthening classes, but while I felt a lot better than before, I still hadn't gotten the hang of it yet. Ellen, who had used that ability to roll snowballs, was already fully used to the power. You're really weird. What? Ellen looked at me with a sullen expression as I answered with annoyance. Let's use the word special instead of weird, Reinhardt. The yoga master teacher patted my shoulder as if trying to keep us from fighting. Reinhardt is by no means untalented. I can see that you are slowly getting more proficient in your mana control. Really? Indeed. While I wasn't even sure about that, on what basis was that guy saying those things? But it might be true if it was him who said it. I still wasn't that sure, though. In the magic body strengthening class I had with Ellen, she learned so quickly that she was being taught how to control her magical power with more sophistication and finesse. While I was still in the middle of the most basic steps, I was sure that I could be considered a great genius as well. However, the problem was I was always next to that shocking person, so who would even call me a genius? No matter what I did, I was always inferior to Ellen. Swordsmanship, magic body, strengthening. No, one couldn't even say that I was on the same level as her when she was in my situation. Did those in the magic major feel the same way when they were around Harriet? The yoga master told me not to just follow the class with sincerity and work hard and not feel too disappointed because Ellen was simply outstanding and I achieved a lot in my own right as well. So, if you heard those words about a dozen times, your heart wouldn't feel comforted. On the contrary, you'd feel uncomfortable and stuffy. Magic body strengthening classes were kind of like a special additional class, so there were no tests or grades. The lectures also took place after the first year classes were over, and I was even specially added to that class in the middle of the semester. So normally, classes would end at 1 p.m. for us, but on days where we had magic body strengthening classes, they would end around 3:30 p.m. There wasn't anything difficult about the magic body strengthening class because it didn't put a strain on one's body. What was interesting was that I could feel my magical power increasing just by attending the magic body strengthening classes. Of course, it wasn't by a lot. If my magic stat reached rank A, I would awaken the talent, mana dominance. However, that was still far off. It was something I could only dream of after moonshine was fully developed. On my way to the dorm after class, it was already around fall, so it would get dark even when it was still early. "Where are you going?" Ellen left the building where our classes were held and went in the opposite direction of our dormitory. "I'm going to the gray-haired lady." "Oh, really?" Ellen used to visit Loya from time to get beaten up, but she didn't go to her that often anymore those days. Did she want to go because she grew more confident in her magic body strengthening and wanted to see how she would fare against Loya? "Then, let's go together." I knew that the business was going well, but I really wanted to see what it would be like if those two fought. "Okay." Ellen nodded and took the lead. The skirt of Ellen's uniform swayed gently in the autumn winds. From the moment one became able to strengthen one's power with magical power, the individual's combat power would rise dramatically. No matter how skilled they were, it was very difficult for people who didn't know how to use magic body strengthening to perform many on-one battles. To succeed, they would have to equip themselves with heavy armor like plate armor, but if they did that, their mobility would be reduced. However, magic body strengthening was even able to protect one's body with the magical power released, while also strengthening it. There was no more need to wear heavy armor or similar equipment for protection, and one's physical abilities were also greatly increased, so one's mobility would far exceed that of ordinary humans, and normal swords wouldn't even be able to touch one's body. It would basically make people who used it walking tanks. Kang, Kakang. That was what I was thinking while watching Ellen and Loya continuously clashing with each other in the forest with magical power emitting from their bodies. I was thinking that it didn't make any sense. The sun had already set, so all I could see was a mass of blue flames and Loya getting fiercely blown away. In this kind of genre, there was a preconceived notion that, in a fight between a warrior and a wizard, the warrior would usually have the advantage. I could help but confirm it with my own eyes at that moment. Even if the wizard did their best to fly and crawl around, if a human tank clad in blue flames rushed towards them at a fierce speed, they surely wouldn't be able to keep their cool and chant spells. And there also existed the concept of magic resistance. In order to not fall to some insignificant low-ranking spells, warriors underwent magic resistance training. We would even receive that training from our second year onwards in temple. Low-ranking spells wouldn't work, and high-ranking ones that might work required a lot of time to cast. However, after a tenth of a second, the tip of a warrior's sword would have already pierced their neck, so that was impossible. If one looked at it like that, I felt like Redina's talent, no cast, was even more ridiculous than Harriet's. It ended after a long fight with Ellen breathing heavily and cancelling her magic body strengthening. Huff! Huff! Laura also deactivated her magic body strengthening and shook her hands. Despite having gotten somewhat accustomed to the ability, Laura was still able to overpower Ellen. Even so, it was Laura who was stunned. What a monstrous kid. She might have reacted that way because Ellen's growth rate was a lot faster than she thought. That was understandable. That girl who didn't even know how to use magic body strengthening properly a month prior was using it so skillfully. What mistakes did I make? Ellen caught her breath and looked at Loya as if asking for advice. Laura seemed to ponder for a bit but slowly opened her mouth. You're too rough. Rough. You release too much magical power. Your being able to do that is surprising, but it's very easy to burn out because you use up your power too quickly. A normal person wouldn't be able to fight for more than 10 seconds at best if they used their power like that. You were only able to hold on for so long because your amount of inert magical power is so ridiculously huge. Your first steps were pretty weird. You get what I'm saying? Yes. Ellen had realized how to use magic strengthening in real combat situations. At that time, what she needed most was explosive and powerful strength, so Ellen would strengthen herself with magical power, fighting as if she was almost exploding with extreme power. But I heard changing this is quite difficult. I guess you did it because you didn't learn it properly. It's going to take a lot of hard work. Magic body strengthening was like magic in the end. While there weren't schools, there were multiple ways to awaken to it called visions. Each order of knights had a different one, and the imperial family as well as noble families certainly had their own visions as well. We had to learn Temple's vision. It was a very good one. We would slowly learn how to do it one step at a time and build upon a foundation. However, Ellen had made her own vision by herself, and since she'd already made one, no other vision would be able to work for her. Just as Ellen had heard those things from the yoga master, I had also heard and come to understand those matters. Ellen's magic body strengthening had already become something she couldn't do any other than her own way. Her explosive strength was very powerful, but was not sustainable for a long time. If one realized how to use magic body strengthening in their own way, one didn't have any other choice but to use that way. Like Ellen, I had to do the same. I still didn't know what my magic body strengthening's characteristics were. However, I would also have my own way to use it, and it would be very different from the method Temple taught. That was why the yoga master couldn't teach us Temple's vision, so he merely gave us magic body strengthening classes in the form of assisting us. The output itself is too heavy and overflowing. That's why you should increase your endurance by adjusting the amount of magical power you control. Yes, understood. However, Laura said that it would be incredibly difficult. If she became able to adjust her output, it would be good for her in the end. She would be capable of strengthening herself to ridiculous heights and also just giving herself a small boost. Thinking back to the time where she used it to the point of fainting, I believed that it would be the right choice. She continued to train using her magical power in moderation. By the way, I have a question. What is it? I'm not obligated to answer. Are you of the master class, anti-master class? If one used a lance, one could become a lancer master, and if one used a sword, one could become a sword master. All those who had reached a high level of mastery in their field were collectively referred to as being master class. In the case of Savelin Turner, who I had met recently, she was a sword master. The yoga master was probably of the master class as well. However, I couldn't tell just what the hell kind of master he was. Ellen was curious about if Loya was in the master class. Reaching master class was the next step after mastering magic body strengthening. One would enter the master class if one could apply magical power to their weapon in their strengthened state. For example, something like sword chi or sword aura would be possible. However, those that were of the master class were very few in number, and Savelin Turner was recognized as the strongest of the very few master classes. If the criteria for entering the master class was to extend magic body strengthening to objects not part of one's body, weren't those that used their fists already part of the master class as soon as they learn magic body strengthening? Probably not. There might be other criteria as well. Lawyer grinned at Ellen's question. If you call me Big Sis from now on, I'll answer. At that, Ellen looked at her with a puzzled expression on her face and shook her head. That's too much. You really need your ass kicked. That day, Ellen was literally beaten half to death. On our way back to Temple, I carried Ellen on my back. It hurts. If someone who usually didn't exaggerate things acted like that, it meant she was really hurt. Ellen tended to act particularly obnoxious towards Loya, who was already very temperamental. I didn't know why she did it, but she seemed to have fun doing so. Then why did you say something that would get you beaten up? I don't want to hear that from you. Right. Speaking of unnecessary, it wasn't like it was my job to pick fights left and right every day, but that. Ellen was literally hanging limply on my back, as if her whole body was in tremendous pain. By the way, Why do you only act this way to Big Sis? My curiosity flared up again. She had, of course, been terribly defeated by Laura and had continued to lose against her ever since they'd met. And even after she learned magic body strengthening, she still wasn't her match. However, even though she knew Laura didn't want to be called that, she continued to do it as if she was trying to tease her and force her to hit her. I knew that she had to do it for me back then, but she mostly did it for her own sake. Laura had said that she would answer her question if she called her Big Sis, but when Ellen said that it was simply too much, her eyes had almost popped out. Just how much did she want to tease her? Laura was easy to jump to violence, so if Ellen provoked her just a little, she would always end up getting hit and turned into a rice cake. She even ended up whining about the pain she felt from the beating. Because you'll give me a piggyback ride. What? Because you always carry me when this happens. If she got beaten up that badly, she wouldn't be able to move. Then I would help her get back by carrying her. That was why she provoked her. Are you a kid? That was a bit disconcerting. She wasn't the type to say those kinds of things. Ellen calmly put her arms around my neck. I felt that, perhaps because she was in a weakened state, I could shake them off with just a slight movement. However, I definitely felt kind of troubled by it. Ellen's breath on my nape made a strange feeling well up inside of me. Ellen didn't say anything. I had nothing to say as well, just when that gentle silence was enveloping us. Preview can be activated. I couldn't help but stop walking when that message suddenly appeared before me. It was a function I had only used once so far. A cheat I got during Olivia Land's incident that could only be used once a day when active. I didn't know the exact context, but I thought that it was a sign that something important was about to happen. During Olivia Land's incident, I ran all over the place and then ended up using Preview. However, that time, I somehow had a bad feeling about it. Preview 100 achievement points. It didn't show me multiple options like it did last time. Only the preview option worth 100 points appeared. What's the matter? Ellen wiggled slightly and asked me when she felt that the atmosphere around me had turned weird. No, it's nothing. I had 5730 achievement points. I had no reason to not take a look. Achievement points used. The world around me froze, and a point in the world's future was projected into my eyes. Year 323 of the imperial calendar. October 23rd, Tuesday, today's date. That meant that the incident might happen soon. I saw myself right in front of my eyes. I was down on the ground. A penetrating wound around my stomach could be seen. I was lying in a pool of blood. Ellen was also leaning against a wall with a deep sword wound on her chest next to me. Her eyes were out of focus. Ellen and we were going to die soon. As soon as I regained my senses and returned to reality, I had goosebumps all over my body. Ellen and I were about to be killed by someone. Ellen, who I was carrying on my back, didn't appear to be hurt, but she couldn't lift a single finger in her state. I wasn't sure what would happen, but I was certain that Ellen wouldn't be able to lift her arms, much less fight. By who, for what reason, and under which circumstances will we be killed? What's wrong? Are you hurt? Am I too heavy? No. Unaware of the situation, Ellen saw the strange expression on my face. Was I the target? Was it both Ellen and me? Did they kill me and then just kill off Ellen, the witness? While it wasn't certain, it seemed highly likely that the target was me. Nothing was known yet. There was an assassin after us in a situation where Ellen wasn't able to make use of her power. Should I just go back to the Rotary gang? No, that place was only barely populated. There had been nobody around my corpse in my vision. We might get caught off guard on our way back to the Rotary gang. There had been no signs of battle on my body. That meant I had been unaware of the attack. It had been a surprise attack then. We had been attacked by an assassin close to a sparsely populated place. We had to go to a crowded place. The Rotary gang's headquarters was built at the southern edge in a deserted place in the imperial capital, so the best time to attack us would be when we were on our way back. I didn't know the exact location, but one thing was certain. It would happen soon. Whether I should go back to the Rotary gang and get protected by lawyer or go to the nearest station as quickly as possible and board a Mana train. I had to choose one of the two. My heart was beating like crazy. I felt like I was about to lose my composure after I suddenly found out that I was about to be killed. I would be dead soon, and so would Ellen. I had to make a quick judgment. Should I use writer's advice? No, the incident was about to happen, and there was time to ruminate over what I would get from writer's advice. I had to trust my intuition. Thankfully, the damn bastard didn't want me to die in vain. That was probably why he'd informed me about it. Reinhardt, calm down. What's wrong? What happened? Ellen whispered cautiously to me, seeming worried because I'd suddenly broken out in cold sweat. But I wasn't in any state to answer her at the moment. Although it was a place with few people, that didn't mean that there weren't some pedestrians. Was it him? Or that person over there? Or maybe all of them? It was impossible for me to find out who, when, and in what way would attack us, so everyone around us looked suspicious to me. I didn't even feel alive anymore. I didn't know what to call it. The wounds seemed to have been caused by a penetrating, sword-like weapon. The chances that we would be sniped with a long-range weapon were rather low. It was pretty dangerous going back to the Rotary gang. We could just get attacked on our way back. The moment my life was at stake, I had to choose between those uncomfortable choices. I'm going to run. Hold on. Yes. Putting strength into my arms and holding on to Ellen, I started sprinting towards the train station. I can't let her die. That was the only thing going through my head. Chapter 248. Fortunately, no one tried to attack us until I reached the train station while carrying Ellen on my back. Did they give up on the opportunity because they thought I noticed them? An assassin literally specialized in assassination, not fighting. The possibility that they thought I noticed their plot and just stepped off was pretty high. Even after I arrived at the station and boarded the Mana train, I didn't neglect to harbor a continued wariness towards my surroundings. We obviously overcame the imminent assassination. However, there was a high chance that only the location of the assassination had changed and that it would still occur elsewhere. What's wrong with you, Reinhardt? What happened? When we got on the Mana train, I kept watching my surroundings while dripping cold sweat, so Ellen could only watch me with a worried look. I had been carrying Ellen on my back up to that point, but then she stepped down. The Mana train wasn't full, so there were some empty seats, but I still decided to stand. Without saying a word, I grabbed Ellen by the scruff of her neck and pulled her into my arms. Why are you so suddenly? Stay still for a sec. Don't do anything. Ellen seemed surprised when I suddenly hugged her. That girl was weak at the moment. Ellen couldn't fight in her state. I decided it would be best to go to whichever place was nearest. If anyone tried to attack us, I would immediately summon Tiamata. None of the other passengers seemed to particularly care about Ellen and me. I could only feel the gazes of those wearing temple uniforms, wondering whether we were dating. I kept my distance from the other passengers so that I could keep an eye on them as I held Ellen in my arms. As for Ellen, she did as I told her and stayed silent with no questions asked. It was a cool day, and yet I was swearing all over. Smells like sweat. Ellen, who had her nose right up to my chest, grumbled softly, "Stay still." Yes. At my sharp words, Ellen replied in a slightly hesitant voice. Nothing happened on the train until we reached Temple Station. Unlike the Rotary Gang's headquarters, Temple Station had a very large floating population. I waited for the crowd to disperse when we got off. Ellen knew that I was serious, so she stuck to me without a single question. Slowly, after I looked in every direction, I left the station. While the assassin might not be there was a chance that they were still following us. Night had already fallen, but there was still a huge amount of people coming and going around Temple. Still, I couldn't feel relieved yet. That person was a madman who would simply kill people on the roadside. If they judged that it was impossible for them to assassinate us in secret, there was a good chance that they wouldn't hesitate to just try offing us anyway. I supported Ellen on my side as we slowly headed towards Temple's entrance. I didn't know if we would be safe inside Temple, but I at least hoped so. If the assassin was an outsider, they wouldn't be able to get in. Even if we couldn't feel relieved yet, we could at least eliminate some possibilities by choosing to return to Temple. I slowly but surely headed towards Temple while preparing to summon Tiamata the moment anyone from the crowd got too close to us. It felt like 1,000 years passed. As I went through Temple's entrance, a familiar view unfolded before me. Only a few faculty members and students were walking about. No one looked suspicious. However, even when we were outside, no one looked particularly suspicious either. Did the assassin give up? Did they return because it seemed like I noticed them? Even while taking the tram to the Royal Classes dormitory, I still kept my guard up. I was finally able to relax when I arrived at the dorms. My heart, which felt like it was about to explode before, beat even harder. I'd survived. The assassin hadn't made a move on us. Whatever it might have been, I was able to avoid death for the day. My legs felt weak. Is it? Okay now. Ellen didn't know what was going on, so when she saw that I was relieved, her anxiety also flew away. I silently hugged Ellen. Why are you doing this? Ellen hugged me, who was still trembling back. It seemed like she was trying to tell me to calm down. I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. Was I afraid of my own death or Ellen's? Anyway, that fear was gone for the moment. That was it. With the priest on duty's help, Ellen returned to her original strength. I explained the situation to her in the training room in the middle of the night. I couldn't tell her everything, though. Who tried to kill us? I don't really know the details, but it's just how it felt back then. Shouldn't you get counseling? Ellen couldn't help but feel like I was just paranoid. I couldn't explain the preview function to her, so in the end, other than telling me to go get some help for my neurosis, she didn't have anything else to say. If the assassin had attacked us, she would have known that I was telling the truth. But since nothing ended up happening, it was no wonder she didn't believe me. That assassin must have been quite the prudent person. Even after thoroughly thinking about it, anyone would suspect schizophrenia or paranoia if someone just suddenly stopped in their tracks and said someone was trying to kill them. To be exact, they were probably trying to kill me, not you. You? Why? A while ago, I went to the sponsorship meeting to get research funds for the Magic Research Society, right? Yes, you did. I met a person named Savelyn Turner there. I know her, the captain of Shanaple. Ellen showed that she recognized the name. She told me that, due to the incident with the Orbis class, I had made a lot of enemies. The massive restructuring of the Orbis class and the damages caused by it, the displeasure of its sponsors and supporters. Savelin had told me that there had to be a lot of people who hated me because I was the cause of it all. However, I never thought that they would try to kill me. Of course, those people weren't the only suspects. Maybe someone was trying to kill me for a completely different reason that I was unfamiliar with. I don't know. Ellen still seemed to find it difficult to understand why I'd suddenly acted the way I did in that situation. Still, if you're in danger, you shouldn't leave Temple. You're right. Ellen wasn't really sure if there had been an assassination attempt on me, but she agreed that I was in danger. She looked at me in silence. After all the trouble I caused, I ended up making numerous enemies that I couldn't handle on my own. Don't die. I won't die. If you die, I'll die as well. What are you saying all of a sudden? I'll kill the person that killed you, and then I'll die as well. Ellen silently looked at me with her usual calm expression. So please, don't do anything dangerous. That was the main point she wanted to convey. Ellen held my hands as she spoke. I don't really know what happened, but you suddenly felt that someone was going to kill you and me as well. That's how it was, right? Ellen seemed to think that I was trying to protect her from start to finish. Right. If I ever become a burden to you in that kind of situation, just leave me. I'll be fine. Don't spout bullshit. With those words, I pulled Ellen away from me and looked into her eyes. You aren't the only one. Ellen said that she could die for me. Just as Ellen had found conviction in the Darklands, I had realized during that heart-racing return to Temple, even though nothing happened. I can die for you as well. I couldn't take back those words anymore. At my words, Ellen's eyes shook greatly. She suddenly raised her hand as she looked at me. Flick, Og, what nonsense are you spouting? Then Ellen smiled, returning the flick and answer I gave her in the past. Make something. I'm hungry. I couldn't look at the smiling Ellen properly. Just because nothing happened didn't mean that it was the end of it. Event Quest appeared assassination threat. Description. Someone is trying to kill you. Crush or subdue the origin of this threat. Reward. One related trait. An event quest appeared after such a long time. Its compensation was quite abstract. However, quests that gave traits as rewards usually weren't lacking. Still, that situation in which my life was at stake couldn't be measured by mere compensation. It was something I had to do even if I didn't receive a reward for it. Preview didn't only help me to avoid death, but it also created a problem for me to solve. Someone or some group was trying to kill me. I needed to identify them. They might have been a huge group or just some vengeful individuals. But just who the hell was trying to kill me and for what reason? The biggest suspects were the Orbis class supporters. However, in that case, it would be simple revenge. Killing me wouldn't necessarily change anything. No one else came to mind off the top of my head, but I wanted to at least make sure that I found the assassin that tried to kill me. While it didn't actually happen, he would have killed both me and Ellen. I had to find them. I didn't care whether it was right or wrong to take revenge for something that actually didn't happen. Someone who did those kinds of things deserved to die. He didn't kill me, and he didn't kill Ellen either, but he tried to. I had to find and kill them, and I would find out who was behind it and make them pay as well. It was the first time in my life that I had such cruel thoughts, but I didn't feel any aversion to them. I didn't feel relieved. I didn't feel comfortable knowing that I was surrounded by enemies as soon as I stepped outside of Temple. There could have also been someone inside of Temple who was trying to kill me. I couldn't let my guard down. I always wore the disposable protection bracelet. While listening to my classes and walking around campus, I always paid attention to my surroundings. I didn't know whether I'd be given one more preview if a threat was approaching me again. I couldn't just trust that bastard. I felt like I was slowly drying up while still alive. The only place I could feel safe in was the Royal Class dormitory. I was already familiar with the faces of the staff there, so it was a place where strangers would stand out to me. Unfortunately, it was rather difficult for me to use my personal connections in that situation. Even Ellen, who had been with me, thought that I was simply paranoid. Not only had nothing happened, but I also didn't have any evidence, so even if I went around and said that there was someone who wanted to kill me, they'd just think the same. I'd just end up getting treated like a madman after all the trouble I had caused all over the place. It felt really shitty. I really was in a situation where someone was trying to kill me, but to others, it just sounded like nonsense. I needed proof, so I really needed to be attacked by an assassin. However, it was unclear whether I would survive that or not. Of course, I could forcibly ask for help from Bertus, Charlotte, or Temple, but if I did that, they would probably take measures to stop me from leaving Temple. If that were to happen, I wouldn't be able to make use of my strongest card. I also had allies that only I could control. I sent a letter out of Temple. It was too dangerous to go out in person because I had yet to find anything out. A few days later, something knocked on my window. A bird. It pecked my window as if it had some business with me. When I opened the window, the little bird flew into my room and closed the curtains. The time before, he disguised himself as a maid, but that time he was a bird. As the small bird chirped, its appearance turned into that of a graceful maid wearing a dress. Your Highness, it has been a while. It was Sarkigar. I had sent the message to Loya, who was at the Rotary Gang's headquarters, with the following orders in it. Send Sarkigar to Temple. I had written it in a secret code we had agreed upon beforehand, and so Sarkigar arrived in front of me. I didn't think I was a good leader. To put it bluntly, I favored some of my subordinates over others, not for business-related reasons, but personal ones. I was literally a perfect example of the direct opposite of a boss. I tended to go visit Elaris for no other reason than to chat about my temple life with her. She was a very good listener, though I did visit Loyar for more work-related reasons. On the other hand, I rarely saw Sarkigar, who worked under the pseudonym of Count Argan Pontius. I didn't even know where Sarkigar lived, and his tension was always so high. Additionally, I felt like he would end up noticing that I didn't actually intend to rebuild the demon realm if I got more involved with him, so I tried to put distance between us. So that was why it had been so long since I last saw Sarkigar. Of course, although we were in my private room, we were still in Temple, so I didn't want to say anything unnecessary. I knew that you were doing exceedingly well. For you to already have taken over the transportation system of the imperial capital. Enough. Eep, I interrupted him. It's been a long while since I'd seen him, and he was already babbling about useless things. He seemed to be very elated that I'd called him. Your Highness, for your sake, I would even go through the pits of hell. You can order anything of me. I would have liked it if he didn't say that in such a beautiful and gentle voice. I don't want you to go to the pits of hell, but I might get sent there soon. What do you mean, Your Highness? I think someone is trying to kill me. Are you saying there is a group of vagrants planning such things in this world? His tone of voice was very low, and he spoke very violently, but in the end, he still seemed rather cute in his appearance. If you say the word, I will tear them limb from limb and hang them from the gates for daring to plan to kill the heir of the demon realm. Why would you do this when we're in the imperial capital? I then told Sakigar, who was more than livid over the fact that my life was being threatened, the details of the incident, even what happened before, and how I managed to make so many enemies. Well, in that case, does your Highness mean that you don't know who is threatening your life? Yes, but I'm sure that there is someone. I have a very strong feeling that it's like that. Intuition. Amazing intuition is something all great monarchs have. If it's your highness's feeling, then I'm sure it's accurate. I'll make sure to find the assassin and his contractor, your highness. It sure was nice to have someone who unconditionally trusted me. I hadn't called him because I needed his power, but I'd called him because he needed to act as a messenger to contact the others outside. Count Argon Pontius might be quite recognizable in his own right, but I still had other groups. Tell Elaris and Loyar about my situation. Also, contact the Thieves Guild. They might know which assassin organization was behind this. Yes, everyone shall work together to corner the evil forces that tried to kill your highness. Well, by human standards, if they tried to kill the prince of the demon realm, they wouldn't be considered evil, rather, they would be seen as heroes of mankind. Sakigar was on my side, so that was why he could say things like that. My connections in Temple wouldn't believe my words and said they weren't credible enough, so I had to do what I could with those on my side. Things would have been a lot easier if the assassin had attacked me that day. It was so frustrating that I even started to think like that. If that happened, I would have been able to gather up all of my allies to look for the assassin. It was also possible that the assassin wasn't sent from an organization, but was just a single individual who had a grudge against me. In that case, it would be pretty hard to locate them. It wasn't like I didn't have a list of suspects in my mind. However, there were just too many. There weren't just one or two people who held a grudge against me. Therefore, I had no choice but to investigate step by step. After checking every possibility, I would be able to find the culprit by process of elimination. Chapter 249. I didn't want things to boil over, so I kept my mouth shut at Temple. Ellen was the only one aware that my life was being threatened by assassins, and she didn't even believe me. I had no other choice but to continue my Temple life with my nerves constantly on edge. Aren't you acting quite strange these days? Liana spoke up as she looked at me on our way back from supernatural power classes. On days I had classes related to supernatural powers, I tended to go back with Liana. Heinrich was also part of our classes, but Lana seemed to avoid him after they had some conflict. What? It's true that you have a really dirty personality, but it's even worse than usual lately. Is there something going on? Did you have a fight with Ellen? No, that doesn't seem to be it. It's nothing like that. I had been on edge those past few days, so it seemed the phrase, something serious happened, was etched on my face. My life was being threatened, but I couldn't tell her that. I tried to think of a different explanation. I feel like I've made too many enemies recently. I tried to just vaguely approximate my troubles because she wouldn't believe me if I told her the truth. What are you saying all of a sudden? There are more people than I could have imagined holding a grudge against me due to the incident with the Orbis class, but there are just as many such people inside of Temple as outside, which is why I've been a bit on edge. I'm worried that something may happen. Wow, you actually care about those things. I'm amazed that you even consider those kinds of things. Liana's eyes widened, and she shook her head. Girl, I'm really not in the mood to deal with your antics right now. Wait, wouldn't that electric girl be able to perform near-instant auto self-defense if she were threatened? Should I just stick around Liana for a while? No, if I tried to stick to her, I'd just get rejected with her saying I was being rude. Liana smiled softly and poked my side. What, do you think someone wants to kill you? Perhaps. Huh, no, I'm not saying it's true, but there is a possibility. I don't know how those people might act. Aren't you taking this too seriously? Lana's reaction wasn't any different from Ellen's. More than just one or two people will be affected if this incident causes the Orbis class to permanently close. Taking that into consideration, more than just one or two people would hold a grudge against me. Well, that's true. However, Liana tilted her head at my words. By the way, I don't think that the Orbis class would actually get closed down because of something like this. Liana seemed to be absolutely convinced of that. On what grounds? The special classes were created to nurture exceptionally talented individuals. As long as the results are good, it doesn't really matter if the class has some internal problems. As long as their goal of producing amazing talents is achieved, everything else can be overlooked. It was exactly what Mr. Eppenhauser said during the disciplinary committee meeting. Mr. Eppenhauser said that, regardless of whether I had a good personality or not, they had to let me off because I was an excellent talent that should be further nurtured, because that was Temple's goal. So, in that context, it was also true that the Orbis class managed to produce a lot of exceptional individuals as well, even if there was a great deal of violence between seniors and juniors that even got encouraged by the teachers. That was why the Orbis class couldn't be closed down. They might not even weed out any of its members or teachers. Temple's vice-chancellor, Assyrian Wakan, also seemed to have already figured out the Orbis class's problems. Contrary to my expectations, they might take no special actions against the Orbis class. Investigations were going on even at that moment, but after some time passed, they might just gloss over the incident as if everything had been resolved already. Of course, there would be students who'd get punished, and some faculty members might be replaced, but Liana seemed to think that they wouldn't come to the decision to close the Orbis class. The more I listened, the more I felt that she was right. So don't think of useless things and pull those kinds of faces, you punk. It's uncomfortable. She only could talk like that because she didn't know my circumstances, but seeing Liana grin like that felt reassuring for some reason. She felt somewhat reliable in a different way from Ellen. As soon as I returned to the royal class dormitory, I started to wonder whether Liana's clumsiness was some kind of curse. Orbis class will be closed down. Harriet delivered that huge news to me and Liana as soon as we got back. We looked at each other blankly. Ah, well, is that how it turned out? Liana scratched her cheek with her index finger, wearing quite a stupid expression. Didn't that go far beyond clumsiness? Didn't she actually have some kind of curse that made the opposite of what she said happen? Class closure. Orbis class was one of Temple's flagships and one of two special classes, and even though it was deliberately created to motivate the royal class students to improve, it had also produced a great number of excellent individuals. As Liana said, they were a group that flawlessly carried out their purpose even though they had some internal problems. No matter how serious their internal problems were, I was convinced that they wouldn't close down the Orbis class. They're closing it down. Are you sure? Harriet nodded her head wildly with a blank expression on her face at Lana's words. She looked really flustered, as if she never expected things to turn out like that. That seemed to be the decision they came to during the meeting presided over by the Chancellor. I don't know the details, but Orbis will be completely closed down for now. While it didn't seem like it at first, in the end, those results were to be expected. An inflection point in history had occurred. In a way, it was only natural that the Orbis class would get closed down. Did so many problems come up after they dug into the Orbis class's problems that they had no other choice but to close it? Was it even to the point that they had to deny their overall goal of nurturing talented individuals? The Orbis class was an annex to the Royal class, to put it bluntly. Its disappearance was bound to affect the royal class as well. Then what will happen to the students who attended it? I don't really know, but won't they just go to other schools? The details weren't clear yet. The Orbis class had been closed. What I had done caused such extreme change. Hey, aren't you in really big trouble? Liana, who had just told me to relax because the Orbis class wouldn't be closed down, seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Since the situation had reached that point, there could be a lot of people holding a grudge against me that would do whatever it took to get revenge. You, just tell me when you need to go somewhere. Liana looked at me anxiously. As things had turned out like that, she seemed to take the idea that my life could be in danger seriously. BZZT. Liana let an electric spark fly from the tip of her finger. I can fry quite a few people with this. It seemed like Liana intended to escort me whenever I needed it. A duke's daughter became my bodyguard. Regardless of everything else, it did feel kind of good. The fact that the Orbis class actually closed down meant that I inevitably made a lot of enemies. They could be the seniors of the Orbis class or the teachers. Since I ended up destroying the whole hive by simply poking at it, the bees who had lost their nest would focus their hatred on me and try to sting me however they could. So I acted a bit more cautiously. I didn't go anywhere alone. I didn't even step a foot out of the dormitory after classes. Either Ellen or Liana were always by my side because they both knew that I was in danger. Ellen's abilities were reassuring, but the sense of security I got from Liana was greater. Liana, who could let out an electric shock in a radius as big as her ability allowed her to at any time and place, was able to react to any unexpected surprises within her range. No matter what happened, the class closure was an unexpected event. Let's talk for a second, Reinhardt. Bertus suddenly wanted to talk to me. Don't mess around for a while starting now. Bertus, who had called me, spoke calmly as he drank his black tea. It seemed like Savelin Turner was right in saying that I had made too many enemies. Bertus brought that up even though I didn't say anything. Since the class actually ended up being closed down, there are many people who have suffered great damages from your actions, groups and individuals both. And even if they know that you aren't the real cause of all this, they most certainly know that the trigger was you. So, if you jump around anymore, this won't just end up with you tripping on a stone. Rather, it'll be more like falling off a cliff. Things just blew up while I was trying to prevent the case of Ender Wilton and solve the problems of the Orbis class. You'll be fine as long as you stay in the Royal class's dormitory and don't do anything special. His words meant that I shouldn't cause any more trouble. Of course, I didn't intend to just wander around all over the place in that situation. However, what Bertus said seemed a little strange. I'd be fine. I felt a sense of incongruity emanating from those words. So did that mean others could also be in danger? Bertus smiled, seeming as if he had noticed my thoughts. I mean, people generally tend to dislike enemies from within more than ones from without. Whistleblowers. Lilka Erin. Even if she doesn't get killed right now, don't you think she might get expelled and then killed? I shot the first shot at the Orbis class, leading to its collapse, however. Lilka Erin's whistleblowing was the decisive blow. I was able to be put under the imperial princes, princesses, and countless other people's protection. Lilka, on the other hand, wasn't in such a position. She was in a much more dangerous spot. She risked becoming a whistleblower just to eliminate all those absurdities. As a result, many problems had been uncovered. However, rather than fixing them, the Orbis class sank with them. Therefore, someone had to be blamed for all the damages caused as well as shoulder all the resulting anger. Those people would undoubtedly be after me, but they certainly wouldn't let Lilka, who had betrayed the Orbis class, go unnoticed. What's going to happen? Temple is protecting them at the moment, but that can't go on forever. They might get assigned to different classes as the Orbis class is torn apart. Either way, a gap is bound to appear, and they can't be kept safe forever either. I mean, there was also a case of an imperial princess getting kidnapped from Emperato's right. There was no such thing as an absolutely safe place, just like how Sarkigar managed to kidnap the princess. However, if they wanted to kill Lilka Erin, they could do that whenever they wanted. Bertus's cold expression seemed especially cold that day. It wasn't enough to worry about my own life. I also had to worry about Lilka's. I didn't even know who was after my life at the moment. While it was Lilka Erin who acted as a whistleblower first, in the end, all of the first-year Orbis class students decided to take collective action. So if one looked at the bigger picture, all those students' lives were in immediate danger. As long as they went through with the class closure, the damage dealt would be irreversible, and the students of the Orbis class would be scattered. Temple couldn't protect all of them forever. Bertus helped me, but he didn't intend to do the same for Lilka Erin, nor did he have any reason to. I sat at my desk after I returned to my private room. It was past our bedtime, but I couldn't sleep. Not everything would just turn out like I thought it would. Even if they weren't able to get rid of those absurdities, I told them to at least call them out. They were simply fed up with the bullshit, so they revealed Orbis class's absurdities to the world. As such, the school got shut down. However, I wasn't able to predict the amount of anger that would arise from that. I didn't think that it would lead to people trying to kill me and others. It was my failure for not realizing just how rotten a place the Orbis class actually was. If I stayed low and held my breath inside the Royal class's dormitory, I would be safe. But until when? I didn't think those who were after me would have their attentions wane just because of 1 or 2 days passing. Would Lilka be in danger in the near future? If she died, while I wouldn't have killed her directly, my actions would have led to her death. I thought the matter would end just by identifying the assassin who was after me. While that was also a serious problem, I didn't think it was one that I couldn't solve. However, in my situation, there were just too many suspects. With no idea just who the hell was trying to kill me, it was clear that there were several people like that. Just what was I supposed to do? I didn't know. I felt like my head was clogged up. Writer's advice. 150 points. It was a skill I had forgotten about for a while. The preview that suddenly heralded my death made me able to avoid it. Writer's advice had also completely changed my life. Didn't everything start after I met Elaris due to Writer's advice? When I didn't know what to do, writer's advice would give me unpredictable but somewhat clear instructions. Clear and vague advice. Clear advice dictated concrete actions. Vague advice would throw some abstract words at you. Vague advice was hard to understand, but it was likely safe if understood correctly. Clear advice would often involve taking bigger risks, and both had the potential to have absolutely good outcomes, but also very bad ones. Usually, both good and bad outcomes would appear simultaneously. The last time I used it, I couldn't make heads or tails of the vague advice. It wasn't until after the situation blew up in my face that I understood what it meant. However, I could still use the writer's advice with 150 points. Since I still had a lot of achievement points, I could listen to both the clear and vague advice. Vague writer's advice. Why was the Orbis class shut down? I knew it. I was again not sure what that meant. The shutdown of the Orbis class was decided in a meeting presided over by the president. There was a good chance that the imperial family also had some influence on the decision. It was shut down because the problems the Orbis class had were bigger than Temple's main purpose, to nurture talented students. That had to mean that there was more to it than that. I couldn't know at that point. Bertus or Charlotte would probably know the details. I was going to look at the clear advice as well anyway. Clear writer's advice. Meet Oscar de Guardias alone. Oscar de Guardias. I had a hunch that his name would pop up. Chapter 250, Meeting Oscar de Guardias alone. I decided to first think about how it could end. If that advice could bring me both good and bad outcomes, then meeting Oscar would be the right direction, but it would be connected with a lot of risks. He was bound to be connected to the assassination to some extent. When Lilka became a whistleblower during the disciplinary committee meeting, rather than being taken aback, he seemed to think that things had taken an interesting turn. He should have noticed that our lives would be threatened by assassination attempts, or that we might actually end up dying. Was Oscar the one who personally instigated the assassination? I didn't think so. Was he related to those behind the assassination? That had a fairly high possibility of being true. Did Oscar know that the Orbis class would be shut down during the committee meeting? I didn't know. However, it seemed clear that I had to meet with Oscar to overcome that situation. We weren't able to get along from the start, so even if we met up again, I doubt that either of us had anything good to say to the other. Still, in order to somehow overcome that assassination situation, I had to meet that guy. But he was, objectively speaking, a lot stronger than me. If he was serious, he could beat me to death with his bare hands. Even though I hadn't followed the advice yet, it was clear that I had to take on a huge risk if I did. The clear writer's advice even added the condition of meeting him alone. That meant that I wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation with Oscar if I was accompanied by Ellen, Liana, or anyone else. If that advice only led to bad outcomes, Oscar would kill me the moment I stepped before him. The clear writer's advice didn't leave me guessing. It was like a test of courage. I had to go to places or do things that might lead to my death. I had no idea how Oscar would treat me if I actually met up with him alone, so I had no choice but to pursue the vague advice first. The Orbis class's closure. I had to know the real reason behind it. The next day, I had already gotten advice from Bertus, so I went to see Charlotte. Charlotte would always work out with Scarlett around dawn, so I went to meet them early in the morning. After a little extra exercise, I managed to find Scarlett in one of Temple's parks. "Oh, Reinhardt, good morning." She looked at me and bowed her head. "Oh, hey, what about Charlotte?" We hadn't really gotten closer after taking that swordsmanship class together, but I ended up getting used to her overly polite actions. However, I couldn't see Charlotte anywhere near Scarlett. Weren't they always exercising together at dawn? Well, not always, but I thought that I had seen them around from time to time. Ah, Her Highness the Imperial Princess is not here. Is that so? Did she give up? Even though she was lacking in stamina, she worked out anyway, although she didn't really show any improvement. It wasn't just the aftermath of having been imprisoned in the Demon King's castle. It looked clear that Charlotte was originally physically weak. No, she just can't do any training at dawn because she commutes to school from the Imperial Castle these days. She commuted to school. That was the first time I heard of that. However, while I only rarely saw her at the dorms because we had different classes, it certainly had been a while since I last saw her there. Out of the blue. It has only been a few days. She has a lot of work to do. Well, I guess so. There were probably a lot of problems the Orbis class incident had caused, and Bertus and Charlotte would commute to school from the Imperial Castle rather than stay in the dormitories when something concerning the Imperial family happened, so that wasn't particularly strange. That being said, that meant that she was still in the Imperial Castle, but fortunately, I had classes that overlapped with Charlotte's that day, so I could meet up with her after class to talk. Fortunately, it was Thursday. We had integrated classes on that day, so Charlotte would have her classes in the next room. After class, I managed to grab Charlotte, who was about to leave Temple and not return to the dorms. Yes, Reinhardt. Charlotte stopped in her tracks when I called out to her. However, she seemed far too relaxed. Was she really busy? When I asked her if she could spare a minute, she nodded and told me that she had some time. I don't think I have time for tea, but I can spare some time to talk. Charlotte and I sat next to each other on a nearby park bench. When I asked her my question, she just shook her head. You want to know why the Orbis class was shut down? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I thought the class wouldn't get closed down, so I was wondering if there was any other reason other than the incident behind it. Charlotte looked at me. No. Seeing that you're digging around about this, aren't you actually just going to cause trouble again? Ah, the lament of the boy who cried wolf. I was actually doing it because I had to do something, but I didn't plan on telling her at all. Just stay in the dormitory. You know that it's dangerous to cause any more trouble now, right? Charlotte said the same thing as Bertus. Those two. If one overlooked some things, they really seemed similar to each other. Sometimes I even wondered if they weren't actually twins. However, they were actually different people. It's really not such a big deal. I'm just curious because it's something I'm involved with. Um. Charlotte crossed her arms and looked at me as if she felt troubled. There isn't some complicated reason. The people involved just overreacted. What do you mean by overreacted? A large number of teachers sent in their resignations, and a significant number of senior students also decided to drop out. In other words, they ran away before they could even get punished. More than half of the teachers and students simply disappeared. Like a strike. Correct. Charlotte smiled softly. It's a united action, as if they want to say something like, if you mess with us, you have to be prepared for the Orbis class to be completely destroyed. They probably thought we would go crawling and begging them to come back, saying that we would let this all go. Driven into a corner, the teachers and senior students of the Orbis class decided to take collective action. It was more or less a statement like, the class might collapse, are you really okay with that? They were probably bluffing. Charlotte's eyes seemed cold as she spoke about the matter. That is a direct challenge to the imperial family. How dare they, who were supported by the empire, led peaceful lives while enjoying education and meals provided by the empire, slept in beds provided by the empire, and used the money they received from the empire, try to negotiate with the empire in such a disrespectful manner. It seemed like the collective action by the Orbis class faculty and students went against the imperial family's wishes and not temple headquarters. So that is why the decision was made to throw it all away. They were too arrogant. The Orbis class shall neither exist any more nor ever exist again. The cornered mouse tried to bite the cat, but the cat killed it. Rather than having to endure change or punishment, they risked the entire Orbis class, and the imperial family took that action as a challenge against their authority. So the Orbis class disappeared through an imperial decree. Was it because they were too agitated that they ended up getting driven into a corner? The Orbis class ended up touching something they shouldn't have. However, their actions themselves were, in fact, not a crime, so we won't punish them for it. On the other hand, it should be taken into consideration that we shall show no leniency regarding the numerous acts of coercion and assault committed within the confines of the Orbis class that will come to light in the future. So basically, sure, quit if you don't want to work, or drop out if you don't want to study here. The shutdown of the Orbis class was only caused because they tried to fight against something they should have never offended. Originally, Temple never considered shutting down the school, but they ended up taking such extreme measures for the crime of insulting the imperial family. I found out why the Orbis class had been shut down. So, what did it mean? What was the connection between finding out who was behind the assassination and the Orbis class's self-destruction? Clap. Og. I was thinking when Charlotte suddenly hit me on my back. You look like you're about to do something again. Am I right? No, I didn't even say anything like that, right? Every time I see you thinking hard about something, you're about to cause some trouble. It's obvious. Stay in temple, okay? No, don't even leave the dormitory. B, but I still have to take my classes. Who told you not to go to class? Just don't wander around in weird places outside of class. Look at you playing dumb with me even though you know full well what I mean. Anyway, I mean it. Even though she said she didn't have much time, Charlotte ended up grabbing me and nagging me, almost going on with a long monologue. A person who would get nagged by a princess. I mean, wasn't that also quite a unique position to be in? I glanced at the nagging girl, thinking that Charlotte might actually hit me again if she thought that I was deep in thought again. After going off on me for a while, Charlotte sighed. Reinhardt, don't you think I've been scolded enough already? What else do you want to say? Her expression was slightly more subtle, different from when she was nagging me. Don't cause any trouble. I'm saying this because I'm genuinely concerned. That's how it is now and how it will be in the future. Somehow, Charlotte's expression looked sad. She said that she was busy. Was there something going on? Understood. Charlotte waited for an answer. I'm taking my leave. I'm sorry. I'd like to talk more, but I'm busy. When will you be back in the dorms? The words I brought out in that situation where my life was on the line seemed pretty pathetic. If you don't cause any trouble, I might be able to come back right away. Charlotte narrowed her eyes as she said that. For some reason, I wasn't able to take my eyes off of Charlotte's back as she left the campus with light steps. I watched her for quite some time. The vague writer's advice was still incomprehensible to me in the end. What conclusion could I draw from the fact that the Orbis class was shut down due to butting heads with the imperial family? We weren't in a democratic society. The imperial family ruled over everything in the empire. Even in Temple, which was run with the enormous support of the imperial family, there was no way that threats against the imperial family would work. So in the end, the only thing left was the clear advice. I had to meet up with Oscar alone. However, no matter how I looked at it, that was a very risky endeavor. I might be able to get a clue from that meeting, but it was very likely that the outcome would be incredibly bad. The risk was far too great. How could I win in a real fight against Oscar, who could use magic body strengthening? Even if I ambushed him with the Flame of Tuesday and the protection bracelet equipped, it still looked bad. Lilka Erin's situation was also a problem, but I couldn't just hold my breath like that. I couldn't just stay holed up in Temple forever, either. For the moment, I decided to wait for more information. There might be something I had missed or didn't know yet, after all. A few days later, Sakigar paid me a visit. I have been given a list of groups that engage in assassination. It was the right move to go through the Thieves' Guild to get information about the underworld. Sakigar wrote down the names of several groups in my notebook. They were all new organizations. Obviously, this isn't a list of all active assassins, and there are also some hidden organizations. However, I infiltrated those that are active in the imperial capital and was able to confirm that there hadn't been any assassination requests regarding Your Highness. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with those words. There were a total of 5 organizations that made their money through contract killings in the imperial capital. And within that short amount of time, Sakigar had already infiltrated them and finished his information gathering. That bastard. I didn't really care before, but just how capable was he? Well, he even managed to kidnap the imperial princess from the castle. Just as Loar and Elaris were highly skilled, Sakigar was also bound to be outstanding in his field. When I thought of it, there were actually 5 whole organizations specialized in contract killings. I felt my knees getting soft. There wouldn't be any assassination attempts from groups from other regions. Right? Yes, Your Highness. Then that meant that the person who was aiming for me actually tried doing it themselves, or it was someone who spontaneously tried to stab me in the back while overcome with hatred. I seriously wished I could see the culprit's face using preview, but I was already grateful enough that this scammer saved me when I was about to die. I had to do the next steps myself. The assassins and contract killers were clean. In the end, everything led up to me meeting up with Oscar. It would be dangerous if I went alone, but what the hell? Well, I shall take my leave now. Ah, yes. Good job. Sakigar transformed from his maid form into his sparrow form, which he also used to enter the place. Ah, wait. Then I waved my hands towards Sakigar, who was about to fly away. Tweet. Sakigar, in sparrow form, tilted his head as if asking what was the matter. Could you maybe go with me somewhere for a bit? Tweet. Sakigar was able to transform into a non-human form whenever he wanted. So I was able to go meet Oscar alone, while not actually being alone. The sparrow was jumping, showing its enthusiasm with its whole body. Was he that excited that I needed him? In the end, while his purpose was a little problematic, there was no one more loyal than him. I didn't even do anything for him. I felt kind of sorry for no reason. Chapter 251. They decided to shut the Orbis class down. But the procedure took time, of course. The students who submitted their withdrawal from the facility as a form of collective action seemed to have been expelled from Temple for disgracing the school. However, those that refrained from such actions would remain in Temple and get reassigned to other schools. As far as I knew, the first years were living in the general headquarters after they were summoned there to protect them from the seniors' retaliation. Both seniors and juniors were under investigation, so the seniors would be living in the Orbis class dormitory. If Oscar had actually submitted his withdrawal, I wondered if I had to go to Imperatos, the imperial castle, to meet him. Putting aside whether I could or couldn't go there, I was pretty sure that Oscar hadn't dropped out, and that he wouldn't get punished either. Seeing the way he did things, I didn't think that he had actually ever laid a hand on his juniors directly. There was no way that he, who was careful to indirectly bully his juniors and express his insults in a roundabout way, would participate in something like collective actions to openly antagonize someone. Even if he was a distant member of the imperial family, he wouldn't do something like that. I left the royal class dormitory as if I was conducting a covert operation. If I was going to do something alone, I was sure there would be a lot of people who would want to stop me. However, shouldn't I clean up the shit I caused myself? Furthermore, I wasn't actually going alone. I moved while keeping an eye on Sakigar in the form of a sparrow, who flew around, following me while adapting to my speed, sitting on branches and watching me. If things seemed to get serious, Sakigar would swoop in. I didn't really know what kind of excuse I would give him if that happened, but he was my insurance. Either way, it would be far better than dying. If Oscar killed me in the middle of Temple, his head would go flying as well, so he probably wouldn't try that anyway. I only ever visited the Orbis class once, but it was going to shut down. At that point, wasn't I like a monster that brought disaster wherever it went? Well, I mean, as I was the demon prince that should have been about right. In the end, none of the Orbis class students would look upon me favorably. Was it even okay to show up there? Oscar wasn't the only problem. I could get stabbed by someone else, right? I should keep my guard up for now. The Orbis class dormitory was designated as a controlled area. The Royal Class Dormitory was a place not everyone could get into, and the same rang true for the Orbis class as well. However, since it had turned into a controlled area, guards were deployed at every entrance 24/7. Of course, I couldn't get in like that. I could see some people leaving the dormitory with suitcases from time to time. They must have been the seniors who had submitted their withdrawals and were told to leave Temple due to those actions. None of them looked very happy. However, oddly enough, I couldn't call those expressions simply unhappy. Rather than feeling bad about it, should I say that they seemed as if they were prepared for something? The expressions on the Orbis class seniors' faces, which seemed incredibly hardened, somehow felt a little strange to me. Sakigar watched over me from nearby in the form of a sparrow. This is currently a controlled area. The guard at the entrance told me to stand back and pointed to the inside of the dorm. I have no intention of going in, I just want to meet someone. I have something to tell them. Fortunately, the guard wasn't unresponsive and asked me who I was there to meet. When I told him I wanted to see Oscar de Guardias, he simply nodded and sent another guard to enter the dorm. How long is it going to take? I saw a blond, young man walking down the hall, approaching the entrance. What business do you have with me? As I thought, that guy didn't drop out. Oscar de Guardias seemed surprised rather than angered that I went to visit him. Was he not actually related to the assassination attempt? When I asked him to talk with me, that guy and I sat down on a bench in a secluded place near the dormitory because completely going out was forbidden. Sakigar sat on a branch close by and kept watch. He was just a cute little sparrow right then, but if he got angry, he would turn into a dragon. How reliable. Contrary to my concerns, Oscar didn't seem to be hostile towards me. However, I couldn't be careless around him. He was a narrow-eyed character after all. Isn't it quite funny? You only fought once, but as a result, the Orbis class, which boasts a long history, ended up getting shut down. It's not funny. Really. I find it quite funny. Oscar simply laughed. I didn't know what he was thinking on the inside, but he seemed to be having quite some fun on the surface. That guy's attitude during the disciplinary committee meeting was also a bit weird. He didn't try to defend himself. He didn't try to put the blame on me. And he didn't even seem shocked when Lilka Erin dropped that bombshell. Quite contrary. He seemed to find the situation quite amusing. Even then, he didn't seem to hold any resentment. Was he good at hiding his emotions? There shouldn't be any reason for him to personally like what was going on. Are you afraid of retaliation? Even though I didn't say anything, he knew exactly why I had gone to him. Honestly, yes. Those are useless concerns. Of course, after that incident, most Orbis class students ended up hating you, and there are a lot of other people who also resent you. But what good would laying their hands on you do? The only fact that would remain is that they harmed the Imperial Prince and Princess's classmate. Why was he kindly telling me those things? I was worried about getting into a fight with that guy at first, but the more I spoke to him, the weirder and weirder I started to feel. Don't think that every person in this world is as impulsive as you. I couldn't deny his words. What he said was true. Laying hands on me was too risky, so no one would attack me directly. However, I was pretty sure that there was someone that impulsive around, though. Impulsive enough to try to stab Ellen and me and run away. Well, that's how I think, and if others think the same way, they wouldn't dare touch you. What good would touching a student of a special class do? Of course, there are some people who would be bold enough to pick some fights if they met you in person, so be careful when you meet seniors from Orbis class while walking around on Main Street. That's all, Oscar grinned and patted my cheek. Don't worry and just go to your classes. Why did he look so happy? Why didn't he have any resentment? That guy just stared at me before he gave me some words. If there's nothing else, you can go. That was all Oscar said. Just what was he thinking? However, it was Oscar who stood up first after he told me to go. There wasn't even a hint of concern visible. Even after I went to see him personally, I got nothing out of it. I felt like he was possessed by a ghost or something. If what I saw wasn't wrong, Oscar didn't hold any sentiments whatsoever towards me, and even seemed somewhat appreciative. Oscar turned a corner, then a sparrow landed on my shoulder. Something stinks, tweet. As if to answer me, the sparrow chirped enthusiastically. Oscar and the Orbis class are the same. This is just too weird. It was strange. However, I couldn't pinpoint what exactly was strange about it. It was certain that there were people out to kill me because of the Orbis class incident. However, Oscar tried to reassure me that nothing would happen to me. Of course, there was a good chance that he'd lied. Maybe he did something like that to try to make me drop my guard before stabbing me in the back. To tell me that there wouldn't be any assassination attempts against me. That was just far too risky. That's right. His words had to be right. But just what was Oscar enjoying so much? I found his behavior exceedingly weird. The Orbis class's shutdown wasn't the problem. There seemed to be something dubious and concerning happening behind the scenes right at that moment. Just what was that assassination attempt on me? Was it actually just a vindictive individual? Rather than solving the problem, I felt like the problem just had become more complicated. However, Oscar was certainly hiding something. I could feel that much. Find out what this is about. Yes, Your Highness. Oh, that surprised me. I couldn't help but get surprised when the sparrow on my shoulder suddenly started to speak. There is a demon called a doppelganger. Since it's a type of demon that commonly appears in ghost stories and legends, humans also spread those stories among themselves. Doppelgangers originally had a very small population and weren't native to the Darklands, so they appeared more frequently in the human realm. They were a type of demon who could assume another person's form and pretend to be them. Doppelgangers were sometimes portrayed to be either evil or simply mischievous entities. Doppelgangers could only transform into someone else, and dreadfiends could transform their bodies freely. As such, dreadfiends were perfectly superior to doppelgangers. Eavesdropping on others was the easiest thing in the world for Sarkigar, who belonged to the dreadfiend clan. While transforming into something the size of a mosquito was too much, he could change into something the size of a cockroach, and cockroaches could hide pretty much anywhere. Sarkigar didn't quite like changing into such small life forms, since one would actually die if they were killed while they were transformed, and such beings had low durability. The first thing Sarkigar specialized in was eavesdropping. The second, digging up secrets. There was always someone people confided their secrets to. If someone disguised themselves as one of those beings and tried to elicit an answer from someone, they could easily obtain information. Of course, that was a pretty dangerous way of going about it, because it created memories in the other party of meeting and talking with someone, even though they didn't actually meet that person. Sakuga wanted to use his first method, which was the easiest. He was already able to infiltrate Temple, which was surrounded by multiple barriers. As such, it was easy for him to infiltrate the Orbis-class dormitory, which only had some guards standing before the entrance, crevices in doors, inside closets. There were many places for him to hide and many ways to infiltrate. Sakigar entered the dormitory in the form of a bird and followed Oscar de Guardias. When he opened the door to his private room, Sakigar turned into a small cockroach, crawled under the door, and immediately hid in the crack between a closet and the wall. Even if he was discovered, the only concerns that would come about were hygienic ones. No one would suspect that a cockroach would be a spy planted by someone. There were many ways to prevent and destroy eavesdropping magics or familiars, but Sakigar was an actual living being. When he turned into a cockroach, he actually turned into one. He was just a cockroach with a dreadfiend's soul and intellect. Such was the nature of his transformation ability that was equivalent to the ultimate magic, polymorph. What could prevent Sakigar from eavesdropping in that state wasn't anti-eavesdropping magic, but pesticide. Other than the Imperial Palace, Imperatos, where security and barrier systems had been maximized after the kidnapping, there were very few places Sakigar couldn't get into. One of those places was the palace Charlotte de Guardias resided in. Fortunately, the Orbis-class dormitory, which had good hygiene, had no insect problems, so it was unlikely that they applied pesticides everywhere. There was no reason to worry. So Sakigar stayed still in Oscar de Guardias's private room. All appointments he had to attend, as Count Argon Pontius had already been cancelled, so he had no other plans for the near future. His Highness's needs were his top priority. Cockroach mode, Sakigar climbed up the wall and looked down on Oscar's private room from the top of a closet. It seemed that he had packed a few suitcases. Oscar didn't drop out, so if he was assigned to a different class, he would have to pack up his things in advance to move there. It was a room he was already ready to leave. Otherwise, there was nothing special about it. It looked like everything, including books, had already been put away. Oscar was sitting at his desk. Sakigar couldn't see the expression on his face because he was looking down at him from above. He wasn't writing anything. However, he seemed to be thinking about something with his arms crossed. For quite a long time. There was no reason for him to do anything, so he just sat still. Sakigar changed his position and moved to a place where he could see Oscar's face. If a cockroach moved into view, it was obvious that one would try to catch it, so he had to be careful not to get caught. Oscar wore a smile on his face. He seemed to just keep smiling and thinking about something the whole time. Knock, knock, suddenly someone knocked. Oscar got up and opened the door. Oscar, a letter has arrived for you. Yes, thank you. A staff member delivered a letter to him. Oscar opened and read it. Sakigar changed his position once again, strengthened his eyesight, and read the contents of the letter from a distance with him. This is regarding the magic logarithm theory you inquired about last time. We have reviewed the theory, and it works, however. There are some prerequisites that need to be filled to publish. It was filled with talks about, for Sakigar, incomprehensible and specialized knowledge. Did he present some kind of question regarding his major, or some kind of new theory to a research institute somewhere, and that was the answer? Sakigar quietly read the letter's contents. It was full of unintelligible jargon, but he realized that the content wasn't actually important. Why would that guy make such a face when he read that letter filled to the brim with academic terminology? It was clear that his expression didn't give off something like academic elation at the contents of the letter. He looked almost ecstatic, so Sakigar was able to conclude something after looking at Oscar's reaction that didn't fit the letter. While he didn't know the details, he was sure that it was a coded letter. Oscar had exchanged a coded letter with someone else. Sakigar noticed that he read something completely different from what the letter seemed to say on the surface. That alone was a good harvest already. Sakigar didn't look at the letter, he looked at the envelope. Sender Empire's second Magic Theory Research Center, where he had to go next, was decided. Infiltration and intelligence gathering. Sakigar was more specialized in those fields than anyone else. Sakigar reported to me what he had found out. It looks like he's exchanging encrypted messages with someone. Yes, Your Highness. It wasn't just an assumption. Oscar was really in an extremely good mood. Coded letters, students dropping out, the Orbis class shutting down. I could make several guesses from that. However, at that stage, they were only speculations, and nothing was confirmed. Did Oscar really have nothing to do with the assassination attempt? The idea that the assassination attempt was being undertaken by a large group became increasingly certain. I felt like Oscar's plans were completely unrelated to me. I also needed to find out about that, but it was more urgent to find out who was trying to kill me. The most likely suspects were the sponsors of the Orbis class seniors, those in power from their side, and Oscar de Guardias. However, that guy's attitude made me want to rule him out. It smelled like an organization. I didn't know what kind of organization, but they'd organized that collective boycott. It was clear that someone had instructed the Orbis class, but I wasn't sure I needed to feel any concern about them. If that was the case, then what did the writer's advice try to tell me? I took a risk and met up with Oscar, and I found out that he didn't actually care about me, although I didn't really get any definite information. If that was the case, I had to go to the next level. I could erase countless, powerful groups from my mental list. There was one person that came to mind. Even though the Orbis class acted in an organized manner, they would never be a proper organization. If he seemed to be part of the class, it would just be a disguise. Of the many people who would have a personal grudge against me, who would actually try to kill me, while I wasn't sure if he was behind it before, I knew that he would dirt his hands later on, which was how I figured out his identity. He was one of the characters I wrote about, but he was just a one-off villain, so I'd forgotten his name. I only remembered again after I looked through the teacher list. One of Temple's teachers, Erin Medera. Yes, one of Temple's alchemy teachers and an active alchemist. That guy didn't actually belong to the Orbis class. Try digging up information on him. Report everything you find ASAP. He was the one who used black magic to strengthen Ender Wilton. Yes, Your Highness. He was a black magician who actually belonged to the magic society called the Black Order. He should have been incredibly angry that his laboratory, the Orbis class, was being shut down. There was still a chance that it wasn't him. If he wasn't, then I could just move on to the next suspect. I had Sakigar, after all. Sakigar didn't even ask how I was able to point that person out. He just did what I told him. What a loyal retainer. That felt good. That night. Inside Imperial Palace Imperatos. Spring Palace, the princess's bedroom. The imperial family had been in a state of emergency for some time. Very few people actually knew the details, but most could feel that the atmosphere around the imperial family was quite unusual. It wasn't due to the Orbis class situation. Even though Temple was one of the Empire's most important businesses, in the end, it was just a business. At the moment, the imperial family was suffering from internal problems. There might have been a group of people who rejoiced at those concerns. But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, the imperial family couldn't afford to pay attention to external matters right then. Your Highness, you must go to bed now. Charlotte smiled bitterly at Dyrus's words while sitting in her rocking chair. I know that this is pointless, but I can't seem to sleep. In addition to Dyrus, it was decided that Savelin Turner, the leader of the 1st Imperial Night Division, Shanipal, was to be included. You might feel better if you keep improving your stamina. Even while listening to Savelin's words, Charlotte just stayed in the rocking chair, slowly rocking her body in it. Midnight. There was no one in the bedroom of the princess's palace except those two. Charlotte just kept on sitting in her rocking chair, absent-mindedly in that empty spring palace. What about the compensation? It's better if you don't worry about it. The compensation. Charlotte looked at Savelin Turner. I asked what you did about it. I took measures so that they won't feel regret. So that they won't feel regret, Charlotte muttered helplessly, covering her face with her hands. How much money is enough so that one won't regret someone paying with their life, something that can't be exchanged for anything else? In the first place, is that something money can even buy? Your Highness. At Dyrus's words, Charlotte released her face from her hands. The princess's right eye was dyed black. Isn't it funny, saying these things after I killed her? Charlotte shook her head firmly as she spoke in a melancholic tone. Your Highness didn't kill her. If it wasn't me who killed her, then who did? With my own hands, with my own ability, I killed a maidservant who worked in my palace for such a long time. So if it wasn't me, who on earth did it? Next, Savelin stepped in. Your Highness lost your consciousness at the time and ended up doing something bad during that moment. You can't even remember what happened, so your Highness can't be blamed for it. Things will get better soon. Despite Saverlin's concerned and hopeful outlook, Charlotte's expression didn't improve. It'll get better. How on earth could she believe that things would improve in that situation that only seemed to get worse? She lost her consciousness from time to time, taken over by a different being. I am here on the orders of the Imperial Court in case of such emergencies, Your Highness. Nothing will happen anymore. Saverlin Turner stayed in the Spring Palace because of the Emperor's orders. Charlotte focused her mind and slowly drove away the power that had consumed her right eye. Even that hardly worked anymore. At Saverlin's consolations, Charlotte looked at her. Dame Turner, you don't have to tell me such lies. You are here to deal with me in case it is necessary. Your Highness, something like that will never happen. Even if it would cost me my life, I will never do something like that. Charlotte smiled sadly when she saw Saverlin's pale complexion. I'm not saying this because I'm questioning you, Dame Turner, Charlotte murmured quietly, her eyes closed. I'm asking you to not hesitate when the time comes. Can you promise me that you won't hesitate? After a moment of silence, Saverlin Turner replied, I cannot promise you that. Never. Charlotte smiled sadly and leaned back in her rocking chair. She'd suddenly started to sleepwalk after the group mission of the second semester ended. When she stood barefoot in the hallway of that mansion in the middle of the night, Charlotte felt like she was dreaming. It was not until she saw Reinhardt that she realized that she wasn't actually dreaming, but that she moved in her sleep. Charlotte wanted to believe that she simply sleepwalked. However, when she decided not to stay in the dormitory anymore, Charlotte was already fully aware that she wasn't sleepwalking. Even though she knew that she didn't, she vaguely wanted to believe that it was the reason. However, she knew that it wasn't just a simple disorder. What happened last time made her realize that the thing that was happening to her wasn't that simple. Still, things would be fine as long as she didn't fall asleep. She wouldn't lose control unless she fell asleep. However, even if she decided not to sleep from then on, her body would eventually be taken over again. Every time she thought that the end was near, someone's face passed by Charlotte's eyes. Someone else's face started to appear as well from a certain point. Those two. It saddened Charlotte that she could tell neither of them about her situation. I'm scared of the night, Charlotte muttered helplessly. Chapter 252, Someone was trying to kill Reinhardt. Ellen still didn't believe that, however. She didn't think it was a baseless delusion either. Reinhardt had done a lot of bad things everywhere, and it was true that he'd become the target of many grudges due to the Orbis class incident. Reinhardt certainly acted strange when they were out together that one time. He'd suddenly broken out in a cold sweat and become wary of his surroundings. Then, with him telling her not to leave his arms, they'd returned to Temple in a tense manner. Obviously, Ellen didn't feel anything at that time. She knew that her senses were very sharp, sharp enough to sense Lawyer's killing intent. How could Reinhardt feel killing intent that she couldn't? No matter how she thought about it, no one seemed to be after them, however. Reinhardt was convinced. So that was why he seemed to be struggling a lot those days. She could see that he was very much on edge. He only used moderate amounts of strength during their training, perhaps to preserve his stamina. He had enough confidence to protect himself. However, she wanted to help Reinhardt. She didn't see the fact that he was already being helped enough. Reinhardt felt like he was in danger, so she wanted to do something. There was no such thing as an assassin, so she wanted to give him assurance and help Reinhardt turn back to normal. However, if there was actually an assassin after him, she wanted to do something on her own. On the weekend, although Ellen told Reinhardt not to do anything dangerous, she actually headed out of Temple. It would be dangerous for Reinhardt, but if it was Ellen, that wasn't the case. Ellen had already joined the ranks of superhumans and was able to handle some clumsy assassins, even if they came in the dozens. There was just one thing. She didn't know what she should do, when they would come out, and where she should even start. She wanted to somehow relieve Reinhardt's anxiety. She wanted to reassure him by showing him that there was no such thing as an assassin after him. So Ellen recklessly left Temple. She believed that there were no assassins around. It would be better if there weren't, because that would be better for Reinhardt's nerves. However, there she was, leaving Temple to look for them. Without really knowing what to do, Ellen simply moved on with the conviction that there might be an assassin or a group trying to assassinate him. There was someone out to kill Reinhardt. While she felt a bit creeped out thinking about those things, she had to. If she wanted to kill Reinhardt, what would she do? There were two different settings. Were they insiders or outsiders in regards to Temple? For the moment, she assumed it was outside of Temple. When he was within Temple, Reinhardt didn't behave as strangely as he did when they were outside before. In that case, it was highly likely that the setting was outside. She didn't feel it herself, but Reinhardt definitely felt something then. Assuming that the assassin was around at that time, why didn't they launch an attack? Assassination should be carried out under optimal circumstances, and that was the case back then. Ellen was tired, and Reinhardt was carrying her. However, Reinhardt noticed. That would mean that the assassin was a prudent person. They were going to attempt to assassinate them in a deserted location with no witnesses around. As soon as they were surrounded by the crowd, the assassin decided not to reveal themselves. After that day, the optimal conditions for assassinating Reinhardt never came to be again because he didn't leave Temple. Was it impossible to do in Temple? Standing at the entrance of Temple, Ellen looked around. If one didn't have a pass, one couldn't even go through the security checkpoint before Temple. It was a system similar to entering a Mana train station, but much more strict. Convinced that there was an assassin, Ellen measured her steps. Without hesitation, she entered Temple's access control office. "I'm Ellen, first-year Aminus 2 of the Royal Class." Ellen presented her student ID. Even though she was wearing her school uniform, she didn't want to arouse any unnecessary suspicion. "Oh, how can I help you? Can a person who doesn't have a permit to enter Temple still get into Temple?" At that rather random question of the Royal Class student, the staff member tilted their head. "Of course not. Are there no exceptions? Why? Are you concerned about Temple security? I'm just curious." There was no reason to answer students' questions just because they asked, but she was a Royal Class student. The staff kindly pointed to Temple's entrance gate, seeming a little embarrassed. "You seem to be worried that they might be able to climb over the fence or something, but that won't happen. First of all, the fence is so high that no ordinary person could jump over it easily, and there's also a barrier built over it. If someone tries to get across it recklessly, an alarm would go off, and they would get hit by a stun-type automatic defense magic, so they wouldn't be able to move until the guards arrested them. Likewise, it's impossible for someone to enter from above because Temple's defensive barrier is dome-shaped. It's completely impossible to penetrate it from the sky. To be exact, it can detect flying objects and will take action if required. What about counterfeit passes? Impossible. They are magic items, so each pass is unique. Wouldn't it be possible to use someone else's pass? I see what you're worried about." A student suddenly went to them and asked about Temple security. The staff member didn't know why, but she looked incredibly serious. "If one steals a pass and uses a disguise or camouflage magic, that would be difficult to identify. But the members of this office check everyone with Dispel as soon as they pass through the entrance gate. Their cover would be blown at that point, and don't we keep checking people coming in with this biosignal analyzer as well? Even if they disguise themselves in different ways, they would still get caught. Aren't there just faculty members and students in Temple? Well, not every person that comes in can be considered safe. But when we select staff who will work in Temple and people who want to open stores in Temple, we measure them to the same standards as when selecting people who aspire to work for the imperial family. Of course, that inevitably causes problems, but Temple puts the student's safety first in this matter. Ellen was able to confirm that Temple had very few security holes. However, very few still meant that there were some. While they cast Dispel on visitors to check whether they used camouflage magic, they wouldn't be able to look through physical disguises. They could do personal identification via biosignal analyzers, but magic tools weren't perfect either. Ellen knew that if someone had a deep understanding of magic tools, they would certainly be able to disturb their workings. One could also bribe some of the faculty members or students. There were many people in Temple that would take that money. It wasn't impossible at all for an outside organization to assassinate Reinhardt within Temple. In a place where far too many people gathered like Temple, it was impossible to promise absolute safety. It wasn't that Temple's countermeasures were insufficient, it was something that couldn't be helped. "Yes, thank you." Ellen left the access control office after she said so. Ellen realized that, while Temple was safer than most other places in the capital, it wasn't absolutely safe. Ellen didn't have as much influence as her other classmates. She only had her strength and intellect. Ellen could only think and take action. If she assumed she was the head of an assassin organization and was asked to kill a temple student, if she had a chance but her target noticed, ran away, and hid themselves in temple because he noticed someone was trying to assassinate him. In that case, there would be two ways to go about it. She would either have to assassinate her target within temple or make them leave temple. To assassinate a student within temple, she would need to find someone with a temple pass, bribe them or somehow steal it from them, and then disguise herself as them to enter temple. If they decided to do that, they would have to pass the biosignal analyzer, and while that was difficult, it wasn't like there was no way to get through that. Of course, just getting inside temple wasn't the end of it. They would have to be able to infiltrate the royal class dormitory. While the royal class dormitory didn't have its own guards, several teachers on duty resided there. It wasn't so difficult that you could call it impossible, but if a stranger suddenly popped up, everyone would be incredibly wary of them. The royal class was a place where the elite of the elite gathered. Infiltrating and trying to assassinate someone in a place where each student might have some sort of power was quite an unreasonable choice. The chances of not getting caught were really low. Infiltrating temple wasn't impossible, but it would be very difficult to get out safely after killing Reinhardt. They wanted to assassinate Reinhardt without getting caught, or so it seemed. If assassinating him within temple was impossible, there was only one option left, waiting for Reinhardt to leave temple. If there really was an assassin, Ellen realized an obvious fact. They were bound to closely monitor Temple's entrance. They never knew when Reinhardt would leave, so they would have to wait to seize the opportunity. Being patient was as easy as breathing for them. Standing at the entrance of Temple, where some faculty members and students came and went, Ellen looked around. The assassin had to be on the lookout for Reinhardt from somewhere around there, and if it was true that they were about to carry out an assassination attempt on them at that time, her appearance riding on Reinhardt's back had to have already been saved in their memories. In that case, her own information might have already been shared among the assassins. They had to know that she was Reinhardt's friend. In other words, if an assassin was lurking around here, they would be looking at her right at that moment. Obviously, rather than her expression or movement, Ellen had been able to read Lawyer's killing intent through sheer instinct. Like a beast born with such instincts, she was like that as well. Hostility towards her, killing intent towards Reinhardt. It was completely different from mana sensitivity and the like. Ellen tried to feel who was looking at her at the moment, and if there really was an assassin positioned there. She wondered whether Reinhardt felt like that when he tried to strengthen himself with magical power. She couldn't feel anything. She was only able to instinctively feel hostility, but she didn't know how to actively feel it. She had no idea. That feeling of not knowing what to do, right when she seemed to slightly understand how Reinhardt might feel, though putting it that way might have been a bit much. Ellen could feel it. The gazes directed her way. That was the first time that Ellen was surprised by her own senses. She couldn't believe that something like that was possible. She didn't feel killing intent or any other emotion from the gazes. She simply felt like she was being watched. Just how much further could she go? Why on earth was she even able to do something like that? While Ellen was in awe of her ability, she walked in one direction, feeling that gaze on her without even having to focus on it. She could only feel one gaze on her. Ellen walked to a different place. She didn't feel the gaze from the main street, but from a nearby cafe. They were looking at her, but also weren't. Ellen also looked at them without actually looking as she moved out of Temple's entrance. Reinhardt. As expected, when Ellen moved, her observer also moved. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you." Although she was in awe of herself and feeling as if she was something other than human. "Still, I'll protect you at all costs." She was willing to do anything for Reinhardt. No matter what she was, she would become anything for him, even if she became something beyond a monster. That was what Ellen thought. When she heard that Reinhardt was willing to die for her, if she could feel that feeling of being his whole world once again. No matter what kind of monster she turned into, she could endure everything. That was what Ellen believed. Iridian District, a side alley. She didn't have to wait long. Boom! Kook! Ellen held her breath, and when her observer followed her into the alley, she immediately attacked them from behind. Ellen's lake-like eyes glowed calmly. However, her actions were anything but calm. Kurg! Kuhak! Ellen opened the mouth of her fallen stalker and kicked away the sword that was sliding on the floor to prevent him from doing anything stupid. Ugh, ugh, Ellen's calm eyes looked down at the stalker. Who are you? Who ordered you to do this? Why did they do that? Ellen looked down at him, her expression ghastly. I'll spare you if you tell me. Ook, if you understood, nod your head. Ellen was expressionless, but she gave off killing intent at the moment. However, seeing the bizarre phenomenon happening before her, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Grinned. Frighteningly thick veins started to appear right in front of her on the man's face. KRR, SPLSH. As the veins burst, blood splashed out. Ellen immediately used her magical power to protect herself from the splashing blood, but things were already in motion. You, Uuk, Ark, Orwuk. What? Badump, KRR. The veins all over the man's body suddenly swelled up, and his eyes rolled up into his head. That person died right in front of her. Ellen blankly stared at the corpse. Push, push. Then something pushed itself out of the body's swollen veins. Bugs! Grotesque-looking, black, earthworm-like insects wiggled themselves through the man's veins and crawled out, crumbling like dust and disappearing. She didn't know what happened. She couldn't understand it. Before she knew it, the dead man's veins, which had been bulging up until then, suddenly calmed down. Even the wounds left by the worms were completely gone. The man suddenly looked like a normal corpse. Ellen was unable to understand the situation before her, but she could predict what would happen to her. At that rate, she would be mistaken as the murderer. Ellen pondered as she looked down at the body of the man before her who'd suddenly died. Should she go find a guard? If she explained everything, there was a high possibility that she would be released after proving that she was a temple student. However, that would obviously take time. While she didn't know much about magic, she was certain it was related to it. The body still before her, Ellen suddenly had a chilling thought. The dead man seemed to have been manipulated by bugs of some sort. Was that really magic? Were temple security measures able to dispel that kind of magic? Could someone controlled by that parasite get into temple? No, that couldn't be. If that were the case, the people inside temple who were controlled by the bugs would have already tried to kill Reinhardt. Someone who manipulated people with some sort of bug was behind the assassination attempt, however. Those who were controlled by them couldn't enter temple. It was still safe within temple. Ellen figured out there was an assassin, and she had found a very big clue. She was left with a choice to make. Was she going to call the guards and let them know about the incident? If she did that, she would have to spend countless hours trying to defend herself against the charges while explaining how the person died. A few days. She had to be prepared to be interrogated for at least a few days because it was a murder case. She couldn't waste precious time like that. Ellen looked down at the corpse. There were no witnesses anywhere to be seen in the alley. She hadn't killed him. He was someone who had been manipulated, and there was a high probability that he was an innocent person. I'm sorry. She felt sorry for the injustice of it. Ellen rose up, inwardly vowing that she would definitely find out what had made him go through that, even though she couldn't take responsibility for it at that moment. She first had to go to Reinhardt. She had to make sure that he was safe. Guilt was creeping up in a corner of Ellen's mind as she ran to temple, ignoring the corpse. Reinhardt. What? Reinhardt was training with Cliffman in the Royal Class Dormitory's training room. She was a bit nervous, thinking that something would have happened, but nothing happened. What is it? Why are you sweating like that? Where have you been? No, it's nothing. Someone actually wants to kill you. I don't know what happened, but someone actually died on his own. I left the body alone and ran here like crazy because I was worried about you. Ellen stopped herself from saying that. If she told him something like that, Reinhardt would try to do something about it on his own again. If he got her clues, he would definitely throw himself in danger again. That was the kind of guy he was. He would always try to put himself in danger. Do you want to train? Reinhardt tried to hand her a training sword. She would normally take him up on the offer, but not that time. Not that day. Reinhardt knew nothing, but he at least knew that he was in deep danger, so he wouldn't leave temple. No, I have something to do today. He should just stay low in that safe place, staying ignorant of the situation. Leaving the training hall, Ellen walked down the hallway. She would definitely get to the bottom of it. She had to find out the truth. I'm going to, she felt her mind drifting off. Kill them. Ellen surrendered her body to her silent fury. Chapter 253. Ellen didn't know much about magic other than what could be considered basic common sense. However, she seemed certain that the human controlling worm was a product of magic. If they were ordinary creatures, people infested with them wouldn't be able to enter temple. Magic was the keyword. So Ellen went to look for Harriet. It was the weekend. Harriet was devoted to her research in the new club called the Magic Research Society, so Ellen went to their club mansion. Harriet was astonished when Ellen arrived, but she still followed her outside. "What's the matter?" Harriet was surprised that Ellen had gone to that place she had no reason to visit, but she was even more curious about what she wanted. "Are there insects that can make humans their hosts and control them?" "Yeah, there might be bugs like that." "What kinds are there?" Harriet shook her head. "Why are you so curious about that?" Ellen thought about telling Harriet everything. It would be stupid not to get help from a magic major student. However, she couldn't tell her anything. If she were to tell her the truth, it would boil down to her doing something dangerous instead of Reinhardt. Harriet would definitely try to stop her. Even if she were to convince her, it would be the same. She couldn't take Harriet to do such dangerous things. She could risk her own life, but she couldn't risk the lives of her friends. "I can't tell you the exact reason. I'm sorry, but it's important." Rather than telling lame lies, Ellen preferred speaking straightforwardly like that. "Could you please look into this for me?" Harriet silently looked at Ellen. An important matter. Harriet could guess that it had to do with Reinhardt. If it didn't have anything to do with him, why else would Ellen wear such an expression? "I don't know what happened to Reinhardt, but he doesn't look that good lately." Could it be because of that? Harriet felt like Ellen had defeated her yet again. "Okay, I'll look into it." Even still, Harriet agreed to help. Ellen didn't enter the Magic Research Society's mansion. She told her that it would be fine to enter, but Ellen said she would wait outside. Harriet didn't know much about parasites that could control people and the magic associated with them. She had a fair bit of knowledge about magic, but she knew next to nothing about that subject. If it was a parasite that could manipulate and even kill people, it would belong to the field of black magic, and a respectable wizard wouldn't care for such subjects. Of course, that didn't mean that Anna de Journa, a black magic major, wasn't a respectable wizard. The most important thing was how the magic was used. Pain-type curses that caused excruciating pain were strictly prohibited, but a fireball being thrown in the middle of a crowded square was worse by far. Harriet had no clue about that supposed black magic, so she entered the club mansion and sought Anna. Harriet was still a little uncomfortable around her. It wasn't because of her somewhat gloomy appearance and tone. Rather, every time she looked at Reinhardt, she seemed to get kind of weird. Her gaze seemed to contain something sticky. She didn't know why, but Anna was strange to her. It made her think that Anna was slightly dangerous. It wasn't because she was majoring in black magic. It was that she simply seemed like a dangerous person. Reinhardt also felt it when he noticed Anna continuously looking at him and felt burdened. So Harriet felt a bit reluctant to go to Anna. Still, she went to find her because it was Ellen's request. Anna hadn't been instructed by Reinhardt to do anything. Instead, she usually helped her classmate, Christina, with her research or studied from Louis Ankton how to manage her magical power better and optimize her activation. Bugs that can control people. Yes, are there such things? It might be parasite-type magic. Hmm. Anna tilted her head as if she was troubled, and her eyes somewhat glazed over and darted around. First to the left, then to the right, then to the left again. After doing that for a while, Anna opened her strangely red lips that greatly contrasted her pale face. It might be the case for most black magic, but parasite-type magic was originally considered a taboo curse. You mean it isn't anymore? Only for specific purposes. Which ones? Parasite-type magic is a type of magic that causes diseases or infections through parasite infestations. Ah, yes, I know that. Anna pointed towards Harriet, her chest to be precise. What, what are? What, why is she doing that? Is she comparing our sizes? Even though Harriet, unprompted, suddenly started misunderstanding her actions, Anna only said what she had to say. That means that such parasites that could spread infectious diseases could be used to eliminate such diseases. For example, if you have a parasite in your body and you take in those other parasites, you'll excrete them in the form of feces. Ah, that was what she meant. Harriet still felt that her expression seemed somewhat burdensome. Can't you control people with them as well? I don't know. There are so many different types of magic after all. but I'm not sure. Even among mind-type spells, mind control is a high-ranking one. If that type of magic can be expressed through bugs, yes, it doesn't seem to make much sense. Mind-type spells, in and of themselves, were difficult to perform. However, from simple spells that showed hallucinations to mind control, the difficulty sharply increased. A high-ranking spell comparable to mind control, which was said to be the highest-ranking spell of the mind-type spells, was mass teleport for space-type spells and fire storm for destruction-type spells. Of course, since they were fundamentally different types, it didn't mean that a wizard who could use mind control could use mass teleport and fire storm. Some worm replacing that type of high-ranking spell that could only be used by archmages. That didn't make any sense. Why was Ellen asking such a question with such urgency? What are you talking about? As Harriet and Anna were talking, Christina, who was working on various things in her lab, approached them with her goggles on. Her head was about to explode from clamoring for this and that reagent and material for moonshine. She left the laboratory to relax a bit. Harriet asked if there's black magic that could control people using bugs. Bugs that can control people. Christina was a curious and outgoing sort. It seemed like something that caught her interest came up, so her eyes were shining brightly. Why are you asking about that? Well, I heard that there were things like that. I just wondered what kind of magic was behind those things, so I thought it might be black magic, but now I don't think that's the case anymore. Ugh, bugs that can control people. How terrible. Christina shuddered, but then she lowered her head for a moment and took her goggles off before raising her head again as if she had remembered something. Right. Did you remember something? Do they look like hairworms? Hairworms. What are those? It was the first time Harriet had ever heard that word. There was no reason for a young lady, preciously raised by her family, to encounter something like hairworms, and there were no such insects in Temple, so there was no way for Harriet, who was already frightened by grasshoppers, to know about those monstrosities. What are those things? Even Anna of the Journer family, a family famous for producing excellent wizards in every generation, though not as many as Harriet's family, didn't know about those worms. Well, they are parasitic worms that live in the guts of other insects. They enter the organism in an egg state, grow inside of it, and when they mature, they control the insect to approach water, make them drown themselves, and finally crawl out of their stomachs. They look like threads and are very long. Both Harriet and Anna were surprised by that blunt explanation, shocked by Christina, who maintained a bright smile as she explained, and freaked out that such a vicious being existed in the world. If you don't know what they are, do you want me to draw a picture for you? No, that's fine. I feel like vomiting. Apart from feeling disgusted, they seemed extremely shocked at such a nefarious being's existence. So isn't that bug like a hairworm that controls people? Are there parasites like that? Where do you find them? Harriet was extremely shocked, but Anna, who just said that she would puke, glanced at Christina as if her interest had been piqued. If such bugs existed, it was clear what they would be used for. Harriet's worry for Reinhardt spiked. She didn't know what was going on, but she was certain that something would happen sooner or later. There aren't. As far as I know, at least. Phew, that's a relief. What a shame. Harriet tried to ignore the muted voice coming from next to her, pretending that she didn't hear anything. Christina looked at Harriet. But I don't know everything. There might be a bug like that, and we simply don't know about its existence. Do you really think that there is a possibility of them existing? If there aren't any, we can make some. A thought flashed through Harriet's mind at Christina's dangerous words. If it doesn't exist, just make it. Harriet specialized in magic, but Christina was an alchemy major. Alchemy students thought in terms of alchemy. If it doesn't exist, just make it. That concept was clearly prevalent in the field of alchemy. Are you talking about chimeras or homunculi? It's a forbidden practice, and you'd be sentenced to death immediately if anyone knew you were practicing such a thing, but you know. Christina smiled brightly. The ratio of crazy wizards is a lot higher among alchemists than black wizards. Harriet knew. Black wizards were rather antisocial, but that was just from an outsider's view. There were many alchemists hunted down or purged for doing some really crazy things in the wizards' society. In fact, there were no externally known black wizards who were also alchemists. Those who majored in both likely died from their own crazy experiments. It could be a chimera with the improved capabilities of a hairworm that makes it able to control humans, or a homunculus created for that purpose. Chimeras were made by using existing creatures as a base. Homunculi were living beings made from inanimate objects, not biological matter. They were different from golems. Just as mana trains weren't alive, golems were just a sort of machine. Homunculi were alive. That worm that was able to control humans could be the result of either of those practices. Is it possible to create something like that? I don't really know if it's possible or not, but don't you think it might be? Alchemists were those who explored different possibilities. They were slightly different from most wizards. In alchemy, we have things like recipes, so one can make such things just by following a recipe, right? As long as there are no parts that require magical power, even ordinary people could make them. That's right. It can't be. Harriet listened to Christina's words, widening her eyes as she thought of the possibilities. Even if one isn't on the level of an archmage, one could make as many copies of them as one wanted if one had the recipe of the homunculus or chimera made by an archmage. Of course, assuming that it's detailed enough. Christina was laughing, but the content of her words was incredibly creepy. I don't know if something like that really exists, of course. But that's different from saying it definitely doesn't exist. I wonder if there's actually anything in the world that could be described with the word absolute. Harriet was convinced by her words. There was already a creature in nature that could control other insects that wasn't even of magical nature. That would mean that it wasn't impossible. Magic could make the impossible possible. So making something that was already proven to be possible more potent was a rather easy feat for magic. Um, Come to think of it, what if a recipe already existed? Could I make something like that as well? Harriet was certain of it. Anna was clearly problematic. Although she didn't appear like that at first, she was a serious nutcase. Do you want to make something like that? Guys, please. Harriet was genuinely worried about the Class B students. Reinhardt, be careful. She didn't know what happened, but Harriet once more vowed to protect Reinhardt from the nutcases of the Magic Research Society. Harriet left the mansion and approached Ellen, who had been waiting for a long time, leaning against a tree in the garden. We don't know if it actually exists, but we think it's more likely that something like that could be made using alchemy rather than black magic. Ellen nodded silently after hearing the details. Thanks, Harriet. Won't you tell me? What's going on? Ellen lowered her gaze at Harriet's words. Does it have something to do with Reinhardt? Ellen didn't answer. However, that was answer enough. Why, sometimes. You're really. Yes, Harriet struggled to speak as she looked at Ellen, who couldn't even meet her eyes. I think you're really unfair. Harriet couldn't see what expression Ellen, who had lowered her head, was wearing. However, she could guess what her face looked like without seeing it. She probably wore a pathetic expression. Was she really saying those things to a friend? Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was talking nonsense. Harriet stole a glance from the corner of her eyes. While she didn't cry, she felt like she did that for no reason. Well, tell me something else then. What? Who? Ellen looked up at her remark. Harriet asked, her eyes bloodshot, about something she'd been curious about for a long time, but hadn't asked Ellen out of consideration. Who are you? Ellen could tell from her expression just how long Harriet had been wondering about that. Ellen wasn't an ordinary person. Harriet knew that she couldn't be anyone normal. She just didn't ask up to that point because she thought Ellen wouldn't give her an answer. Ellen, that's not Ellen Artorius. Harriet's expression hardened at her words. Ellen didn't explain anything further. That last name was explanation enough. It wasn't like she just happened to have the same last name as the hero. Harriet felt a lot of her doubts getting resolved all at once. Why was she so strong? Why was she carrying a soul-bound sword? Why did she always seem so determined? Why didn't she hesitate at all when throwing herself in danger? Harriet had finally found the answer to her questions. Does Reinhardt know? Yes, I see. The secret she had just told her, a secret no one else in Temple knew. Those two had been sharing it for a very long time already. I thought I had at least one thing over you. Harriet laughed softly with a sense of despondency and self-deprecation. Her background, she had no intention of just clinging to that one pitiful thing. However, even in that regard, she had been pushed back. So Harriet couldn't help but laugh. She didn't hate Ellen. She absolutely dismissed herself. I'm sorry. Don't say you're sorry. Harriet looked at Ellen, who had lowered her head again and twisted the corners of her mouth. She wanted to cry, but her tears just wouldn't come out. She couldn't even cry in that situation. You have no idea just how miserable that makes me. If someone who always walks a few steps ahead of you just turns around and says sorry, do you know just how painful that is for the other person to hear? Ellen finally realized how Harriet felt upon hearing her apology. I'm. Ellen forcibly swallowed down the words that were about to come out. The words, I'm sorry, in the end, didn't those words actually stem from her sense of superiority over Harriet? Ellen could see the bad sides of herself in those words. She didn't think so, but could she be sure that wasn't the case even a little bit? Did she really feel no superiority over Harriet de Saint-Ouen? Even then, she wanted to monopolize Reinhardt's affairs while arguing that she didn't want to put Harriet in danger, and it was hurting her. Was it right for her to make that choice for Harriet? She didn't even try to talk to her. But from Harriet's words, Ellen had no other choice but to tell her. If her behavior stemmed from something as insignificant as a sense of superiority, she had to throw it away. There's someone who wants to kill Reinhardt. Ha! Seeing the dumbfounded Harriet, Ellen could calmly look at her and properly talk to her. I will kill that person. Ellen didn't try to manage her expression because she chose not to hide anything. Do you want to help me? Harriet was stunned by Ellen's sudden offer. However, as straightforward as Ellen's words were, they contained the truth. The weight they carried was by no means light. Yes, I do. However, Harriet's hesitation didn't last long. While she only thought about it for a short time, her decision wasn't made lightly. Chapter 254, Ellen shared everything that had happened with Harriet. Reinhardt's strange behavior, the assassination attempt that started everything, and what she had been able to confirm that day. Harriet was horrified to find out that Ellen had witnessed that human-controlling bug with her own eyes. I can't believe that there's really a human-manipulating hairworm. Hairworm? Ellen tilted her head, as if she had never heard of the insect called a hairworm. It's something that infests the intestines of insects and... Ugh, Harriet tried to repeat Christina's explanation, but she only grew pale as she tried. Harriet was so smart that she could recall the locusts and mantises whose stomachs were stuffed with those thread-like worms, so she took mental damage while she was talking. Anyway, they are insects that can control other insects. Are they made with magic as well? No, it's just like that by nature. Interesting. While it was bizarre logic to assume that, since there were insects that were able to control other insects, there were insects that could control humans as well if magic got thrown in the mix, it wasn't as bizarre if they actually existed. That line of reasoning led to alchemy rather than black magic. Of course, that didn't mean that black magic wasn't involved at all. If black magic was used in alchemy, one could use black magic type alchemy, so one couldn't be certain that it was completely irrelevant. Could they determine what kind of magic had been used just with that parasite as the first clue? They couldn't be certain. However, that was all they had. Let's go ask Mr. Mustang. Yes. It might be something they had no knowledge of because they were still students, so Ellen and Harriet decided to go ask one of their homeroom teachers. Homeroom teachers of the royal class usually didn't have any dedicated lectures they were in charge of. They were focused on protecting and managing the members of their class. They were talented individuals who were able to take immediate action in case of an emergency. If they were asked to hold lectures, they would be able to do it, however. They were simply teachers who were tasked with the management of the royal class. Therefore, just like the individual teachers resided in a dormitory, the homeroom teachers also lived in temple. As such, when an accident occurred, they would be called upon, even on weekends. He's a funny person. Is that so? Harriet commented on Mr. Mustang as they traveled to the faculty quarters. While Mr. Mustang wasn't an alchemist, he was the advisor of the Magic Research Society. He would sometimes check on the children who were studying while giving them bits of advice. Since their research projects were on such a large scale, he would sometimes try to tell them how things were done. However, after some time, he let his worries rest and just idled away next to the students. He would often be left alone in his seat, self-deprecatingly calling himself an incompetent teacher. His self-esteem had been falling endlessly those days. Visiting the faculty's living quarters in Temple, Harriet took the lead to Mr. Mustang's room to ask him a very specific question. Is it possible to use alchemy to make bugs that can control people? Gooeyes, you absolutely can't make these kinds of things. Mr. Mustang, who was plagued by a lot of worries, grabbed Harriet, seeming incredibly frightened. Ellen seemed to understand why Harriet thought that he was quite amusing. Mr. Mustang calmed down when they said that they had gone there to ask that because they were simply curious, even though he didn't really know the details. After sitting down at a nearby cafe, they ordered some drinks. Homunculi or chimeras that can control people. Why are you curious about something like that? Mr. Mustang still seemed worried. Just because. I think I heard someone talking about such things somewhere. Are there things like that? Well, if there was, no matter what type of magic they were made with, they most certainly would belong to the prohibited ones. Prohibited spells are literally forbidden spells, so there is very little information about them. I can't even tell you if there are spells that can achieve something like that. Being a teacher made no difference in that matter. Still, bugs that can control people. While I don't think anyone would have even tried making something like that. Still, Mr. Mustang knew the madness of wizards a lot better than his students. There were those whose pursuit of happiness turned into madness, so there were those that dabbled in the forbidden. There were more unknown than there were known things in that world, after all. I believe that you guys don't plan on creating something like that, but you should never dabble in that kind of research or even talk about it outside just because you're curious, okay? If you do, it will be pretty hard for us to protect you. Of course we won't. Ellen isn't even a magic major student. Yes, but still. Mr. Mustang tended to worry excessively, so it seemed like he was very worried that the kids were thinking of creating strange things. He looked at Ellen and Harriet's faces and smiled at both of them. All right, I don't know what you two are up to, but if someone ever did something like that, the taboo hunters wouldn't leave them alone. Taboo hunters. Ellen and Harriet tilted their heads at those words. Neither of them had heard of that group before. Taboo hunters. What are those? Ah, right. It's not surprising that you don't know of them. Nothing good comes from knowing that group. Mr. Mustang spoke in a low voice. Have you ever heard of magic societies? Yes, I know of them. While both Ellen and Harriet knew that such groups existed, they didn't know the specifics. They are one of those magic societies. They are hunters who hunt wizards that break taboos. Mr. Mustang, please don't pass on speculative information to students. Ellen and Harriet turned around after hearing a familiar voice coming from behind them. And Mr. Eppenhauser. Mr. Eppenhauser, wearing his usual cold expression, was looking down at the three of them. He was wearing comfortable clothes, completely different from his usual suit, perhaps because he just stopped by as he was passing them. Ellen and Harriet were staring at him wearing casual clothes, as if he was some sort of rare animal. Of course, even though the clothes he wore were different, his attitude towards them was still the same. Mr. Mustang's face turned red as if he had been caught playing a prank. The taboo hunters exist. However, his expression was just like a child who completely believed in some urban legend. Certainly, the taboo hunters were more like a legend. Mr. Mustang just enjoyed those kinds of stories. He was the complete opposite of Mr. Eppenhauser. They should exist. Pardon, but one shouldn't go around talking about them too much. They haven't been properly identified yet. Mr. Eppenhauser was just there to get a drink, so he walked away when he was done. You get along unexpectedly well. Harriet was amazed at the experience of coincidentally meeting Mr. Eppenhauser acting familiar with Mr. Mustang. Ha ha ha. Actually, he doesn't really talk to me after work hours, except when it concerns work. I think today was the first time he did so this year. Even the word, affectionless, was too much to describe Mr. Eppenhauser. It seemed like he didn't really share any private things except for when it concerned his work. Still, the year was already nearing its end. When he said to Harriet that it was his first time talking to him about something other than work, she looked stunned. Is it necessary for him to separate his private and work affairs this thoroughly? That was what Harriet thought. It was quite rare for Mr. Mustang to react so harshly. While all magic societies were secret organizations, there were some rumors, often exaggerations, floating about the known societies. However, the one thing they had in common was the Black Order. All of the rumors were of cases where they caused harm to the world. From small things, such as assassinations, to large-scale things, like using a whole village as their experiment sites. It seemed like a wizard, under a certain feudal lord, actually tried to swallow his lord's territory after receiving the order from the Black Order. Their purpose was unknown, but they were beings that caused great harm to the world. However, as was the case with magic societies, no details had been revealed about either the Black Order or the Taboo Hunters. Anyway, If you kids want to learn more about this, you'll have to ask someone who majored in alchemy and not me." He took out a notebook and wrote down the address of such a professor's office as well as their name. Aaron Mead. He's one of the teachers in charge of the alchemy lectures in Temple. He gives lectures exclusively to high-ranking students, so his skills are certain. If he doesn't know of the existence of something like that, it most certainly doesn't exist. Since he's a teacher only in charge of holding lectures, he won't be in Temple during the weekend. It was an alchemist recommended by Mr. Mustang. That meant that his knowledge of the matter wouldn't be lacking. Normally, they would have waited until the next week, but Ellen and Harriet were in a hurry. They were in urgent need of information. That was why Harriet hurriedly spoke up again. "Can't we go to his home directly?" "Coming to meet me aside. Please don't be rude now. While he has an amiable personality, it's not very polite to suddenly visit him on the weekend. You know that, right?" Ellen and Harriet nodded upon seeing Mr. Mustang's concerned expression. "Is this for certain?" "While I'm not completely sure, it certainly involves some form of forbidden art. Even if they don't mean to harm your highness, if this were to come to light, they wouldn't be able to avoid the death penalty." I nodded as I listened to Sarkigar's report. He passed the information he had found out to me in my private room located in Temple's dormitory. Wizards are people who can do a lot of things in a short amount of time. It's not like them to run away. The mansion of Aaron Mead, the professor in charge of alchemy at Temple, wasn't very large, but the property was fairly big. While the mansion could hardly be called simple, it was still far inferior to other mansions. In fact, all the substantial facilities were underground, facilities for researching many forbidden dark arts. I was looking at something similar to a wiggling worm before me. Disgusting. It looked like a hairworm, but it was completely black. A sparrow had flown toward me with the worm in its beak, so I thought it wasn't Sarkigar at first. He planted this in other people and tried to kill you using a borrowed knife. It's a homunculus. Yes, a magical creature. Fortunately, it seems unable to pass through Temple's barrier, but it can be brought in through the air. When one crossed the entrance of Temple, Dispel would be cast over the person. Homunculi were magical creatures, so the best way to deal with them was through Dispel. However, Sarkigar had flown in, and the homunculus was still alive since Dispel wasn't cast on it. His attempt on my life aside, Aaron Mead was a guy whose death would benefit the world greatly. Perhaps the assassin on that day wasn't Aaron Mead himself, but someone controlled by the special creature. After he saw that I noticed, he decided to be careful. He wasn't a teacher who belonged to the Orbis class. That was why he still remained in Temple, however. Killing me directly inside Temple posed too high a risk. So he was trying to kill me outside of Temple. "What do you want to do? I can handle this matter, Your Highness." I told Sarkigar to just observe and not take action for the moment, which was why Sarkigar gave reports like that. If I hadn't said anything, Sarkigar would have killed Aaron Mead right then and there. "I'll have to do it myself." "Why does it have to be Your Highness? You can just use my, Elaris's, and Loyar's power." The culprit had been identified, so I didn't have to feel nervous anymore. "No, there are some questions I want to ask him myself." I'd found the guy who had tried to kill me. Killing him was a natural conclusion, but I still had some things I wanted to ask him before that. I got up from my seat. "Let's go, Sparrow." While Sarkigar seemed to sulk a bit, he still obediently turned into a sparrow. Chapter 255. Temple's alchemy teacher Aaron Mead was in a bad mood. Even among all the talented teachers, he was in a class of his own. He was someone who only taught elite students, so the students that were in his lectures were excellent students of either the Orbis class or a general class. Personally, he didn't like the royal class because they only believed in talent and had too many arrogant kids. Strictly speaking, he didn't hate the royal class, he just preferred the Orbis class. He liked their desperation. He liked their attitude of being willing to do anything for success. That kind of desperation blinded one's insight, and if one held out a tempting offer in their blurred state, most children would simply fall for it. A place that gathered the best talents of the empire, where one just had to stretch out their hand to catch those with the greatest potential. A place where one could execute biological experiments and see the results in real time. A place where experimental subjects simply replenished on their own. Temple was the only place that met those requirements. However, that cradle suddenly vanished. The psycho of royal class, Reinhardt, had suddenly decided to mess everything up. Technically speaking, the real cause was the strange collective action of the Orbis class students and teachers. But even so, the root of it was still Reinhardt. The place that supplied him with willing test subjects, among them the most capable new additions, suddenly disappeared. The one who messed up his experiment. He couldn't do anything about the collective Orbis class boycott, so he put that matter aside. If that guy died inside of Temple, the problem would just grow bigger and pose a threat to him, so he tried to kill him outside of Temple. He felt confident that he wouldn't get caught if he used his forbidden arts. People could die surprisingly easily. No matter how strong a knight was, it was common sense that they would die swiftly if they were stabbed in their sleep. Furthermore, no matter how excellent he was still a student. Killing him should have been easy. If that guy died, it wouldn't be him who would get suspected, it would be the Orbis class, so the circumstances were perfect, and he wouldn't get exposed. However, for some reason, he immediately felt the presence of the assassin Eren planted a worm in. Seeing his target flee in a hurry, the assassin felt the need to stay hidden. After that guy sensed the danger he was in, he didn't leave Temple from that point on. He could have killed Reinhardt inside of Temple because he wasn't kicked out like the Orbis class teachers. However, he felt immensely reluctant to take on any risks. There was no need for him to do that. As long as Reinhardt remained in Temple, he was within his range. He wouldn't be able to stay in Temple forever either. The moment he crawled out of Temple, his demise would be sealed. However, things were taking a rather strange turn. The other student who was with Reinhardt at that time, when he noticed her leaving Temple, he thought that it was an opportunity he had to take. He would secretly follow her, overpower her, and use her as a hostage to drag Reinhardt out of Temple. Even if she was part of the royal class, she was just a first year at most. He thought it wouldn't be a problem as long as he took her by surprise. There was no need to expose himself because he could simply use the parasite hosts. However, where did things go wrong? She was already aware that someone was tailing her and actually seemed to want it. It turned out that the girl was the strongest monster ever recorded in the history of Temple, although he didn't really know any details. His error was that he neglected to gather information on students of the close combat majors because he was a wizard himself. Fortunately, his taboo arts were completely unknown to the world outside of the Order. They wouldn't be able to find him with just that. The evidence was already gone, after all. It was a forbidden spell the Order used to secretly kill people. All of his anger and irritation made him feel restless. How could he have expected that a first-year student of royal class would seemingly have eyes on the back of her head? As such, he tried to find a more definite, detailed way to kill Reinhardt. However, a bug that can control people. Yes, can someone make something like that with alchemy? The girl who had caught his host last time actually went to his mansion with another student in tow. What were the chances? Eren Mead was dumbfounded that things were going so well for him. Eren didn't know about Ellen up until then, but he already knew the magic major student, Harriet de Saint-Towan. He was a lot more interested in Harriet than Ellen. She was the greatest magic genius in the famous Saint-Towan family's history. No, she might have even been the greatest genius of the whole continent. A kid with the magic, talent, had never appeared before. While it seemed like the person herself wasn't aware of it, she was the one that gathered the most interest from his acquaintances. Of course, Eren Mead didn't share that interest. Those who were born with talent were always arrogant. He liked the ungifted who fought for their strength, like those in the Orbis class. He believed the ruthlessness and viciousness of those who struggled to get stronger made them susceptible to temptation. That was why Harriet de Saint-Towan, who was born with great strength and didn't know what she lacked, only seemed like a human without any desperation for improvement. He didn't do his experiments under the guise of granting others strength because he was evil. Rather than that, he very much thought of his experiments as gifts. He didn't grant anything to those who weren't desperate. Therefore, even though she was a top talent, he was uninterested in Harriet de Saint-Towan. She was simply amazing. Just how did that coincidence come to be? Did two high-quality pieces of bait that would be perfect for luring Reinhardt out of Temple really just walk to him freely? They said they were there on the recommendation of the royal class teacher, Mr. Mustang. Ellen was there after she unsuccessfully asked around while trying to find out the truth about the worm that crawled from the host. She had no idea that she was in a place she should have never stepped foot in. Those two students, who had no idea that he was breeding hundreds of those worms in the basement, just seemed like innocent kids who simply wanted to sate their curiosity. They were the two students who actively decided to get involved with the assassination attempt on Reinhardt. Those two had to be very precious to Reinhardt, so they'd certainly make great bait. Being granted the pleasure of trampling on the arrogant, budding talents of the royal class was a bonus. While I do believe that there is nothing in this field that I don't know, I do have to say that alchemists are the types of people who like to experiment if they even believe there is a hint of success. However, that was difficult to do at the moment. If those two students who were there on the recommendation of Mr. Mustang were to disappear right then, there was a high chance that he would be immediately suspected. I think I've heard of some people who use such things. Ah, really? Are you sure? Harriet's expression suddenly changed at the mention of a possibly meaningful clue. Ellen's eyes also slightly widened. It'll take me some time to go through all the data, so I'll send a message to Royal Class when I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much, teacher. He sent them back for the moment because it was close to stupidity to lay his hands on them right then. Since you came all the way here, how about a cup of tea? He poured some warm tea into cups for the two innocent students. He would send them back, but he needed some insurance. Alchemy was a science that could work with or without magic. In that case, magic wasn't part of it. In other words, dispel wouldn't work on what he was doing. Erin Mead was poisoning the two. He used a slow-acting poison. Its symptoms would only appear after more than a month. The functions of their cardiovascular system would gradually worsen, and their hearts would eventually stop. Without the antidote, they would simply drop dead one day. It was already verified that there was no other way to cure the poison. Not even divine magic would work. If the situation didn't pan out as he wanted, he could use the antidote as an excuse to lure out Reinhardt. It was that kind of insurance. Ah, yes, thank you. Harriet carefully placed her hands around the cup. Drink it. Erin Mead smiled faintly at the thought that he would receive the corpse of that arrogant madman who had ruined all his experiments if he just waited a month. He himself had the antidote, after all, so he could casually savor the poisoned tea. It was a tasteless and odorless poison that couldn't be detected. Ellen didn't even touch the tea. It was like she wasn't even tempted to drink it. Harriet was about to drink from her cup, but then tilted her head slightly and put it down. By the way, I have a question I want to ask you. Erin Mead noticed a sparkling green earring hanging from Harriet's ear. Wearing jewelry wasn't forbidden in Temple, but for something the young lady of the St. Toan Duchy was wearing, the earring's design didn't really seem all that luxurious. Harriet put her cup down completely. Why aren't you asking us why we're curious about something like that? Harriet felt uncomfortable. Everyone else had been curious about their interest in such things. Even she had initially questioned it. When she had initially heard Ellen ask about those things, she also wondered why the hell she wanted to know about something like that. It was an alarming and bizarre question. The members of the Magic Research Society were the same, and so was Mr. Mustang. All of them had asked why they were curious about worms that could control humans. However, Erin Mead wasn't curious, and that was what made her feel uncomfortable. That, however, wasn't much of a problem. Erin Mead simply smiled softly at Harriet's question. Wizards, especially students, are curious about a wide range of things after all. You'd be surprised at how many bizarre questions I've heard since the start of my career. I'm simply used to answering strange questions at this point. Oh, I see. Erin Mead's answer made sense. He noticed that the little kids in front of him didn't even touch their teacups and that they were wary of him. They weren't just some talented kids, they also had great insight. He knew that trying to force them to drink the tea would backfire. Harriet looked around the mansion's office. And this place, how should I put it? It's strange. Harriet continued to calmly look around. She wasn't merely looking around. It seemed like she was trying to sense the space itself. I can't feel any power coming from the ley line. Ley line? What do you mean? Harriet was constantly ordered to do absurd things by Reinhardt. Why don't you try studying dimensional magic? While you're at it, try to activate magic with external instead of internal mana. She hadn't succeeded in any of that, but she was in the process of getting there. Natural mana. She was far from being able to use magic with it, but she had gotten very used to feeling and analyzing the mana present in the atmosphere. Of course, other wizards could do that as well, but Harriet, who had focused on it, was a lot more sensitive. Mana was omnipresent, but the concentration varied from place to place. Even in the same space, its concentration could be different. Being able to control such irregularly concentrated mana was a rather doubtful prospect. Although she hadn't reached her true goal, what she gained from her research was enough for her to sense the peculiarity of the place. She couldn't feel the Leyland's mana below the mansion at all. It felt as if a huge hole was in the middle of a vast ocean. She didn't know what was below the mansion, but she could tell that a barrier constructed with the function of obscuring what was down there was in place. I know that barriers intended to hide things have similar effects. There was a space underneath the mansion enchanted so that outsiders wouldn't be able to look into it through magical means. Wizards, especially alchemists, are sensitive to such matters. It's not surprising that I had something like that made. I'm an alchemist, after all. Aaron Mead was an alchemist. It was a legitimate argument that alchemists were especially concerned with security. They wouldn't want others to look into their laboratories, after all. Harriet knew that as well, but there was something else she found suspicious. Its scale. It was simply too large. Although he was said to be an excellent alchemist, for him to have a laboratory under the mansion that stretched out for 6 floors underground was a bit excessive. This is quite uncomfortable. You said that you wanted to ask me some questions, but is it just my imagination, or is this an interrogation? Aaron Mead didn't hide his displeasure. He let those two in because he was curious, but they suddenly began to notice something strange and started to doubt him. He couldn't let it go on any longer. He had to make them leave. He could forcibly capture them and use them as bait right then, but that would completely blow away the foundation he had built in Temple. He was just trying to lure out that useless guy, but things had become twisted. However, it was then that Ellen, who had been silent up to that point, opened her mouth. Do homunculi disappear when dispel is cast on them? What rude kids you are. Fine, I'll answer. Homunculi are creatures made of magic, so if dispel is cast on them, they disappear. And if the type of homunculus we've been talking about was controlling a human, what would happen to them if it was dispelled? Aaron seemed to feel a cold shower running over his back. What was that girl talking about? Well, while I don't know the details, the parasitic homunculus would disappear from their bodies, or they would die. Aaron Mead knew that it was the latter. The infestation of a homunculus was permanent. When the homunculus died, so would its host. No, as soon as someone was infested and controlled by one, they would already be dead. Why are you asking something like that? We're going to deploy an anti-magic field throughout this mansion from this point on, Ellen said calmly. What? If anyone in this mansion is controlled by a homunculus, they'll drop dead. If nothing happens, I will apologize. If you want to punish us and have us pay you compensation for property damage, we will do so. An anti-magic field. It was a magic barrier that far surpassed the effect of a wide area dispel that suppressed all use of magic. A student was capable of casting that high ranking of a spell. Aaron Mead's eyes widened. Harriet de Saint-Ouen might actually be history's greatest genius in the field of magic. That was a serious problem. Those kids were about to do something incredibly insane on the grounds of mere speculation. If they were to deploy the anti-magic field, naturally, many of the slaves he kept in this mansion would turn into corpses. His expression calmed again. There really are only annoying people in the royal class. He didn't like either of them. He would end up losing everything if he kept being passive. He had to resort to extreme measures to prevent that from happening. Die! Fla! A fireball flew out of Aaron Mead's wand, which was promptly blocked by Harriet's force field. I really didn't expect that it was actually you. I told you, Harriet. Aaron Mead looked at the silver sword that Ellen had suddenly summoned into her right hand. Threatening works a lot better than interrogating. Right. Those two had been suspicious of Aaron Mead from the start. Chapter 256. Aaron was surprised that Harriet was able to easily block his attack magic, and his shock was brought to a new level when he saw the sword Ellen suddenly summoned. Lament. How did a student get their hands on a guard's divine artifact? Aaron saw multiple things that left him baffled. Harriet looked at him, her force field still unfolded. There's no way that I already know how to create anti-magic fields or anything like that. He felt as if he had been hit over the head with a hammer. He'd fallen for a little kid's bluff. There was no way a student could cast such high-ranking magic already. He held Harriet in such high esteem that he lost his cool when faced with such threats. It had already happened. Aaron Mead had taken off his mask. Well, I don't know what you two found that led to your suspicion of me, but it seems like you haven't yet realized your grave mistake. Alchemy's secret arts were the easiest to steal among all magic-related fields. Even those who couldn't use magic sometimes swiped them and made use of them. And that was why wizards employed heavy security measures around their laboratories. The dangerous constructs known as dungeons were also the handiwork of some paranoid wizards who needed guaranteed security to protect their easy-to-steal items. I'll show you just what happens when you enter an alchemist's house. An alchemist's laboratory was the most secure of all magic-type laboratories. Snap! That's... Erin Mead's body disappeared behind a wall, and the door through which Ellen and Harriet had entered vanished, while the windows were blocked with opaque protection barriers. Clatter, clatter. In addition to that, magical crossbows appeared from thin air and took aim at them, while blue smoke poured out of mana stones that were embedded in the walls and furniture around the room. Physical attacks, poisonous mist, and changes to the room itself. An alchemist's house was like a dungeon. Entering it without permission was akin to suicide. Harriet laughed. His identity had been revealed, so there was no need to hesitate anymore. I mean, I said I couldn't personally cast the spell, but did you really think I didn't have anything up my sleeve? Harriet pulled a scroll from her clothes, and the pages automatically turned with Harriet's hand gestures before a scroll separated itself from the book and began glowing. Harriet was a wizard, but before that she was incredibly rich. Raise, the anti-magic field scroll activated before Harriet and Ellen entered Erin Mead's mansion. I think it's here. I guess so. Ellen pointed towards the faraway mansion. Erin Mead's mansion was on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Although the area wasn't completely uninhabited with no other buildings around, it was still located in a place people rarely visited. It didn't seem that luxurious, quite the opposite. It seemed rather simple. Mr. Mustang recommended him because he was an expert in alchemy and had excellent skills. He only mentioned Erin Mead because he didn't know about any homunculi that could control people. As such, they went to visit that temple alchemy teacher. Both Ellen and Harriet had some suspicions that they might have to face some uncomfortable truths. It was weird to suspect a temple teacher, but there was no reason for them not to be careful. They weren't playing detective, after all. They were trying to personally get rid of the assassin. What do you think? Harriet shrugged at Ellen's question. It's suspicious, but it's not that weird. There's no such thing as a wizard without a few secrets. Now that I think of it, a wizard who doesn't set up a laboratory or a workshop in their basement would be even stranger. It's a little big, of course. Feeling the massive magic barrier spreading under the mansion, Harriet commented as such. Can't you see inside? I don't know how to forcibly disarm a magic barrier of that size. Also, just my attempt of trying to look into it would get detected. If he isn't hiding anything bad, the problem would get even bigger, because that would mean that I lifted the barrier of another person's property with no permission or reason. The person they were about to meet wasn't just some normal teacher. She was being careful. Ellen might have been fine as is, but when he told her to get prepared well before going, Harriet quickly grabbed the scroll book her father had given her in case something happened. The magic spells contained in that scroll book, which could only be opened with her biometric information, were beyond anyone's imagination. To be frank, she already had as much destructive power as a whole wizard corps with the spellbook alone. It was priceless. Just take a look and apologize later if you think it's necessary. Harriet was so shocked by Ellen's words that she felt the need to put on the earrings Reinhardt had given her. Feeling a little calmer, Harriet sighed. Would it just end with an apology? If it's not enough, there's nothing we can do. Hearing Ellen speak so nonchalantly convinced Harriet that Ellen was starting to resemble Reinhardt more and more. She's a monster. Erin Mead couldn't banish that thought from his mind. The anti-magic field neutralized all magically operated traps and facilities. The spell wasn't omnipotent, and it wouldn't be able to neutralize everything. But the level of the spell she used was just too high. It was a scroll owned by the young lady of the Saint Toan Duchy that was famous for its magic. The magic contained in the scroll was very different from ordinary scrolls one could buy. Yes, let's say that's possible. There were also mechanical traps that worked using engines in Erin Mead's mansion which would still work. Bang, 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 babang. The students might as well have been monsters as they broke through the mansion's doors toward her. He was in a bizarre situation of having to escape from his own mansion. A single student, surrounded by blue flames caused by magic body strengthening, broke through various walls and strode towards him. She simply walked through every wall in her path toward him. If they didn't break with just her walking through them, she would cut through them with her sword, lament. The divine artifact of Mensis, the god of the moon, was said to possess a blade as cold and sharp as moonlight. Erin Mead was experiencing the power of that divine artifact in a way he least wanted. Was there any difference between her and a swordmaster? Attacks wouldn't work on a body strengthened with magical power, and the divine artifact was making up for the characteristic power of a swordmaster called blade aura. Thud, bam, babam. Erin Mead desperately ran from Ellen, who just bashed through walls if she didn't see any doors. She was even going in his direction as if she could feel where he was running to without actually seeing him. He could have gotten away with a teleport scroll, but that damn young lady's anti-magic field was blocking the use of any kind of magic. Of course, she couldn't use any magic either, but there was a monster completely unrelated to magic following after him. Even if they weren't on the level of a swordmaster, the servants of the mansion could have bought him some time at least. But they all collapsed as soon as the anti-magic field was activated. Before he knew it, Erin Mead entered his own underground laboratory. The situation there was the same as above. The homunculi he was studying had all either fallen apart or ceased to function. He went even farther into his laboratory. It didn't just contain homunculi, after all. After breaking through the reinforced door of the underground laboratory, Ellen carefully took in everything she saw, her body still enveloped in blue flames. There were all sorts of strange specimens in pots, chimeras that seemed to still be alive, various life forms connected together in fascinating ways, and half-human, half-animal chimeras as well that looked like humans with demon-like appendages. You, Ellen looked at Erin Mead, her magical flames rising. You must die. No matter what happened, Ellen swore to kill Erin Mead. He. Erin Mead's underground laboratory was built under the vast expanse of his mansion. It was very wide, and there were many specimens inside of it, specimens that weren't affected by the anti-magic field. Chimeras. Clang. Erin Mead pulled a lever to open the pods, releasing the chimeras. Grrrr. Growl. Some among them had excellent combat capabilities, and some didn't. Either way, they were enough to buy him some time. Amalgamations seemingly smashed together at someone's grotesque will squirmed and screamed before her. Ellen gave them a pitiful look. Erin Mead ran further into the basement. If he was able to leave the area covered by the anti-magic field, he could escape with teleport. He ran towards the secret exit of his underground laboratory. Quack! Ellen paused for a moment to look over the creatures. Swish! Then she began to cut them down without hesitation. With me was Sarkigar in the form of a sparrow, and Elaris was hiding somewhere using invisibility magic. I didn't know what would happen, so I just brought all the resources available except for Loyar with me. Erin Mead was an alchemist, so I didn't know what he might end up doing. We didn't enter using the front entrance. Is that the secret passage? Yes, Your Highness. Sarkigar, who was sitting on my shoulder as a sparrow, spoke up. It was seriously weird hearing that mysteriously dreary and dark voice coming from that bird when it chirped cutely. What was up with that? He was a being of great darkness, but he was in the shape of a sparrow. The mansion was built in a remote area on the outskirts of the imperial capital, and the secret passage was in the middle of a forest even farther away. If I looked carefully, I could make out something that seemed like an iron gate among some thick vines buried under some fallen leaves. We would enter using that passage and capture Erin Mead from inside the mansion before he could notice. The atmosphere around here is a bit weird. I feel like something is going on. Just as Elaris, who was hiding using invisibility magic, was about to say something. Creak. The iron gate, which shouldn't have moved, opened, and someone with quite a desperate expression jumped out of it. When he saw me just calmly standing outside, he looked so surprised that his heart might have even stopped for a bit. How did you? What? I didn't actually know what Erin Mead looked like, because I had never seen him before. This is Erin Mead. I only knew because Sarkigar told me. That bewildered, middle-aged man seemed to be Erin Mead. Why did he leave like that? I don't know. While I didn't know how that happened, Erin Mead was right in front of me. Even Erin Mead seemed to want to ask why I was there. He seemed completely shocked when he saw me waiting for him at the exit of his secret passage and talking with what seemed like a sparrow. It was like he decided to just give up on thinking. That bastard put his hand into his inner chest pocket. Fine. Bam! I thrust my fist into his stomach before he could try to pull something out. Q-hoo-hoo-hoo. I don't really know what's going on, but fuck it. I grabbed the ragged guy lying on the floor by his hair. You have to take responsibility for what you did, don't you think? Ka-huck-huck. He hadn't killed us, but I would make him pay the price for trying. A very high price. Then, boom, someone else popped out from the iron gate after roughly kicking it open. Huff! Huff! Ellen, breathing roughly, emerged out of it, splattered with flesh and blood. She appeared to be hurried, and her gaze went between Erin Mead, whose hair I was holding, and me alternately. Reinhardt, why are you coming out of there as well? What the hell was going on? Ellen, me, and even Erin Mead. Sarkigar and Elaris weren't able to say anything either. All people present seemed to be unable to understand the situation. Chapter 257, I didn't know when and where it all started, but I witnessed the results. Ellen had attacked Erin Mead and made him go for the secret entrance, but I caught him as I was about to enter. However, that wasn't all. Elaris already knew about Ellen, but Sarkigar didn't. She was holding Lament in her right hand, and Sarkigar wouldn't be as ignorant as Laura. We needed to get Ellen out of there quickly before Sarkigar managed to figure things out. Let's talk about this later. Okay, taking action against Erin Mead was my top priority. I pulled off his robe and shook out the scrolls from its inner pockets. He couldn't teleport through his own power, so I looked for his scrolls. While I didn't know the details, I heard the rough story. You came here with Harriet. Yes, bring her here. It's dangerous. I'll stay here. Bring her here. Ellen looked at me silently after I used a commanding tone. Her getting Harriet wasn't my ultimate objective. I was sending her away because what I was going to say from that point on were things she shouldn't hear. Okay, be careful. Ellen went back through the secret passage, leaving me alone with Erin Mead. Eris and Sarkigar were still near me, of course, but she wasn't able to see them. This is a misunderstanding. I don't know what this is about, but it's a misunderstanding. Erin Mead tried to say some bullshit about it being some mistake or something. So what if it's a misunderstanding? I laughed as I held him up by his collar. Whether you actually tried to kill me or not doesn't change the fact that you're a bastard who deserves to die. Erin Mead was something like a mad scientist, a certain criminal who deserved to die regardless of whether he was my would-be assassin or not. I made sure Ellen was far enough away. If she were to hear any of what we were about to discuss, things would get annoying. I also had something to ask him. It was rather fortunate that Erin Mead ran away so desperately. Had he been stabbed by Ellen, he wouldn't have been able to give me an important piece of information. I don't really care about anything else, but I need you to tell me how to contact the Black Order. What? Contact the Black Order? Hurry up. If you don't tell me by the time my friend comes back, I'll kill you in the most painful way I can imagine. The Black Order. Since I knew that magic was the most likely source of the Gate crisis, I needed to locate and figure out what the various magic societies were planning. One of them could cause a terrible accident. There were also some magic societies I hadn't set up, so I could only investigate the ones I knew about. Magic societies did show up in the original, but they weren't treated as anything important, so I knew next to nothing about them. The Black Order was the first one that came to mind. Fortunately, I knew a little more about them than the other ones. Erin Mead was positively shocked that I was already waiting for him at his escape exit, and even knew that he was part of the Black Order. Why you? Who the hell are you? He began to think that I was someone far greater than he thought. Well, he was right. You don't have to know. I lifted him up by his collar and gave him a fishy smile. Do you think I'll kill you? No, I won't do that. I recalled one of the few facts I knew about the Black Order. If you don't tell me, you won't die by my hands. I'll hand you over to Cantus Magna. They were the magic society known as the Taboo Hunters to the public. Their real name was Cantus Magna. The Taboo Hunters, Cantus Magna, and the Black Order, which broke a lot of taboos. They were eternal enemies. He'd rather die than get handed over to Cantus Magna, and his complexion turned paler. Normal people might know the term Taboo Hunters, but they wouldn't know the name Cantus Magna. The fact that I knew their name would be shocking enough. As long as he was aware of the relationship between the Black Order and Cantus Manga, he'd think I was even stranger. If you let me go, I'll let you contact the Black Order. I can introduce you to our members. I'll do anything. You can even become a member of the Order if you want. Bam. Like that, Erin Mead's head exploded with no warning whatsoever. I stared blankly at the blood spurting from the headless corpse's throat. It was my first time seeing something like that. I was really getting to see all sorts of things. I could roughly tell what had happened. I turned around and saw a wizard staring at me who was fully shrouded in a black robe. I was expecting them to show up. No, I figured they'd observed the situation without showing themselves. However, they intervened. They wouldn't have minded if I didn't know about the order, but I definitely mentioned it. Elaris and Sakigar remained passive, but they were on high alert. The person wearing the black robe was staring at me from the darkness of their hood. At least say something after suddenly showing up. Although Aaron Mead was a member of the Order, he was a low-ranking one. Even still, that person immediately disposed of him, and he probably had a high ranking. I didn't know who they were, though. Hey, can't you talk? Why are you just staring at me? Do you have any information on Cantus Magna? I smiled inwardly when that guy finally spoke. I didn't actually believe that I could get in contact with the Black Order through Aaron Mead. But I knew that if I mentioned Cantus Magna in front of members of the Black Order, they would be the ones to contact me. While I'd arranged the details rather arbitrarily, there were still things I knew, and that helped immensely. The two magic societies hated each other to the core. Destroying each other was more important to them than anything else, so it was only natural that they would clutch at any information they could get on each other. A young temple student actually knew about Cantus Magna. A normal person knew about a secret magic society whose name shouldn't even be known. That alone made them contact me. Aren't deals about equal exchange? I can't tell you for free. What do you want, boy? I looked at the hooded mage. Your knowledge, the taboos, the numerous forbidden arts the Black Order possessed, they may have been the origin of the gate incident. To prevent the gate incident, I had to walk on yet another tightrope. He didn't seem to mind executing some petty underling. He appeared not because I threatened Aaron Mead, but because I mentioned Cantus Magna. It has to be useful information for that boy. Do you know enough to tell whether my information is useful or not? The Black Order were bad guys, but they weren't really bad guys. They had their own principles that were just different from the world's principles, which was why he didn't react to my sarcastic remarks. We shall meet again in due time. ... In Temple. That's not difficult for us. Were those guys able to directly enter Temple? I was slowly realizing that I was getting involved with people I shouldn't be touching. My skin stung due to all of the tension, but I had to do what had to be done. A boy who treats a vampire lord as his underling wouldn't try to tell some pathetic lie. Of course, he was already aware of Elaris, who lay in waiting with invisibility magic cast on herself. If that was the case, he might have already known about the talking sparrow as well. Although I was completely unknown to him, he already had some strange kind of trust in me. The wizard belonging to the Black Order disappeared like he had been nothing but an illusion. The realization that I was really traversing dangerous waters made shivers run down my back. I had to see things through to the end. Even if I were to stumble and fall in the middle of it, I still had to pull through. Ellen thought that I might be in danger, so she hurried back with Harriet. The wizard of the Black Order had already left, and we had removed Aaron Mead's corpse. Harriet's expression seemed very bad, perhaps due to the things she saw there. What did you do? Do I have to tell you? I pretended that I was trying to not use the words. I killed him. However, in fact, it wasn't me who killed Aaron Mead. Bloodstains left behind by Aaron Mead's corpse were scattered all over the ground, so they could roughly guess what happened. Harriet didn't see the corpse, but she couldn't find any words to express herself when she saw I had supposedly killed him without hesitation. Rather than angry or afraid, she seemed sad about the fact that I had become that kind of person. Let's talk about what happened later. I put off telling Ellen and Harriet why I was there alone and didn't ask why they were there. I need to solve this problem first. We had killed a temple teacher, so we had to figure out what we were going to do. I sent Ellen and Harriet back first and told them that I would try to figure things out. Both Ellen and Harriet seemed to have a lot of things they wanted to talk about with me, and they also seemed rather anxious, but I stayed stubborn. They couldn't just force me to go back with them after all. I was actually pretty mad that those two were even there. Back outside Aaron Mead's mansion on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Elaris lifted her invisibility, and Sakigar turned into something different. But it wasn't the appearance of Count Argon Pontius. He looked just like an ordinary adult woman one could find anywhere. It seemed like Elaris and Sakigar had a lot to say. Elleris probably wanted to know why I wanted to contact the Black Order. Her attitude was rather cold because, no matter my intentions, it couldn't be anything good. Sakigar was even worse. Your Highness, if my eyes weren't mistaken, I believe I saw that one of the two children helping you was holding Lament. Of course, Sakigar was bound to ask about Ellen. Sakigar, who had always obeyed me and followed whatever I said, looked different. His eyes were completely expressionless. While he looked like an ordinary person, facing him felt incredibly terrifying. That's a dreadfiend, after all. They were demons that ruled over fear. I couldn't come up with many explanations for Sakigar. The holy sword of the Moon God, Lament, along with Alspringer, was known to be the sword of Ragan Artorius. He didn't use it during the Demon World War, so its whereabouts were unknown. And then Sakigar suddenly saw a girl with a lot of power for her age holding it. Sakigar could probably make some speculations from that, and they would probably be pretty close to the truth. Sakigar looked at me. His glaring, which was void of expression with their whites exposed, made my hands and feet feel numb just by looking at them. Your Highness, even if you don't tell me, I have many ways to find out. Please, tell me everything now. What the ever-loyal Sakigar needed from me was neither money, praise, nor any other reward whatsoever. He just needed me to have the will to rebuild the demon realm. Sakigar would be willing to give his life for that alone, and without it, Sakigar would do anything to see me harbor such a will. Ellen was in danger. If I didn't say anything, Sakigar would figure out on his own that Ellen was, in fact, Ellen Artorius. Of course, the thing Sakigar hated the most in the world was Ragan Artorius, the warrior who'd killed the Demon King. Artorius's sister was slowly developing into a monster inside of Temple, so he wouldn't be able to leave her alone. If I didn't talk right then, if I couldn't convince Sakigar, Ellen would die. If Sakigar decided to kill Ellen, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Yes, that was Lament. The girl's name is Ellen Artorius. She is Ragan Artorius's younger sister. Sakigar's eyes widened at my words. Why on earth does your Highness share the bond of friendship with the blood of that damned hero? Not only did Sakigar's eyes turn bloodshot, but the color of his skin was turning blue and red. Could he not control his form properly because of the excessive anger he felt? Elleris's hands were also shaking, as if she was nervous. She also felt rather suspicious of my intentions for contacting the Black Order. Sakigar wanted war, Elleris wanted peace, and both of them were suspicious of me right then. However, first, I had to convince the overexcited Sakigar. He was furious at my failure to inform him about Ellen and that we were close enough that she was willing to risk her life for me. Just one wrong word. If I just said one wrong word, it would be Ellen's death. That might have been even worse than if he killed me. Just like Elleris was on my side but still dangerous, Sakigar was also on my side, and he was also still dangerous. I was feeling it firsthand. Isn't it obvious? What's obvious? She's the sister of Ragan Artorius, so why on earth shouldn't I get close to her? Are you telling me that your desire to rebuild the demon realm stems from emotions such as base vengeance? Sakigar's expression didn't improve. Wasn't it you who told me to go to Temple to learn how to defeat the humans with their own methods while using human weapons? You should enter Temple and thoroughly learn the ways of the humans. Wouldn't it be truly satisfying to defeat them with their own weapons? Sakigar was the first to suggest that I enter Temple. In the end, wasn't it just an extension of that? Why are you so angry when the sister of the hero, who is sure to become the most powerful weapon of humanity, risked her life to save me? The situation today wasn't what I planned, but I thought you'd be overjoyed upon seeing it. Sakigar shook his head. You're using the flesh and blood of that damn hero. Is that what you're saying? Right. Sakigar watched me silently. He took a step forward and brought his own face towards mine. He was so close that the tip of his nose almost touched my own. Your Highness, you're a terrible liar. Sakigar's senpaku eyes seemed to look right through me. Did you really think I wouldn't realize how worried you are about her? I'd lost my composure at Ellen's sudden appearance. I couldn't help but be genuinely shocked because it was completely unexpected. Sakigar had picked up on those things earlier. Me using Ellen, getting her on my side just to use her. Sakigar couldn't believe those cold words from the start. Sakigar had already realized just how important Ellen was to me through my reactions alone. Just as Ellen valued me, I also valued her. He had already read me. I was looking straight into Sakigar's eyes. I was afraid, but I couldn't back down. So what if I do? What? Sakigar was rather shocked by my confident words, and even Elaris seemed surprised because she didn't expect me to say something like that. Was it Ragan Artorius who killed my father, or was it Ellen? What? Fuck, can't I just like humans? Is that such a big deal? Ha! At my sudden rant, Sakigar's eyes widened in a different way. Your Highness, Ragan Artorius is the mortal enemy of the previous Demon King. Even killing the seed of the Artorius clan wouldn't be enough. How can you treat someone of such a disgusting and filthy bloodline as precious? This shouldn't be. I don't know, damn it. It's true that I planned on using her, and it's also true that she's important to me, so what do you want me to do about it? Your Highness. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, are you supposed to yap on about what a demon king should or shouldn't do? Sakigar took a step back as I glared at him. Looking at him retreating backward, I shook my head. Hey, I can't do it. WH, what do you mean by Thar? You should just become the next Demon King. Pardon, you just be the Demon King, you punk. Since you always tell me to just do this or that, why don't you just become the Demon King, huh? What is it? Just do it, you bastard. Transform into an Archdemon and do it yourself, bitch. Your Highness, you know that's not what I intended. I don't covet your position, nor can I. Really? Yes, Your Highness. I approached Sakigar, and as I got closer, he took a few steps back. Then shut up and do as I say. Do what I tell you to do. So what if I'm being nice and doing things you don't understand? So what if I'm friends with the hero's sister or whoever the fuck else I decide to associate with? What are you going to do about it? So what if you don't get it? I'm the only Archdemon. It doesn't matter if my qualifications or intentions are questionable, I said, pushing my face right in front of Sakigar's. You have no other option but me. Don't touch Ellen. Sakigar's eyes were shaking. Don't do it if you don't want to receive an Octoman's corpse. Do you get what I'm saying? I can always just kill myself. I didn't want it to be like that. I was threatening my underlings with my own life while Ellen wasn't there. I could clearly see Sakigar's eyes tinged in fear, anger, and sadness. Your Highness. No, eventually, tears flowed out of his passionate eyes. Does the girl know anything? I don't understand, but even if you're able to accept her, she won't be able to accept you. Sakigar's tears were, in the end, tears of genuine concern for me. Your Highness, this is. This is an extremely dangerous relationship you're having, and it's a gamble that you shouldn't take. Sakigar cried and begged me to stop. Elaris had said something similar. She hoped that our relationship won't come to a tragic end. Just because I was able to treat the relative of my father's killer kindly didn't mean that Ellen would be able to accept the son of her brother's killer. We wouldn't just be mere enemies. While I was the flesh and blood of humanity's greatest enemy, I was also a seed that could lead to another great war. It was completely impossible for Ellen to accept me. Sakigar's tears, worries, anxiety, and words were all more than understandable. There was no way I couldn't understand him. However, while I could understand, I would never be able to accept it. Silence. I don't care about anything else, but if you touch even the tips of Ellen's hair, that's the end. That's the only thing you have to keep in mind. Your Highness, please, tell me you understand. No, please, just this. I don't care about others, but this. Say it. Sakigar sobbed and nodded. I understand, Your Highness. I couldn't convince him, but I succeeded in subduing him at least. Chapter 258, rather than persuade Sakigar, I simply threatened him. I couldn't hide the fact that I valued Ellen, so I had no other choice but to threaten Sakigar with my own life on the line. With that, he wouldn't be able to lay his hands on Ellen. I didn't think he'd be willing to call my bluff, but the truth about Ellen had come to light. Although Sakigar wouldn't do anything to her, he could still decide to monitor her without my notice. Sakigar would keep a close eye on her. If Ellen happened to find out who I was and ended up trying to do anything to me, there was a good chance that he would make a move. Elaris didn't ask me anything for the moment because the situation got a bit complicated. Sakigar went back with both anxiety and fear in his heart, and so did Elaris. That wasn't the end. I was back to square one, and I had to somehow come up with an excuse for Erin Mead's death. To be honest, rather than me, it was Ellen and Harriet that caused it. Those two actually ended up fighting him in his own house. Of course, it was also them who spread the anti-magic field and chased after him. It wasn't actually me who killed him, so I didn't have anything to confess. However, I was a lot more reluctant to tell anyone that I had contact with a wizard of the Black Order. They would, of course, oppose the crazy things I was planning, and they didn't even know that Erin Mead was a member of the Black Order. I felt a little strange when I heard how Ellen had gotten to that point. It might have been possible to cover up Erin Mead's death, but that would still leave Harriet and Ellen under scrutiny. Since Erin Mead died after those two went at Mr. Mustang's recommendation, it was inevitable that people would notice the probable connection between Erin Mead's death and those two's intervention. If we couldn't hide it, then it would be best to reveal it. Fortunately, or unfortunately, there were no living employees in Erin Mead's mansion. They were all controlled by homunculi to begin with. Ellen and Harriet went to Erin Mead's mansion and saw a lot of inhumane experiments on various life forms being carried out, and that was why Erin Mead tried to kill them, but the situation reversed. I was going to explain it a bit like that. You want me to take care of it? You're not asking me to do that, are you? Bertus smirked with his arms crossed at my request. Just when I was wondering what other big trouble you've been causing, now it has to do with chimeras and homunculi. Your life sure is eventful. It's certainly a bit annoying to get involved now. It's not my fault this time, okay? He tried to kill me. Regardless of whether you were in the right or not, this is a difficult problem to solve. That's true. In the end, only Bertus or Charlotte were capable of wrapping up the problem in such a way. What I said wasn't far from the truth, because Erin Mead actually tried to kill Ellen and Harriet, not to even mention how he tried to kill me before that. I thought about telling him about the Black Order, but I stopped myself from doing that. One could come to the conclusion that Erin Mead was somehow involved with them just by looking at his underground lab. It sure is disgusting. I can't believe a temple teacher was doing such things. Just what are wizards? Bertus clicked his tongue in contempt. He seemed majorly annoyed that there were people like that among the teachers of temple. It would have been taken care of even without you requesting this of me, so you should just stop worrying. What about the others? You three won't even be investigated. There's nothing good about this incident getting revealed. It wouldn't be good for Temple's image if the fact that one of their teachers was involved in many taboo experiments, human experiments being one of them, was revealed. The incident would get covered up. Erin Mead would just be considered a missing person, and all the problems involving him, including his assassination attempts, would just get buried with him. Those in power would put it all to rest before it even reached them so that they could avoid a troublesome situation. That, at least, seemed to be a constant in both worlds. Regardless of my wishes, the case would disappear once and for all. Quest complete assassination threat, you acquired the characteristic Chi sense. With that, the assassination event that made my blood run cold for quite some time came to an end. Characteristic, Chi sense description. A characteristic that lets you detect threats to the host, from small ones to life-threatening ones. It's an ability that supports you in battle and lets you detect killing intent at the same time. Risk factors can be sensed and identified in advance. The feeling is abstract and not absolute. Characteristic quests usually gave out great rewards, and the same rang true that time as well. The incident was settled. No, it wasn't completely resolved yet, but I passed the task over to Bertus, so it would be taken care of on its own. The stage of the incident was outside of the imperial capital, and there were no eyewitnesses because it happened inside the mansion, which meant there was nothing to worry about. I just had to sort out the rest. I heard all about how Ellen and Harriet found Erin Mead, however. I only heard about it, and I hadn't organized the information yet. I first went to look for Harriet. She wasn't in the Magic Research Society's clubhouse or the Magic Research Laboratory inside our dormitory, but she was in her own room. Hey! Harriet looked pretty pale. Let's talk. Okay. Harriet carefully opened the door. Do you want to come in? Normally, she would never let me in, but she looked worse for wear. She hadn't actually killed anyone, but what she saw must have been horrifying. Whatever she saw, it would have far exceeded her imagination. Just hearing about it was a lot different from seeing it with one's own eyes. Sitting across from each other at a table, Harriet was clearly only looking at the empty table. Originally, I wanted to get angry at her and ask her why she did something so dangerous. Just as those two had a lot to say to me, I had a lot to say to them as well. Why? Would someone even make something like that? There is no need for such things. A worm that can manipulate people, and beings made by mixing humans and beasts. Just why? Why would anyone need to make such things? Chimeras. When Harriet saw the things Ellen had cut down, she seemed close to a mental breakdown. She was appalled by the wizard's twisted malice. Reinhardt, yeah, this time I know that you didn't mean to get involved in this. Harriet was shaking and carefully grabbed my hand. These things, these scary things, could you not get involved in them anymore? I'm so scared. I can't understand it. I don't care about anything else. Fighting with the other students is fine, but these kinds of things, can't you just stay away from them? Harriet shivered before eventually bursting into tears. I'm afraid that you're drifting too far away from me. No, I'm scared because it seems like you're already too far gone. I was far too calm in the midst of that situation, and Harriet seemed to be afraid of that as well. I'd like that as well. Harriet's hands were sweating as they held my own. I'll try. That was a lie. They were words that could only be seen as a lie, and she also recognized them as such. I had no other choice. In the dormitory, when I went to see Ellen in the training room, it was already midnight. Harriet was able to clean up the bloodstains on us with her purifying magic, so we were able to return to Temple without arousing suspicion. It was just Ellen and me in the training room. Ellen didn't say anything and just looked at me. Kachak Ellen silently locked the door to the training room. I had an inkling as to why she did that. Summon it. What? Tiamata, Kaing. Ellen summoned Lament into her right hand. Why? Just do it. Ellen stared at me with her dark blue eyes. Do it. I summoned Tiamata into my right hand. Ellen jumped towards me, her body enveloped in blue flames. Pierce. I tried to strengthen my body to its limits, but in just a matter of seconds, Tiamata escaped my grasp, and Ellen's lament was placed against my neck. It was an overwhelming difference in skill. Did she want to show me that? Ellen's eyes were seething with anger. I might have died without Harriet's help. Even Ellen, in her magic-strengthened state, could have died inside that alchemist's house without Harriet's anti-magic field. Ellen spoke calmly. You shouldn't have come. Ellen, who didn't know that I was accompanied by Sakigar and Elaris, couldn't help but be angry. Kang, not knowing how to vent her anger, Ellen threw Lament to the floor of the training room. The holy artifact rolled on the ground like a piece of trash. I told you not to do anything dangerous, Ellen shouted. Just how many times? How many times did I tell you? I told you so often. Why? Just why? Why? Ellen trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Why are you always doing these kinds of things? Why? She thought I would have died if she and Harriet hadn't arrived first, and Ellen was right with that assumption. If I had gone alone, I would have died. Ellen was bound to feel frustrated because I couldn't tell her about my situation. She couldn't help but think that I was a madman who couldn't control his desire for revenge. Ellen wept as she held my hand. You should have taken that gray-haired auntie with you. Just why did you? Why did you go there all by yourself? It seemed like not taking Laura with me was a mistake on my part. Ellen felt like she was about to go crazy because I got involved in something dangerous. She had to feel like I was continuously crossing the line without even knowing where the line was. It just seemed too much to bear for her. Are you angry? Yes, I'm angry. Ellen looked at me, her eyes bloodshot. Then do you think I'm not angry? Just as Ellen had said. Had it not been for Harriet, Ellen would have been killed in that alchemist's mansion. She would have died without even getting to fight due to all of the magic traps. Ellen was mistaken in thinking that I was the one who was lucky to still be alive. It was Ellen. Sarkigar had found out about Ellen. If I hadn't threatened him with my life, Sarkigar would have killed her right away, and she still wasn't safe enough for me to not worry. She was exposed to a long-term threat. Just as Ellen was angry, so was I. I couldn't even blame Ellen for it, because she put herself in danger for my sake. Even still, I could have done it all on my own. Just why? My heart skipped a beat when I saw Ellen coming out of the secret doorway of Erin Mead's mansion. Why is she there? She's still alive, though. How did she get there? What if she dies like this? Sakigar saw Ellen. What should I do? Just what should I do? My rationality almost flew away because so many different thoughts were tangled up in my head. However, I couldn't tell Ellen all that. I couldn't tell her that she had exposed herself to danger and that she would be threatened in the future as well because of it. I'm stronger than you. Ellen glared at me as she spoke. Does that mean that you can't die? No, but I can protect myself far better than you can. She was right. But even if I took Sakigar knowing about Ellen out of the equation, it was still true that Ellen and Harriet overdid it. At that point, no matter how strong Ellen was, she was still below Loya. and no matter how strong Harriet was, she was still inferior to Eloris. They recklessly fought with their lives on the line without even completely knowing their opponent's capabilities. I was pissed off. I was more than capable of taking care of it, but they thought I shouldn't. Someday, all of them might get thrown into the fiery pits of battle, so there was no need to go through those kinds of things beforehand. However, a more fundamental question arose in my mind. If Ellen became a swordmaster and Harriet became an archmage, would I be willing to let them risk their lives for me? I didn't think so. I'm grateful that you said that you were willing to risk your life for me, but you really don't have to. I had no other choice but to speak coldly. Do you want me to watch you die? You could have. Told me what you were thinking at least. You could have told me what you were going to do. We could have talked about it, and then we could have gone together. Ellen had no intention of backing down. It was something I couldn't talk to her about. I couldn't even tell Sarkigar why I specifically named Erin Mead as the culprit, so there was no way I could have convinced Ellen. Why didn't you tell me anything? Just as I didn't tell Ellen anything, Ellen went to investigate herself without telling me anything as well. Ellen and I were the same, in the end. We couldn't tell each other because we were afraid that, if we told each other, neither of us would have let the other actually do it. We didn't tell each other because we thought the other would jump right into danger without knowing just how dangerous it was. I could have lied by telling her that I wouldn't do anything dangerous anymore, but she wouldn't have believed me. Actually, I was about to get involved in something even more dangerous. I see, no matter what I say, it's no use. Ellen looked as if she had given up. She couldn't convince me. I wouldn't live like I did if simple words could shake my resolve. If you die, then I'll die as well, Ellen warned me. If you put your life in danger, that means you'll also put mine in danger. Keep that in mind. Was she warning or threatening me? It was a warning, maybe a threat, but in the end, it was nothing much. They were just words that came and went. However, wasn't that what life was all about as well? That's my line. I returned those words right back to her. Ellen stared at me. I wanted to have the last word, so she seemed angry in a different sense than before. Ellen sent lament back and picked up her training sword while throwing one toward me as well. Listen, Ellen pointed her training sword at me. If you're planning on overdoing it with that weak body of yours, you should practice a lot more. Ellen's provocation didn't really work on me. I was actually weak, after all. Yes, cacking. Ellen rushed at me, and I parried her sword. I saw many emotions swirling in Ellen's eyes as she was scanning me to find any openings. In the end, the practice that day didn't go that well. It wasn't actually practice. It was just a fight. Ching. Kook. It seemed we realized that speaking any more would just leave permanent scars on our hearts. It was something we couldn't ever undo. Rather than hurting each other's hearts, we chose to break our bodies instead. Of course, it was my body that got hurt more. Chapter 259, I talked with both Harriet and Ellen, but that wasn't the end of it. I had to explain to Eloris how I knew of the Black Order and Cantus Magna. I acted as if those things were common knowledge when they weren't. Sakigar had a problem with the Ellen situation, but he didn't seem to think that the Black Order posed any problem in particular. He might have assumed that I was trying to get new powers under my rule or something. However, even though Sakigar was fine with it, Eloris wasn't. While I was working in various directions, I suddenly decided to get in contact with the Black Order. Wouldn't it be rather strange if she didn't think that I was planning on rebuilding the demon realm, among other dangerous things? Sakigar seemed rather reserved about the matter, so there was no need to explain myself to him. As such, I first had to resolve the situation in which Eloris, who had been my greatest ally up until then, might become my greatest enemy. The next day, I left Temple and visited Eloris's semi-basement apartment. The atmosphere around her was very different from usual. She usually welcomed me with a bright expression, but she just stared at me with a firm look on her face. If Eloris tried to kill me, I wouldn't be able to stop her. You look scary. Your Highness, who is trying to contact the Black Order and came to me on his own 2 feet, is speaking of fear. That fear can't be real, then. You really are scary. Eloris looked at me silently. I thought you'd bring Loyar or Sarkigar. I can't believe you actually came here alone. We were in a dark semi-basement. While it wasn't night yet, Eloris's powers should have reached their peak. There was no way that Eloris, who was more than capable of killing me while the sun was still up, wouldn't be able to kill me in that environment. Your Highness, you really are a strange man. Her pupils were shaking. You're trying to hold hands with a dangerous organization such as the Black Order, and yet you try to protect this girl named Ellen with your life. I can't say I understand what this all means." It seemed like she was unable to understand my actions in the least. "Your Highness, no matter what you plan to do, I believe you have too much faith in me. You shouldn't. If you dream of rebuilding the demon realm, you should stay far away from me. Even if you aren't creating some grand scheme to rebuild that place, you still place far too much trust in me. Why? Why do you believe in me so much? You don't even know me that well." Elleris spoke as if pleading with me. It seemed as if tears were about to pour out of her eyes at any moment. There had been some friction between me and Sakuga, but he would never be able to kill me. In the end, he had no other choice but to follow my will, so even if it was difficult for him to tolerate Ellen's presence, he wouldn't be able to lay hands on her right away. However, that wasn't the case for Elleris. Elleris kept feeling suspicious that I might dream of starting another war and rebuilding the demon realm. She was a difficult subordinate to deal with, a subordinate who would kill me at any time if my intentions didn't align with her values. There was no reason to keep such a subordinate close to me, and yet I had only favored her up until then. That was something Elleris couldn't understand. The bond of trust I had with Elleris was damaged. Since I was about to hold hands with a magic society, Elleris would never be able to believe that I wanted peace. That was why she seemed so confused. Just when she was thinking about what to do with me, I appeared before her alone like I was asking to be killed by her. When I fell into that world, I was mentally overwhelmed. I felt relieved when I met Charlotte, but when I reached the imperial capital, I felt lost again. I had met Elleris when I was worrying about the present and not even thinking about the future ahead of me. I met someone who had to be on my side in that world filled with humans. Was it similar to finding an oasis in a desert? Elleris and I meeting at that time seemed to me like a rope of salvation, so no matter what kind of being Elleris actually was, I had no other choice but to open my heart to her. "I have never lied." I stared at Elleris calmly. "I'm not interested in rebuilding the demon realm or starting another war." Elleris looked doubtful. "Yeah, I wouldn't believe myself either. It was too much to call myself a pacifist when I did all those things. I already knew that would happen when I decided to take Elleris with me to Erin Mead's mansion. It was an inevitable moment, after all. Elleris would have to do something very important from then on. Would you believe me if I told you that I know the future?" "What?" I was thinking about telling Elleris about the future. Knowing the future. Elleris seemed exceedingly perplexed, as if she didn't expect me to say something as silly as that, and she didn't know how to react. I wanted to tell the others as well, but I couldn't. To do that, I would have to explain too many other things, including things that I should never tell anyone. But I wanted to tell at least one person, and that person was Elleris. To be exact, I wanted to get rid of that last bit of doubt Elleris carried in her heart. I wanted Elleris to truly be on my side and stand next to me without having to doubt anything. "Your Highness." "What?" "Jay, just what are you talking about?" "I don't know everything about the future, but I do know some big events that will happen in the future. I also can't predict in what way the future will change as a result of my actions." It was difficult to go into more detail. I didn't actually believe and didn't want to say that I was kind of like the creator of the world. I didn't have much knowledge of the place. It was like a house built by a different person on the ground I provided. I knew about the foundation, but the finished world was a place unfamiliar to me. The information about the Black Order and the Cantus Magna was just something I originally knew. You know that there was no way nor reason for me to find out these things. "Your Highness, I don't know what you mean. Are you saying that you might be from the future?" "Not really, but it's kind of similar." The phrase, "the more you talk, the worse it gets," was made for situations like that. Elleris seemed convinced that there was something wrong with my head. "You don't have to believe me. I know it's unbelievable, but listen." The story was simply far too long to answer all the questions Elleris might come up with one by one. Hearing my words, she fell silent. "There isn't much I can use as proof. However, the thing is, in 2 years, the warp gates all over the continent will connect to another world, and many people will be killed during that incident." I named it the Gate Incident, but I don't really know what caused it. If things are left as is, millions or even billions of humans will die. I was thinking that magic is the only thing that could have caused this, so that's why I'm trying to get a clue from the magic side of things. I'm trying to contact magic societies, such as the Black Order and Cantus Magna, because they might have caused it, or they might even have a solution for it. I'm expanding my forces now because, if things don't work out as I planned, we might have to travel all over the continent to destroy all of the warp gates. Not only that, but there are many ways to do it as well. If I think about it more, there are so many things I still would have to do. Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, and you are probably wondering why I know all of this. Now you can ask. I didn't have much time. Elaris had to move around for me. She could teleport, after all. That was why she was the only one who could carry out the most important orders immediately and accurately. Elaris might believe that I was actually out of my mind, telling the truth, or making up excuses, but she was silent for a very long time. Why are you suddenly telling me this? I don't know what to do. In the end, Elaris still seemed to find it hard to believe me. Yeah, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you realize that I don't want a new war or the end of humanity. The chances were higher that she wouldn't believe me. With the Orbis class gone, it was impossible to show her any definite proof inside of Temple, but there were still some things that would certainly happen in the future. Do you remember the club I made? Yes, you created a club named the Magic Research Society and are even the president of it. There will soon be some amazing things made there. Elaris knew of the Magic Research Society from me. She was very surprised at that time that I became the president of it, even though I didn't know how to use magic. She had already heard of the things I ordered to be made there. Like everyone else, Elaris was pretty negative about it. That was why she told me about using magic with the surrounding atmospheric mana. No way. Yeah, I knew they would end up making those items. That's why I made them create them in advance. Power cartridges and moonshine. If those two items were to be made by the hands of those students, Elaris would probably have a bit more faith in my words about knowing the future. I have no clue what will happen in the end, because the future surely changed a lot due to my actions. Another definite future event. Alspringer will choose his new master soon. Its master will be my classmate Ludwig. The next owner of Ragan Artorius's Alspringer would be Ludwig. Elaris heard the name Ludwig leave my mouth for the first time. You mean, it's not Ellen? Yeah. Elaris, who knew Ellen's true identity, couldn't believe that the next master of Alspringer, which should have obviously been her, wasn't actually Ellen. You'll find out whether I really know the future or not when it's time. She might not have believed me for the moment, but Elaris would eventually have no other choice but to admit that my predictions were gradually coming true. It seemed like she felt that I was telling the truth, or at least not lying, from my weird confidence. I don't know if you received an oracle or something, but I just can't believe it all. Of course, I anticipated that you would react like that, so I haven't told you anything up until now. You would have just treated me like a crazy person. I didn't know when the future I talked about would come true, but Elaris would wait to confirm if what I had said was true. In other words, until then, she would at least be my ally. You telling me this means you have a role that you want me to play. Elaris looked at me, her eyes filled with determination as if she had made up her mind. Elaris seemed determined not to turn her back to me, even asking me what she could do. Don't get me wrong and just listen, okay? Yes. I was about to tell her the important point. We need to rebuild the demon realm. What? Elaris let out a shrill voice. Before, I said that I didn't wish to rebuild the demon realm, but then I said that I wanted to rebuild it, so Elaris was very shocked. That was beyond saying that I brought our conversation right back to square one. After Elaris looked surprised for a moment, she looked at me with a straight face. She looked as if she thought that I said all those words just to end up talking about that again. To be precise, rather than actually doing it, we should make the humans believe that the demon realm has been rebuilt. What do you mean by this? I don't understand. If there are rumors that the demon realm had been rebuilt now that Ragan Artorius is dead, the humans would panic, right? Yes. The little senior Radina had reacted like that the other day. Since Artorius was dead, who the hell would kill the Demon King again if he resurrected? Fear of the Demon King. If the Demon King returned in the absence of Artorius, the only one who could truly rival him, the humans would fall into panic. We don't have much time. Only no, not even 2 years. The gate incident would happen at the start of the third year's first semester. There was only 1 year left, not two. If we don't manage to eliminate the cause of the gate crisis in the given time, we should go ahead and smash all the warp gates on the continent as the next best solution. Something else might happen because of that, but that's what we should go with for now. I can't do something like that. Right. It was impossible to destroy all the warp gates scattered all over the continent at the same time unless I suddenly turned into the Empire itself. That was impossible, but it was possible for me to become the Empire's enemy. Being someone's enemy meant that one had a certain amount of influence over that someone. What would happen if we made them believe that the Demon King's forces invaded the human realm through the warp gates? Elaris's eyes widened when she heard those words. They would block the warp gates themselves. Is that what you mean? Even if they don't end up destroying them, they will place enough defensive forces around them. I wouldn't solve everything, but the initial damage would be significantly reduced. This is just insurance, just in case. We don't really have to rebuild the demon realm. It's just to make people nervous. That's enough to make humans feel the need to move. Whether it's me or someone else, it just has to be rumored that we'll attack the human realm through the warp gates. It wouldn't actually be demons that would come out, but monsters of another world, but that's fine. The humans would be prepared. That was my insurance in case I ended up not being able to get anything done. The humans had to believe that the demon realm was being reconstructed and become afraid. Elaris looked at me with a stern expression. That role. Are you saying that you want me to play it? Yes. Sakigar and Loya had other important work to do. Elaris didn't have any particular job to undertake. In addition, because she was a wizard, she was able to move all over the continent in an instant, so her mobility was incomparable to anyone else's. The reconstruction of the demon realm had to be entrusted to the one who least wished for it. Of course, it wouldn't actually be a reconstruction, it was just a bluff. I felt like I knew that Elaris would somehow agree to it. Yes, Your Highness, Elaris also knew. Her expression told me that she had accepted her inescapable fate. Your Highness, if all this is a lie, however, if all of it was just a lie, was she going to kill me? I'm going to be very sad. Even in that situation where she didn't know whether she could trust me or not, Elaris seemed unable to choose to hate or harm me. Elaris, the first person to recognize me in the imperial capital, seemed quite intent on killing me before. Could that have been a misunderstanding? Elaris seemed like someone who wouldn't be able to bring herself to even slightly harm me. The talk was roughly over, but there were still some important points left to discuss. By the way, how should we start if we want to rebuild the demon realm? Rumors already spread throughout the human realm that the reconstruction of the demon realm had begun, but we also needed real power. It was absolutely necessary to subdue the forces of the different demon clans who still held power and bring them under my feet. The first one on the chopping block would be the Vampire Council. What? They weren't even forces of the demon realm to begin with. Make them gather. I intended to get them first. If we lock the door and push the holy sword in their faces, they'll probably be willing to make a blood oath or something. I wasn't really sure if I was able to break those long-lived vampires' pride, but wouldn't it be possible to force them to open their closed-off hearts to me with the holy sword? It was the strongest weapon in the world, limited to only the undead. Even Elaris feared Tiamata. History proved that there was nothing like violence to open closed doors. Chapter 260, I am uncertain whether Elaris believes that I know the future. Yet, I had no choice but to reveal the most crucial secret to Elaris, as she now must undertake the most important task. Time will prove the truth of my words. Elaris seemed to accept, to some extent, that my desire to contact the mage conspirators and my many peculiarities stemmed from that knowledge. Therefore, discussing the finer details with Elaris became somewhat easier. We must prevent an immense crisis looming in the future. With such a grand premise laid out, there is no need to hold back our words. However, the problem remains. You don't know. Well, not quite. Did you not claim to know the future? I don't know everything. There's much more I'm unaware of. But what do you expect to happen if you deceive the Black Order with lies? Elaris exclaimed, seemingly astounded. Ah, well, it feels as though I've caused trouble and am being scolded by my mother. What I know is that Erin Mead is a member of the Black Order. It doesn't mean I know where to find them. I threw whatever I could at the situation because it seemed there would be no opportunity to engage with them if I missed it. Sigh, what should we do then? I assume you don't know much about Cantus Magna either. That's true. Sigh. As I write, the problem that arises from the length of this story becomes apparent. Long-term serialization challenges human memory and ability. inevitably causing issues. One might forget the breadcrumbs they've scattered or be unable to retrieve them due to growing complexity. The mage conspirators are such unretrieved breadcrumbs for me. I haven't forgotten them, but the matter seemed to become too vast, so I just let it go. It's the product of my irresponsibility. The Black Order appeared once during Aaron Mead's arc and was mentioned regarding the Golden Huntresses, but that's all. Though I described them with an impression of grandeur and had ideas in mind, they never appeared again. Smaller breadcrumbs were either absorbed or forgotten during the gate incident. I never spoke of what they did during the gate incident either. All that remains in my mind are the thoughts I had when I first conceived the mage conspirators. Mage conspirators act and move according to their own standards, regardless of societal morals. This is true for the Black Order, Golden Huntresses, and Cantus Magna alike. The Black Order made a single appearance. Cantus Magna was only mentioned but never appeared. In the end, it is my mess to clean, and I must uncover the information myself. If the gate incident stemmed from the mage conspirators, I must learn about them. The problem now is that I pretended to possess enticing information on the Black Order when I had nothing of the sort. Thus, Elleris is currently looking at me with pity. I don't know much about Cantus Magna, but I do know how to meet them. Do you know of such a method? But saying this might earn me a severe scolding. No, it isn't complicated. It's actually quite simple. There's nothing better than this. They're the Golden Huntresses, right? Yes. So naturally, if we use a forbidden curse, they'll come, won't they? Elleris' expression turned icy. It reminded me of the times when Ellen would glare at me with a cold look. Still, Ellen always maintained a stoic demeanor, which made it somewhat bearable. But when Elleris, who always to summon the Golden Huntresses, one must employ the forbidden magic. This statement is not incorrect. What am I to do with this burn? Elleris eventually burst out and yanked my hair. Snap! Ouch! What have I done? She then startled herself with her own action, stroking my head vigorously and apologizing profusely. My proposal to use Golden Huntresses to summon Cantus Magna was, of course, rejected. Elleris, think about it calmly. If the Black Order finds out I lied, we will have to fight them anyway. Either way, we will inevitably clash with one of the two, right? Silence, Elleris sighed, sputtering. There might be someone in the council who knows something. Let's start by seeking clues there. Some families are deeply involved in the matter, after all. Really? Vampires who have lived a long time inevitably become mages. There's nothing better than difficult studies to pass the time. We decided to put the extremely dangerous method aside for now and seek clues from the Vampire Council. Our course of action would be decided there. It was of utmost importance whether they could be placed in our hands. I instructed Elleris on the tasks to be carried out outside the temple while our daily lives continued within. Though we had not yet prepared any clues for the Black Order, the likelihood of fighting them was very low. If need be, I could threaten to use Golden Huntresses to summon Cantus Magna. The Black Order would have their own reasons for not using that method. Aaron Mead's case was resolved, and Elleris was the only one with whom I shared the secret. The problem. You know, you two are rather obvious. What do you mean? As I was quietly eating breakfast, Liana glanced at Ellen and me while chewing on the end of her fork. Did you fight again? No. What do you mean, again? We didn't fight. However, everyone's expressions read, you fought. These two don't usually talk much, but it's clear when they've fought or not, right? Upon Liana's words, Adelia laughed and scratched her head, perhaps considering that the moment she spoke I would snap. After the previous incident, Ellen and I fell into an awkward silence, as though we had fought, but not quite. Ellen was angry with me, and I was angry with Ellen. We were worried about each other, but the result was that we had a negative impact on one another. What should I say? Externally and internally, the temple was filled with matters that made my head feel like it would explode. Ellen was not the only problem. Liana turned to the person next to her and asked, "And why are you like this lately?" "No, I'm fine." Harriet, who had been nibbling on her breakfast, lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Harriet had been suffering from something akin to PTSD due to the shocking scene she witnessed in Aaron Mead's mansion. Harriet had not engaged in the fight directly. After she had spread the anti-magic field, Ellen took care of the rest. However, she saw the humans who were controlled by homunculus fall under the effects of her anti-magic spell. Although it wasn't murder, Harriet seemed to view it as such. Then there were the horrifying chimeras she saw in the underground workshop. That must have been the direct cause of her trauma. I didn't enter the workshop, so I hadn't seen it, but Ellen seemed to think it was a sight she never wanted to recall. It couldn't be helped. Upon the conclusion of our lesson, Ellen, Harriet, Liana, Adelia, and I exited the temple. Ellen walked at some distance from me, while Harriet accompanied Adelia. Naturally, Liana and I took the lead, walking side by side. So it seems the matter from before has been resolved, more or less. Had it not been resolved, there would be no reason for me to follow her out. Liana was an odd one, seemingly possessing a keen intuition, but also not at times. It seems that due to that incident, we've found ourselves in this situation. She likely suspected that trouble had occurred in some unknown place, but refrained from asking about it. However, it was rather unexpected for us to end up flower viewing. Such pastimes held no interest for me. Considering Ellen and Adelia, they seemed to be immersed in magic, not having much to do with flowers. Of course, Harriet must have lived in a palace with a garden. Ellen probably wasn't much different. Do you like flowers? At my question, Liana cocked her head to the side. Not particularly. I might care more if it were clothes. It was clear that she was not particularly interested in the flowers themselves, but rather sought a change of pace. For whom were we going on this flower-viewing trip? Irene Day. In other words, the banks of the Han River in Seoul, named Royal Gradium. I used to visit the area quite often when the Rotary Club was located here, but since they moved, I had no reason to come. Autumn flowers bloomed everywhere, attracting many people out for a stroll. It was a world after the death of the Demon King, a peaceful world. In this place, people viewed flowers without any worries. We were one of them. Everyone came to enjoy the flowers without much thought, and Liana was no exception. However, since we were here, we walked along the path, admiring the flowers scattered all around. Liana grabbed my arm and pointed to a certain type of flower spread throughout the area, the most abundant flower. What kind of flower is that? That's a cosmos. Why do you know that? Well, it's common knowledge. How could she come for flower viewing without knowing what a cosmos is? But it seemed that not only Liana didn't know, as everyone else also cocked their heads. Their gazes toward me seemed to have changed. Suddenly, I was thrust into a different world. You all didn't know either. At my question, Adelia scratched her cheek. It's not that we didn't know it was a cosmos. You're all surprised that I know about flowers. Ellen, Harriet, Adelia, and Liana all nodded. Well then, to think it would be astonishing for a person like me to know the names of even common flowers. Good grief. While I wasn't particularly interested, I knew a reasonable amount. Of course, I had once memorized the names and meanings of various flowers to expand my vocabulary. It wasn't helpful when it came to writing, but it did help me remember the names of common flowers and the meanings of a few others. Hey, what's that one? A chrysanthemum. And that's also a chrysanthemum, but the colors are different. The first one is white and that one is yellow. You're kidding, right? Don't you know that a red rose and a white rose are both roses? Are you really that ignorant? Ah, I see. They do look the same upon closer inspection. Though it was hardly extraordinary knowledge, in this world there were many flowers whose origins I could not discern, whether they were unique to this realm or simply blooms unknown to me from my own world. I could not know them all, of course. It was inevitable that there would be more that I did not recognize. But as the sun began to set, the expressions of those around me grew strange. It seemed as if they had witnessed a side of me entirely different from before. Ah, why do you all react this way? Is it so surprising that I know a bit about flowers? Of course. Liana spoke on behalf of the group. You are truly an enigma, the more we see of you. In the end, it seemed my newfound aspect was not received unfavorably. For some unknown reason, Harriet's face was flushed. These fools, it seemed as though they had misunderstood something. I decided to shift the atmosphere. However, I find this flower viewing to be rather peculiar. Why? Their faces showed curiosity as to what I would say next. Technically, flowers are the reproductive organs of plants, aren't they? More precisely, the pistils and stamens. Isn't it amusing that we gather to observe reproductive organs? Ah, as expected, you are a madman. Successfully, I had lightened the mood. I could not say for certain whether the flower viewing truly changed our spirits. As everyone prepared to leave, Ellen held me back. Just a little. Ha! Ellen signaled with her eyes. Stay a bit longer. It was clear she wanted some time alone with me. The others seemed to accept this. Perhaps because of the misunderstanding that we had fought, they believed we needed time to talk privately. Without protest, they left us alone. The evening of autumn neared, the sun setting. We sat side by side on the steps near the Irene River. We had been angry with each other. I would become involved in more dangerous affairs, most of which I could not share with Ellen, nor would I want to seek her help, because this matter was far too perilous. Even the slightest knowledge of what I was to do would be detrimental to Ellen. If she knew, the problem would not be my involvement in danger, but the secrets she would uncover. I could not fathom what would transpire after that. I did not want to imagine it. It seems strange. Ellen spoke softly. What does? When someone is precious to you, you should speak kindly to them, treat them well, and do what you must. But when someone is too precious, it seems we only end up saying hurtful things and causing pain. Ellen gazed quietly at the tranquil surface of the river, its waters reflecting the red glow of sunset. It's foolish. It is. For some reason, I threw a stone into the river. I watched as it created small ripples before sinking beneath the surface, beneath the burning autumn sunset. I'm sorry. Me too. I'm sorry. We apologized to each other. Ellen leaned her head against me. It had been a long time since we had done so. Reinhardt. Yes. Aaron Mead, you didn't kill him, did you? Ellen had known all along. She had no choice but to know. The lie surrounding Aaron Mead's death, his head had exploded, a wound I could not have inflicted. Although I had hidden the body, Ellen might have seen it. Yes. Ellen did not pry further. When you become a sword master, will you share your secrets with me? Chapter 261. It was not that Ellen and I had reconciled, for we had never truly quarreled in the first place. We had exchanged some unknown wounds, and we had both apologized to one another, putting the matter to rest. Yet the issue of Harriet still remained. That night, I invited Harriet to the tea-time terrace, a place where Bertus and I would occasionally converse. It's all right. I'm getting better. Harriet forced a smile and responded to my question about her well-being. She had no choice but to overcome the ordeal. Witnessing a corpse was a different kind of horror than what she had experienced before. I just can't understand it. I don't see the reason for such a dreadful act. Magic, by its very nature, makes the impossible possible. However, one could not fathom the reason for engaging in such bizarre deeds as the blending of races or the creation of life. Though Harriet's complexion remained poor, she was gradually improving. Seemingly finding some stability, she sipped her tea. And Ellen, we talked more or less. I'm relieved. Harriet smiled, a lonely expression on her face. You said you fought a horde of zombies in the Darklands. Yes, we did. I'm struggling just from seeing such a thing. I can't imagine how hard it must have been for you and Ellen. We had fought directly against the terrifying creatures, and Ellen had personally dealt with the Chimera. Harriet was struggling just from witnessing the aftermath of our battle. I wanted to tell her that the nature of our struggles was different, but it seemed as if she was pondering her own frailty in this difficult moment. If it weren't for you, Ellen would have died. All I did was use a single scroll. That doesn't mean what I said is wrong. Harriet looked at me silently. If Harriet hadn't been there, Ellen might have chosen not to fight at all. However, once the decision was made, Harriet's role was absolutely crucial. Even if she thought her actions were insignificant, they provided decisive help. I'll try harder, Harriet spoke, gazing out into the dark autumn night. You're already trying your best. Harriet looked back at me. Even so, I can do better. I couldn't quite tell when it started, but every one of Harriet's smiles seemed tinged with sadness. I'll stay here during the break. Magic Research Club activities. Harriet appeared to have decided not to return home, but instead to devote herself to her research there. In Harriet's expression, a desire for strength was visible. Perhaps witnessing Ellen's fearless battle had evoked something within her. It seemed I wasn't the only one who felt we were running out of time. Could it be my influence? Both Ellen and Harriet appeared restless. I must obtain information from the magic conspirators. Furthermore, if an unavoidable situation arises, I must make use of my status as the last Demon King. Even if it is a mere pretense, I must walk the path of the next Demon King. A successor of the demon realm with no background is nothing more than easy prey, not a subject of caution. People must know that the next Demon King exists. For that, a minimum amount of power is necessary. The Vampire Council. Regardless of their will, I intend to place them under my control. However, it is uncertain whether the old vampires, who fear the holy sword, will fear me as well. The Lord Vampires seem to be almost all mages, and there is a possibility of obtaining clues about the magic conspirators from them. The Black Order has decided to approach me, and I have agreed to provide them with information about Cantus Magna. Still, I do not expect them to approach me in the near future. They may have destroyed Aaron Mead's head, but they would not kill me just because I provided false information. They already know I am an unusual individual who commands Lord Vampires as my minions. There is no chance they would push me toward the Empire. After all, it would appear as one villain pushing another. Therefore, there is still time left before the Vampire Council is convened. Final exams are approaching. After the finals, there will be a festival, and after the festival, winter break will arrive. The busier one is, the more difficult it is to feel the passing of the seasons, and I was no exception. The short autumn was already fading away, not necessarily due to busyness, but because that is the nature of autumn and spring. Just when you think they have arrived, the seasons are already fading away into the distance. Sarak, the sound of stepping on fallen leaves, echoed throughout the school grounds. "What's this?" I brushed a fallen elm leaf off Ellen's head. She was standing still, leaning against the entrance of the dormitory. Oblivious to the large leaf that had settled on her head like a hat, Ellen stared intently at me. To be precise, she was staring at the person next to me. "Your expression always changes when you see my sister, doesn't it?" "What?" She was glaring at Olivia Lands. "Do you have a problem with me?" "No. Do you dislike me being in such a relationship with Reinhardt?" "Ah, what are you even saying? If you're going to talk nonsense, let's just go." I happened to run into Ellen in front of the dormitory while returning from an errand with Olivia Lands. Olivia furrowed her brow, looking at Ellen, who, for some reason, was sending a hostile gaze her way. Lately, I've had business with Olivia, and we've encountered each other like this a few times. Ellen and Olivia have a terrible relationship. However, the fact that their relationship is bad implies that there is some sort of relationship between them. Did they ever have such a connection? I'm not sure. If I were 5 years younger, you wouldn't have been able to stand by Reinhardt's side, you know. I could have taught him many things as well. At Olivia's words, Ellen raised one corner of her mouth. "What's this? I've never seen her make this expression before." With a clear sneer, Ellen retorted, "It must be nice being older." What? I'm only 22, you know. I'm still young. I'm in my prime. Anyway, you're older than both me and Reinhardt by 5 years. What? Reinhardt, can I hit her? Seemingly defeated, Olivia looked at me, flustered. "Why are you asking for my permission?" "Go ahead and try." With confidence, Ellen tilted her head. "Ellen, why are you acting like this? You're not usually like this." Olivia turned her head away, huffing. "HMPH. I'm holding back because my sister doesn't like violence. You better remember that." Olivia stuck out her tongue and went into the dormitory. "That girl, everything about her is good, really good. But sometimes she chooses to do things that make me really want to smack her." Ellen watched Olivia walk away and then turned her gaze to me. "Do you have to be close with that person?" "Why do you say that?" "I hate her." "That person?" Ellen was visibly angry. "Why? What happened?" "I don't know. I just hate her. She's annoying." It was the first time Ellen had so openly expressed her emotions. She has helped me a lot, and I still need her for some unavoidable reasons." "Is it important?" "Yeah, extremely." I knew it wouldn't be good for people to see Olivia Lands getting close to me, but I couldn't help it this time because it was really necessary. Ellen couldn't argue with the fact that it was unavoidable, but she still looked very uncomfortable. "You should do something about it." "What should I do?" "You're not acting decisively, so she keeps doing that." Ellen's anger was now directed at me. Her cold gaze made me feel as if my body was freezing. "Or do you like it when she does that?" "No, not at all. I don't like it." "It seems like you do, pretending to dislike it." "No, I don't. I really hate it." "What is it about her? Why is she scolding me like a boyfriend who can't manage his female friends?" I couldn't find the right words in this strange situation. "Who do you think you are?" If I were to utter anything remotely similar, it seemed like I'd either have my tongue cut off or my throat slit. She's really terrifying. "Then stop her." Yeah. In the end, I responded like a boyfriend who couldn't manage his female friends either. There was simply too much to do. If everything related to the gate were considered tasks, then there were indeed far too many tasks to handle. Dealing with the various problems arising from human relationships felt like it could make one's head split. Consequently, academic pursuits, a student's primary responsibility, were pushed to the back burner. If I placed last this time, it would be dangerous. So I wouldn't deliberately end up last, but I was definitely in the lower ranks. So please show some restraint. What's wrong with expressing affection? In the end, following Ellen's instructions to speak with Olivia led to Olivia pouting and grumbling with a HMPH. Honestly, it seems like I made some sort of promise with my senior. I have no intention of marrying you. At my outburst, Olivia's mouth dropped open and her face turned pale. Ah, really? Why are you panicking? Hadn't I been continuously stressing that, while I genuinely liked my senior, I had no interest in pursuing a romantic relationship? I thought you were just playing hard to get. Ah, I feel dizzy. Well, if not now, maybe you'll grow to like me in the future. Olivia's dazzling smile made me feel as if I was losing my mind. Words just didn't get through to her. Tusk, if you're going to use me like this and not even give me a break, you know how angry I can get, right? Then you'll have no idea how scary I can be. Olivia had a point. I couldn't say anything in response to her argument that, while I needed her and made use of her as I pleased, I couldn't handle this one issue. Even now, I was making use of her. Do you like that kid so much that you'd glare at me like that? That's not the problem. If it's not the problem, then what is? Olivia's expression suddenly hardened, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. I'll say just one thing. Has that kid done anything wrong to me? No, there's nothing like that. Olivia was serious now. But I don't like her. That's something I can't help. Don't tell me not to hate her, not to harass her, and not to start a fight. You know that, right? With her lips slightly pursed, Olivia looked at me. The more you say things like that, the more I'll end up hating her for no reason. Bang. With that, Olivia slammed the door shut with a loud noise. Why must I endure such things? Though it may be cringeworthy, if you think about it, all of this is being done to save the world. Why must I experience these petty matters? I detest that person as well. Harriet nodded her head in agreement. Still, they say that before all this happened, she was an incredibly kind person. At Adelia's words, Liana shook her head. She's quite the scoundrel, that sister. A scoundrel. Adelia seemed taken aback by Liana's harsh description. Om Nam Nam Ellen, the instigator of this conversation and the one who suggested dining out, was voraciously consuming 5 different dishes. She seemed different than usual. For some reason, she appeared to be eating aggressively, as if to relieve stress and anger. When Liana asked her about it, Ellen admitted that she didn't like a certain Olivia Lands, who had been spending time with Reinhardt. At this moment, for the first time in her life, Ellen was backbiting about someone. Harriet agreed, Adelia didn't know, and Liana called her a scoundrel. But aren't Reinhardt and that Olivia well suited since he's a despicable fellow too? Ellen and Harriet stared at Liana upon hearing her innocent remark. Why am I wrong? Liana. What? Liana de Grants had a knack for being clueless in peculiar situations. Liana, who wasn't very hungry, had ordered a cheese salad and was nibbling away at it. That sister is indeed oddly clingy. Reinhardt seems to dislike it too, but considering he doesn't shun her, he might be interested. Oh, why am I suddenly feeling so cold? Has it gotten that chilly? As Liana continued speaking nonchalantly, she shivered from a sudden chill. Of course, she didn't realize that it was due to Ellen's icy glare. It's quite annoying how she's aware of her beauty and shamelessly flaunts it. It's so distasteful. No one at the table had anything to say about that. Olivia Lands. Although the title of Iridian saint had long vanished, her striking appearance remained unchanged. Even Reinhardt, who showed his dislike, couldn't deny his occasional confusion or blushing when around her. It was irritating to see her sticking to Reinhardt to an excessive degree. Naturally, one would think she relies too much on her looks. So, what do you want to do about it? It's not that I want to do something about it. I just dislike her. She always picks a fight with me for no reason. Ellen said this and focused on her meal. Though Ellen always ate a lot, today's binge eating seemed to be driven by stress. Picking a fight with you? Yes. Olivia Lands would pointlessly provoke Ellen whenever their paths crossed. This had been happening for quite some time, not just recently. Since the incident at the fundraising event, she had been needling Ellen every time they encountered each other. As they lived in the same dormitory, they couldn't help but run into each other occasionally. Ah, hello, Reinhardt's friend. Please take good care of our Reinhardt. You shouldn't get too close to Reinhardt, you know why, right? Oh my, you're actually quite pretty. Not as much as me, though. You're good at fighting her, but don't be too hard on our Reinhardt. Sorry, I can't have you as a rival. Oh, are you angry? Are you going to hit me? I'll tell Reinhardt. Are you okay with that? As Ellen thought about this, she gripped her fork tightly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Grrrrrrrrr, everyone stared wide-eyed as the fork bent under her grip. But in the end, Ellen was not the type to take revenge, even when she disliked someone. Neither was Harriet, who also disapproved of Olivia. In Harriet's case, she used to be that way, but not anymore. But that older sister is a bit ambiguous. What do you mean? At Adelia's question, Liana shrugged her shoulders. She must have entered with a major in divine power, but if she abandoned her faith, what will she graduate with? It would be strange to graduate with a major in divine power, right? At those words, everyone's expressions became peculiar. True. Although they had no reason to worry about the graduation of an unlikable senior, everyone grew curious. How on earth was Olivia Lands planning to graduate? I don't know. Ellen quickly finished off all 5 dishes she ordered, took a sip of water, and her eyes gleamed. If she keeps doing this, I won't hold back. Please, please, restrain yourself, Ellen. Although Harriet secretly hoped Ellen would do something, she feared a dreadful incident might occur, and so she urged Ellen to hold back for the time being. Chapter 262. The strained relationship between Ellen and Olivia was indeed a problem, but I was preoccupied with more pressing matters and did not have the luxury of fretting over their discord. My head felt as if it would split open from the sheer number of issues I had stirred up, and though I couldn't address the subsequent problems, I had to at least be aware of them. I had asked Sokigar to investigate matters concerning the Orvis class, even though they had no direct connection to me. The advice from the previous crisis had not been a trap. Rather, it was a clue. It informed me that my assassination had not been carried out by the very target of my suspicion, and that other ominous events were transpiring. Late into the night, I faced Sokigar, who had come to visit me in my room. Ever since the Erin Mead incident, there had been no signs of Sokigar disobeying orders or engaging in any other mischievous activities. However, there was a deep sadness in the eyes that looked upon me. It seemed to stem from the fact that there was someone I cared about enough to risk my own life, and that this person was the sibling of the Iron Wall General. Sakigar appeared to be tormented by the inability to do anything, despite the strong desire to help. Nevertheless, Sakigar did not neglect the given tasks, nor did they mention Ellen's situation, knowing full well that it would only exacerbate my anxiety. In any case, Sakigar had been investigating the events following the closure of the Orvis class. More precisely, those events involving Oscar de Gradius. It's a revolution. Upon hearing that simple piece of information, my mind seemed to freeze. The Orvis class, where one had to prove their worth based solely on their abilities, regardless of their status. A place that instilled the belief that one could surpass all obstacles through sheer effort. It would have been more peculiar if such individuals did not dream of a revolution. So, the abrupt actions that led to the closure of the class were a smokescreen meant to prevent further investigation and the discovery of inconvenient truths. That seems to be the case. They hadn't foolishly provoked the royal court, but had done so deliberately, all to conceal a truth that must not be revealed. Event complete revolutionary forces, you have acquired 300 achievement points. And with that, a forgotten event was completed. Charlotte had deemed it strange that there were no revolutionary forces within the temple. Although I hadn't been able to investigate her claim properly, I ended up learning about the true nature of the revolutionary forces in an unexpected place. The Orvis class was the revolutionary force, and not just a portion, but most of them. The reason they did not attempt to assassinate or retaliate against me was that it was a critical time for them to minimize their movements, and taking such actions would be perilous. The Orvis class appears to have been infiltrated by the revolutionary forces for quite some time. They were the cradle of the revolution. They must have been carefully selecting and secretly recruiting those who seemed to share their beliefs. And when those individuals graduated, while not on par with the royal class, the Orvis class still produced significant talents. Whether in the empire, successor states, or autonomous territories, they would hold important positions in organizations and posts that recognized their abilities. What is the scale? It's hard to determine. I have only inferred this information from the conversations of confirmed members, as I haven't personally witnessed their gatherings. The investigation time was short, so it was inevitable that we could not grasp the details. However, with the Orvis class, the core talent cultivation institution of the Republicans, now gone, it is clear that their actions will be expedited. Yes, it wasn't for nothing that Oscar was fond of them. Oscar de Gradius was undoubtedly a member of the revolutionary organization. He would be continuously providing the organization with information about the royal family. He knew what would happen if a full-scale investigation into the Orvis class were initiated. In the original story, the revolutionary forces never appeared. This means that they did exist, but they were all swallowed up in the chaos when the Gate crisis erupted. The revolutionary forces took control of the Orvis class and nurtured Republicans for a very long time. Many of the individuals who supported the Orvis class during the sponsorship event were likely Republicans. Where could they have spread to? Sarkigar spoke to me. Your Highness, utilize them. I knew, of course, that Sarkigar would say this. Use them to cause chaos in the Empire and then annihilate both the revolutionary forces and the Empire. Yes, there is no better opportunity if I am to become the Demon King, but I have no interest in that. Chaos erupts in the Empire due to the struggle between the revolutionary forces and the Empire. And then the gates explode. The perfect situation for the world to end, simply provoking a fight. It was no different from pressing the button for world destruction. How on earth did I deduce this? The butterfly effect. Now my teeth chattered at the thought. There is only one thing I need to do. I will not think about the pros and cons of the revolution. First, I must stop the revolution. Isn't that what I should have been doing in the first place? It was absurd. Sarkigar thought this was a golden opportunity. Research more, find out the exact size, location, and who the leaders are. You may even join their forces if necessary. Yes, Your Highness. I must know their exact size in order to take action. Unfortunately, I cannot follow Sarkigar's intentions. Sarkigar, unaware of my thoughts, smiled with happiness. The revolutionary forces certainly exist, and they are most likely large in scale. But I couldn't recklessly touch them. If I started cutting off their branches carelessly, they would start a rebellion when cornered. Then, the chaos would occur because I rushed in recklessly. Although I didn't expect a single fight to bring about such a result, any action I take now would cause tremendous ripple effects. I must be cautious. For now, I had no choice but to entrust the gathering of information to Sarkigar. It felt like I was considering how to handle a nuclear bomb that could explode if touched incorrectly. Killing them all would be a terrible plan, regardless of whether it was possible or not. The best course of action would be to postpone their uprising until at least the year after next. By then, the Gate crisis would have either happened or not. So, if the Gate crisis is safely averted, do I have to watch the rebellion of the revolutionary forces with my own eyes? Even if I successfully prevent the Gate crisis, is the inevitable second battle of the Civil War within the Empire waiting for me? Where should I stand in that situation? I felt like I was going mad. The world is a minefield, no matter where I go. Before my eyes, it was clear that Sarkigar was delighted to find a method to unblock his nose without using his hands. I, on the other hand, was lost in thought, struggling with a headache-inducing dilemma. This was the very epitome of people having different dreams in the same bed. All right, off you go. Yes, Your Highness. Sarkigar prepared to transform back into a sparrow. As I watched the sparrow about to fly through the open window, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Sarkigar would only be used by me. In the end, without the will to rebuild the demon realm, I was destined to use him until the very end. While I have made many mistakes, a significant part of it is my exploitation of his blind loyalty. Sarkigar, chirp. Sarkigar looked back at me and tilted his head. Last time, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for him, and in the end, I would become a worse version of Ragan Artorius. At my selfish apology, Sarkigar gazed at me quietly in his sparrow form. Your Highness. The guard serves Your Highness, not an archdemon. Since there was no alternative to me as an archdemon, he had no choice but to serve me, and that was the intention behind my words. You serve me because there is no other archdemon besides me. That's what I ended up saying. To that, Sarkigar told me that he served me because I was worthy, not because I was an archdemon. At that moment, I wished I could bite off the tongue that had spoken those words. Please keep that in mind. It wasn't about loyalty to an archdemon. Did that mean he would serve me even if I weren't an archdemon? Why? Did I have such worth? Since your highness decided to rescue the demon prisoners who were detained by humans, everything from a single strand of God's hair to the last fragment of the soul belonged to your highness. It wasn't because I was an archdemon. From that moment on, Sakigar had recognized me as his ruler. Seeing my guilt-ridden expression, Sakigar tilted his head a few times as a sparrow. Your highness, there is something else I need to tell you, as if he had just remembered something he hadn't said before. What is it? It's a different matter. Isn't it strange that the royal family didn't notice this? You're right. Whether it was Bertus, Charlotte, or the Emperor, it was indeed strange that the royal family had been unaware of this issue. Sakigar's intelligence capabilities were exceptional, but it was still surprising that they hadn't recognized the problem at all. I wondered if they knew but chose to ignore it, so I did some investigation on them as well. What did you find? I couldn't get specific details, but it seems there is a problem within the royal family. What kind of problem? There are rumors that someone has died in the princess's palace. What? There was a problem within the royal family. It was one thing if it was something else, but this concerned the princess's palace. Come to think of it, I hadn't been able to focus on it because of the assassination attempt on me. Charlotte had been commuting to school from the royal palace for some time now. I had assumed it was just due to an increase in internal affairs, but Bertus was still staying in the dormitory, in Charlotte's palace. Did that mean the emperor had failed to control the dispute over the succession of the throne? What other situation was unfolding, or rather, had been unfolding? In the midst of a complex situation, another intricate problem had been thrown into the mix. The sparrow flew away, and I stood by the window, lost in thought about this issue for quite some time. Chapter 263, The Revolutionary Forces Were a Problem. But another entirely unrelated issue had been thrown into the mix, leaving them uncertain as to which matter should take precedence. Charlotte had been staying in the palace rather than the dormitory lately, but word had it that someone had died within the princess's quarters. This information had been gathered by Sakigar during his espionage activities, and he said that most people would be unaware of this fact. Did Bertus know of this? Bertus shared only the integrated classes with them, but Charlotte also attended the psychic classes. However, although I shared these classes, I was in the dark about what Charlotte did during them. Where should the focus of the problem lie? Was it an assassination attempt on Charlotte, or was it an entirely different issue? Charlotte could be seen. However, I could not discern anything from her expression. If I hadn't heard Sakigar's words, I would have thought that there was no problem concerning Charlotte. Both Bertus and Charlotte were adept at managing their expressions, as natural as breathing. That's why I couldn't detect any worry, concern, or anxiety in Charlotte's expression. On Wednesday, after the psychic class had ended, I caught hold of Charlotte, who was about to return to the palace after class. If I hadn't known anything, I would have let it go, but now that I was aware of something, I couldn't let Charlotte go just like that. Yes, Reinhardt, what is it? As I casually approached her, Charlotte cocked her head inquisitively. What's going on with you? Isn't it dangerous? Do you have nothing to say? I didn't know how to initiate the conversation. If I knew it was dangerous, I wouldn't have any answer to the question of how I found out. Before Charlotte's seemingly ordinary face, which betrayed no hint of their knowledge, I couldn't determine how to start the conversation. So, although I had managed to grab Charlotte's attention, I was at a loss for words, simply staring at her face blankly. Finally, are you busy? I blurted out the question, sounding somewhat like a scheming individual. Hearing these words, Charlotte's face took on a puzzled expression. Pardon? Are you busy? I didn't know. At this point, just go for it. Let's just pester her. Charlotte smiled at the absurdity of my words. What if I'm not? Keep me company. Pardon. Charlotte's lips twitched as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Well, flustered, Charlotte rolled her eyes and let out a short sigh. Then she offered a gentle smile. I can spare a little time, as much as you need. Her smile appeared even more clouded than usual. Sharing information about the revolutionary forces was a pressing issue, but even more urgent was ensuring Charlotte's safety. Although I was unsure, there seemed to be a high probability that Charlotte's life was in danger. I didn't know what I could do about it, but I didn't want to remain ignorant. At the very least, I could talk to her. Charlotte may consider me her friend, but her existence is more special to me than just a friend. She was the one who made me realize that I could risk my life for something, and her survival is the fruition of that realization. So I wanted to protect her. The royal court was in turmoil over internal matters, and Charlotte was involved. Due to this, the Orvis class failed to notice that they were actually involved in an extremely dangerous situation that could lead to the collapse of the empire. Of course, this was also a misjudgment, and there was every chance they could become aware of it. The rumor that Sakigar heard about someone dying in the princess's palace could be false. However, I had an odd certainty that there would be some trouble. I gained this certainty from Charlotte's determined attitude as she led me after I asked her to play with me. I couldn't bring up the main issue, nor could I find a way to do so. Charlotte took me out of the temple. I had asked her to play, and she seemed to be headed somewhere. What could she be planning to do? I didn't know about Bertus, but Charlotte seemed to have no fear of going outside without an escort. I thought that the princess walking around in public could cause some inconvenience, but unlike our previous outing, Charlotte didn't wear a hood this time. Won't people recognize you and cause trouble? It's not like Charlotte's face was unknown. She shrugged her shoulders and showed me a bracelet. I got a new artifact recently. What is it? It has a perception hindrance spell on it. It doesn't make me invisible, but it makes my presence fainter, I suppose. I won't be noticeable unless someone deliberately tries to approach me. If there were too many people who recognized her and it became troublesome, she could activate the magic on the bracelet. Of course, since I was accompanying her, I wouldn't be affected by the perception hindrance. It seemed like a magical item that would be useful for a celebrity. So, let's go. After activating the perception hindrance, Charlotte led me somewhere. Before returning to the palace, it seemed as if she thought she could take a brief walk with a classmate during her spare time. As soon as we arrived, I couldn't help but lose my words. Why? No, nothing. The place Charlotte had brought me to was the banks of the Irene River. I had been here with my friends just a few days ago, but I didn't mention that, fearing that Charlotte would be disappointed. She had made time for me, not knowing what was going on, and she would be disheartened if I revealed the truth. I couldn't trample on the princess's consideration like that. Charlotte tilted her head as she looked at me. Don't you like flowers? I like them. Oh, I like them very much. Charlotte glanced at me, a faint smile playing on her lips. You're lying. You like flowers. Even a passing dog would laugh. No, no, I might like them, really. Why did she have to dwell on that? Seeing my forced enthusiasm, Charlotte playfully tapped my arm. Why do you keep trying to please me? We're friends, aren't we? Just be yourself. With that, Charlotte walked ahead. I knew her situation was serious, though I didn't know the details. Charlotte's ability to maintain her composure was almost frighteningly thorough. Both of us were troubled in our own ways, but neither of us showed it. And so, we acted as if we had simply come out to enjoy the flowers. In reality, it wasn't much different. Charlotte's reactions weren't very different from the others either. She was astonished when I recognized a few flowers and named them. What exactly do you think I am? You guys? No, never mind. It was amusing how people were astonished even by the small amount of knowledge I possessed. However, in some ways, Charlotte was different from the others. Charlotte knew the names of all the flowers that grew wild. As she rattled off the names of flowers I had never heard of, I was taken aback. That's a dahlia. That one is a geranium. That's a petunia. Isn't it pretty? I like flowers that bloom all year round. That's a heliotrope. Quite a grand name. It smells lovely. Want to give it a sniff? No, thank you. The thought of flowers being the reproductive organs of plants came to mind, making me hesitate and step back. Am I crazy? Why am I thinking of such things at a time like this? Charlotte is enjoying the scent of the flowers. When we had visited before, no one paid any particular attention to the flowers. However, Charlotte stopped to admire some flowers, inhaling their fragrance and walking slowly. How do you know all this? I like them. Charlotte looked at me and smiled. When you like something, you naturally learn more about it. You want to know more. So you studied them. No, Charlotte tilted her head. It just comes naturally. Her love for flowers had led her to learn about many different varieties without any formal study. Hearing her say this, Charlotte seemed a bit unfamiliar, even in that smiling visage. One thing I could be sure of was that Charlotte was genuinely enjoying herself at the moment. She might not have come here with a joyful heart, but she was definitely enjoying herself in this very moment. Charlotte always wore a perfect mask, and I couldn't see what expression lay hidden beneath it. But I knew for certain that this bright, smiling expression of hers was not a mask. Charlotte loved flowers. I thought it was reasonable to like them, but seeing her liking them made me feel strange. It was a side of her I had never seen before. Wow, this one is really pretty. What's its name? It's not labeled. Naturally, it seemed there were flowers she didn't know. I wondered what the garden of the palace where Charlotte lived looked like. Suddenly, I became curious. I thought there must be a well-maintained garden with countless flowers blooming each season. Where you go is important, but so is who you go with. Though we had just been here a few days ago, watching Charlotte occasionally stop to gaze at the flowers made me feel as though I had never been here before. I found myself quietly observing the flowers Charlotte was looking at. I took a closer look at the landscapes I had merely passed by, naming the flowers I knew. So this is what this place was like. Standing beside Charlotte, who enjoyed looking at flowers, I didn't know how to appreciate them and could only add a few comments. Not disturbing her was enough. The pansies are already in bloom. Charlotte crouched down in front of the flowers I knew as well, as Charlotte knew flowers so well. Would she know other things too? Fortunately, I knew this flower too. It seemed that what Charlotte said about flowers wasn't very different from the original world. Do you know their language? The language of flowers. Isn't there something like that? For each flower? Oh, right. However, separate from her answer, Charlotte shook her head. I don't really like that. Why? It's just a label someone else put on them. Charlotte gently tapped the wide petals of the pansy with her fingertip. A rose might symbolize love, but to someone else, it could mean sorrow. Flowers are better when they hold unique meanings for everyone. That's why she disliked the language of flowers. That seemed to be Charlotte's way of thinking. As she gazed at the pansy, she appeared to ponder for a moment before picking up a fallen blossom. It was a flower left discarded, seemingly broken off by someone who didn't take it with them. Do you know the language of the pansy? As if I would know that. Actually, at Reinhardt's level, you've already passed. I would have been surprised if you knew this as well. Charlotte looked up at me, holding the flower in her hand. Do you want it? Would you consider it trash? Even trash becomes a gift if you give it to me. You have a talent for saying touching words without moving the listener at all. That's a skill too. With those words, Charlotte handed me a single pansy. I didn't know what label she had attached to the pansy in her heart. If I had told her I knew the language of the pansy, she wouldn't have given it to me. I lied to Charlotte. Once. There was a time when I had pointlessly memorized flowers and their meanings. I couldn't memorize them all, but there were some that I did learn. Pansy. Its meaning, please think of me. Chapter 264. In truth, flowers are an exceedingly inconvenient gift. Unable to tuck them into my pocket, I carried a single bloom with me. Upon seeing this, Charlotte simply told me to discard it. Whether she found it pitiful or had some other reason, I could not tell. I really threw the hand fan Charlotte had given me amongst the flowers. Wow, you actually threw it away. Charlotte seemed somewhat flustered. Didn't you say to throw it away? What, so the gift I gave you is just trash? I merely prioritized the princess's command. Really, why do people act like this? Do you feel upset? If you're upset, just carry it with you again. You know, Reinhardt, the moment you threw it away after I told you to, it was already over. I made a mistake. Could you at least recognize that it's better for you to not say anything in situations like this? And I hate it even more when I tell you to throw it away, and then you actually do and say things like this. At least respond. Yes. Charlotte shook her head wearily, as if exhausted. There was another reason why I threw it away, but I did not say it. As Charlotte could not tell me the reason she gave me the hand fan, it was just like that. No passers-by recognized Charlotte, perhaps due to the memory inhibition magic. I first met Charlotte at the beginning of this year. However, it felt like a distant, long-lost memory, a girl dying in a prison cell. I did not know who Charlotte was. Only later did I find out that she was a princess, which complicated matters, but in the end, I was able to arrive at the imperial capital because of that. If I had not met Charlotte, would I have been able to safely escape the demon realm? If I had not come to the imperial capital, what would have become of me? Though it's pointless to speculate, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by what might have happened. I might have lived as a nobody or wandered in the wasteland until I died. That vague thought was all that crossed my mind. All of this began with meeting Charlotte in that prison cell. Charlotte is my beginning. Your eyes look like those of an old man. What on earth are you thinking while looking at me? I never. Charlotte's expression soured, as if she found my gaze unpleasant. While admiring the flowers, she spoke as we walked. You've always been strange, but lately you seem even stranger. What is it? It's like you're teetering on the edge, filled with anxiety and impatience. I am not like Charlotte. I cannot manage my expressions. So when something is bothering me, the others notice and try to help me feel better, even if it's just a change of mood. I don't know what's making you so anxious, but why not try to relax your shoulders a bit? Charlotte is worried about me. Even when she has her own problems to deal with, she thinks of me. Is this really the time for me to be concerned? You have your own issues, after all. I was torn between the urge to ask her about it and the feeling that I shouldn't say anything. Since I told you to relax, why are you getting even more tense? Charlotte heaved a deep sigh. She was walking slightly ahead of me. As classes had just ended not long ago, the sun had not yet set. Charlotte's platinum blonde hair dazzled in the autumn sunlight. She had regained her health from her previous frail state. It was only natural, but this appearance suited her far better. Whoa! While admiring the flowers, Charlotte suddenly startled and instinctively grabbed my arm. What's wrong? Why are you doing this? A bee. It's because of the bee. Phew. Charlotte's sudden surprise was due to a bee. It wasn't even a wasp, but a honeybee. The honeybee flitted amongst the flowers and then vanished. I thought something big happened. What? Really? Sometimes I think you completely forget. I grew up so gracefully, you know. Charlotte frowned upon seeing my reaction. She had indeed grown up gracefully. It was an excessive modesty for her to say so. The mere fact that a princess said, "I grew up gracefully," was already adorable. She had grown up exceedingly gracefully, though she had faced some harsh experiences. But if you like flowers, why are you afraid of bees? If you like flowers, isn't it natural to encounter bees? I don't have those in my garden, okay? Could the palace garden be managed at such a level? Nonetheless, compared to the hardships she had faced, wasn't a bee nothing more than a speck of dust on her foot? Charlotte stuck out her tongue. Really, I can see right through you. Bees are an unknown fear to me. I've never been stung in my life, regardless of what I've been through. It's natural to be afraid of the unknown, understood. I get that you're talkative. You really don't spare any words for a princess, do you? Charlotte burst into laughter, seemingly in disbelief. Though she said that, she seemed to be in a good mood. Charlotte loved flowers, but she was afraid of bees. I learned that once again. Seeing the presence of bees amongst the beautiful flowers along the riverside, Charlotte kept a slight distance from the flowers. Charlotte must have grown up in a garden with only butterflies. I sometimes forget how precious her upbringing was, but I'm reminded at times like this. Charlotte, unable to approach the flowers she loved due to the bees, laughed without energy. Reinhardt, have you ever been stung by a bee? I have, yes. Does it hurt a lot? It hurts quite a bit. That much? Charlotte widened her eyes and stared at me. It's not enough to kill you. It hurts for a short while, that's all. There could be cases of anaphylaxis or similar shocks, which would be dangerous, but otherwise it was just pain. Should I try getting stung? Charlotte said so, and attempted to approach the flowers nearby. Is there any need for such antics? Is there? Charlotte scratched her cheek and grinned a bit foolishly. She watched the honeybees buzzing among the flowers from a safe distance. Unknown things are frightening, aren't they? They are. Although there is fear in knowledge, the unknown is equally terrifying. Charlotte keeps her distance from the bees out of fear of the unknown. She makes sure not to get too close. Charlotte is afraid of something. Reinhardt. Yes. Thank you for playing with me today. Charlotte's words were strange. I was the one who asked Charlotte to play. Charlotte agreed to spend time with me, but she didn't ask me to spend time with her. I was the one who clung to her first. Did Charlotte actually want to spend time like this? Charlotte gazed at me with a pleased smile. I should be going now. If I return too late, there will be an uproar at the palace. I live in a place with surprisingly strict rules, you know. I've been busy lately, too, Charlotte said, waving her hand. The palace route is that way, so I'll go that way. Ah, yes. If she were to head to the palace, she would have to go in that direction, and there was no reason for me to accompany her to the temple. Though it was abrupt, it wasn't strange. If Charlotte returned late, there would indeed be a commotion. However, in the end, I couldn't say anything. I didn't ask her anything. In the end, all I got from Charlotte in this situation was a single flower with an ominous meaning that I could not accept. Goodbye, Reinhardt. For some reason, Charlotte's words felt like a farewell. I know nothing, however, A powerful conviction told me that if I let Charlotte go now, I would never see her again. My intuition spoke. If I let her go like this, today would be the last time I see Charlotte. That's why I grabbed Charlotte's arm as she was heading back to the palace. Charlotte. Huh, yes. Why? Show me your home. What? After asking her to play, now I wanted her to show me her home. Why do I always have serious reasons that lead to bizarre actions? As expected, there was some resistance. Visiting a friend's house is within the realm of possibility. However, the situation was different when said friend was the emperor's daughter, and I was a commoner born from the mud. No, absolutely not. Why are you suddenly like this? Charlotte did not get angry at my sudden request, but she firmly refused. I just want to see what kind of magnificent palace you live in. My candid expression seemed to startle Charlotte. Why are you suddenly like this? Later, on a weekend, or when we have time, I'll invite you. Today, it must be today. I'm the type of person who must do things when they come to my mind. When I fought against the Orvis class, I thought of it that day and took them down right away. You know that, right? I know, but why are you suddenly like this? As anyone could predict, I threw a tantrum. Charlotte looked at me as if she was losing her mind. Maybe she thought it wouldn't work on me because I'm the type to act like a brat indiscriminately. She said no several times, but finally she sighed deeply and decided to take me with her. I did force her, but it was surprising that she complied. Has the commotion about the death subsided? Ha! Why am I? Of course, it wasn't an easy decision for her, so Charlotte glared at me with daggers in her eyes. Why the palace all of a sudden? I told you, I want to see the amazing palace my friend lives in. I, too, wouldn't want to be rude to a princess, no matter how close we are as friends. However, I couldn't let Charlotte go just like that, even though I couldn't know anything and she didn't tell me anything. Moreover, the new trait called intuition. The strong premonition it sent was crucial. I can't let Charlotte go today. If I do, I'll never see her again. It wasn't exactly a revelation, but it felt similar. I headed to the palace, knowing absolutely nothing about the revolutionary forces and that Charlotte was involved in another issue. Am I courting disaster, or am I walking into disaster? I hope this isn't the wrong choice. Charlotte seemed anxious, but she was taking me to the palace. The scale of the imperial palace is even larger than the temple. It far exceeds the size of a district in Seoul, for comparison. Charlotte led me past the entrance of the palace. Here, the princess's face was like an identification card, and I, a student of the temple, could enter the palace with the princess's approval and guarantee. The security measures of the temple and the palace are the same, so there is no chance of my true identity being discovered. If my disguise with Sakuga's ring were to be detected, it would have been detected at the temple long ago. Charlotte, seemingly giving up, didn't say anything about turning back. In the palace, I'll say that I brought you here forcibly, so only act like a brat to me. If others know the truth, they'll obviously try to kill you. Charlotte glared at me, and I grinned and nodded my head. Of course, I also act like this only when I know people well, you know. Please, Reinhardt. Sometimes I really, sincerely dislike you, and now is one of those times. Isn't it something you shouldn't say to me, at least, since I am being lenient with your tantrums? We're friends, right? Recognizing you as a friend might be one of the greatest mistakes of my life. Seeing Charlotte sigh, I chuckled. Well, at least it's not your only mistake. Be quiet. I really feel like I'm in a bad mood. All right. I quickly quieted down as Charlotte seemed genuinely serious. We boarded a waiting tram as soon as we passed the main gate of the Imperial Palace Imperatos. There's a tram here too. Yes, because it's so vast. It was a tram prepared upon the announcement of the princess's arrival. We were the only passengers. I pretended not to know, but I was aware. Ludwig had been in the palace and had described it to me. There are 3 tram lines within the palace: a royal exclusive line, a line for nobles and bureaucrats, and a line for everyone else. We must have boarded the royal exclusive line. Unlike the tram at the temple, there were no handrails for standing passengers. The interior design was luxurious, and there were fewer seats. Nonetheless, without any annoying people recognizing the princess, Charlotte and I traveled around the palace like tourists on the tram. I hadn't thought I'd be in the palace this morning. The palace had a different feel from the temple. While the temple was lively, as it was mostly filled with students, the palace was solemn and quiet. The passers-by, whether they were nobles or bureaucrats, had stern expressions, clearly people of status. Charlotte, having brought me here, also provided a tour. Do you see that? That's the Imperial Palace Tetra, where His Majesty the Emperor resides. Beyond the vast garden and fountain, Charlotte pointed to the palace. It was a solemn-looking palace, more austere than ostentatious. In terms of splendor, the royal-class dormitory was even more magnificent. However, the grand and imposing palace seemed to represent the authority of the empire. There was no need for opulence. It seemed to say as much. The pride of being the undisputed ruler of the continent meant there was no need for adornment. The descriptions in my mind became more intricately realized. The tram circled around the central imperial palace Tetra. Do you know about the palace? Of course. I couldn't help but know. Imperial Palace Imperatos, the Gladius Empire had invested great efforts in the construction of the palace while establishing the imperial capital. Numerous magical barriers were laid out on the ley lines, and not only the walls, but also the ley lines had hundreds of layers of intricate magical barriers to repel invasions and infiltration by impure forces. Surrounding the Imperial Palace Tetra, there are four main palaces in the cardinal directions. There are other palaces as well, but the largest ones, aside from the Imperial Palace, are those four. Starting from the north, they are called the Palace of Spring, Palace of Summer, Palace of Autumn, and Palace of Winter. I've heard of that. Do you know why they are named this way? No, is there a reason? Yes, I knew, but seeing Charlotte enjoying herself while explaining, I just shook my head. In the early days of the Empire, much attention was paid to the security of the Imperial Palace. That's why there were hundreds of layers of magical barriers. Really? Yes. As a result, the ley lines became distorted, and the mana in the surrounding area became unbalanced, causing strange phenomena. And then, the four seasons suddenly appeared simultaneously within the imperial palace. Really? Yes, really. It was a side effect of the powerful magic applied. Excluding the center where the imperial palace stood, the four directions had the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Of course, a lot of time has passed since then, and the phenomenon disappeared after maintenance, but it seems they couldn't fix it for quite a while. So the names of the palaces were not originally based on the seasons, but eventually became the Palace of Spring, Palace of Summer, Palace of Autumn, and Palace of Winter, following the local seasons. Now even the Imperial Palace uses those names. The tram continued to move, and as a palace came into view, Charlotte pointed it out. Over there is the Palace of Winter, where Bertus lives. It was a palace with a dignified posture. Hearing the name Palace of Winter gave it a cold and eerie atmosphere. Of course, it was much more pleasant than the high castle Epiax. The palace seemed lonely yet resilient, perhaps due to the person living there. Bertus, who plotted from the Palace of Winter, it seemed to suit him well, although the phenomenon of changing seasons had disappeared. Isn't it a bit of a shame? Charlotte suddenly said. What is? How nice it would have been if that Bertus shivered in the Winter Palace. How should I react to such a sudden comment? As I was taken aback, Charlotte covered her mouth and giggled. I'm just kidding. If that were the case, Bertus wouldn't have lived in the Winter Palace to begin with. Although it was called the Palace of Winter, Bertus's Winter Palace was actually experiencing autumn. However, there was a winter-like feeling even though it was autumn. The reason could be found not in the palace, but in the garden. Had I not described this part, the vast garden in front of the Palace of Winter, there wasn't a single flower in sight. Although there were withering brown grass and shrubs, not a single flower could be found. Strange. I couldn't quite remember the description I had written long ago, but was Bertus's Winter Palace garden always so barren? I didn't think I had described it that way. I was certain there were flowers and flower beds in the description, but why is it like that now? Charlotte seemed to have sensed my confusion and spoke up. It's desolate, isn't it? Well, yes, it is. Should I say it's typical of Bertus? It had a sense of order but wasn't ostentatious. It's absurd to have a garden without a single flower bed. Charlotte crossed her arms and clicked her tongue. Isn't it childish? He removed all the flowers from his garden just because I like them. When I heard that, I wasn't angry, but rather dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Bertus had a childish side. Charlotte loved flowers. For Bertus, that was reason enough to hate them. My memory wasn't wrong. The reason there were no flowers in Bertus's garden was because Charlotte, who loved flowers, was still alive. So in the original story, there were flowers in the Winter Palace's garden because Charlotte, who loved flowers, had died. Since the reason to hate flowers had disappeared, it was okay to have flowers in his garden. Is that what it was? If Charlotte died, flowers would bloom in Bertus's garden. It was both childish and eerie, revealing their mutual hatred and resentment towards each other. This must have been a setting I wasn't aware of. Charlotte grinned with a gloomy expression. You should have seen his face when I planted the uprooted flowers in my palace. Bertus wasn't the only childish one. Charlotte was equally childish. Ah, we've arrived. The tram had reached the northern imperial palace. Over there is the Palace of Spring, where I live. The Palace of Spring. Rather than the Palace of Spring, shouldn't it be called the Palace of Flowers? The garden was filled with blooming flowers, giving me that impression. Not long ago, someone died there, in the imperial palace where everyone should be safe. And in a place that should be particularly secure, someone had died. Instead of the blooming flowers in the garden, I was curious about what was hidden beneath them. Chapter 265. In the well-tended gardens of the palace, flowers of unknown names abounded, yet they did not appear disordered. If the winter palace's gardens evoked the feeling of a serene and orderly park, the spring palace's gardens seemed to be in the midst of a festival. Bertus's garden was barren, but not untidy. Charlotte's palace was ornate, but not chaotic. A garden filled with flowers, and another devoid of even a single bloom. I felt that these aspects ultimately spoke of the similarities between the two. Charlotte, who loved flowers, and Bertus, who despised them. Because Bertus detested flowers, Charlotte planted even more of them, even going so far as to take and plant the flowers Bertus had discarded, as if to defy him. Both were fixated on each other's likes and dislikes. What would become of Charlotte's garden if Bertus were to die? With no reason to obsess over flowers any longer, the garden might not disappear, but it would certainly lose some of its current brilliance. In this way, I realized they were truly similar. Such thoughts crossed my mind. Charlotte led the way through the garden brimming with flowers. The gardeners tending the flower beds paid their respects silently upon seeing the princess. No special conversations took place. There were no questions about the unexpected guest. If the winter palace gave off a cold impression, the spring palace, whether due to its name or design, appeared comfortable and cozy. Surrounded by vibrant flowers, the palace that exuded warmth rather than opulence seemed to compensate for its lack of grandeur. The garden was a part of the palace. I thought that this applied to both the winter and spring palaces. The imperial palace tetra was no exception. Really no bees. Wow, Charlotte's eyes widened at my words. The flowers are beautiful, they smell nice. They're well tended. I didn't expect you to say that, but you were still thinking about it. Of course I was. With so many flowers, it was natural to expect bees, but as you said, there really were no bees in sight, which was astonishing. Of course not. If I got stung, the gardener's head would roll. As Charlotte spoke with a laugh, I broke into a cold sweat. There must be no bees in this garden, or they could not come here. The pest control must be quite effective. No, but then, what about, pollen transfer? Yeah, that. If there were no bees, the pollen transfer wouldn't happen, and wouldn't that be a problem? You worry about strange things. They'll figure it out. How? Reinhardt, I don't know about such things. Charlotte loved flowers, and thus this vast garden of blossoms was created. There was no need or reason for her to know the specifics of what the gardeners had to do. That was the nature of power. Charlotte lived a life where such things were simply taken for granted. No matter how I looked at it, Charlotte was a distant figure to me. I don't need to know such things. The underlings will handle it. How bold it was for her to say so. Charlotte walked through the garden and arrived at the entrance of the palace. Inside, a grand hall, spiral staircase, statues and columns awaited. I couldn't help but think that the palace was far too vast for Charlotte to live in alone. No, she would not live alone. There would be maids and servants, various personnel tasked with different duties, and an escort of soldiers. However, somehow there were no servants to be seen in the grand hall. Well, they could be seen, but there should have been people coming to greet Charlotte. No one came to meet Charlotte, and there seemed to be very few people around. Something must have happened here, and this quietness was a trace of that event. Although Charlotte had forcibly brought me here, would there be no chance for me to see anything suspicious? Charlotte was the first to speak in the cold palace. I told you before, don't make useless remarks. I will handle it. Yes, I will keep that in mind. It was as if Charlotte had admitted that she could rely on me. What a pleasant feeling. Your Highness. And then a person who had been sitting somewhere in the hall stood up and came to greet Charlotte. I couldn't help but widen my eyes at the sight of the approaching person. He was alive, the cavalry lieutenant who had provided crucial assistance when we escaped the demonic realm. Have you returned? Ah, Dyrus, say hello. This is my friend, Reinhardt. Reinhardt, say hello. This is Sir Dyrus, my escort knight. Now Charlotte's escort knight, Dyrus, was standing before me. I had been guessing that Dyrus might be dead, and I couldn't ask Charlotte about it. There was no reason for me to know Dyrus. He had become Charlotte's escort knight. Charlotte had managed to protect the person who had saved her in some way. However, Dyrus's skills were not superhuman. I could not know what kind of development had taken place since then. He was safe, that's enough. But contrary to my relief, Dyrus looked at me with a cautious gaze. Your Highness bringing an outsider here is. He's a friend. Even so, despite Charlotte's words, Dyrus showed a troubled expression. The rumors of what had happened here were likely true. That's why the entry of outsiders is currently prohibited. Charlotte was desperately trying to cover up my coercion with her own, and Dyrus looked troubled. The princess who had brought a friend home against her friend's wishes was now making a fuss herself. Your Highness. And then, cutting through Dyrus's voice, another familiar voice was heard. It wasn't familiar to my ears, but it wasn't unfamiliar either. Your Highness, you should refrain from bringing outsiders here. I had seen her before, the commander of the Empire's First Knights Division, Shaneful Save-Her-Lyn Turner. Why is she here? She, dressed in the Knights Division uniform, was walking towards Charlotte and me. It hasn't been long, Reinhardt. She, of course, recognized me. You ought to have been invited, but I'm sorry. I must ask you to leave. She spoke as if Charlotte's opinion did not matter. Has Shaneful been put in charge of the Spring Palace's security? The effect of the rumors that Sarkigar had mentioned was unfolding before my eyes in real time. What on earth had transpired? Was Charlotte safe? Captain Turner, I am the one who makes that decision. Although temporary, I am the one responsible for the palace's safety. Suddenly, a nerve-wracking standoff unfolded between the world's strongest woman and the first princess. Are you implying that Reinhardt is a dangerous person? I believe you understand that's not what I'm saying. I resolved to bluff, trusting my intuition, but was Charlotte engaging in an unnecessary battle because of my stubbornness? Save-Her-Lyn Turner stared at me, as if to say she had tolerated enough of Charlotte's persistence. It would be better for me to take the hint and back off than to have her engage in a confrontation with the princess. The expression was as if to say, you should know when to leave on your own. However, I could not retreat, even with the world's strongest woman before me. I needed to find out what was happening to Charlotte here. I had no intention of backing down. Upon seeing me stare back defiantly, she turned her gaze back to Charlotte. Your Highness, let's talk for a moment. Her tone was almost commanding. Was this the extent of the authority and power that Save-Her-Lyn Turner possessed? Yes, Captain Turner. Charlotte's spirit remained unbroken. It was strange that both Dyrus and Save-Her-Lyn Turner opposed my visit. Therefore, it was reasonable to think that this situation was exclusive to the Spring Palace. Save-Her-Lyn Turner, Charlotte, and Dyrus went somewhere to talk privately. They went far enough away that I couldn't hear their conversation. There were no other knights in sight, except for the commander. She seemed to be alone. I couldn't tell whether the others were hidden and guarding someplace or what. If a murder had occurred, shouldn't security be heightened? Why was it so eerily quiet? An ominous feeling crept in. How much time had passed? When they returned, Save-Her-Lyn Turner appeared to be quite agitated. I felt sorry for Charlotte. Because of my unnecessary stubbornness, she had to engage in an unnecessary battle. Eat dinner and go. It's all right, Charlotte said, smiling brightly, while the others remained silent. I was amazed that my persistence worked. It was a request that could barely be accommodated even in ordinary circumstances. Yet in this extraordinary situation, Charlotte granted my insistence. Shall we take a walk? As if offering to show me around, Charlotte led me through the quiet and desolate Spring Palace. Neither Dyrus nor Turner followed us. What's really going on all of a sudden? I didn't want to fight with Captain Turner. Did you fight? Not exactly, but just know that I had to sacrifice my reputation to take care of you. There seemed to be a slight chill in Charlotte's gaze. I wondered if I had caused trouble by relying solely on my intuition. Anyway, don't be rude to Captain Turner or Captain Dyrus. Got it? Of course, I'm not crazy. Right, it would be strange now if you were. Well, I have a conscience, and I should admit what needs to be admitted. You're right, I might be crazy, but I'm not so insane as to mess with the commander of Shanifel, don't worry. Then why are you messing with me? Friend, shut up. Charlotte, as if she couldn't stand to hear it anymore, covered her ears. Shut up. The echo of Charlotte's shout filled the corridors of the Spring Palace, which was eerily silent. It's quiet here. It wasn't always like this. We've reduced the number of people recently. Really? Yes. Let's go. Having brought me here, Charlotte seemed to have no intention of showing me around with enthusiasm, but she eagerly led the way. There were no signs of a murder. Even if there were, I wouldn't be able to recognize them, and there would be no reason for them to remain. The first place Charlotte took me to was the gallery. Do you like paintings? I can't lie about this. I don't like them at all. Can I assume you have no interest in anything related to art in general? That's right. Actually, neither do I. Charlotte casually walked past the numerous paintings and sculptures hung in the large gallery within the palace. I don't understand it. Paintings are just inferior imitations of reality. They're simply lesser versions of reality, and their only function lies in their preservation, like taxidermy. But with the development of mnemonic magic, that function has become obsolete. Still, it's strange to see people still fussing over brushstrokes. Charlotte could be quite cynical at times, incomparable to Bertus. The value of painting, an imitation of reality, had plummeted with the development of magic, similar to photography. Abstract art seemed to be an unknown concept here. I learned an unexpected fact. While denying the potential of painting, Charlotte walked through the gallery filled with portraits. These are portraits of the people who lived in the Spring Palace. Some are royalty, others are not. Really? So even non-royalty can live in the palace? Yes. Although it was only a confirmation of what I already knew, Charlotte eagerly explained. Her earnest demeanor was quite endearing, so I pretended to be curious on purpose. The Summer Palace has the largest scale, with many subsidiary palaces. That's where the royal relatives have lived since ancient times. The Autumn Palace in the south is where the officials work. I wonder who lived in the Spring Palace in the original work. Although it was where Charlotte lived, she would not have been able to return, and another master would have taken her place. I don't know about that. Bertus lived in the Winter Palace in the original work as well. One cannot know what they don't know. The residences of the royal relatives might have expanded. There were two potential heirs living in two of the four palaces. Charlotte and Bertus, each the master of one of the palaces, and Oscar de Gradius residing in the Eastern Summer Palace, the residence of the royal relatives. Even if they were all royalty, Bertus's words about them being incomparable to one another now made sense. After walking through the gallery, we visited the chapel next. Though dust did not accumulate, the space felt as if it had been unused for a long time. In the presence of the statues of the five gods, Charlotte looked at me. Do you have a god you follow? Not really. I thought so. Although I am Tiamata's master, I naturally have no god that I follow. The religion of this world is peculiar. Rather, it has to be different. There is no concept of not believing in gods. There are gods. However, the question is whether one follows that god. Those who follow are considered religious. One cannot deny the existence of gods, for there is the divine power called godly force, and the divine artifacts bestowed by the gods. And you? Me? Not really. Charlotte shook her head. Of course, if Artorius hadn't one, I would have died, so maybe I should serve the war god Alce. I've thought about that. Ragan Artorius was not a priest of Alce, but he did wield the divine artifact, Alcebringer, to defeat the Demon King, even though I think Artorius saved me. It doesn't feel like it was just that. Charlotte smiled wistfully. She must have been thinking about Valia. Was my existence such a great salvation for Charlotte? Of course, I did save her life, but if Artorius hadn't existed before that, the war wouldn't have ended. How strong must the Demon King have been? Even if Artorius had been defeated, couldn't the Allied forces have killed the Demon King if they joined forces? Well, I say this, but in fact I know. The former Demon King, Valia. Although the novel begins with the death of the Demon King, how powerful was he? If it wasn't for Ragan Artorius, the Demon King wouldn't have died. The Allied forces would have been defeated. People know that Ragan Artorius killed the Demon King, but they don't know how he did it. The battle took place inside the Demon King's castle, with no audience to witness it. That is something only I know in this world. If it wasn't for Alcebringer, even Ragan Artorius wouldn't have been able to subdue the Demon King. If Ragan Artorius hadn't been there, the Demon King would have won, and I wouldn't have had to flee. Charlotte would have died. How ridiculous. To think like this. Charlotte and I, having left the chapel, continued to walk around the palace. There was a music room, but no musicians. The instrument storeroom next to it was also empty. Charlotte introduced me to various places: quarters for palace staff, kitchen, dining hall, dressing room, storeroom, and guest bedrooms. Even more surprisingly, is this all right? Every time I realize there's a limit to rudeness, I'm amazed. What's not all right? You've already been quite rude. Charlotte even showed me her bedroom. Chapter 266. Charlotte's bedroom wasn't spacious enough to play soccer indoors. It had a massive canopy bed adorned with elegant silk curtains, a table for meetings, an armchair, a sofa, and neatly arranged furniture including bookshelves. There was a dressing room inside the bedroom and what appeared to be a large bathroom. The royal class dormitory was impressive, but of course it couldn't compare to the princess's bedroom. I suddenly became curious. Did Charlotte dress herself, or did her maids help her? She would have to do it on her own in the dormitory. There must be some clothes that are difficult to put on and take off alone. In those cases, she might need someone's help. Of course, I didn't ask. As I looked around the bedroom, I eventually blurted out, "The bed. It's too big." "Really, your perspective is praiseworthy," Charlotte said, pointing to the massive bed that was much larger than a king-sized one, both in width and length. "But shockingly, you're right. That bed is too vast." I only realized how uncomfortable it was after trying out the dormitory bed. The dormitory beds were big, but not as enormous as this one. I have seen people living in smaller spaces like studio apartments. It was only slightly smaller than an average one-room apartment. I used to think that I had to crawl to get out of bed, but with the dormitory bed, I only need to roll over once, Charlotte said amusingly. The idea of rolling over once to get out of bed was delightful. Imagining Charlotte doing that, I felt like laughing, regardless of the seriousness of the situation. "Do you want to lie down?" she asked. "I know you think I'm crazy, but I'm not that bad, okay?" I responded indignantly. I have some self-respect. People might not agree, but it's there. I'm not the kind to roll around on a princess's bed, giggling like a maniac. Charlotte covered her mouth and laughed at my reaction. "Why? Honestly, that bed is so big that even if you magically split in two and slept on opposite ends, your fingertips wouldn't touch no matter how much you tossed and turned all night." "Ugh, why are you acting like this?" I complained. Finally, Charlotte, amused by my antics, stopped teasing me. She didn't show me around the vast bedroom, as there were probably sensitive items there. There were a few portraits, but I didn't ask who they were. There was an adult woman who resembled Charlotte, but I didn't need to ask who she was. It must be a painful name for her. "Do you want to see something interesting?" "What is it?" Charlotte led me to a wall near the bookshelves with a mischievous smile. "In novels, you know how royalty living in places like this have secret passages to escape when there's trouble." "No way." "Yep." Charlotte inserted her necklace into a groove on a part of the wall that was shaped like a column. With a click, the wall rotated, taking us to the other side. I couldn't help but be astonished when the rotation finished. "What is this?" "Amazing, isn't it?" In front of us were stairs leading downwards. The bedroom was on the second floor, but these stairs seemed to be designed to go not to the first floor, but to the basement. "This is the secret passage of the Spring Palace." "Isn't this an important secret?" I asked. Charlotte nodded calmly. "Yes, besides me, probably only the Emperor knows about it. Dyrus and Turner don't know either." She showed me her necklace. "This is the key. It must be an heirloom passed down through generations among the owners of the Spring Palace." "Should I really be seeing this?" I asked. "Why not?" Charlotte tilted her head. "We're friends, aren't we?" Even so, sharing something like this was a bit frightening. "So where does this lead?" I asked. "The secret passage won't lead to some place trivial. This is, after all, the heart of the Empire," Charlotte replied. She led me down the long staircase to a room at the end. The secret passage ended there. There was just one room, but it definitely led somewhere. Rather than a path, it was a door. "What is this?" "If there's a need to escape, it should be able to take you anywhere," she explained. There was a warp gate in the room, a miniature warp gate. Of course, it was deactivated at the moment. I wasn't sure how far it could reach, but if it connected to other warp gates within range, it would be a perfect means of escape. "Could you use spatial magic within the palace?" You can't use it everywhere, but why not in certain areas? Charlotte nonchalantly replied. I wondered why she was sharing this information with me. It seemed as if Charlotte was revealing a very important secret just for fun, with no other apparent intention. This wasn't exactly a place to show off like a child saying, "Look what we have at home." I would have to consider this gate during a potential crisis. Although it was currently deactivated, it was impossible to know if monsters would emerge from it, making it a place that definitely needed to be checked. After showing me her bedroom, Charlotte continued to guide me around various parts of the palace. There were numerous spaces, but they were either empty or sparsely populated, giving an overall sense of emptiness. There aren't that many functional spaces given its size. With fewer people nowadays, it feels even more desolate. While not as desolate as the White Palace of Arnaka I visited previously, the Spring Palace seemed forlorn as well, though in a different way. The White Palace seemed like it was always like that, while the Spring Palace didn't appear to be originally desolate but was becoming so. Somehow, it felt like it was dying. As we finished touring the palace, the warm, setting sun bathed the hallways in a reddish glow, which seemed even lonelier due to the few people enjoying it. Charlotte looked at me amidst the melancholic sunset after we had completed our tour of the palace. It's strange. What is? Actually, I always wanted to do this at least once, bring a friend here, show them around, and tell them that living in a place like this isn't that special. Somehow, Charlotte wore a wistful smile. Though I had come reluctantly, Charlotte had actually been hoping for this. Although she knew Shaniple's leader would object, she had brought me along because she knew I wouldn't mind going along with her plan. You seem to know my heart well, Reinhardt. It's strange. How do you know me so well? Why are you there for me when I need someone? I thought I knew what Charlotte needed at that moment, someone simply to be by her side. Actually, I'll be quitting the temple soon. At those words, my mind seemed to freeze. I couldn't determine the nature of the warning I had received, but perhaps it was meant to inform me about this. If I had continued to focus on other matters, Charlotte would have suddenly disappeared. Without knowing why she vanished, I would have spent my time in frustration, unable to ask Bertus about her whereabouts. Bertus. So, has Charlotte been defeated by Bertus after all? What about the murder case in the Spring Palace? Did Bertus try to kill Charlotte but fail? If that's the case, then there should be a problem on Bertus' side for failing, so why? Is the palace empty due to the royal succession dispute, and did Shaniple take charge of Charlotte's security in case of unforeseen accidents? Is it because of Bertus? Charlotte's reaction to my question was strange. And if it was, what are you going to do? What? If the reason that then I'm quitting the temple is that I lost in the royal succession dispute, said Charlotte while looking at me. What are you going to do about it? She continued. What will happen then? I already knew the answer. The fate of a royal who loses in the succession dispute is clear. Either die immediately or die a little later. Charlotte gazed at the view outside the palace. Either die right away, or be exiled far away and quietly killed in exile, as if there was no choice but to comply with the pleas of the ministers who say they must eradicate the root of trouble. There are also methods like being attacked by bandits or ambushed on the way to exile, but you won't survive. After explaining this, Charlotte looked at me. If I end up like that, what will you do? There wasn't much hesitation. No, there wasn't any hesitation at all. I'll save you. How? In any way I can. Anyone can say that. No, ignoring Charlotte's words, I took a step closer to her. Did you forget my superpowers? If I believe it will happen, Charlotte stared at me silently, I will save you. It's meant to be that way. That's wishful thinking, isn't it? Yes, it is. I looked at Charlotte. That's right, that's just a wishful outcome. But I became a superpowered individual through said wishfulness, and I succeeded in strengthening my powers. Also, despite being a street beggar, I forced my way into this spring palace. In my life, which has been achieved through force, I will force it once more. My wishfulness has always become reality. It will be the same this time. I believe that. I will save you no matter what, and if I fail to save you, I will kill Bertus. Anyone can say they'll try to save someone, but not just anyone can say they'll kill the next emperor if they can't save you. Aware of how crazy my words sounded, Charlotte was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide. I'll do it. Bertus may be my friend for now, but if he kills Charlotte, he can no longer be my friend. Trying to understand the meaning of my words, Charlotte eventually burst into a bitter laugh, failing to comprehend me. Why? Why are you doing so much for me? No matter how I think about it, I really don't know why you have to go this far and say such things for me. Because we're friends. How many times have we said that today? At the final echo of those words, Charlotte lost her ability to speak. After a long silence, Charlotte swallowed hard and tried to smile as she looked at me. It's a shame. What's a shame? I know you've been worried about me all day, but this is enough. Of course, Charlotte had to know the reason for my strange behavior today. It's not because of Bertus. So, Charlotte pinched my cheek lightly. You won't have a chance to mess up this time. It was an expression like receiving a death sentence that nothing could change, not even my wishful efforts. Thank you, Reinhardt. Tears welled up in Charlotte's eyes. I wanted to hear that you'd still try to save me, even if you couldn't. I may not be able to, but just hearing those words seemed to be enough for Charlotte, who was crying and smiling at the same time. Chapter 267. The evening dinner at the Spring Palace was splendid. At the grandly set table, we ate with the assistance of the attending maids. Although it wasn't as if there were no shortages of people, I felt uncomfortable being assisted with my meal, but it wasn't too awkward. I ended up eating more than I should have, and Charlotte watched me stuff myself with a contented smile. In the end, I ate so much that Dyrus and Saverlin Turner, who were dining with us, seemed quite taken aback. Really, you ate that much? When would I ever get to eat something like this again? Charlotte didn't explain why she was going to leave Temple. Bertus had nothing to do with it. In the end, I couldn't find out what had happened here. Charlotte didn't tell me why she was leaving Temple either. Charlotte gave me a warning that, even if something were to happen to me, it wouldn't be related to Bertus, so I shouldn't take any unnecessary actions and create a crisis for myself. There was a possibility that even that was a lie. Although it was clear that there was a strange hidden truth behind Charlotte's situation, I wouldn't be able to hear an answer. After dinner, we had tea together and talked about various things. When the situation is too serious, people tend to make light conversation. If a heavy topic was brought up, the atmosphere would be sucked into that topic, making it impossible to talk about anything else. We were exactly like that. We had decided to return after dinner, so I had to leave soon. Although I didn't want to go back yet, pretending to want to stay and sleep here might have worked on Charlotte, but not on Saverlin Turner. Charlotte said her goodbyes as she prepared to leave. Take care, Reinhardt. Turner will escort you. With such a casual farewell, Saverlin Turner approached to escort me. This was more to monitor my departure than a genuine escort, I presumed. Reinhardt. Ah, yes, Saverlin Turner. Saverlin Turner turned to me. It's fine to call me Turner. I nodded at her stiff words. Yes, Turner. I didn't mean to drop the lady. Yes, Lady Turner. The situation was serious, but somehow this woman was oddly adorable, just like Ellen. Follow me. I have something to check briefly. Before leaving the palace, she seemed to have something to show me. Perhaps it was because she had something to confirm with me that she was escorting me instead of Dyrus. She led me somewhere in the palace. It looked like a training hall. There were no people around, but the lights were on. She suddenly grabbed a sword. Take it. It was a bit eerie, but she eventually handed the sword to me. Don't worry too much. I just want to see your skills. Why now? I was curious about the future of the Empire my junior mentioned. It was during the banquet then. I wanted to check while I had the chance. The world's strongest person wanted to cross swords with me. It seemed there wasn't any particular intention behind it, but she handed me a sword while she was unarmed. There were no other weapons in the training hall. Charlotte wouldn't practice swordsmanship here. Ah, I see. As I stared at her, she looked at her own bare hands as if she had made a mistake. Don't worry. Wuong from her bare hand, blue mana began to gather, forming the shape of a sword. It wasn't even an aura blade, where mana was projected onto a sword and overlaid with more mana. She had reached a level where she could create a sword using only mana. Beyond a superhuman, she was a transcendent being, a swordmaster who surpassed swordmasters, save Helen Turner. This woman was a bit too overpowered, wasn't she? No, what are you going to do by summoning something like that? Don't worry, I can control it. Right now, it's at the level of a sturdy wooden sword. As if a child wouldn't understand, she pointed the aura sword at me. Ah, is that so? Go ahead and try anything. Okay. Feeling like nothing would work, I approached her with the sword in hand. As I moved, her shoulders and steps changed even though I hadn't touched her yet. She adjusted the distance, reading how I would attack, her movements revealing that she knew what was coming even before she took a defensive stance. As soon as our swords met, I felt like I would be blocked immediately, so I retreated a bit to measure the distance. I had never been able to do something like this before, but after awakening my intuition, it became possible. Among the many abilities I had received, intuition was the most overpowered. Of course, the hero's bloodline and the Holy Spirit were incredible as well, but the versatility of intuition made it truly overpowered. I have a feeling that it's constantly activated, not just for specific situations. I can see my opponent's movements a bit more clearly. Although it's not at the level of reading them, it's a bit more precise. I can somewhat predict the incoming offense and defense by observing my opponent's pre-movements reacting to my actions. While not a realm of special power, I can now see what Ellen saw. With the help of my unique ability, I can now see what long-term training would reveal. As I adjust my posture and control the trajectory of my sword, she moves along with me. Even though our swords haven't clashed once, it feels like we've already exchanged several bouts. If I go in, I'll be blocked. So I try another approach, and she counters with another method, and so do I. In this repetition, I continually predict our offense and defense by observing her shoulders, footsteps, and the direction of her sword. You're not just a beginner. She must have seen my moves at a much higher level than I did, which is why we had this unique exchange. She nods her head while looking at me. I don't understand why, but I can read this person. Unlike Ellen. Ellen was often hard to understand, but this person is simply transparent. You're not just at a beginner's level. I heard you've been learning the sword for less than a year, even if you learned from a genius. Is this possible? What kind of talent is this? They said you also strengthened your magical power, and you have supernatural abilities. What is this? You're scary. Should I invite you to Shanaple? I'm tempted, but it takes too long to graduate. It seems like she's thinking something along those lines. Why do I get the feeling that I can read her thoughts only in this situation? She finally stops. I think I've seen enough. In the end, she didn't even have a single sword exchange with me and unsummoned her aura sword. I politely returned her sword, and she looked at me with a complicated expression due to her various thoughts. I suddenly thought it would be great if Ellen grew up like her. I'm not sure if you're the future of the Empire, but I do think that Eppinhauser's judgment wasn't wrong. Is that a compliment? It's just the truth. This person is like Ellen and Eppinhauser, although they are of different ages. She puts away her sword and looks at me. Follow me. Without a word, she leaves the training hall and goes outside the palace, where it's full of flowers in the spring night. All the gardeners were gone. Did they go home? It looks like it's going to rain. The ominous thunder rumbles in the suddenly cloudy sky. It wasn't long after the sunset. She hands me an umbrella, but she doesn't use one herself. Aren't you going to use it? I don't need it. Even though it seems like it's going to rain soon, she just walks through the palace garden, not caring about the weather. The garden is huge, and it takes a long time just to get out of it. There were no guards anywhere in the palace. Is it because Sava Linterna's very existence replaces countless security forces? It seems that all the servants in the palace had already left. In this enormous palace, Charlotte showed me where the servants and maids stayed, but I didn't go in. I knew it was empty. How long did we walk? The rain started to fall. I opened my umbrella, but she just let the rain hit her directly. I tried to cover her with my umbrella, but she refused and kept her distance from me. She walked silently in the rain. It was clear that she wasn't in the best of moods. Together, we strolled through the rainy spring palace garden. The tram stop was still far away. Suddenly, she spoke. Her Majesty said you're someone who can take her secrets to the grave. Did she say that? Yes. She also said you were a great help, a benefactor, and a friend. So it's okay to share some of your own secrets. It seemed that their private conversation included such words. My own secrets. In the end, it was the outcome I least wanted. Was it because of Bertus, or was it because of an issue with Charlotte herself? So this is a very exceptional case. You, an outsider, will learn the royal secret solely due to the will of the princess. It's not something I can decide on my own. If this matter is leaked, both your life and mine are at risk. So the story you're about to hear should be known only to you. After giving me that warning, Sava Linterna began to speak. Currently, the Spring Palace had prohibited the entry of all outsiders. Not only outsiders, but even most of the palace personnel. Except for those who can be trusted, the others are on standby outside. Was it because Charlotte didn't say anything directly and wanted me to hear the story from Sava Linterna's mouth? Charlotte allowed me to know a part of her secret. So when you were brought here by Her Highness, both Dyrus and I were surprised. It wasn't a situation where that could happen. Keep in mind that the conversation between Her Highness and me wasn't politically driven. I'm unrelated to any matters arising from politics. Yes, save Eileen Turner. Despite holding the impressive title of Shanipal Commander, she has no involvement in politics, claiming that it doesn't suit her. You must have a supernatural ability. Yes. Then you must know more about the dangers of supernatural abilities than ordinary people, right? Yes. Her Highness's supernatural ability is one of those dangerous abilities. It's a power that's difficult to control. That's why it couldn't be made public. Until now, Her Highness has been focusing on controlling her ability, Charlotte's supernatural ability. I had only guessed that it was an offensive ability, and it was kept a secret because it couldn't be revealed. I can't go into detail. However, both the royal family and Her Highness are struggling to control that ability. That's why it's becoming difficult for Her Highness to continue living in the temple. Yes. Supernatural ability users with dangerous and hard-to-control abilities are removed. Charlotte's power is of that kind, which could eventually put other students at Temple in danger. So, Charlotte can no longer appear at Temple. Charlotte will soon leave Temple. It could be in a month, next week, or even starting today. If this is true, then Charlotte's statement that Bertus had nothing to do with it would be accurate. That would mean the story of someone dying in the Spring Palace is ultimately about Charlotte's ability going out of control and killing someone. Murder. The reason Charlotte returned to the palace instead of the dormitory was because of that. Today was unusual in many ways. Don't assume you'll be able to visit the Spring Palace again in the future. It's not about a power struggle, but rather Charlotte disappearing from the temple due to a failure in controlling her ability. Before that, what exactly is Charlotte's ability? Why is Saver Turner here? Why did my intuition send me a warning today? Flash. Rumble. In a streak of lightning and flash, I looked at Saver Turner. As she walked in the rain, the raindrops streaming down her cheeks seemed like tears. If Charlotte completely fails to control her ability, what will happen? There's no reason for me to tell you. Saverlyn Turner spoke without looking at me. Both her and my expressions were equally serious. It seemed like she was preparing herself for something. She was steeling herself for something she didn't want to face. Saverlyn Turner. Why was the world's strongest person guarding the palace alone? Why was she alone? As far as I could see, the only other security force besides her was Dyrus. If Charlotte goes out of control, you're here to intervene. Flash. In the lightning flash, Saverlyn Turner's eyes widened. My intuition had sent me a strong warning today, and I could still feel the danger signal. That meant Charlotte might die today at the hands of Saverlyn Turner. Chapter 268. Saverlyn Turner was staying at the Spring Palace to deal with Princess Charlotte. It wasn't for Charlotte's safety, but for the safety of the Imperial City. That was certain. Save your words, Reinhardt. I don't have much patience. Saverlyn Turner said that in the rain. It was presumptuous to say that she was entrusted with the task of killing the princess, even if she was a friend of the princess. Perhaps the reason she was standing blankly in the rain was to torment herself with such thoughts. The relationship between Charlotte and Saverlyn Turner was unknown, but it involved laying hands on the most noble person in the royal family, excluding the emperor himself. It must have been a direct order from the emperor, and Charlotte must have accepted it. But for the one who had to carry out that order, it would feel like hell. Something would happen today, but it was only a hunch, nothing certain. The Spring Palace was gradually getting farther away. I couldn't return to the temple. I can't leave Charlotte behind. But how? Neither Charlotte nor Saverlyn Turner would allow me to stay at the Spring Palace any longer. I had crossed the line. Too much had already been allowed just because I was a Charlotte's friend. I didn't know if Bertus was aware of this, but if he was, he would likely not care about Charlotte. There was no need to bother with a competitor who would disappear on their own. I was already approaching the station. You know where the palace entrance is. I'd like to take you there, but I can't be away for too long. Thank you, Lady Turner. Under normal circumstances, she would have to make sure I left the palace properly, but the situation was special now. She took me to the station and returned to the Spring Palace. I was not allowed to stay. There was no one at the station. Everyone who was supposed to return had already left. They were trying to make sure no one saw Charlotte's condition. The Spring Palace was operating with a minimal number of people. Now, even those minimal people, except for Dyrus, were all gone. They were trying to make sure no one saw Charlotte being killed by Shanaple. That meant the defense of the Spring Palace was now very weak. Could I secretly watch the situation? The Spring Palace would be her territory. Could I hide my presence from her senses, infiltrate the Spring Palace, and keep an eye on the situation? Whether it was possible or not, I had to do it. Now was the time to cause trouble again. For Charlotte, not for me. As it was when I first fell into this world. As I had risked my life in the demon realm, now I had to gamble my life in the Imperial City. I couldn't watch the first life I had saved disappear like this, on a dark night with autumn rain falling. Evelyn Turner was on high alert, but she wasn't guarding her surroundings. She would be focused solely on Charlotte. Her own depression and confusion seemed deep as well. In that state, I added my self-suggestion. I didn't know if it would be possible to hide my presence, but I would try. In that state, I used withdrawal as well. Evelyn Turner couldn't sense my presence as I infiltrated the Spring Palace. 2-0 achievement points are required to trigger this event. It wasn't an insignificant event, but it certainly didn't come at a cheap price. In the past, the cost would have been enough to buy an ability. With these points, I engraved the talent of self-suggestion. Due to various circumstances and conditions, it was now possible to deceive the Grandmaster's senses. My current achievement score was 930 points. If I could save Charlotte today, I would have used all these points, and if it wasn't enough, I would have borrowed more. I will use 2-0 achievement points. When Evelyn Turner disappeared beyond the garden, I left the bus stop and returned to the Spring Palace. I placed my umbrella between the flowers in the garden and activated self-suggestion. No one could sense my presence. A powerful suggestion was in effect, even more potent in real-life situations. It responded to my anxiety and desperation. I couldn't leave Charlotte to die. My instincts told me that something would happen today, something that wouldn't have been possible before. I successfully infiltrated the Spring Palace with a strong belief. I wasn't sure if my presence was entirely gone, but the rain muffled the noise, and I moved very carefully. I had created a situation where my presence couldn't be sensed, but if I suddenly ran up and grabbed her, she would naturally notice. My concealment was limited to my presence alone. I couldn't let my guard down. I approached the Spring Palace once again. In the cold rain, petals soaked by the raindrops fell. Following Evelyn Turner, I too walked in the rain. Evelyn Turner wasn't conscious of her surroundings. As expected, she appeared to be mentally preoccupied due to the pressure of her mission. She occasionally stopped and stared blankly at the Spring Palace. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. However, I could sense the deep sadness she hadn't shown in front of me or Charlotte. I hadn't expected to meet Evelyn Turner before the gate incident, and I had only roughly set up her background without going into great detail. Evelyn Turner didn't participate in the Demon Realm War. To be precise, she couldn't. The Emperor had bound her to the imperial capital under the pretext that the most powerful force must be left to protect the palace. She couldn't use her power where it was most needed. This was a significant part of her guilt and sense of debt. She had trained Ludwig harshly, but it was due to the precarious situation the world was in, not because she was inherently cruel. Evelyn Turner dies while saving Ludwig, apologizing for all her past harsh actions towards him. In her usual demeanor, she seemed cold and rational, but she was different on the inside. She was rather ordinary, a person who had to bear so much due to her immense strength. Evelyn Turner was a distant senior to Eppinhauser. She must have been a knight of the Empire for decades, having graduated from Temple and joined Shanaple. She even had a nickname as the guardian of the royal family. As such, she had many interactions with the royal family members. I wondered what her relationship with Charlotte was like. I wasn't sure, but her hesitation made me feel that she cherished Charlotte. Watching Evelyn Turner return to the Spring Palace, I entered as well. As I entered the palace, I didn't feel any magical barriers. I thought my instincts would have warned me if there were any, but I didn't feel anything. I didn't know if the magical barriers and security had been deactivated or if the mages responsible for them had been evacuated. It was as if a lock wasn't needed in a house with nothing to steal. The Spring Palace, which even Sarkigar had failed to infiltrate, became surprisingly easy to enter once the shadow of death loomed over it. Thanks to Charlotte's guidance, I had a rough idea of what was in various parts of the palace. I might have forgotten if a few days had passed, but I had just been there. In the vast, empty palace, there were only 3 people, save Ellen Turner, Dyrus, and Charlotte. The lights were on, but with no one around, there was no one to see me. Crack! Boom! It was an ominous sound, but the thunder and rain would now mask my footsteps. What should I do here? I still had no idea. I had sneaked into the princess's palace, refusing to turn back, all because of a feeling that didn't make any sense. If I were to be discovered in an unfavorable situation, even Charlotte's goodwill wouldn't save me from Ellen Turner. If caught at the wrong time, I might actually die. In the palace's illuminated spaces, I hid in the darker areas and moved in the shadows. I enhanced my hearing. Rumble. As I enhanced my hearing, the thunder sounded like it would tear my ears apart, and the rain became more detailed. My self-suggestion was now at rank B. My rank had risen as a result of my consistent training after successfully strengthening my magical power. As a result, my versatility was gradually increasing. Not only had the range of applications broadened, but the effectiveness of existing methods was also becoming stronger. Of course, I could discern the sounds I wanted to hear from other sounds. This was possible before, but now I could do it with even more precision. In the rain, I could distinguish the slightly different texture of the sound of water dripping down from the palace's ceilings. It was easy to distinguish the sound of Ellen Turner walking in the sea of noises. I could even somewhat predict the distance between us from the sound of her footsteps. Although I didn't know the entire structure of the palace, I had a rough idea of the main locations. On the second floor to the left was Charlotte's bedroom, and Ellen Turner was heading that way. From a dark corner on the first floor, I could make out that sound. It must have been possible because of the complete silence within the palace, with only the thunder and rain as other sounds. Her Highness, inside. I see. Dyrus's voice mixed in. I heard the sound of a door opening. Your Highness, are you all right? Yes, for now. Charlotte's calm voice was heard. Charlotte's supernatural ability. How dangerous must it be for the Emperor to have to kill the princess because of it? And was Charlotte accepting it herself as well? Was it because she killed someone when her ability went out of control? Thud, the sound of the door closing was heard, and no more sounds came from inside. It must be due to soundproofing. I needed to get closer. When I went up to the second floor and checked the surroundings, there was no one in the hallway. Had Dyrus also entered Charlotte's bedroom? I hid along the inner side of the hallway wall to approach Charlotte's bedroom, preparing for any unexpected situations. I couldn't afford to make any unnecessary noise. Although I had used magic to prevent Ellen Turner from detecting my presence, I couldn't rely on it too much. I was deceiving someone who could never be fooled under normal circumstances. As I got closer, I imagined Ellen Turner suddenly appearing and grabbing my throat. My body should have been cold from the rain, but the tension made me feel hot instead. Cold sweat ran down my face. Fortunately, they couldn't use magic. If they were using noise cancelling, I wouldn't have been able to hear them at all. As I approached Charlotte's bedroom, I could very faintly detect voices from inside. You still don't remember anything? No. I heard Turner's worried question and Charlotte's depressed response. What couldn't she remember? It seems the time is quickly approaching. When it comes, please don't hesitate. Turner, there won't be any need for that. We will certainly find a way to solve your Highness's condition. The royal family is doing its best to find one. The hopelessness was apparent in Ellen Turner's tone. There's no way we'll find a solution before my condition worsens. Charlotte was pessimistic, and neither Dyrus nor Turner could deny it. Your Highness, we must find that child. Enough, please. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Don't mention that child. Charlotte irritably muttered in response to Dyrus's words. That child must be referring to me, of course. Did Dyrus think that finding me would help improve Charlotte's condition? But why? If Charlotte's supernatural ability is a dangerous power, what does it have to do with me? Ominous premonitions and countless hints led me to imagine things I didn't want to think about. Chapter 269, Your Highness. I've also heard the stories about that child. If there is even the slightest chance that the child can improve your condition, you must meet him at least once. I promise you, Your Highness. Even if the child knows nothing, I will stake my honor on ensuring their safety. Where is the child? I don't know. I really don't. Neither the sorceress nor the kid knows where he is, so it's all meaningless. Charlotte had said that only she and I had any information on Valia. For some reason, she hadn't told the others about my whereabouts. Was it related to what Charlotte was going through? And she didn't contact Valia anymore because I might be in danger. Charlotte's power was very likely not a supernatural ability. If it were just a dangerous supernatural ability, there would be no reason to suggest finding me. I'm prepared, Lady Turner. If I stain my hands with blood again, please kill me. So that's what happened. The person who died in the Spring Palace was indeed killed by Charlotte. Her power went out of control, and Charlotte killed someone, and she couldn't remember doing it. Your Highness, promise me. I cannot promise that. Promise me, please. Saverlyn Turner didn't respond to Charlotte's pleading for death. The conversation ended. I quickly hid in the instruments storage room at the end of the right corridor next to the music room. The door was open, and there were no instruments inside. I knew it was an instrument storage room because there were only empty stands left. The musicians must have taken all the instruments. I didn't close the door, fearing that the sound of it closing might give away my presence. Instead, I hid in the darkness of the room. It was clear that neither Charlotte, Dyrus, nor Saverlyn Turner had any business in this place. They had no business in the music room, let alone here. The storage room was dark, as the lights were off, but all I needed was darkness and sound. It was actually a good situation. Thud Charlotte's bedroom door opened, and the sound of Dyrus and Turner's footsteps could be heard. It better to watch her sleep. It was useless. She even tied herself up before sleeping once, but it was all pointless. I see. So she still can't leave the palace. For now, that seems to be the case. But she might just be choosing not to leave. You mean she might appear at the temple or Winter Palace? It's just speculation. We can only hope that's not possible. It was evident they were talking about an event that had already taken place, but without knowing what the event was, I couldn't grasp the context of their conversation. She's not restricted in her movement. I could only understand that it was related to Charlotte's ability. By the way, is your shoulder all right? I'm fine. It's not a severe injury. It happened because I let my guard down. I can still handle it. Are you not going to see the priest? If there's a record of me receiving treatment from the priest, it'll be dangerous. You understand the meaning of her being able to hurt me? Yes, she might hear us. We should refrain from discussing this. I see. I was careless. Charlotte's ability seemed to have run amok, and Saverlyn Turner was injured, to the extent of hurting her. Could Charlotte's power be strong enough to hurt Shanaple's leader? It appeared the two of them were keeping the fact that Charlotte had attacked Saverlyn Turner a secret. Could it be that Charlotte's power went out of control, causing her to lose her sanity, and with Saverlyn Turner's defensive actions ultimately proving too lacking, they are left with no choice but to kill Charlotte? As they approached the palace staircase leading to the first floor, Saverlyn Turner stopped walking. Is something wrong? She could sense something. She was on guard. It's just. I held my breath. I erased my presence. Saverlyn Turner felt nothing. How much time had passed? I think it's just because I haven't slept properly. It's nothing. Has it been several days? 6 days? No, a week. I'm not sure. Shouldn't you rest during the day? I have duties here as well as being the leader of Shanaple. I don't have time for that. I see. During the day, she had official duties. At night, she guarded Charlotte. Saverlyn Turner seemed to have been unable to rest at all for quite some time. The two continued to move down the stairs. I didn't release my held breath. Just a little more. Go a little further. You've worked hard, Dyrus. Go back. Yes, leader, but are you all right? You look tired. I can't keep you here for that reason. I see. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be sarcastic. I guess my nerves are a bit on edge. No, I didn't think that way at all. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Rest up. You've had your share of hardships too. Then I hope nothing happens. Indeed. Dyrus left the Spring Palace. I thought the reason for reducing the palace staff was to prevent anyone from seeing Saverlyn Turner kill Charlotte, but there was another reason. It was also to prevent someone from being sacrificed to the out-of-control Charlotte. There were 3 people left in the palace: me, Saverlyn Turner, and Charlotte. This meant that my life would be in danger as well. Should I leave the palace? It's clear that I'm already in danger. I couldn't tell whether the danger signal from my intuition was about the danger from Charlotte or the danger to my own safety. The sound of Saverlyn Turner sitting down heavily on a chair in the hall could be heard. I should leave this place. Charlotte's power is strong, and while Turner might be able to handle it, I certainly won't. The one who's more likely to be in danger is me. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr served as the entrance to the palace, as if trying to monitor every direction. Papap. Save Turner was manipulating something, and the hallway was gradually becoming brighter. No, even the instrument storage room I was in was illuminated by magical lights. Save Turner suddenly lit up the entire palace. The chance to escape under the cover of darkness vanished. To leave, I would have to wait for her to be momentarily away from her position. As expected, Save Turner didn't move. I couldn't move either. The die had already been cast. Hoping that nothing would happen, yet at the same time I was certain that something would inevitably occur. I held my breath. It was a tedious time, yet it was a terribly tense time. I had to focus on suppressing my presence through self-suggestion so as not to be caught by Save Turner's senses. Save Turner didn't move from her spot. My return to the temple could be a problem. If nothing happened, what excuse would I have for leaving the palace discreetly? Secondary issues began to surface, but all of that would come after Charlotte, and I safely made it through today. The night was already deep. It was certainly past midnight. For some reason, Save Turner had lit up the entire empty palace, as if to drive away the darkness. The instrument storeroom where I was also had its light on, but it was only a blind spot in her vision. She hadn't noticed my presence. How much time had passed? Click, the light in the instrument storeroom went out. Not just that. The light coming from the corridor also disappeared shortly after. I couldn't tell how the palace's lighting was being controlled. Save Turner didn't move. Did she turn off the lights? Why would she suddenly turn them off after lighting them all up? No, she didn't turn off the lights. As I carefully peeked towards the corridor, I saw a different scene. The magical lights throughout the palace flickered and blinked before going out one by one. Now, even this. Save Turner's quiet mutter reached my ears, filled with shock and fear. I could only think that Charlotte was turning off the lights. How is this possible? Why would she do such a thing? I didn't know. Save Turner got up from her seat and moved, heading towards Charlotte's bedroom. I held my breath and tensed my body to avoid detection. She must not find me. Given that I've used my withdraw, entwined with countless coincidences, I shouldn't be discovered. That would include me doing my best to conceal my existence. I had yet to be detected, but if I suddenly made a sound, I couldn't be sure. I had no intention of testing whether I could change the predetermined future or not. I couldn't make this life-threatening gamble even riskier. Your Highness, if you're awake, please respond. Save Turner shouted as she walked down the corridor. Your Highness, she called for Charlotte as she headed towards her bedroom. Flash. Rumble. It was a rainy night, making it even darker, so it was impossible to distinguish objects without the intermittent flashes of lightning. No, the lightning actually made it harder for my eyes to adapt to the darkness. The light was obstructing my vision. Your Highness, I heard Save Turner's desperate cry. Thunk. The sound of Charlotte's bedroom door opening was heard. No sound came from Save Turner. I hadn't heard any noises from her bedroom outside of her door opening. Then was Charlotte asleep? She disappeared again. I heard a hollow, despairing mutter. At that moment, flash. I almost screamed. In that instant when lightning flashed, I saw something. Something was right in front of my eyes. It was there. Rumble. After a brief silence following the lightning, thunder shook the windows. What was it? What's in front of me right now? My eyes widened as I stared ahead, but I couldn't see the figure that was watching me in the darkness. I wasn't mistaken. Something was definitely looking at me. Something that hadn't been there just a moment ago suddenly appeared. Flash. Once again, a flash of lightning drove away the darkness for an instant. Some shape was revealed in front of my eyes for a fleeting moment before disappearing. I saw it clearly, some shape, smiling at me. It resembled Charlotte. But it was something that was definitely not her, watching me from the pitch-black darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel the presence of something in front of me. He, he. The sinister laughter of that thing grazed the back of my neck. Flash. In the flickering light, I could see its true appearance. Dark hair like the depths of darkness and abyss-like deep black eyes, and the vertically torn red pupils. It was closer to the appearance of a demon, rather than anything else. Chapter 270. I didn't scream only because I had clenched my jaw so hard that my molars threatened to crumble. If it weren't for the Holy Spirit supporting me, I would have fainted or bitten off my tongue long ago. And then something was coming from the darkness. Afraid of the approaching hand, I rolled sideways. Swish. I couldn't tell what had passed by me, only that it was a powerful threat, and I had instinctively rolled away. Something had brushed past the spot where I had been, something that would be dangerous if it had hit me, but I couldn't tell what it was. One thing was clear. Charlotte was attacking me. Your Highness! Reacting to the sound of laughter, Savelyn Turner had already arrived at the instrument's storage room in no time. Why are you here? As my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, I could gradually see Savelyn Turner and the figure staring at me from the darkness. Surprised by my presence for only a moment, Savelyn Turner then looked at something in front of her with a lost expression. How it has come to this after all. Still wearing a creepy smile, the figure just stared at me. Had Charlotte's condition worsened since before? Stand back. I will question you later. As if to say that inquiring about this situation was a matter for later, Savelyn Turner pulled me back and hid me behind her. Don't get too close or you'll die. Only then could I see what had been approaching me. Darkness, like a living thing, shot out refined, blade-like attacks. Clang, clang. In an instant, she drew her sword and activated her aura blade, blocking the charging darkness. With a loud noise, the shadows scattered into the air and shattered into pieces. Your Highness, you must regain your sanity. Hee hee. Hey. The figure didn't respond to Turner's words. Gurgle, the darkness churned, and the blade-like shadows once again charged at her. Savelyn Turner stood in front of me, deflecting the shadowy blades with her aura blade. She managed to deflect the blades that came at her from 4, then 5 directions with a ghostly speed. The pressure I felt on my skin when her sword clashed with the shadows told me that the force behind it was far from ordinary. Manipulating darkness or shadows, that was Charlotte's ability. Her ability was as sharp as it was powerful. But Turner had the advantage. All attacks were blocked, and she even had some leeway. However, she couldn't harm Charlotte. Unable to attack, she focused on defense in this situation. But she had to restrain her. She stepped through the rain of shadowy blades, approaching Charlotte one step at a time, as she was about to reach out and grab Charlotte's neck. Flash. As quickly as lightning illuminated the window, Charlotte's figure disappeared without a trace. Damn it! She clenched her teeth as she stared at the spot where Charlotte had disappeared. It had been a brief but intense battle, one that would have killed an ordinary person hundreds of times over. I wouldn't have lasted 3 rounds if I were the one facing those attacks. She turned around to look at me. Her eyes were filled with anger as clear as her despair. Whack. Ah! She grabbed my collar and slammed me against the wall. You idiot! Why didn't you leave when you had the chance? Did you think you could help Her Highness here? Foolish fool. If I hadn't come, you'd be dead already. Do you not value your life? She spat out her righteous anger, as if she was about to take my life right then and there. She raised her sword to my throat. There are things in this world you shouldn't know, things you shouldn't see. You ignored the grace of Her Highness and my grace as well. For that crime, you must pay with your life. She looked ready to thrust her sword into me, to kill me without hesitation. Charlotte had looked like a demon to anyone who saw her. It would be a huge scandal if it became known that a member of the royal family, especially the heir to the throne, looked like that. Rumors would spread that she had been kidnapped and cursed by the Demon King, and the reality would not be much different. This couldn't be some supernatural ability. Charlotte had obviously been subjected to something terrible by the Demon King, whether she knew it or not. That was certain. That's why the royal family kept it a secret. There was no reason to spare me, who had seen it with my own eyes. Death was imminent, but strangely, I wasn't afraid. Right now, Savelyn Turner's murderous intent seemed less terrifying than the sight of Charlotte I had just witnessed. Of course, I value my life. What? My life is not worthless. I don't want to die. But the thought of Charlotte, transformed into that horrifying state and unable to return, was even more frightening. I'm here because, as much as I value my life, I value Charlotte's life too. I thought I might be able to do something. Arrogant fool, you're overestimating your abilities. Her cold, burning eyes seemed to pierce through me. I'm not being arrogant. Then what is it? If your actions aren't arrogant, then what are they? I'm desperate. Charlotte's life. That alone was already a reason for me. That's why I had infiltrated the palace, disobeying the orders of the princess and the commander of the Shanipal Knights, and anxiously snuck into the Spring Palace. For the first time, I risked my life for something. I couldn't bear to see Charlotte's life be wasted in vain. She looked into my eyes, trying to see if there was any doubt, arrogance, or frivolity mixed in my gaze. Her sword, aimed at my throat, trembled. How much time had passed? Her sword cautiously lowered. Even though she let go of my collar, she still glared at me. Her Highness will decide your punishment when the day breaks. But her eyes seemed to assure me that I wouldn't face a cruel fate. May I ask what's going on? No one knows. No one knows. No one knows what's happening. No one knows why Her Highness has such power, why she's gradually being consumed by it, or why that power takes over her body at night. Turner's desperate expression perfectly represented the current state of the royal family. I don't know anything for certain. All I can do is guess that something you experienced in the demon realm is the cause. She gripped my shoulder as she watched the darkness. One thing is clear. The situation has become more severe. Do not stray from me. The thing that has taken over the body of Her Majesty moves through darkness. It can appear in front, behind, or even from the ceiling. It seemed as though she could no longer hide what she knew now that I had seen it for myself. In reality, it suddenly appeared before me. It moved through the darkness. So, tying up Charlotte would be useless, and even if I watched her, she would suddenly disappear. That's why she lit up the entire palace. If there is no darkness, there would be no darkness for it to move through. Savelyn Turner saw that the method worked and continued to illuminate the palace at night. But that method failed today. Now it can extinguish even magic lights at will. The night belongs to it. Does this happen every night? Not every night. However, the frequency is increasing, and this is the first time it has extinguished all the lights. Also, Her Majesty's eyes. Last time I saw them, only one was like that. She was shaking with anger and frustration at the situation. Its aggression is increasing as well. At first, it was like someone suffering from sleepwalking, wandering around the palace at night. But since some time ago, she trailed off. It seemed she couldn't bring herself to mention the murder. Anyway, you must leave the palace. It is dangerous here. Any punishment for you can only be carried out while you are alive. If you defy me again, I will truly take your life. Understood. Savelyn Turner cautiously took one step at a time, as if heightening her senses. In the darkness, I enhanced my vision to see through it. I could discern the darkness more accurately than ordinary humans. The light glare that hindered my vision had also lessened. Swoosh, she moved cautiously through the palace corridor, filled with the cold sound of rain in the spring. To leave the palace, she had to go down to the first floor hall. She intended to get me out first. What will you do? I'll have to subdue her. That's what I've been doing so far. She had no choice but to use violent means to subdue Charlotte. Before melting into the darkness and escaping, she must have knocked her unconscious. It had worked until now. Judging by her reaction and considering my intuition's warning, there was only one conclusion. Today is a turning point. The eyes that were only corrupted on one side were now both affected. The power consuming Charlotte had grown stronger today. Would Turner ultimately fail to subdue Charlotte and end up killing her instead? How can I prevent that from happening? The Demon King is involved. Charlotte's power is a byproduct of that. I can't know anything else. Some kind of scheme involving the Demon King, but now was not the time to worry. Turner moved cautiously without rushing. She paid attention to her surroundings as she moved forward, constantly checking in every direction. The palace entrance wasn't far, but the journey was fraught with danger. Clang, crash. Sudden, dagger-like shadows flew through the darkness, making it impossible for Turner to let her guard down. The dark, flying blades targeted both me and her. She fended off all of these attacks on her own. Damn it! In the darkness, I saw her clenching her teeth and wringing her right hand. Standing in front of the staircase leading to the first floor, Turner gritted her teeth when she saw the entrance blocked by a massive black barrier. More precisely, it was obscured by pitch-black darkness, and in front of that darkness, the still grinning Charlotte watched us both. It seems she doesn't plan on letting either of us leave, Turner said. It appears so. The shadowy figure, seemingly inviting us to come closer, blocked the entrance without moving an inch. Able to move through darkness and use it to attack us, we might be nothing more than playthings in this pitch-black place. Although our opponent was far away, they could appear right in front of us at any moment by riding the darkness. Before, I could subdue her without much difficulty. I let my guard down and suffered some injuries, but if it was just a minor injury, she wouldn't have even mentioned it. It must have been more severe. But I don't know what that thing is, and I can't be sure I can subdue it safely this time. The continent's strongest warrior was calmly acknowledging the possibility of defeat. The unidentified enemy had the best battlefield and environment on their side. And starting today, their power was even stronger. But the Saverlin Turner who had to face this enemy had not rested for more than 5 days, had injuries she hadn't properly treated, and was in the worst condition. Defeat due to poor condition was still a defeat. Death would mean the end, and there would be no room for excuses like, "I could have subdued her easily if I were in better shape." Could it be that it's not Charlotte who dies today, but Saverlin Turner? Did my intuition warn that Turner's life was in danger, not Charlotte's? Saverlin Turner is one of the main characters in the latter part of the story. If she dies, it will be a turning point in history in a very negative direction. However, even if Saverlin Turner dies today, it doesn't mean that Charlotte will live. If Charlotte doesn't die today and kills Saverlin Turner instead, Charlotte will die tomorrow. If the power that can kill Turner is too dangerous and uncontrollable, there will be no choice but to deal with it immediately, even if the one wielding the power is the princess. Both Saverlin Turner and Charlotte will die. If that's the case, I'll die today as well. I'm the only variable in this situation. I must do something to change the outcome. However, in these two battles, I was too small of a factor. Reinhardt, you said you've been working on strengthening magic on your own. Yes. There's no room for me to say it's not yet practical for real combat. I'll try to protect you while fighting, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to protect you at all times. Remember that my priorities are first, the battle, then myself, and lastly, you. She handed me her sword. The shadow can't be dealt with without the power of magic. You can't imbue a sword with magic, but with this sword, you should be able to at least fend it off. It seemed that she intended to fight using her ability to summon aura swords. Saverlin Turner's sword, not a sacred artifact, but one of the national treasures of the Empire. The Gale sword, Tempesta. Ludwig, who possessed Alspringer, claimed that it was Turner's legacy and chose it as his second sword. It was now right in front of me. I don't need it. Summoning the aura sword would consume a lot of stamina. I shouldn't do anything that could worsen Turner's condition. I told you, it might be difficult to protect you. Swoosh, I summoned it. I have this black sword, too. Soul binding. She widened her eyes as she looked at the sword with a milky white blade in my hand. This? How did you get this? She stared at the sacred artifact Tiamata in my hand with astonishment. Let's talk about it later. I never thought I would have to use Tiamata in a place like this. Now, I had to face my first real battle using Tiamata, not against a bandit, a monster, or a villain who deserved to die. My first friend, I have to face Charlotte in real combat. For now, she pushed all her questions aside. All right. Both she and I were people who understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 271, the expression on the creature's face twisted in an instant, a wave of disgust spreading across its once smug smile. Did it recognize Tiamata? With a roar, waves, not blades, surged from the wall of darkness blocking the entrance. Only then did we realize that it hadn't been using its full strength, merely toying with us. The certainty that Saverlin Turner would die today settled in. Ah! With a crash, the waves couldn't be stopped by a sword. She didn't use her sword. Instead, she released an enormous amount of magical energy from the protective barrier surrounding her body, neutralizing the encroaching darkness. The impact was powerful enough to crack the palace floor, and witnessing it firsthand left me in awe. She managed to drive back the wave of darkness with just the pure outpouring of magical energy. Was this possible for an S+ rank Grandmaster level monster with a magic capacity that even surpassed superhumans? It was hard to believe she could do this in her worst condition. Darkness attacked us from all directions. Although Charlotte was right in front of us, I turned my attention to the intense sense of danger coming from behind. The darkness bore down on me. While pushing my physical enhancement to the max, I believed that I could do this. I had already succeeded once, so the second time should be easier. With extreme excitement coursing through my body, I managed to fend off the incoming wave of darkness with Tiamata. Quang! I grunted. The force behind the attack was so immense that it felt like my grip would be torn apart. Saverlin Turner, as she descended the stairs, slowly and steadily approached Charlotte. Did this fight have any meaning? Could Charlotte be subdued before she disappeared into the darkness? There was no guarantee that what had been possible until now would still be possible. Charlotte was focusing her attacks on Savelin Turner more than me. I just needed to stay alive. As long as I didn't hinder Turner, that was enough. The moment she had to worry about me, everything would be over. With a screeching and crashing sound, I was grateful that Tiamata could effectively counter the darkness. Had it been an ordinary sword, it would have been cut or brushed away by the dark blades. This wasn't a fight of swordsmanship. I had never learned to fight against something like this. However, in a fight, one cannot choose their opponent. Even without knowing how, it must be done. My focus was solely on the attacks targeting me and responding to them. With a series of crashes, Savelin Turner charged at Charlotte like a monster, making one question if this was a fight between humans. She pushed back the waves of darkness with a burst of magical energy and scattered the blades with a single wave of her sword. It was impossible to imagine what she could do in her best condition. In an instant, Savelin Turner charged at Charlotte, trying to grab her. However, she simply vanished into the darkness. Damn it! The creature appeared about 20 steps away to Turner's right. Shadows formed like spears around Charlotte and shot out. With a series of crashes, she charged in once again. Even as she tried to subdue Charlotte by breaking through the storm of blades, her target disappeared into the darkness just before she could reach her. She was like a piercing spear, but the shield she needed to penetrate didn't allow any hits. Then I must be faster. I have to catch it before it melts away. But Savelin Turner, already exerting all her strength, couldn't go any faster. To be faster, she had to reach out with a sword, not a hand. Soon, inevitably, she would have to kill Charlotte. The only option for Savelin Turner, who wanted to subdue Charlotte, was a future where she would be killed by the entity controlling the darkness after an exhausting battle. I was on the brink of my limits just by blocking the incoming shadow blades. I couldn't help Savelin Turner, and even if I tried, I might put her in danger. Ah! Her poor condition wasn't the only problem. I could see her right shoulder stained with blood. Come to think of it, she had been wielding her Tempester with her left hand all this time. Her right hand was completely unusable, but as the situation became more urgent, she swung her sword with both hands. Could she be right-handed? If so, a right-handed person had been using the sword with only her left hand until now. Of course, there were many cases where a sword was used with both hands, but having one arm disabled meant combat power was halved, if not more. That's why it was clear that Savelin Turner, using her injured right arm, had burst an untreated wound. Bloodshot eyes filled Turner's gaze. "Heh, hee, hee, heh," Charlotte was laughing. She was enjoying seeing Turner approach her limits. After that, 3 times. Turner managed to get close to Shanipal while using her injured right arm. However, she reached out with her hand instead of the sword at the end of a momentary struggle. She could have killed her 3 times, but she tried to subdue her each time. Boom! Ah! As a result, she was struck by a blade of darkness, her right arm completely destroyed, and she crashed into the wall. Crash! She hit the wall, and I could clearly see cracks spread like a spiderweb where she collided. Ah! Ack! Thunk! She vomited blood and rolled on the ground. Could it be? Is she dead? I couldn't tell. Even if she was still alive, she would die in this state. Swish! The spear of darkness flew towards Savelin Turner for the final blow. I had to stop it. No, I would stop it. Snap! My desperate plea made my body react, exceeding its limits, and I kicked away the spear of darkness that was rushing towards Savelin Turner. I stood in front of her fallen form. It stared at me, blocking its path, with a chilling smile. I couldn't even tell if it understood what I was saying. A creature created only from malice. It only had the intent to kill, no conversation or communication at all. Savelin Turner lost consciousness. Charlotte had said that when her powers go out of control, she loses her memories. Then there's no reason to hesitate now. From this moment, I anticipated this to some extent. If there's a being that can corner the strongest person in the world, even in the worst condition, it must be one of a kind. The former demon king, Valia. I use the ring of Sarkigar. As the rightful ruler of the demon realm and Darkland, I ask. I returned to Valia's form and stared at it. Who are you? Unfortunately, the reaction I was hoping for didn't happen. Hey, hey, hey. It simply let out a deep, low laugh, just like it did at the beginning. Is it not a demon? Or is it just a remnant, a scrap of what was once the Demon King? I gripped Tiamata tightly, staring at it, which turned out to be nothing more than a fragment of the madness once held by the Demon King. I didn't have high expectations, but the demon's domination power wouldn't work either. I couldn't tell if it was because my abilities were weak, or because even though it was a mere fragment, it was still an archdemon and not affected by it. The result was the same. Whether I revealed my true form as Valia or not, there was no choice but to fight. I returned to my original appearance as Reinhardt. I didn't want to fight as Valia. Looking at it, I say, if you are not the Demon King, then you failed to recognize your king, and that would be your sin. I gripped Tiamata tightly. If you are the Demon King, you can't even recognize your own child, so that would also be a sin. Ha ha. Hee hee, ha ha. As it becomes increasingly consumed by madness, it prepares a wave of darkness. What really infuriates me is that you, of all things, are causing a ruckus inside Charlotte's body. Wound Tiamata cries out, the eerie sensation of the sword itself wailing. So, whatever you are, you deserve to be punished for making me angry. A barrage of dark spears charges towards me. Tiamata's condition is far from normal. Now, it seems possible. Facing the incoming dark spears, I extend Tiamata. Flash! A burst of light centered on Tiamata filled the spring palace in an instant. Divine magic, sanctuary. Arog! I successfully manifested the magic that Olivia Lands had implanted. For some time now, I had been engaged in this endeavor. I share Tiamata with Olivia Lands. So I called Olivia and discussed Tiamata. Tiamata, you know. What's up? Honestly, isn't it useless? It's still a sacred treasure. Aren't your words a bit harsh? No, this isn't even a god itself, but a mere trinket created by a god. And I never said that sacred treasures are useless. Then what's useless? It's like the attributes don't match. Olivia understood what I was saying. Aha, that's true. Tiamata and Alexion have always been sacred treasures used by the church. Reinhardt, you're the first to become the champion of Toan without being a priest, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to use divine power, and this is a divine power amplifier. What am I supposed to do with this? But you can still wield the sword itself, right? Of course, there's a saying that if you harm innocent lives with Tiamata, you'll receive Toan's judgment. That's a superstition. It doesn't matter if innocent blood is spilled, since it's supposed to transform into a dark sacred treasure anyway. Well, I know that, but if you call the official doctrine of the Toan Church a superstition, what will you do? If it's not true, it's a superstition. You know enough by now, right? You're really ruthless. Anyway, that was the problem. Tiamata was a very powerful sacred treasure, but it was fundamentally an item for priests or paladins. In my hands, it was nothing more than a decent sword. It wasn't an item that was worth its weight like Lament or Alspringer, even without divine power. Olivia looked at me with an expression that seemed to ask, so what's the big deal? So, you and I jointly own this item, right? Yeah, it feels great, like we own joint property or something. No, that's not what I meant. Isn't it? We're not just joint property owners, but soul bonded, so you and I are soul companions, right? We've already come so far. Please restrain yourself. You're always getting angry. You're so mean. Even though I always follow you around like a puppy, no matter how you treat me, isn't that cute? Shut up and listen to me. Tusk, fine. What is it? What Olivia wanted was related to the increasing number of characters. Tiamata is, in a way, a sacred power amplifier, right? And the sacred power embedded in it is incredible, whether it's in the form of Toan or Kier. Can't I use that power? Olivia tilted her head. You mean, can you use the sacred power inherent in the sword itself? Yes, that's an interesting idea, but wouldn't you need to join the Toan Order first? People would be thrilled. The champion has come to us on his own, they'd say. You know that's not what I mean. I can't use sacred power, but the artifact I possess can maximize the power of someone with sacred power. Tiamata in my hand is a good weapon, and it's even better against the undead. But in the hands of a paladin, this item can turn an already powerful human tank into a human slaughter machine. I want to utilize Tiamata's power more effectively. That's why I asked Olivia for help. Can you imbue Tiamata with power, and can I activate and use it when needed? It's not entirely without precedent. There are magical items and artifacts with sacred magic that even non-believers can use. Really? Yes, but I'm not sure if it would work on an artifact like Tiamata. And we're talking about minor miracles, not large-scale miracles or powerful sacred magic. But this situation is special. There's one item but two owners, and two soul bonds. Though I hate to admit it, Olivia and I are connected through the same item, even if our souls are not directly linked. I wanted to know if it was possible for me to utilize the influence that Olivia has over Tiamata. I'm not sure. We'll have to try it out. But why do you want this? What's wrong with learning to use the artifact better? We never know when or where something might happen. Ugh, are you planning something bad again? No, who said that? You did. Even if you don't have any plans now, you'll definitely use it for something bad later. That's true. I had intentions back then. I didn't plan to use it like this now. I thought that strong, sacred power would be helpful when I had trouble with the vampires from the Vampire Council. It was a plan to threaten the vampires, and I couldn't even tell Olivia my real intentions. Under those intentions, I had been training with Olivia to have her inscribe sacred magic on Tiamata and learn to utilize it myself. Of course, it didn't go well. It was impossible unless I inscribed a new divine power, as my own nature didn't align well with the divine power built on faith and prayer even before I became the Demon King. It was enough for me to believe in myself, but now I had to believe in something else. But for some reason, I was now confident that it could work. Tiamata cries. It was as if the sword had awakened, and that feeling gave me confidence. I can do it now. Kayak, kayak, rumble. In the midst of the light of the sanctuary and the darkness emitted by the remnants of the Demon King writhing and colliding violently, I was gripping Tiamata tightly. The sacred sword, Tiamata, it was responding to my will and emitting divine power. I saw the white letters shining from the milky white blade of Tiamata. Purify the world with anger. Suddenly, I realized. Anger. Tiamata responds to anger. My anger towards the trash that dares to swallow Charlotte's soul was drawing out Tiamata's power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was in pain, pushing its hands towards me. Ah! Roar. It was just the intangible forces of light and darkness colliding. But it felt like we were both pushing and pulling against each other. When it pushed me back, I had no choice but to step back, as if pushed by the force. Rumble. The light and darkness collided, causing a loud noise. As they clashed, they began to push each other away. The sword is the strongest against the undead. However, the light emitted from Tiamata was a certain countermeasure against the being that moved and attacked through the darkness. The scattered beams of light were effectively blocking its movements. I had to push it and overwhelm it. Block all sides with light, then subdue it. Although it wasn't the power I planted here for this purpose, I had to use it now. Leading the light from the sword, I tried to step towards the dark being that desperately tried to push me away. When I put all my power into one step, it stepped back. Corner it against the wall, bind it with light, and make it pass out. Rumble, rumble, boom. The fierce mixture of light and darkness looked like both flames and lightning. The darkness retreated a little each time I walked. It could swallow the light of a magic lamp, but perhaps it couldn't swallow the light rooted in divine power. Roar. In a deafening noise that felt like the world was collapsing, I screamed, "Give Charlotte back! Kirarak!" It screamed in pain every time I took a step. It was definitely affected. I didn't know if the answer lay in divine power or light, but it was in agony. Kirarak! Kayak! With an inhuman shriek, the darkness surrounding the area lit up, trying to engulf and devour it. Boom, 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 boom. The power of Olivia lands. The power was further amplified by the medium called Tiamata. The unidentified existence not only defended against the dark attacks it emitted, but also diligently drove away the surrounding dark energy. The light was scattered. The light that erupted beyond the sanctuaries emitted from the sword intertwined with the darkness like a snake, burning the darkness and being burned itself. It was a bizarre sight of white and black flames blazing. It was a chaotic scene where beasts named light and darkness entwined, hard to believe even when seen with the naked eye. Ah! However, the darkness did not back down easily. The materialized darkness seemed to push out the materialized light, and as a result, it felt like it was pushing me, who was holding the light. It was a bizarre sensation, like Tiamata itself had collided with the repulsive force of a powerful magnet. Kaira! It screeched as if trying to push me away with all its might, reaching out its hand to me, while I was also trying to somehow push my arm in. My strength was waning. Kururururururung. I was still far from reaching my goal, Kung, and my opponent's strength was even stronger than mine. I was being pushed back. As I was being pushed back by the force, I had to put all my effort into not retreating rather than moving forward. Damn, I don't want to lean on crutches again. I put more strength into the hand holding Tiamata. I added more. I added all the strength I had. Although I had already reached my limit, I had to somehow squeeze more out of it. I couldn't be sure that I wouldn't vomit blood, but I believed I wouldn't. Hoping to reach it and to revert Charlotte, I did it. I reinforced my magical power. With the help of the maximized physical and magical enhancements, I tried to move forward to push away the darkness. I had to move forward, Kurang, with an intense sensation of awakening from the tips of my cells. Ooh. With the divine protection of Olivia Lands implanted in Tiamata, not only did it enhance the sacred magic, but also the enhanced my physical body. P-Pujuk, with the intense muscular enhancement that seemed to make all the muscles and muscle fibers in my body scream beyond their limits. I believed I would take one step forward. Kung, despite taking just one step, a deafening noise shook the entire palace. Even though my body was being reinforced by the sacred power bestowed by Olivia Lands to prevent it from collapsing, my muscle fibers were simultaneously tearing and healing in real time, and I felt my magical circuits boiling as if they were on fire. I had to walk more than 30 steps. It wasn't difficult. I just had to walk, that's all. There was nothing easier than this. It's just that each step felt a little heavier. Kung, 29 steps were left. Kurururura. In the fierce battle between darkness and light, the power that truly originated from me was not much. Apart from magical enhancement and supernatural powers, all the strength was borrowed. No, even that was not my own strength. That too was borrowed. There was only one thing I could do, take one step while gritting my teeth in the pain of a crumbling body. Overcome the pain, not lose consciousness. That's all there is. I have borrowed everything. I have nothing of my own. All of it borrowed assets. Wielding unfair power with borrowed strength, I must be at least formidable. Og, heh heh, ha heh heh. I couldn't tell if it was going mad or terrified, but the dark existence screeched wildly. I continue to believe. I will not fall. I will take one step. If I turn this one step into 28 steps, I can survive tonight. Even if I don't know what will happen later, I can save Charlotte today. If tomorrow is dangerous too, I will save her again tomorrow. And the day after, 3 days, 4 days. If I keep surviving each day. To Charlotte, to the girl whose life I saved, beyond survival, something more than that. I will let her live a life. I will give her that gift, crossing the boundary of suggestion, crossing the boundary of faith. I will dispel the darkness that has enveloped the place where spring should be. I will return what rightfully belongs here. I will bring back you, the one who loves flowers, just as I once saved you. This time too, next time too, and the time after that, continuously. Thump, 1 step, thump, 2 steps, groan, as I quickly take 3 steps. Crunch, screech, scream, ignoring the pain of my bones breaking and rejoining. If I believe I can feel it, I will feel it. If I believe I don't feel it, I won't feel it. Self-suggestion. I even try to surpass that power. The blood from my eyes blurred my vision, yet I don't close my eyes. Groan. As I take the next step, I head straight for something, its expression gradually turning into horror, towards the remnants of the Demon King, but at the same time towards Charlotte. I walk towards it. Groan, rumble. I took the once painful steps again and again, and I was able to bring that existence within my grasp. Scream! The black hair, like the abyss, fluttered roughly in the light, and the elongated red pupil was filled with horror and disbelief. It's right in front of me. It can't escape. It was struggling just like me. In the resistance that felt like my entire body was exposed to a knife wind, I reached out and grabbed its neck. My right hand, clutching Charlotte's neck, had broken nails and twisted knuckles. Rumble. Og. Ah. Ah. Self-suggestion is a power that only works on me. If I believe so, only I will be affected. I have to surpass that stage. Not just me being affected, others must be affected too. Disappear. Heh 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 hee hee. Hiek, to apply my power to others, I shouldn't just believe, I have to declare it. Not the power that comes from believing and becoming so. The power that comes from saying it will be so. I want it. Because I desire it, I will have it. Disappear from Charlotte's body. Self-suggestion rank increases. Self-suggestion a rank reached. Derived ability emerges, awakening of the spirit speech, a flash. My words moved the world. In the darkness, in the rainy night. Rumble. In the darkness, Charlotte realized she was being held by someone. Ah, W.H. who? Awake, are you? Although it wasn't clear, Charlotte knew it was Reinhardt's voice. Rain. Heart. Reinhardt. Yes. From his hoarse voice, she could tell the situation was far from normal. Why hadn't they returned? Why was she here in the palace hall instead of her bedroom? As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Charlotte saw the wreckage. A fallen chandelier, the palace in disarray as if a massive beast had rampaged through it. And then, Reinhardt's face, covered in severe injuries that made it a wonder he was still alive. He was badly hurt, but still managed to lay Charlotte down, using his knee as a pillow. She couldn't understand the situation, nor why he hadn't returned, but Charlotte vaguely realized something. Did I hurt you? She must have lost control again, succumbing to a strange power, injuring Reinhardt in the process. No one else would do such a thing if it weren't for her. As despair and guilt was about to make her burst into tears, swoosh, no. Reinhardt, with a hand so badly injured his bones were visible, shakily yet gently brushed her hair aside. It wasn't you who hurt me. Looking down as he brushed her hair, Reinhardt continued, I saved you. Charlotte couldn't understand what he meant. Just remember that. As if to say that although she had hurt him, she should remember the more important fact that he had saved her, Reinhardt offered no further explanation. What happened, Reinhardt? What happened? She wanted to hear an explanation, but Reinhardt was in no condition to give one. I'm sorry for throwing away the flower. Reinhardt uttered something completely unrelated. Why would such a trivial matter now? He had been injured so severely, yet instead of seeking gratitude for saving her, he suddenly apologized. In such a situation, if I accepted something so meaningful, it would feel like the last gift I would receive from you. I didn't want that. Please think of me. A flower with such meaning. Reinhardt knew that. He knew that the seemingly insignificant flower was a farewell gift. So, I threw it away. To reject the subtle farewell gesture from Charlotte, Reinhardt had thrown the flower away. With those last words, Reinhardt lost consciousness. Chapter 272, it was an unfamiliar ceiling. No, it wasn't a ceiling, but a silk-like canopy above me. What is this? Why is the bed so large? I sat up and looked around. Although the ceiling was unfamiliar, the room wasn't. This must be Charlotte's bedroom. Having been here once before, I quickly recognized the room. I seemed to have been sleeping in Charlotte's enormous canopy bed. You're awake. Seeing me sit up, Charlotte rushed over and embraced me. This bed is really spacious. She must have been watching over me from the side of the bed, but to reach me, she had to climb onto the bed and lunge forward. Yeah. Are you okay? Do you have any pain? How about your eyes or your hands? Are they okay? I think I'm fine. I'm so relieved, really relieved. Although I wasn't expecting to be in pain, I was in surprisingly good shape, much better than after the previous magical enhancement. Charlotte hugged me, then pulled back slightly and looked at me, tears welled up in her eyes. I'm really relieved, Reinhardt. Yeah. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Charlotte shed clear tears and embraced me once more. She didn't scold or say anything else. She just held me, seemingly relieved I was safe, and didn't speak for a while. At first I thought she might be sobbing. Sniff. Sob. Sob. As she continued crying, her emotions got the better of her, and she began to wail. Not knowing what to do, I just patted her back. But this isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Sniff. Yeah, I've been unconscious for a few days now, and I'd like to know what's going on. Given my tendency to faint at every turn, my main concern upon waking up was always the situation. Waking up in the princess's bedroom was certainly unusual. Jay, just a moment. Charlotte seemed to think stopping her tears was the priority. After sniffling and catching her breath for a while, she pulled away from me. With her eyes red and swollen, she covered them with her hand and asked, Did my eyes get puffy? Would they get puffy so quickly? Well, honestly, they did get puffy, but it depends on the person. She still looks fine even with puffy eyes. Charlotte removed her hand from her eyes. Not much time has passed. The incident happened the day before yesterday, and today is Friday. The reason you're in my bedroom is to keep others from knowing you're in the palace. I had fainted on Wednesday, skipped Thursday, and now it was Friday. Fortunately, due to the heavy rain and intense thunderstorms, the events that took place were kept a secret. Neither people nor surveillance magic could detect what had happened, so only you, me, and Lady Turner know about it. The palace suffered some significant damage, but there's no need to worry about that. Savelyn Turner covered up my actions, but neither Charlotte nor Turner knew exactly what had transpired. I thought it would be best to keep your presence a secret, so I had you rest in my bedroom. As for treatment, I considered calling a priest, but it was a bit risky, so I used an elixir instead. An elixir? Yes. Is it the same elixir I'm thinking of? If I recall correctly, there are only a few bottles of this national treasure in the Empire, and it's not just a simple potion, right? No wonder I feel completely fine. Was it all right to use it so casually? Why do you think it was used casually? That response was oddly touching. Anyway, it wasn't me who brought it, but Lord Turner. So much for the touching moment. As the leader of Shanaple, Turner could probably acquire an elixir easily. I seem to be fine, but I wonder if she's okay. Charlotte's reaction suggests that she is. Your Highness, may I enter? Savelyn Turner's voice came from beyond the door just as I finished speaking. Charlotte looked at me as if asking for permission. What's going on? Why is she asking for my permission when she's the room's owner? This feels strange. I nodded, and as Charlotte called out that it was all right to enter, Savelyn Turner, dressed in his official attire, entered Charlotte's bedroom. You're awake? Ah, yes. She didn't show any particular emotion as she looked at me, sitting nonchalantly on Charlotte's bed. Charlotte and Turner both likely had many questions for me. How did I acquire Tiamata? What happened after she fainted, and so on? She pulled up a chair and sat down next to the bed. She's far away. Despite sitting next to me, there was quite a distance between us. Charlotte, who had been sitting beside me, scratched her cheek. I should change the bed. The bed was uncomfortably large. Now I understood why Charlotte had been so amazed by the dormitory beds. I'm not in pain, so let's all sit and talk. I got off the bed and sat on the sofa. Charlotte took the seat of honor, while Turner and I sat facing each other. First, I want to say thank you, Reinhardt. I don't know the details, but on that day, you saved not only me, but also Her Highness. Even though the palace had been damaged, Savelyn Turner hadn't reported that she had been subdued during the battle. If she had, Charlotte probably wouldn't have been allowed to stay in her palace. She must have filed a false report. Upon hearing Turner's words, Charlotte seemed to regain her senses and looked at me. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Thank you so much, Reinhardt. Charlotte smiles at me. It's not the eerie, unsettling smile she showed when she was consumed by her power. That's right. I wished for Charlotte to continue showing that kind of smile. Awakening the spirit was secondary. It was for Charlotte, not for the power itself. Before you ask me anything, I'd like to know a bit about the situation. I stare at Charlotte. Is your problem resolved? I awaken the spirit. I commanded it to leave Charlotte's body. Did it really disappear? I wanted to know that first, rather than having her explain something. Charlotte's expression was ambiguous. I'm not sure, but I was fine yesterday. There's this indescribable feeling. Should I call it hard to bear? It feels like something is devouring me. It's anxiety, and it's a sense of crisis. That something tortured me every night. But now it's gone. Suddenly, what about your ability itself? It's still there. The anxiety is gone. Whether that's enough or not, it means Charlotte's safety has been secured for now. The power to control shadows remains. That's a concerning factor. Charlotte hesitates to use her ability, so she hasn't demonstrated it directly. Now, I understand why Charlotte disliked her ability. Who would like a power that devours oneself? Well, we'll have to keep an eye on the situation for now, but it's clear that there's been some change in Her Highness. It's hard to believe that it was due to divine power, as we've tried everything possible with magic and divine power, but none of them had any effect. Both Turner and Charlotte look at me. Reinhardt, what on earth did you do? The spirit. It has already become my power, so it will be revealed in a physical scan. I think my supernatural power has become somewhat stronger. Though it's undoubtedly considered too dangerous, I had no choice but to tell the truth since I couldn't hide it in the first place. I roughly explained the situation. The first thing I mentioned was about the Tiamata incident, a sword with malicious power brought from Darkland. Since Charlotte was already aware of this issue, it was easy to talk about it. I told her how an object believed to be a relic of the demon god appeared and became imperfectly soul-bound, and how, after various trials, we purified it, turning it into Tiamata. I left out the part about how there's no difference between the demon god and the main god. I just said Tiamata was in a corrupted state. In the process, I had no choice but to bring up Olivia Land's story. Both Turner and Charlotte couldn't help but be shocked at my words. The fact that Tiamata could be corrupted and that I was chosen for it. It's a complicated matter to explain, so I had no choice but to keep it a secret. I see. It's an issue that could turn the religious world upside down. It took both of them quite a while to recover from the shock. However, since the result was what it was, neither of them questioned the issue further. Charlotte even thanked me for telling her, as if she no longer needed to worry about the suddenly vanished relic of the demon god. And then there's the supernatural power. Since I shouldn't be aware of the concept of spirits myself, I explained it vaguely. I also explained the fight against whatever controlled Charlotte. When I shouted for it to disappear, it really vanished. There was only one logical explanation. It seems like you can now use self-suggestion on others. If not, the situation doesn't make sense. My self-imposed suggestion has become applicable to others as well. A spirit is not much different from that concept. While I understand that self-suggestion manifests power through belief and spirits manifest through commands or declarations with a slightly different concept, was the answer. Supernatural power after all. Supernatural power is explained as anyway. It's unexplainable, and the miracles it causes manifest through logic that doesn't exist in the world. That's why solving Charlotte's problem, which couldn't be solved by any means, is something we can't understand but must accept. Although Turner had a hard time accepting this absurd reality, in the end, her expression seemed to have found an exit after going through hell. That means you're the only person who can heal Her Highness's condition. It's possible. Charlotte's condition, which was gradually being consumed, has improved for now, but no one knows what will happen later. I am the only contingency plan for that situation. In a way, I would become Charlotte's primary caretaker. However, Charlotte's expression was serious. It's too dangerous an ability, as much as mine, if not more so. The evolution of self-suggestion. The power has become too dangerous, as it can now be applied not only to oneself, but also to others. Self-suggestion and hypnotic commands were not even present in the original work. So I don't know what this power can do. The developed hypnotic commands may not be absolute right now, but if the level of ability keeps increasing, it might be possible to do the unthinkable. Of course, Charlotte wasn't thinking that my power was dangerous and that she needed to eliminate me. I don't know how your ability will be measured, but I'll instruct the temple to keep your new power a secret. The plan was to strictly keep the new power a secret to protect me, seal the temple's lips, and probably only Eppenhauser would know the true nature of my ability. Indeed, my ability was dangerous, and considering the fight the day before yesterday, I had subdued Charlotte, who Savelin Turner had failed to suppress. Of course, the actual situation was a bit different. If Savelin Turner had Tiamata or a high-ranking paladin, things could have been different. In many ways, she fought against an unfavorable opponent under the worst conditions. Keeping the new power a secret was definitely a good idea. Turner seemed to have a slightly different opinion. How about letting Reinhardt stay at the Spring Palace? There was no certainty that Charlotte's condition had really improved. Since we don't know when something might happen, I, the only person capable of dealing with it, would stay at the Spring Palace and live with Charlotte. It might not look good externally, but the Emperor wouldn't object, since the princess's life was at stake. No, even if we try to hide it, Reinhardt is in the same class as Bertus. If he lived here, Bertus would eventually find out, and Reinhardt would be in danger. I see. Charlotte was prioritizing my safety. The fact that I saved Charlotte and the battle the day before yesterday remained unknown. Because if it became known that I saved Charlotte, Bertus might try to eliminate me, despite the rewards I would receive. Bertus probably didn't even know that I was in the palace. How did Bertus find out about your condition in the first place? I'm not sure about the details, but he probably knows that I won't live long. It would be strange if Bertus didn't know about this situation. There's no need to restrain an opponent who will collapse on their own. That's why there had been almost no quarrels between them recently. But I saved Charlotte's life. The opponent who was supposed to collapse on their own had been revived. If this fact is known, I would be as good as dead to Bertus. That's why Charlotte made a bold choice to have me sleep in her bedroom. It would be dangerous for me if Bertus found out I was here. But at this point, Reinhardt is the only one who can guarantee your safety. She had no choice but to admit that neither she nor the royal family could protect Charlotte. There is no safe place for Charlotte anywhere in the world. Only by my side can Charlotte be safe. We have to go back to the temple. It's the only way. I can't live in the royal palace. In the end, Charlotte had no choice but to return to the temple and live in the dormitory with me. Savelin Turner could only nod, knowing that it was the best decision for both me and Charlotte. It had only been a day. Neither Turner nor Charlotte thought that just one day without any incidents meant that everything would be fine from now on. Reinhardt. Yes, Lady Turner. I have to keep this a secret from everyone else, but I must report to His Majesty about this matter. Only then can I convince him that his condition has improved and that no further measures are necessary. Charlotte looked at me, her expression filled with apology. Savelin Turner was loyal to the Emperor, not to Charlotte. Although she was currently responsible for the safety of the princess, her true allegiance lay with the Emperor. Secrets could not be kept from the Emperor. In the end, this was necessary for Charlotte's sake. Things had become so twisted and entangled that now, even I, the prince of the demon realm, had come into contact with the Emperor. Don't worry. I will do my best to ensure you do not face any danger. I swear on my honor. The strongest on the continent swore this. If I were to face danger because of this, she would put her own life on the line. That's what her oath of honor meant. You saved not only Her Majesty's life, but also mine. She suddenly bowed her head. I am sincerely grateful for that. Ah, well, there's no need to go that far. I could feel her genuine gratitude as she kept her head down. Savelin Turner left the room after promising to report the details to the Emperor. Only Charlotte and I remained in the bedroom. Charlotte prepared a tea set and skillfully brewed tea, offering me a cup. When I brought you to the palace, I didn't think about Bertus. There was no need to. Charlotte had believed that she was going to die soon. That's why she thought it wouldn't matter if Bertus found out I was in the palace. After all, it didn't matter who a rival with no value was close to. Reinhardt, to be frank, saving me will have a negative impact on you. Saving me was your mistake. Charlotte said this matter-of-factly. Seeing her sad smile, I furrowed my brow. We don't need to talk about that. Even if something like this happens again, I'll still do the same. My words seemed to surprise Charlotte. I grinned as I looked at her holding her teacup motionless. See, it turned out just as I said. I told Charlotte I would save her. When asked how, I said I would find a way. She had replied pessimistically, saying anyone could say that. But in the end, I saved Charlotte. She stared blankly at her teacup for a moment, then nodded slightly. You're right. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. From now on, just accept whatever I say. I'm never wrong. I'm always right. Charlotte looked at me and laughed heartily as I rambled on. All right, I'll trust you. Keep it up. I was caught off guard by her response. Charlotte took a sip of her tea, and I took a sip of the milk tea she had prepared for me. Anyway, even though I don't know what will happen in the future, now that I'm alive, Bertus will try to find a reason for it. Even if he can't harm me directly, he'll be on guard again. So we can't let anyone know that you were in the Spring Palace. Fortunately, I've erased your access records. There were very few people who saw you, so Bertus still doesn't know who was here or what happened. That's a relief. So, you can't leave the palace. I was utterly perplexed by her words. Wait, she said I couldn't live in the Spring Palace, but now she's saying I can't leave. Is she telling me to stay here? Did I lie to save Eileen Turner? As if she knew what I was thinking, Charlotte chuckled. Dummy, you know there's a way out. Charlotte gestured towards a wall in the bedroom, a secret passage. A warp gate was installed in the basement. If you go through there and connect to a gate within the palace, you should be able to leave. You know the gates are closely monitored for those entering, but the surveillance for those leaving is lax, right? A secret way to leave the palace undetected was in Charlotte's bedroom. And this, Charlotte went somewhere in the room, opened a magical vault and handed me something. It was a small golden brooch. What's this? The gates work both ways, don't they? Right. If you can leave, that means you can enter too, right? Charlotte showed me how to activate the brooch. It seemed to work by opening it and pressing something like a switch. When you activate this brooch and pass through any warp gate within the palace, it'll connect you to the warp gate in the Spring Palace basement. Charlotte put the item in my hand and held my hand. Her hand was shaking slightly. I'm giving you something that allows you to enter my bedroom at any time, without anyone knowing, that you can come in. Charlotte's face turned red, and her voice trembled even more. It wasn't something she could give to just anyone. Or was it something she had given to someone before? This was nothing less than a secret key to infiltrate the palace undetected. Do you understand what this means? Charlotte couldn't even look me in the eye. You trust me that much? Charlotte stared at me intently. Her lips were pouting. Yes, I'm giving it to you so that you can come and help me whenever I need you. Charlotte looked slightly annoyed and crossed her arms, gazing out the window for a while. It seemed as if a bright red liquid might drop from her face. Don't throw this gift away, Charlotte said with a trembling voice, perhaps thinking of the words I had said before I passed out. To be honest, I couldn't remember exactly what I had said right before losing consciousness. Of course not. In exchange for discarding the gift Charlotte gave me when she sensed our farewell, I received a gift that allowed me to meet Charlotte any time I wanted. Chapter 273. I woke up around the afternoon. Attending the temple was out of the question today, absent for 2 days in a row. Charlotte told me not to worry, as she had already made up an excuse for my absence. She also deleted my entrance records. Instead of being happy that she was safe and the power that was trying to engulf her had subsided, Charlotte immediately thought about what she needed to do and proceeded with those tasks, giving up everything only to do what needed to be done when the situation changed. It was a strange experience. The people of the Spring Palace were tight-lipped, so my visit here wouldn't be known to the outside world. Even so, I didn't wander around the palace. I only stayed in Charlotte's bedroom. Charlotte told me I could return to the temple tomorrow and bowed her head. I still need to keep an eye on you for another day. Charlotte stared at me intently. You mean you'll be staying in my room for another day? Yes. Reinhardt, I'm really grateful to you, and I admit you're a precious person to me. But aren't you being too shameless? She seemed incredulous, as if I thought I owned the room after just one night. Well, it's inevitable for your safety. Why are you saying that? I boldly declared that I would sleep in her room and leave. It seemed a bit ruffian-like, even though it was for an important matter. But even if I returned to the temple today, all the classes would be over anyway. I wanted to keep an eye on Charlotte's condition for another day. If nothing happened today, it should be okay to think that she would be fine for a while. Charlotte didn't kick me out, knowing that what I said made sense, but she was flabbergasted that I had the nerve to demand it. Fine, then I'll sleep in the guest room. What are you talking about? I shook my head at Charlotte's words. What is she saying? I'm staying here another day to watch over your condition. What's the point if you sleep outside? You have to sleep here. At my words, Charlotte's lips quivered. Her face was also turning pale. Are you going to sleep with me? No, why did it come out like that? Do you really have to say it like that? I'm just making sure nothing unusual happens while you sleep. Aye. I know, but Charlotte seemed to tremble, never expecting such a request. I won't do anything. I'll just watch, okay? Why are you looking at someone sleeping without sleeping yourself? So, is it a problem if I sleep or if I don't? What do you want? You're a funny one. Funny. Charlotte seemed mentally shaken by my straightforward and crude words. What can I say? Why do I have to hear this? Charlotte may not be as accustomed to this as Harriet, but she's still exceptional. She must have received even more royal treatment growing up. Above all, Harriet has gotten used to it and lets things slide, but Charlotte still has no immunity to it, so her reactions are raw. That. Give that back. You're scary. Charlotte seemed to want back the brooch she gave me. Was she worried that I'd sneak in while she was asleep to check if she's all right, doing something strange? It's the worst to take back what you've given, and do you really think I'll give it back? No, give it back. Give it back. I shouldn't have given it to you. Charlotte and I played tag in the spacious bedroom for quite some time. In the end, Charlotte gave up, exhausted. Huff, huff. You shouldn't have exercised so much. Just to get good stamina. Charlotte, completely drained, collapsed onto the bedroom floor and glared at me fiercely. You should exercise too, then. You're the worst, really, Charlotte yelled as if she were truly annoyed, being able to provoke a princess like this. Aside from Bertus, I might be the only one in the world who can do it. In the end, I decided to stay one more day and remained in Charlotte's bedroom. Charlotte seemed restless. Well, I was going to sleep on the sofa, so there was no need for her to be so tense. But being raised so nobly, this must be her first time in such a situation. Of course, things were much worse at the Demon King's castle, but that's a different story. The servants brought meals, and of course I hid. Charlotte said she didn't need attendance and asked for more food. I thought I could eat a lot since I had been starving all day, but being too hungry actually made me eat less. Charlotte looked at the leftover food and looked at me. Is it okay if you don't eat more? If you're too hungry, you can't eat much. Right. She must have known that already. The luxurious feast she had at the Allied Command headquarters after a long period of hunger. Charlotte's expression seemed to be a mix of nostalgia and sadness as she thought of that time. After dinner, there was nothing to do while being confined to the bedroom. Night came. Charlotte was fidgeting like a dog that needed to poop. She looked like she was trying to do something, but hesitated while trying to get up and sat down again. What's wrong with her? Eventually, the fidgeting Charlotte seemed to make up her mind and got up from her seat. I'll be right back. Where are you going? To another room for a bit. I told you to sleep here, right? Do you think I'll be here all the time? I just want to check on you today. At my words, Charlotte glared daggers at me. That's not it. I mean, I need to take a bath. Oh, she wants to take a bath in the bedroom, but she's conscious of me being here. So what if you take a bath? Why do you need to go to another room for that? You'll hear the sound. Charlotte's face turned red. What's going on? How should I describe this issue? Is it a problem if someone hears you showering? Is that what the sentiment of girls this age is like? I don't really know. At this point, it shouldn't really matter, right? Is it natural to be concerned about it? I don't know. I don't know what's right or wrong about this. I won't tell you what to do about that. Figure it out yourself. I shouldn't have to be told what to do by you. Charlotte, seemingly upset, stormed out of the bedroom. Since Charlotte went to shower, I also took a shower in the bathroom inside the bedroom. It was quite large, but I didn't bother getting into the bathtub. Only after showering did I realize I have no clothes to change into. My school uniform, which I was wearing, was torn and bloodied, so I had to discard it. I was wearing some sort of pajamas that I got from somewhere. I couldn't leave the bathroom, and just when I was feeling helpless, Charlotte returned after a while. Perhaps hearing the water, I could hear Charlotte's voice from beyond the bathroom. Are you showering in my bathroom right now? Should I not shower? Ah, ah, ah. It sounded like Charlotte was stomping her feet, not sure if she disliked it or not. Why is she like this? I can't even leave your bedroom anyway. Anyway, I don't have any clothes to change into. Bring me some clothes. It seemed like Charlotte had never expected to hear such a request, and there was no response for a while. Even so, isn't it too much to ask the princess for clothes, even if I did save her life? Having a princess bring clothes? No, it's not even about the princess, but isn't it trashy to ask for clothes while borrowing someone else's bathroom? As I was thinking that, I left them by the door. Charlotte spoke with a voice that was obviously filled with mixed emotions. The princess's palace wasn't just filled with women's clothes. When I collapsed, Savelyn Turner had gathered some clothes for me to wear from somewhere. After a bit of commotion, Charlotte and I both ended up wearing pajamas. If anyone finds out about this, it would be a huge scandal. Regardless of the details, this is a princess and a beggar, not a prince and a beggar. But because of our circumstances, this is how it is. I was sitting in a rocking chair in Charlotte's bedroom, and Charlotte was lying on the bed. Are you going to sleep like that? No. Then, are you planning to sleep on the bed? Charlotte clearly sounded flustered. I had a feeling that if I were to brazenly say I'd sleep on the bed, she would have no choice but to give up her spot. What's the big deal? It's not like we'd touch even if we slept on the same bed. But that was just what I said, not what I really meant, Charlotte cried out, flustered. But is it okay for her to scream like that? The soundproofing must be effective. Otherwise, I would have been able to eavesdrop on the conversation inside the room, even without my supernatural powers. Charlotte seemed to have let her guard down the day before yesterday. She spoke to me about various things, shared some important secrets, and even made some random remarks. But now that she's out of danger, Charlotte is starting to feel embarrassed. Perhaps it's because she can now think about living again. It made me feel proud, in a way. What's with that weird expression? Charlotte blushed and pulled the blanket up to cover half of her face. Anyway, are you really going to sleep on the bed? Maybe it's because she's been raised in luxury that she's so concerned about this. I won't sleep. What? I'm here to make sure you're okay, so how can I sleep? Don't worry, I won't stare at your face or anything. Sitting in a rocking chair with my arms crossed, I blankly stared at the ceiling of Charlotte's room. Do I have any hidden motives for doing this? I just want to make sure you're safe. That's all I need to know. Aren't you tired? If I weren't fine after consuming a treasure like elixir, that would be even weirder. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine staying awake for a day. I said that, hoping it would make her feel less guilty. Well, you can sleep at the far end of the bed. I told you if I'm going to sleep, I'll sleep on the sofa. Don't worry about it. Charlotte was silent for a while. She then subtly moved to the edge of the bed, as if to make room for me to lie down on the other side. By moving to the edge, she was actually closer to me, sitting in the rocking chair. The chair was positioned next to the bed, not facing Charlotte. I was sitting, and Charlotte was lying down. We were side by side. I was sitting next to Charlotte. Reinhardt. Yeah, I don't get it. Why are you going this far for me? A person of your status deserves to be treated well. Isn't that obvious? But you're not doing this just because I'm a princess. There were plenty of people who would risk their lives for Charlotte just because she was a princess. But no matter how you looked at it, I didn't seem to be one of those people. It wasn't because of her status that I was trying to save her. Why then? Charlotte seemed curious. I guess it's just like that. I couldn't explain something I didn't understand myself, so that's all I could say. I wasn't looking at Charlotte's face. It seemed like she was looking at me. As if making up her mind, Charlotte cautiously opened her mouth. The Demon King did something to me. Is that so? It must have been a long-held secret. The moment such a thing is revealed, her entire world would collapse. That's why she had kept it a secret until now, unable to tell anyone. Charlotte, clearly distressed, spoke the words I had only guessed at until now. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was incredibly painful and frightening. It felt like my soul, not my body, was in pain. I couldn't readily empathize with Charlotte's words, so I just listened for now. I can't figure out what it was. Even now, I don't really know what happened to me. But after that, I was imprisoned in a dungeon-like place in the Demon King's castle. I was kidnapped, along with other people. Charlotte's voice began to tremble. It seemed as if she was trying to speak about something that frightened her. Reinhardt, yes, can you hold my hand? I reached out my hand and Charlotte held it. Her palm was full of cold sweat. Was it so painful just to speak about it? What could have happened? While holding my hand, Charlotte took a deep breath and continued. We starved for too long. All the people there, for such a long time, survived on very little food and water. And when the war escalated, they gave us nothing at all. People went, for so long, without eating anything. Charlotte. I looked at Charlotte silently. Tears were already brimming in her eyes. If it's hard to talk about, you don't have to. No, don't talk about it. It's difficult, right? Stop talking. From what she had said so far, I could already understand what had happened. Just from the fear, guilt, and despair in her voice, I could guess at the situation. People shattered into pieces by something intangible. I remembered the scene, knowing that Charlotte was trying to talk about what happened after the cannibalism, not the act itself. Telling her not to speak, Charlotte started to sob even more. If it wasn't just me, if it wasn't me, they could have all survived, all of them, if it wasn't just me, if I wasn't there. It's all my fault. My mother, these words. Charlotte must have never been able to say them to anyone until now, although everyone knew that something had happened to her by the Demon King. I could tell that this was the first time she had ever told this story to anyone, because she wouldn't confess her guilt and cry so sorrowfully otherwise. I didn't offer any words of consolation, any words of sympathy, or any words to rationalize her experience. I simply held Charlotte's hand tightly. Ah, hick, ah, hick. Charlotte, too, cried while gripping my hand tightly, for a very long time. After calming down, Charlotte told me about her experiences up until now. People who know about Charlotte's ability can be divided into two groups. First, those who know she has supernatural powers to control shadows. Second, those who know that she gained this ability after being tormented by the Demon King. The latter group consists of only 4 people: Dyrus, Savile, Turner, the Spring Palace Chamberlain, and the Emperor himself. What about Bertus? I hope he doesn't know, but I think he might. If he does, it's probably a recent discovery. The power to control shadows is already dark and eerie, so it's easy to associate it with negativity. Charlotte had been searching for a way to control or eliminate her ability, which is why she sought out sorcerers. However, her efforts were in vain, and her power grew stronger, slowly consuming her. Sleepwalking. At some point, Charlotte started waking up in strange places during the night. Could it be? When? Only then did I recall seeing Charlotte barefoot in the hallway of the mansion during a group mission in the middle of the night. That was the first time. Her behavior seemed strange at the time. For a while after that, there were no more incidents. However, at Temple's dormitory, Charlotte experienced it again. After the incident at Temple's dormitory, Charlotte sensed that this was a serious issue and began living in the Spring Palace. The sleepwalking continued and became more frequent. Eventually, she was consumed by her ability and wandered the palace, lost in darkness. Even then, she said, it was bearable. Although she lost consciousness and couldn't remember anything, she didn't attack anyone, and Dyrus and the Chamberlain would bring her back to her room without resistance. But at some point, she started appearing and disappearing all over the palace without anyone opening the doors. Then she attacked and killed a maid. Charlotte couldn't remember anything, but she knew it was too late and everything was over. She asked the Emperor to just kill her. The Emperor refused. Instead, he sent Savelin Turner to the Spring Palace and minimized the number of people in the palace until a solution could be found. The royal family couldn't find a solution. It's not certain, but I think if I hadn't been there, Charlotte wouldn't have returned after the other day. That day was her last chance. If it hadn't been for me, Savelin Turner would have died, and Charlotte would have eventually faced death by the Emperor's command. In the end, if it weren't for me, Charlotte would have died like this. Sleeping was scary. I can imagine. But even if I didn't sleep, I would lose consciousness. I knew sleep wasn't the problem, but I was just scared. Charlotte's hand no longer felt the fear stemming from cold sweat. Only her warm body temperature was conveyed. Reinhardt, I'm listening. I think I can sleep properly for the first time in a long while. Charlotte closed her eyes as she said that. I'm glad. All I could do was offer her those words. Reinhardt. Yes. Can you tell me that nothing will happen? I stare at Charlotte quietly, with the power of the spirit's speech. I declare fervently, nothing will happen. Okay. With her eyes closed, Charlotte nods her head. I'll believe that. Wearing a faint smile, Charlotte gradually falls asleep. I quietly listen to her steady breathing. I watch her peaceful, sleeping face intently. And then, achievement unlocked, turning point in history. A major character who shouldn't exist in the original world line, Charlotte de Gradia, has survived. The future has significantly changed. You have gained 1-0 achievement points. The same message from the prologue appears. It seems a bit late, but why is this message appearing now? Wasn't this message supposed to appear during the battle the night before? I quietly look at Charlotte's face. Holding my hand tightly, she sleeps with a peaceful expression. Tonight. It seems there was some meaning in my staying here until Charlotte safely fell asleep. I can't know what that meaning is. As long as nothing happens, I decide not to wonder what might have occurred. Nothing will happen. You will be safe. I will make it so, with the power of self-suggestion, with the power of the Spirit's speech. In my heart, I continued, believing and declaring countless times. Chapter 274. The next day, I returned to Temple. I made some excuse that I had been on a special mission, as instructed by Master Eppinhauser. As a result, neither Ellen nor Harriet were angry with me. Technically, what I had experienced this time was the most dangerous moment in recent memory. I couldn't talk about it, and whether Ellen worried or not, I was the one who put myself in danger. I felt sorry. But since it was something I couldn't avoid, my guilt only grew, especially since there would be more of these incidents in the future. What was the special mission? At Ellen's question, I briefly clicked my tongue. It was more like, well, that was just an excuse. Did you mess up again? Seeing Ellen's expression about to distort, I vigorously shook my head. It was because of a Tiamata-related issue. Did you get caught? Well, sort of. It was both true and not true. Charlotte and Savelin Turner knew that I had become Tiamata's master. In the end, it was like telling a lie, and I was afraid that Ellen would see through my lie. Since we decided to keep it a secret, there shouldn't be any other problems. I'm relieved. Ellen stared at me intently. Were you worried? Yes. Seeing Ellen calmly saying that, it felt like my heart was being pricked. As long as nothing happened, that's good. That was all Ellen had to say. Charlotte said that since nothing happened that night, she would spend the weekend in the royal palace and then return to the temple. If Charlotte and I returned to the temple together, Bertus might find it strange. I thought there would be no issues for those few days. Since Charlotte's survival was confirmed as a turning point in history, I didn't know how long that would last. But for now, nothing would happen. The newly acquired ability. The role of spirit speech was significant. It had been a few stormy days. Since yesterday was Friday, today was the weekend. I thought that I had managed to get through it, but then Ellen grabbed my arm. You have something to do. Huh, what do I have to do? Train? No. Ellen vigorously shook her head. Study. What a sudden request. Kids are waiting. Ellen grabbed my arm and dragged me somewhere. Ellen took me to the A-class dormitory study room. There, Liana, Harriet, and Adelia were huddled together. Ah, the protagonist has arrived. Did you ruin the construction? What was the special mission? Liana greeted me with a nervous expression. Harriet looked at me and stood up with a determined expression, and Ellen sat me down. What is this, you guys? All of a sudden, as soon as I return. Harriet placed a notebook in front of me. These are the key points and expected questions for the upcoming final exam. Ellen, Adelia, and I made it together. What? Seriously? Harriet's eyes sparkled. It was true that the final exam was only a few days away. If you look at this, you won't be the last one. No, guys, why try to move people with something like this? We can't lose to Ludwig again. Got it? We don't really need this. Ellen, Harriet, and Adelia looked so serious that I couldn't bring myself to say that test scores didn't matter. My competitor is Ludwig. How far have I fallen? Sunday, Winter Palace. Bertus received the report and sat quietly in his office chair. His usual carefree smile was gone, replaced by a stiff, emotionless expression. Bertus read the report without showing any emotion. The content was simple. The protective measures for Charlotte de Gradier in the Spring Palace had been lifted by the Emperor's secret order. Didn't they say her power was uncontrollable? Yes, Your Highness. It was thought so, and it was expected that measures would be taken against the first princess soon. Bertus had recently learned about Charlotte's power, the supernatural power to control shadows. The plausibility of someone trapped in the Demon King's realm obtaining such a power was quite strange. Depending on how it was framed, Charlotte's power could be seen as a dark force, and it could easily be dismissed as a curse from the Demon King. But there was no need to go that far. There were things that couldn't be covered up. The protective measures for the Spring Palace. The news that Saveilin Turner had started residing in the Spring Palace with a minimal number of people. The incident of a maid being murdered in the Spring Palace at midnight. After considering various circumstances and inferences, Bertus sensed that Charlotte's end was near. So he left her alone. But the lifting of the protective measures and the fact that Charlotte was safe meant that somehow the issue had been resolved. His competitor, whom he had expected to fall, would rise again. I hesitated. He should have struck when he saw the opportunity. If he had successfully sealed Charlotte's power or accomplished something similar, the story of her being cursed would not have been convincing. Moreover, it would have tarnished the royal family's honor. The emperor's wrath would be directed at him. While the structure of the competition didn't allow for goodwill, the emperor wanted and commanded it. He had ways to attack, but he couldn't be sure if they were effective. In fact, there was a high chance that it would go against the emperor's wishes. What on earth happened? Leaving Charlotte alone was like a last act of mercy. He didn't really want to meddle with a dying princess. Pointlessly interfering could invite unnecessary blame. If the situation was resolved, the battle must resume. How should he proceed? What about the Spring Palace's security? It's expected to be reinforced again. It will be difficult to obtain information now. As the previously ironclad defenses would be reinforced again, it was clear that it would be more challenging than before. Saveilin Turner must have seen what happened. She won't talk. Yeah, I guess so. Shanapel, the leader who only obeys the Emperor's command, was sent to the Spring Palace, which was a very unusual move. She had originally been trying to maintain perfect neutrality regarding the succession of the throne. If Charlotte's condition had improved, she would return to neutrality. Find out what happened. What's going on? Did the first princess's condition really improve? Yes, Your Highness. After the attendant left, Bertus crossed his arms. The downfall of the rival. Even though it had been reversed, one would think his mood should be sour. Strangely, Bertus didn't feel too bad. Wasn't this a situation where he should be stomping the ground, throwing something, or yelling? But Bertus was smiling. Hey, why do you always have such a gloomy face? It's unlucky. What does it matter? Being ugly is already unlucky enough. Try walking around with a smile. Does anyone hit you for smiling? Who dares hit my cheek? You always twist my words. You always listen to me in a twisted way, don't you? You always say weird things, always picking fights. Anyway, just smile, okay? Your face already irritates me, and seeing it makes it worse. Ah, really annoying. If I smile, will you leave me alone? I don't know about leaving, but I might think you're less unlucky. Bertus, who hadn't smiled much, especially after his mother passed away, gave an awkward smile at that time. Fine, that's better. Still unlucky, though. What do you want me to do? They had had such conversations when they were very young, but Bertus couldn't remember how old they were. It was a time when they didn't hate each other as much as they do now. It was when they didn't fully understand their relationship. Charlotte was always a cheeky character to Bertus, and he was the same to her. The two couldn't coexist. If one existed, the other shouldn't. The fight they thought was over had to be fought again, and that was enjoyable. With that thought, Bertus quietly smiled in his office. Name, Valia age, 17 current stats, strength 10. 2C, agility 9. 9C, dexterity 11. 9C, magic power 14. 2B, endurance 15. 2B, race, Octomon talents. Supernatural powers, self-suggestion. Supernatural powers, spirit speech, magic sensitivity, magic manipulation traits sacred mind. Increased resistance to mental magic heroes bloodline. Significantly increased growth potential, faster growth sixth sense, danger detection abilities demon control B, unique to Octomon, currently unusable. Self-suggestion A, spirit speech F, magical reinforcement D, overall ability evaluation, intermediate demon king battle level evaluation A. Looking at his status after a long time, he noticed a significant increase. Influenced by the hero's bloodline, his growth rate had accelerated. His battle level was now A rank. It felt like yesterday when he was at F rank, but he has come a long way. He had gained magical reinforcement and reached A rank in self-suggestion. Although at the lowest grade, he had also awakened the power of spirit speech. Interestingly, his supernatural powers didn't evolve from self-suggestion to spirit speech. Instead, he gained an additional ability. An A-rank battle level means he can now confidently compete with others. At some point, his demon control ability had also increased from C rank to B rank. F rank spirit speech. He reported this only to his teacher Eppinhauser, and although he didn't know whether he knew the details, they agreed to keep it a secret. While a physical scan would reveal his abilities, Eppinhauser would keep his secret. As expected, he simply responded, I see, when he told him about awakening the powerful supernatural power, spirit speech. He doesn't yet know the extent of this ability, as he hasn't had time to experiment with it on his own. He had to focus on studying for his final exams with his friends. His friends didn't know about the incident or his spirit speech, as he kept it a secret. The newly awakened power, spirit speech, and new information on using Tiamata, which responds to his anger. It was fortunate that he saved Charlotte, but ultimately it was something he needed for himself. Reinhardt. Ah, Charlotte. Charlotte returned on Monday morning. Her expression suggested that nothing had happened while she was alone. The shadow that always seemed to lurk on Charlotte's face seemed to have lifted. He considered asking Elaris about the situation, but decided not to. If Elaris learns that it's the trace of the Demon King, she might try to intervene. Sakigar would try to resurrect it, while Elaris would try to eliminate it. Of course, Elaris might not act on his persuasion, but it's unlikely that Elaris could do something that even the royal magicians couldn't. Only he could control Charlotte's power, and it's better to have fewer people know about it. And right now, it's difficult to leave Temple. Due to the pressure from Harriet and Ellen to focus on studying and not run off, he has to stay put. As there seems to be no immediate threat to Charlotte's safety, I decided to watch the situation unfold for now. With Charlotte's situation seemingly resolved for now, I needed to think about the next problem, the revolutionary forces. I had to figure out how to deal with them. The royal family, including the emperor and even Charlotte's rival, Bertus, seemed to have failed to grasp the revolutionary forces' movements due to their focus on Charlotte's situation. If not dealt with, the empire could face internal conflict or even civil war, and if the Gate crisis occurred simultaneously, it could deal a fatal blow to the already shaky empire. There was no other option. The revolutionary forces had to be eliminated. But how? Sakigar, who was responsible for infiltration and intelligence gathering, believed that I was using the revolutionaries to create chaos in the empire for the reconstruction of the demon realm. Therefore, I couldn't order Sakigar to assassinate all of their leaders. If I provided information to Charlotte or Bertus, I wouldn't have a way to explain how I discovered it. The only possible explanation I could think of was that I obtained the information through the Thieves' Guild. However, the actual source of the information wasn't the Thieves' Guild, and anyone could easily find out that the source was fake if they investigated further. Charlotte had more trust in me than Bertus, so I wondered if I could just tell her that I had some information without providing an explanation. Time passed, but I couldn't make a decision easily. I didn't want to affect the future succession structure. To be precise, I didn't want to support Charlotte and make Bertus an enemy, nor did I want to support Bertus and cause Charlotte's downfall. There was no easy decision to make. Despite the numerous issues at hand, time at Temple continued to pass for us as students. We were now facing the final exams. On Monday, when Charlotte returned, there were other changes as well. Charlotte's abilities were presumed to be stable enough to overcome the current crisis, but that was only an assumption. Therefore, the royal family, specifically the emperor, seemed to have not only decided to let Charlotte return to the temple, but also to prepare safety measures. On Monday morning, just before class, the first-year royal class students were gathered in the dormitory. Teachers Eppenhauser and Mustang introduced someone new to us. Starting today, Lady Saverlyn Turner will be serving as the dormitory supervisor for the first-year royal class students. Nice to meet you all. My name is Saverlyn Turner, and I will be in charge of your daily safety and discipline in the dormitory life. Saverlyn Turner suddenly started staying at the royal class dormitory from that day on. Chapter 275. Charlotte's abilities were currently safe, but it was uncertain when they might become dangerous again. Even though Saverlyn Turner had been in poor condition, she had been able to handle the situation. To prepare for any unexpected circumstances, the royal family dispatched her to take action if Charlotte were to lose control. There must be another hidden reason why she was staying at the dormitory rather than the Spring Palace. It was for my sake. Charlotte was staying in the dormitory so that I could intervene in an emergency and to ensure that I wouldn't be exposed. Of course, being a dormitory supervisor was not a bad job, but it was rather strange for the Empire's top knight to suddenly become a supervisor at Temple. It was the Emperor's decision for the safety of the first princess and to deal with her possible outbursts. Those who were aware of the situation seemed to know that it would turn out this way, including Bertus and Charlotte. Although it felt a little out of the blue, I thought this measure was appropriate. The position of the first knight may be important, but the safety of the first princess was a critical issue worth temporarily stepping down from the role. Shanaple's leader, why her of all people? Those who knew about Saverlyn Turner couldn't help but be baffled. They all seemed unable to understand this situation. Who could easily accept this situation? If they didn't know the circumstances, they might think it was some bizarre April Fool's joke. Except for Ellen Artorius, who had a dumbfounded expression on her face, regretting not eating more breakfast. Saverlyn Turner, who stood between Eppenhauser and Mustang, had taken off her knight's uniform and was dressed in a two-piece suit. Addressing me as teacher is enough. Also, if necessary, I can assist with your personal training. Hearing that the world's strongest person would help with their training, those who were interested started to get excited. Ludwig, for example, looked ecstatic, though it was hard to tell what else he might be thinking. There usually isn't a supervisor for each grade. There are supervisors without grade distinctions who patrol and stand guard. However, Saverlyn Turner became a rather unique supervisor, responsible only for the first-year students. Naturally, her main focus would be on Class B, where Charlotte was, so she probably wouldn't pay much attention to Class A. Apart from the newly appeared supervisor, the final exam period had begun. After Monday's comprehensive test, many students spent their free time chatting. Are you looking forward to the festival? Of course, someone like Kono Lint seemed to be thinking only about enjoying the festival. I've only heard of the festival, but what exactly do they do? That was Erich's response. They have a beauty contest. Well, of course they do. Just that alone seemed to add tremendous value to the festival in their minds. The official titles were Miss Temple and Mr. Temple. There was also a cross-dressing contest. Originally, there should have been more activities to keep them busy during the final exam period, such as preparations for the competition. But the closure of the Orbis class had eliminated those plans. I knew the student council was working tirelessly to make the event happen. As a royal class, we didn't have much to prepare for. We just had to enjoy the festival. Reinhardt. What? Kono Lint clearly excited, started talking to me. Aren't you participating in the tournament? Tournament. Well, with your skills, you could definitely succeed, right? They're accepting applications starting today. Although the big battle event was gone, Temple would still hold a tournament for everyone. There were tournaments for each grade level, as well as an unrestricted tournament for all grades. Originally, I didn't think I had much chance of winning, so I wasn't planning on participating. Festival, unrestricted tournament victory, 15, 0 points. Festival, first year tournament victory, 10, 0 points. However, the rewards for the challenge were quite substantial. Since the Orbis class was disbanded, those students were less likely to participate, and even if they did, I had awakened an enchantment to enhance my power. Self-suggestion and power enhancement. In my current state, excluding Ellen, it's safe to say that there's no one who could beat me. Of course, this is assuming that my power enhancement would work properly in the tournament setting. My ability is especially useful in real battles, but can I use power enhancement in a tournament, which is more like a practice match? It worked fine during the Spring Palace event, though. Last time, Ellen didn't participate because her victory seemed too certain. Final exams were important, but participating in the tournament seemed like the right thing to do. Separate from the achievement points, winning the tournament would also bring a trophy and prize money bestowed by the Emperor. Maybe I should give it a try. The three troublemakers looked at me. At some point, they started looking at me with admiration. Of course, there was someone else I needed to get an answer from first. Hey, Ma. I approached Ellen, who was sitting in the front row. I'm going to participate in the first-year tournament. Okay. You don't participate, all right. Okay. Ellen coolly nodded her head. Is my victory guaranteed now? The gaze of the three troublemakers changed. That jerk. He's manipulating the outcome. That's what their looks seemed to say. But hey, if Ellen participated, I couldn't win even if I came back from the dead. I don't need second or third place. If it's not a win, there's nothing for me to gain. What's a little bit of prize money worth anyway? I have to block this variable at all costs. With just a few words, I managed to prevent a powerful contender from participating in the competition. It might be a bit unfair, but Ellen stared at me and bluntly said, if you don't win, you'll be in trouble. Hey, last time you said I only had to make it to the quarterfinals. Well, the situation has changed. It seemed like Ellen's expectations of me had skyrocketed. My unexpected declaration to participate and the success of my power enhancement. Though the strongest rival, the Orbis class, might have been scattered and rearranged into regular classes. I don't know if they'll show up, but without Ellen, I'm still a powerful contender for victory. It's become like this all of a sudden. By the way, isn't there anyone in our class participating in Miss Temple? Hey, if you're going to mumble, at least do it quietly so everyone doesn't hear. Harriet and Liana threw contemptuous glances at Kono Lint. You should know that you're getting under my skin in a completely different way, right? Ah, no. I thought nobody here was worth participating. Can't you just not say anything? Bang. Reinhardt. And then, suddenly, Olivia Lands burst through the first-year classroom door. Why is she here during exams? Shouldn't she be studying? Olivia, not caring about everyone's surprise, rushed towards me. And then she handed me a piece of paper. I looked at what was written on it, and my face turned pale. Miss Temple participation application. It clearly said so. I'm going to participate in Miss Temple. What's that? You're obviously going to vote for me, right? Miss Temple participation application. What's going on? Is she planning to participate in this? Whether you participate or not, why are you clinging to me? Why are you telling me this? She even tried to rub my face, so I angrily pushed her away. This can't happen. The kids are giving us weird looks again. It's a mess even in the classroom now. That's the feeling. As I forcibly pushed her away, Olivia glanced around the quiet classroom. Hee hee. It doesn't seem like my competitors are here. Liana, Ellen, and Harriet's expressions turned bizarre. Why is she suddenly picking a fight? That was the look on their faces. Why is she suddenly here and stirring up trouble? Olivia laughed at her classmates, whose expressions soured due to her over-the-line remarks. And then she suddenly strode off somewhere, right at the front seat, next to Ellen. You're not participating, are you? Taken aback by the sudden provocation, Ellen glared at Olivia. Why would I participate in something like that? At Ellen's words, Olivia covered her mouth and looked down at her. You think you'd lose? What? Isn't it obvious you'd lose even without trying? Now, why do you always do this to someone who's just minding their own business? Just leave her alone. It was getting to the point where I wanted to smack Olivia Lands, who was grinning smugly. Just as I was about to step in and say something, an accident occurred. Thud. Ouch! Ellen suddenly stood up and grabbed Olivia by the collar. Everyone's expression turned to shock at the sight, and I was no exception. She snapped. Ellen, with a fierce and stern expression, gripped Olivia's collar and glared at her. I don't know why you keep doing this to me, but just back off. I don't want to deal with you. This girl is trying to hit a senior now. Just as I was about to step in, thinking Ellen might cause trouble, an unexpected event occurred. Grrrr. Remember, there's always someone better in this world. Smiling brightly, Olivia grabbed Ellen's wrist, which was gripping her collar. With no apparent effort, with just her grip strength, Olivia forced Ellen's hand to release her collar. Ellen, the strongest freshman, and recognized as a monstrous outlier among us. Everyone was in awe as Ellen was overpowered, even by an upperclassman. Olivia, having freed herself from Ellen's grip, adjusted her clothes and grinned. Tap. With her index finger, Olivia tapped the bewildered Ellen on the forehead. I know you're confident, but there's always someone better than you. You should remember that. Ellen stared at Olivia with wide eyes. What? You want to go at it in an unlimited tournament if it's not a beauty pageant? I'm confident I can win both Miss Temple and the tournament. Olivia left Ellen, whose face had turned pale, and looked at me. Wink. Olivia winked at me and left the classroom. Ellen stared blankly at the door Olivia had exited through. Everyone kept glancing back and forth between the dumbfounded Ellen and me. I've been envious of her before. She'll never die from overconfidence, Erich and Kea muttered softly. Kono Lint patted my shoulder. Hey, hang in there. I never thought I'd be pitied by this guy in my life. Ellen, who I still couldn't muster the courage to face, even though I've become much stronger. And Olivia Lands, who was definitely stronger than Ellen in terms of strength, if nothing else. Everyone seemed to imagine that I would be crushed between these extraordinary individuals like a shrimp between whales. She thinks she can just do anything she wants. With that in mind, I went on a rampage. A little later. Stop picking on someone who's just minding their own business. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. In the end, I stormed into the 5th grade classroom and gave Olivia a piece of my mind. Are you really going to knock her down? Show me. Do you have to show me? Reinhardt, I went too far. Yeah, I'll apologize. Will it be enough if I apologize to her? Just leave her alone. Do you want to keep being a nuisance, huh? Okay, I'll leave her alone. The situation was the same, only the grade was different. All the other 5th grade seniors were staring blankly at the sight of their junior, grabbing their senior like a cat catching a mouse. In the end, I made Olivia cry and beg pitifully. I didn't expect her to actually cry, so I couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Chapter 276. After finishing all the exams on Monday, instead of going back to their dormitory, the A-class female students gathered at a cafe near the classroom building. Though they should have gone back to the dormitory to study, everyone was quite upset. I think she's really crazy. Surprisingly, it was Adelia who said that. Not expecting the usually timid Adelia to say such a thing, Liana, Harriet, and even Ellen were staring at her with their mouths wide open. Oh, was my language too harsh? Worried that she used too strong of an expression, Adelia's face turned red as she scratched her cheek. Liana took a sip of her lemonade through a straw and nodded. It's not wrong. You spoke well, Adelia. Seriously, why is she coming all the way to the 1st grade classroom and causing a scene when she could just participate in the Miss Temple alone? What does she want? And what? No competition. It's just unbelievable. Liana used even stronger language. Harriet crossed her arms and frowned. I really don't like it. Harriet crunched a mocha sandwich in one bite. She had been picking fights with Ellen over anything lately, and today was no exception. It was a situation where the usually calm Ellen would honestly dislike someone. Moreover, the sight of her overpowering Ellen in terms of strength was enough to baffle everyone. Before they knew it, Ellen became something beyond grades to her classmates. There were only 2 people in the 1st grade royal class who received such treatment. Ellen and Reinhardt. Ellen is Ellen. Reinhardt is Reinhardt. Both of them have something unique that makes them treated that way. Of course, in Reinhardt's case, it's never a good thing. It didn't matter that the opponent was a 5th grader, Ellen was still Ellen. But that fifth-grade senior was overpowering Ellen in terms of strength. Everyone was shocked by that. Liana tilted her head. But is that girl really into Reinhardt? An unexpected question. At those words, Harriet and Ellen stared at Liana. Being into him might be right. Otherwise, there's no reason for her to do that. For some reason, Adelia glanced at Harriet and expressed her opinion cautiously. No, at this point, I'm wondering if she's just doing it for fun. Honestly, what's the benefit to her for doing that? That's true. Depending on how you look at it, it might seem cute, but today's behavior was not much different from needlessly picking a fight. It would be bad for both Reinhardt and herself. Tormenting him, the one who responded was Ellen. I thought Reinhardt might actually enjoy it, but the more I watch, the more I see he genuinely dislikes it. If she really loves Reinhardt, shouldn't she stop after he said he doesn't like it once or twice? That's a good point. Why would someone keep doing something the person they like dislikes? Reinhardt has indeed been telling Olivia Lands to stop every time he sees her actions. Ellen was uncertain, but after hearing Liana's words, she felt it was true. Olivia Lands continues to do things that Reinhardt dislikes, and Ellen knows a situation that others don't. Olivia purified the cursed Tiamata. Therefore, she is a lifesaver to Reinhardt. So, Ellen knows that Reinhardt can't be excessively cruel to Olivia. Taking advantage of that, Olivia continues to torment Reinhardt. Whether she has feelings for him or not, it's true that Olivia is tormenting Reinhardt. No matter how much she thinks about it, she can't leave Olivia Lands alone, even if it means getting pushed back once more, even if it means facing a terrible situation. Ellen had no intention of hesitating. Ellen wasn't going to the fifth-grade dormitory with complicated thoughts in mind. She had a simple message, and it wasn't difficult. She didn't intend to fight, either, not because of her strength, but because she felt ashamed of her reckless behavior in the classroom, regardless of the outcome. She didn't want to fight. She had only one thing to say. Please stop tormenting Reinhardt. Why do you keep doing it when he's struggling? That's what she intended to say. After returning to the dormitory, Ellen went alone to the fifth-grade dormitory. She called for Olivia Lands, and until the senior came out with her usual slightly frivolous smile, everything was fine. Even when she asked Ellen to say whatever she wanted with a provocative expression, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. Ellen's request was simple. Stop tormenting Reinhardt. It's rude to keep doing it even after he said he dislikes it several times. Please restrain yourself. That's what Ellen said. Hearing her words, Olivia Lands tilted her head. Ha ha, I already got an earful from Reinhardt anyway. Olivia Lands laughed weakly. Had Reinhardt already said something? It seemed like he left the classroom a little earlier. Did Reinhardt ask you to speak up for him? No. Then why are you taking Reinhardt's side? Olivia's smiling face suddenly turned cold. It was as if she had just heard a crucial comment that twisted her mood in an already unpleasant situation. What do you have to do with Reinhardt? What? Olivia approaches Ellen with large strides. Ellen doesn't back away, but stares at Olivia with a determined expression. What do you have with Reinhardt? Acting as if he belongs only to you, telling me to stop bothering your Reinhardt. It's disgusting to hear that from a third party. Olivia glared at Ellen with an icy gaze. Third party. Those words touched Ellen's heart. Moreover, Olivia had been saying such things more often. Please take care of my Reinhardt. Don't get too close to Reinhardt, okay? You know why, right? You're good at fighting, huh? But don't bother my Reinhardt too much. She spoke as if Reinhardt was only hers. Ellen glared back at Olivia and said, You did it too, Senior. Yeah, I definitely did. Olivia smiles. I did it because I wanted Reinhardt to be mine. Is that what you want too? Ellen couldn't say anything. Did she wish for Reinhardt to be hers? She hadn't thought deeply about that. If she reached an unwanted conclusion, it would lead to a chain of irreversible events. Olivia continued to gaze coldly at Ellen, who couldn't give any answer. Why can't you say anything? Can't you even talk about your feelings? I asked what Reinhardt is to you. He's a friend. Is that all? Ellen couldn't answer. The moment she answered, it felt like everything would be over. Afraid that this unpredictable senior, who was saying strange things, would destroy all her relationships, Ellen couldn't say anything. If you're nothing more than friends, you don't have the right to tell me what to do you? Right. You're just a friend, and you don't even think about becoming more than friends with Reinhardt, but you're telling me not to approach him. Olivia seemed to be pursuing her. trying to forcibly open a heart that no one had opened or wanted to open. Isn't that a bit strange? It was similar to something Harriet had once said to her. You don't want to lose anything, but you hate being robbed even more. You want to awkwardly hold on to everything. Olivia gently placed her hand on Ellen's shoulder and smiled. It wasn't the usual carefree and sweet smile, but a clear sarcasm. You're really selfish. Not making a choice is also a choice. Postponing all answers to the future and doing nothing is ultimately a choice that leads to a certain future, and they all lead to a ruined outcome. Am I selfish? Ellen felt as if she had been hit in the head with a hammer by Olivia's words. Why does this person hate me so much? What does she want to achieve by shaking me up like this? The woman called the Saint of Iridian is nothing but an unpleasant person to Ellen. Why does she hate me? Until now, Ellen couldn't figure it out, but now she thought she understood. She knows she's selfish, and that what she's doing is wrong, but there's a stronger desire. She doesn't want to lose him to this person. She feels that if she takes Reinhardt, she will never give him back. Only then did Ellen think she understood why Olivia hated her. It was the same reason she hated Olivia, for fear of losing him. That's why she dislikes her. Realizing her own feelings as if she was also realizing Olivia's feelings, Ellen recognized the emotions hidden in Olivia's cold gaze. That gaze held fear. Are you scared of me? What? Just as Ellen was afraid that the person in front of her would take Reinhardt away, her opponent was also afraid. That's why she picks fights, shakes things up, and scratches at her. At Ellen's sudden question, Olivia's expression contorted. Why would I be afraid of you? Her loss of composure at the unexpected provocation already revealed a lot. Ellen knew she had hit the mark. Now realizing that her opponent wasn't hating her but fearing her, Ellen naturally understood. She had been too sensitive. You're graduating next year, right? Time is already not on Olivia's side. Olivia licked her lips, seemingly flustered by Ellen's words. I'm going to grad school, you know. Even so, you'll have to leave the dorm. Starting the year after next, Ellen wouldn't have to see that annoying face anymore. On the other hand, both she and Reinhardt would continue to stay in the dorm. That's what her opponent disliked. There was no need to get angry. There was no need to respond seriously to her opponent's provocations. Reinhardt will inevitably spend more time with me, not you. There's no need to fight. Why fight when you've already won? The one who wants to make her look ugly is the opponent. There's no need to play along with such nonsense. The opponent will hate her and be jealous of her. Although she didn't know what her opponent wanted to be acknowledged for, there was no need to oblige. Olivia gritted her teeth, searching for words to say. Finally, with a trembling voice, she spoke. A year is quite a long time, you know. Ellen looked at Olivia with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Yes, do your best. It felt like she was doing something very naughty. However, it was exhilarating. Finally getting back at her after always being picked on. No, it wasn't just getting back at her, but realizing that the fight was too disadvantageous for her opponent from the start. Eventually, Olivia lost her composure, and her eyes turned red. Biting her lip, she glared at Ellen. She seemed furious. No matter how much she tried to scratch at her with words, she knew there was a gap that couldn't be narrowed. What if Olivia Lands had been in the same grade as her? She couldn't tell, but she wouldn't have been able to look at Olivia with this kind of condescending smile as she was now. Hypotheticals are pointless. In the end, even if Reinhardt spent time with Olivia, he was always closer to her. That won't change. You think you are better than me just because you are in the same class as Reinhardt. Yes, exactly. A place you can never enter. A place you would be most envious of. As long as she already had that, there was no need to be angry with this person. It was just out of envy and jealousy. At Ellen's brazen admission, Olivia glared at her, biting her lip. It would have been better if you were born a little later. With a snicker, Ellen left those words behind and brushed past Olivia Lands. You really, you evil, Olivia stared at Ellen as she walked away, her mouth twitching. After Ellen disappeared, Olivia's eyes turned red, and she mumbled with her lips still bitten. Damn it, I didn't even get back what I lost by provoking her. Olivia was so angry that she even teared up in the end. Although she wondered why she had to engage in such an emotional battle, Ellen was experiencing a type of exhilaration she had never felt before in her life. Even if she had punched Olivia, she wouldn't have felt this way. It would have been better if you were born a little later. Seeing Olivia's expression after hearing those words was truly satisfying. It felt like she had paid her back for everything she had suffered. and from now on, she wouldn't care about what that person said to her. Now that she knew why Olivia had said those things to her without reason, she didn't care anymore. It was because she was too envious, unable to obtain her position. It was so frustrating and unfair that she picked fights for no reason. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ellen's steps became lighter as she walked down the hallway and ran into someone. "Ellen, did something good happen?" No, not really." Seeing Harriet, Ellen's good mood faded once again. "It's selfish." Olivia had clearly said that. She didn't want to lose Harriet, and she didn't want to lose Reinhardt either, so she tried to clumsily hold onto both. "So you're selfish." Olivia Land's words echoed in her mind. She wanted to ignore it, but she wasn't so naive as to not understand those words. Harriet liked Reinhardt. She didn't want to think about it, but she knew there was a chance. Reinhardt was always attentive to Harriet. If Reinhardt were to fall for Harriet, what should she do? She didn't want to lose him to Olivia. Similarly, she didn't want to lose him to Harriet either. The fear was overwhelming. "What's wrong, Ellen?" Harriet asked gently, tilting her head as if to ask if something was hurting her. "No, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'm going to study with Reinhardt. Are you going to rest?" Harriet was holding textbooks in her arms. It looked like she was going to study for an exam. More precisely, she was going to help Reinhardt. "What about the others?" "They said they were studying for their majors, so it'll probably be just me and Reinhardt if you don't come." "Then it would be just the two of them." "I'll go too." "All right, bring your books and join us. See you there." "Okay." Harriet walked towards the study room, and Ellen watched her from behind. She thought Olivia's words wouldn't affect her. But when she thought about Reinhardt being alone with his friend, she felt a disturbing emotion smoldering inside her. "What should I?" Ellen bit her lip, watching Harriet walk away. "What should I do?" Ellen realized that she had already prepared herself to resent her friend. The steps of Ellen, who returned to her room to fetch her textbooks, were heavy. Chapter 277, Olivia Lands was in the training hall. "You're not going to learn any more swordsmanship." "Yes, father." "Why is that?" "I don't want to learn any more techniques that could hurt someone, even if I don't plan to use them that way." She knew how meaningless those words were. She had already learned more than enough. Her skills had reached their peak in her third year, when she had been told that there was nothing more to learn. Yet, Olivia Lands was afraid of becoming more proficient in violence. She was afraid of how easily she could hurt others. Olivia kept her distance from violence and its potential. But now, Olivia was holding a sword. Controlling the power flowing through her body felt surprisingly easy, despite it being a long time since she last did so. Olivia was now preparing to participate in the tournament, the Unlimited Class Tournament, and Miss Temple. She had never been interested in Miss Temple or the Unlimited Class Tournament. She didn't care whether the irritating first-year student Ellen participated or not. "Olivia, you don't have to push yourself like this anymore." "No, I'm fine. I still have some leeway. I know what's going on. Even though our facilities budget is tight, you're still a student." There was one thing she was sure of. Money. Money was needed. Countless war orphans were left behind after the Demon Realm War. The Empire couldn't support all these orphans, just as the country couldn't alleviate poverty. There were holes everywhere, and children lacking food and clothing were scattered throughout. Olivia had been sponsoring them since she participated in the Demon Realm War service. However, now that she had lost the backing of being a Holy Knight Commander's daughter, Olivia's ability to support them was dwindling. Olivia couldn't abandon them. She had forsaken her faith, but not the children. "If Reinhardt finds out, he'll give me an earful." She couldn't tell Reinhardt, knowing he would scold her for her foolish actions. The prize money for the tournament and Miss Temple was substantial. With that money, the facilities she sponsored could survive for a while. She knew that a policy to support war orphans would be announced soon. She just had to provide them with food and clothing for a short time. That was all. That's why Olivia Lands picked up the sword. It's been about a year. She had given up the sword in her third year. However, there was a time when she had no choice but to wield it again. She couldn't just serve in the Darklands under the guise of volunteer work. There had been moments when she felt both disillusioned and grateful for her power. She had let go of the sword ever since then. While she was confident in her ability to win, she didn't think it would be easy. She would have to put in some effort to regain her senses. As she tried to calm her mind and draw out her power, "If only you were born a bit later." Clang, seriously. Clang. Olivia suddenly felt a surge of heat and threw her sword away. What on earth? Her face flushed red, and she stood alone in the training hall, panting for a while. In the meantime, the door of the training hall opened, and someone entered. Startled, Olivia, you're here. The person who came in smiled brightly as they approached Olivia, seemingly looking for her. Ah, yeah, Radia. Olivia was still mischievous with the first-year students, but she remained kind and friendly towards the fifth and sixth-year students. The one who came to find her was not a fifth-year, but a sixth-year student, Radia Schmidt from B-2 class. She approached Olivia with a lively smile. It's been a long time since I've seen you holding a sword, so you're participating in the unlimited tournament. Ah, yeah, I plan to. I see. What a shame. I thought I could aim for the championship this time. Are you participating too, Radia? Ah, you didn't know. This is my last chance. I heard Windsor is also participating. Ah, I see. For a sixth-year student, it's almost like they've graduated already. It's understandable for them to want to participate in the unlimited tournament and see the results of their hard work over the past 6 years. Radia Schmidt was still beaming as she looked at Olivia holding a practice sword. However, Olivia felt a suffocating sensation as if something was caught in her throat. By the way, you know, Olivia. What? You're not allowed to use divine powers. Yeah, I know. It's absurd for someone who publicly renounced their faith to use divine powers, whether it's possible or not. There are people who use unauthorized divine powers. In the best-case scenario, they receive training at the temple and become an official priest. If they refuse, they are subjected to a religious trial. So, Olivia must not use divine powers in public. She must enter the tournament with her divine powers sealed. Radia Schmidt tilted her head when Olivia said she already knew that. Do you mean you can easily beat someone like me even without using divine powers? Ah, no, I didn't mean it like that. Radia Schmidt wasn't being sarcastic. She was genuinely curious. However, it was an awkward question for Olivia. Seeing Olivia's discomfort, Radia Schmidt lowered her head. Of course, if it's you, Olivia, I'm sure you can do it. Her tone was bright and without a hint of inferiority. However, the words that followed were enough to send a chill down Olivia's spine. Olivia, don't reject the divinity within you. Come back to the embrace of the divine, to where you belong. Olivia couldn't meet Radia Schmidt's gaze properly. Cold sweat formed in her hand, and chills ran down her spine. This kind of obsession was something Olivia faced on a daily basis. Even the members of the Grace Club would subtly suggest that she should recover her faith, claiming that the incident she nearly faced was just the personal misconduct of the Temple Knight commander. Radia Schmidt was not a member of the Grace Club. She was an aspiring holy knight who served the god of war, Als. Although they served different gods, they were friends who always emphasized the need for harmony within the teachings of the five great churches. Olivia was growing increasingly weary of these situations. I told you, Radia, I've given up everything. It's okay, Olivia. Your judgment may have been clouded for a moment. It's natural to lose your way and wander for a while. Radia Schmidt's deep, dark eyes stared intently at Olivia. So I'll guide you to the right path. We're friends, after all. Seeing Radia Schmidt's bright smile, Olivia trembled. What exactly was the right path she was supposed to take, and how was she going to be guided? Fear. At some point, Olivia began to fear her faithful friends, so she couldn't help but keep going to Reinhardt. That's what Olivia thought. Since the Monday exam was over, I was dragged by Harriet and Ellen for more exam studying. Honestly, I need training for the tournament rather than studying for the exam if I'm not aiming for first place. The last time I came in last place was not because I was dumb, but because I needed achievement points. Even without studying, I'm confident that I can beat Ludwig. It's possible even if I only solve half the problems. This will be on the test. Make sure to memorize it. I already have. Memorize it more then. Fine. But they don't know my situation, so they're sticking to me and pointing out the expected test questions. I'm happy about it, but it's a strange situation where I also feel like my time is being taken away. I've already submitted my application for the first-year tournament. The preliminaries will be held this weekend, and if I make it to the main competition, the tournament will start on the first day of the festival. While studying intensely, Harriet stretched with a groan. Then she stared at me intently. Are you really going to vote for that Miss Temple girl? Ah, why all of a sudden? Harriet looked at me with a pouting expression. Why? I'm just asking if you will vote or not. Just say it. I don't even plan on going to watch it, so what does it matter if I vote or not? Oh, really? Oh, I see. Harriet made a strangely delighted expression. From the beginning, I've always thought that time is money and should be spent wisely. I don't have the luxury to just sit and observe, not knowing when the Black Order might approach, the Vampire Council needing attention soon, and Charlotte's issue to deal with. There's no time to play around. For some unknown reason, Harriet laughs before returning to her book. So if you go, you'll take pictures, right? But now it's Ellen who asks the question instead of Harriet. At that, Harriet shifts her gaze from the book back to me. I said I'm not going. So if you go, you'll take pictures, that's what you're saying. Why are you twisting my words? I won't take pictures, even if I go. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? At my statement of not taking pictures even if I go, Ellen nods her head. There's no chance I'd go to see Miss Temple. If I ever went out disguised as a girl, it would only be because I urgently needed some achievement points. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. And since it's impossible for me to disguise myself as any other Temple student, I can't even go out disguised as a girl in the first place. Event occurs Miss and Mr. Temple contest. Vote in the Miss and Mr. Temple contest. If all the people you vote for win, you will receive a reward. Reward. One of the winners' talents each. This is nonsense again. Some troublemaker wants to put me in a difficult situation and is trying to drag me into hell. What should I do? I've already said I won't go. But an irresistible event has occurred. If I don't say anything and go to the contest, it won't end well. And since the most likely candidate to become Miss Temple is Olivia Lands, I would naturally vote for her. One of Olivia's talents, this is like a free event. It would be strange not to participate. Why can't they notify me earlier? If I hadn't said I wouldn't go. Oh, but thinking about it, it's a bit strange. Although I can't enter the Miss category, if I enter and win the Mr. Temple contest, what kind of reward will they give me? I would be the winner, and I already have my own talents. If you win Miss Temple, you will be granted a talent selection right. Ah, seriously, there's nothing to gain even if I win Mr. Temple. If I become Miss Temple, I get a talent selection right. No, it's impossible. That's an impossible task from the start. There's no way I could beat the already well-established Olivia Lands. It's no different from the absurdity of winning a cross-dressing contest for 4-0 points. Since I can't disguise myself, I'd have to do something like that to enter Miss Temple. I'm entering Miss Temple. You mean Mr. Temple? No, Miss Temple. But you're a guy, right? Is there a law that says men can't enter Miss Temple? What? Do you really think I'd participate in such a crazy event? Anyway, I might not participate, but I have to attend the Miss Temple contest. I can't miss an event like this. If I say I won't go and then sneak out, I'll eventually get caught. And what happens then will depend entirely on Ellen's mercy, right? If I don't vote for Olivia, they'll just ask why I even went if I wasn't going to vote for her, right? I could go and see it just once. Suddenly, the expressions of Ellen and Harriet changed as I flipped my stance. No, no, it's a festival, and that's just part of the festival. We should enjoy the festival, right? Isn't that right? Speaking like that, the atmosphere was so tense it made my skin crawl. I'm grateful for this event. I really am. But why does it make me feel so awful? To break the icy atmosphere, I couldn't resist the compulsion to say something ridiculous. Wait, we can also go see the Mr. Temple contest, not just Miss Temple. As if you'd really go see that, you fool. Whack. Harriet smacked my head, telling me not to spew such nonsense. Ow, why'd you hit me? Anyway, the Miss Temple and Mr. Temple contests are held together, so we'll end up seeing both. Despite enduring the cold gazes of the others, I was lost in thought. Miss Temple and Mr. Temple. Huh, does that mean I get 2 free talents? If I correctly predict both Miss Temple and Mr. Temple, will I gain 2 talents? But first of all, it seems like I have to predict both Miss Temple and Mr. Temple correctly. For Miss, it's Olivia Lands. But who is it for Mr.? Olivia Lands didn't appear in the original work. She wouldn't have been at Temple at that time. Originally, this year's Miss Temple was won by Scarlet of Class B. It was an important episode. As Scarlet, who was ridiculed for her red hair and red eyes, was elected Miss Temple, just like Ludwig's tournament. In the original work, this year's Mr. Temple was Bertus. He was a prince and good-looking. But would Bertus appear this time? If Bertus appears and wins, I would receive his talent in swordsmanship, since I already have his 2 other talents. magic enhancement, and magic control. I can't predict one of Olivia Land's talents. It might be divine power, which wouldn't be bad. She seems to be a monster just like Ellen, so she'll probably give me something amazing. Great. It's not just great, it's the best. Even if I receive Bertus's swordsmanship talent, I'll be better at wielding a sword than I am now. Wait a moment. As I jumped up from my seat, Ellen and Harriet seemed even more annoyed. No, I'm not trying to escape. I'm going to see Bertus. But the looks they gave me, seeing me change my mind so quickly, showed no trust at all. Ah, if only the event had come a little earlier. No, they probably gave it to me late on purpose. They would have given it to me right away if I had said I wasn't going. Chapter 278, it wasn't difficult to find Bertus in the dormitory. Mr. Temple. Yeah, why all of a sudden? Well, I just thought you might be interested in participating. Bertus seemed taken aback. Why were you going to tell me not to participate because you're going to? That seemed to be Berta's conclusion. In fact, today in the classroom, I told Ellen that I was going to participate in the tournament and asked her if she had to participate as well. It's not that, I was just curious. Regardless of the possibility, if I become Mr. Temple, I would gain nothing but challenge achievement points. It would be more beneficial for me to guess someone else as the likely winner. I'm not sure why you're curious about that, but I don't think I'll participate. Bertus seemed baffled by my question, but he answered anyway. I wonder why Mr. Temple, who participated in the original story, isn't participating this time. If it's because of the Charlotte issue and his mind is preoccupied, I can understand. For Bertus, Charlotte's resurrection would be his biggest concern right now. Bertus isn't participating. In that case, it's impossible to know who will become Mr. Temple. I need to guess both to gain 2 talents, but this makes it difficult. However, I can't force Bertus to participate if he doesn't want to. If I participate and become Mr. Temple, I will only get 1 talent from the Miss Temple side. To begin with, am I even a contender for Mr. Temple? I want to gain as much as possible from this event, since it usually brings me unfortunate situations. It's a bit disappointing to only get 1 talent when I could get 2. Bertus' talent of swordsmanship, one of Olivia's talents. The situation is ripe for maximizing my gains, but the Mr. Temple side is uncertain. While Miss Temple is a sure thing, if I can't guess Mr. Temple correctly, I miss out. What should I do? Making myself Mr. Temple is a last resort. That's it. If there isn't one, create one. Make someone else Mr. Temple. Then their talent comes to me for free. Aren't there numerous people here with precious talents that can't be bought with achievement points? If I make someone with an even more overwhelming talent than Bertus' swordsmanship, Mr. Temple, it's possible. I'll give it a try. If anyone catches my eye, I'll make them Mr. Temple. If it's too ambiguous, I can always use a fallback. As I thought about potential candidates, I headed to the dormitory lobby. Ludwig's physical strength. That's also a cheat-like talent. Should I make Ludwig Mr. Temple? As I walked pondering various ideas, I saw the 3 good-for-nothing brothers sitting huddled together in the dormitory lobby. Not only the 3 good-for-nothing brothers, but also Heinrich von Schwarz was there. That guy, always wandering around, has now joined the 3 good-for-nothing brothers. To be honest, he's not quite as bad as them. It seemed like they were studying, gathered around and looking at a book. You guys, I approached them. Reinhardt. As I suddenly approached and plopped down on an available chair among them, tension rose on their faces. Do you need something? Heinrich's hostility towards me had faded, but he couldn't help but be a bit uneasy. Look at me. At my commanding tone, they all stared at me with heightened tension. First, Heinrich von Schwarz, ability, pyrokinesis. I had already confirmed that it's possible to possess multiple supernatural powers, but I don't need pyrokinesis due to the fire from Tuesday. Even without Tuesday's fire, I think spontaneous combustion might become possible as my level of spiritual power increases. He's out, Kono Lint. Talent, teleportation. However, he has a serious flaw. I feel sorry for giving him such a power. If the flaw disappears, he'll become insanely overpowered, but that moment might come too late. He's out too. Erich de Laffery. Talents, divine power, martial arts, swordsmanship. All 3 are abilities I don't possess, but they are not comprehensive talents, so it's a bit disappointing. Lastly, Kea Bioden. Talent, immense magical power. This is the perfect candidate. Kea's immense magical power talent grants him a huge amount of magical energy. Kea possesses not only a tremendous amount of magic, but also an incredible magic growth rate. However, he has an ineptitude for controlling magic, so he can't utilize it effectively. In terms of raw magic power, he surpasses even Ellen. Ellen's current magic power is ranked A+, while he's at an S rank. He's a step ahead of her. S rank magic power. That's why, despite his uselessness due to his severe flaw in controlling magic, he's in the royal class. Moreover, I don't have such an ineptitude. So, if I acquire the immense magical power talent, I would be able to use it fully and receive a tremendous boost in magic enhancement. Furthermore, I know that when my magic power reaches rank A, my magic control and magic sensing will evolve into a new talent called magic domination. If I acquire immense magical power, the comprehensive talent of magic domination will follow. He's perfect, although he's perfect. Ha! Why, what's wrong? Kea seemed disheartened by my sudden sigh. He'd be perfect as Mr. Temple, but as I got up from my seat, I patted Kea's shoulder. It's all right. It's not your fault. Even if he came back from the dead, he just doesn't have the face of Mr. Temple. Not that it's really about face reading. Well, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be, even through trial and error. If it's not possible, it's not possible. I had no choice but to cleanly give up in the face of the wall of reality. It might have been different if it was about guessing the last place. But guessing the first place, it just doesn't work. The most desirable talent was impossible to make into Mr. Temple due to practical issues. There was the option to manage it somehow, but, well, some cases just couldn't be done. I felt sorry to him, but Kea was one of those who should be made into Mr. Temple. Should I make a proper protagonist this time? So far, he's been too insignificant. As I returned to the study room, Ellen and Harriet stared at me with puzzled expressions. You went to see Bertus so that he would drop out. Who said that? When they sensed I was planning to enter the contest, both of them seemed genuinely upset. Why would they get so angry just because I'm going? Of course. From my perspective, too, I might have crossed the line with Olivia. Our study room wasn't just for us. There was a guy quietly studying alone in the corner. Not knowing that he was there, Harriet apologized last time after making a fuss while studying, and the guy nervously told her not to worry and not to mind him, sweating profusely. A guy suffering from severe anthropophobia, my swordsmanship friend. Cliffman. His talent was solely in combat. A cheat-level comprehensive talent that instinctively finds the best way to win in every kind of fight. Though immense magical power is the most needed talent for me right now, this guy's talent is absurd in terms of versatility. Rather, for later, combat might be the talent I need more. I'll eventually obtain control over magical power. As if sensing my gaze, Cliffman, who was studying with his head down, became startled as I approached. Do you have something to say? I walked over to Cliffman and put my hand on his shoulder. Cliffman, what? You let's go for Mr. Temple. He has potential. With him, there's definitely potential. Ah. At my sudden remark, not only Cliffman, but also Harriet and Ellen were taken aback. You should have fixed your anthropophobia by now. What's that called? Shock therapy. Just aim for Mr. Temple and fix it right away. Am I right? Am I? What are you talking about? Cliffman didn't understand what he was hearing at all. Just do it. You're the guy who can do it right. That's too sudden. I don't understand what you're saying. Just try it, will you? Why are you suddenly bothering someone who's just sitting there, you crazy guy? Smack. Ouch! In the end, I got smacked on the back of my head by Harriet. Out of the blue, I told him to become Mr. Temple while he was quietly studying. Even I thought it was a random thing to say. Naturally, Cliffman was taken aback, and both Harriet and Ellen couldn't understand why I suddenly said that. No. If you knew my current situation, you might think it's possible, right? It's just hard to explain. Cliffman's talent in combat is a top-tier ability, on par with Ellen's magic control and Harriet's magic. It takes 50 achievement points to buy it. The first-year tournament offers a whopping 10 achievement points as a prize for winning. The talent is worth 5 times that amount. It's better to go all in on making him a Mr. Temple if we can do it without participating in the tournament. Harriet tilted her head. What's the sudden reason for wanting him to go to become Mr. Temple? Literally, the festival is just around the corner. I'm trying to cure his anthropophobia. At my words, this time Ellen tilted her head. Will it be cured? He'll gain confidence, no matter what happens. Caught between us, Cliffman was stiff and sweating nervously as if he were being lynched. Harriet clicked her tongue as she watched Cliffman wither in real time under our gazes. His heart might give out if he tries to become Mr. Temple. He's acting this way just from us looking at him like this. Do you think he can handle it? Even if you don't know about Mr. Temple, it seems like you just dealt the final blow. Harriet has a tendency to unintentionally beat down on kids with her words in situations like this. And this was one of those times. Harriet's personality has changed a lot from the original, but sometimes she says things that feel like the original, and this is one of those times. Why, yeah, how could someone like me become Mr. Temple? There must be many people who are way better than me. Cliffman squeezed out his best objection. No, you're seriously underestimating yourself. I'm not just saying this. You have potential, unlike Kea. The excuse about curing anthropophobia might be a far-fetched one, but when I actually look at Cliffman, there is an irritating aspect to him. And I can make something that's barely possible happen. All I have to do is use a bit of my supernatural powers. Of course, he stammers in front of everyone and consumes mental energy just by talking. In fact, this guy can't fully utilize his skills, even during practice matches. Of course, he still overwhelms me in that state, but it's the same when he practices with Ellen. At first, he was so flustered that he couldn't do anything and then got hit once and passed out. And nothing changed after that. Think of it as a part of improving your skills. You tend to get too nervous. When you do that, you can't even do things you're capable of. Look at me. I had nothing but confidence in myself, and as a result, I managed to strengthen my magic haphazardly while getting involved in various situations. It's quite something that you can say that so honestly. I don't think it's something to brag about. It was meant for Cliffman to hear, but Harriet and Ellen couldn't hide their distaste. You guys just leave. We don't need you. The poor guy is already embarrassed, and you're making him more nervous. He looks like he's about to cry and throw up. But then isn't this just tormenting him? Shouldn't we stop? But still, this is an opportunity we can't miss. I look at the frozen Cliffman. He is the tallest among the first years, and if you look closely, he's actually quite handsome with a cold impression. From a distance, he seems unapproachable, but up close, he's a bit of a mess. This should be enough, honestly. What do you guys think? In the end, my opinion has limits too, so I ask Ellen and Harriet. The possibility of Cliffman becoming Mr. Temple. As the two look intently at Cliffman, he makes an even more pained expression. I don't think he'll be eliminated in the preliminaries, Harriet's honest answer. I think so too, Ellen's agreement. Cliffman's face turns even redder at their unexpected praise. I, gaining momentum, put my hand on Cliffman's shoulder. See, I told you to give it a shot because it seems like you can do it. Do you think I'd say this just to embarrass you? But still, is this really not right? Even if we force someone in this state on stage, we'd be lucky if he doesn't cry. What if he breaks down and becomes a laughingstock? This guy could end up with a permanent scar on his mentality and might even drop out of temple. We might end up completely ruining someone. It's a shame, but it seems like a better choice to push someone like Ludwig, who would be carried away if someone pushed him. You don't have to push yourself if it's too much. I'm sorry for talking nonsense. In the end, when I'm about to apologize and stop, thinking that pushing him further will only torment him more. I don't know why Reinhardt suddenly acted like that, but are you really okay with this? Ellen suddenly interrupts. It cannot stay like this. It probably means not only relationships between people, but also that Cliffman cannot perform at his best against anyone. His overwhelming talent is just covering for his lack of performance. Cliffman has practiced with Ellen in mock battles and magic enhancement training, but he never made any progress due to his nervousness. His lack of confidence and anxiety led him to say things that shouldn't have been said. You know that, right? Aha! Cliffman nods his head slightly, with it lowered. Does he know that fixing that part of him is necessary? I don't know why you have to participate in Mr. Temple, but if it can help improve that aspect of you, I think it's not a bad idea. Is that so? Yes. Ellen continues to look at Cliffman with an emotionless expression. Wow, Ellen is better than me. If you don't want to fix it, I understand, but if you do want to, you have to try something. I was trying to send Cliffman to Mr. Temple for entirely different reasons, but Ellen suddenly backed him up. I'll think about it. And it seemed that Cliffman desperately wanted to fix that part of himself. Swoosh. As soon as he answered, Cliffman got up from his seat. Ellen, Harriet, and I looked at him, surprised by his sudden action. Where are you going all of a sudden? At Harriet's question, Cliffman covered his mouth and began to stagger. My stomach feels a bit off. Oh, is this guy really okay? Am I doing the wrong thing? Cliffman staggered away from his seat. Chapter 279. Cliffman didn't return today, seemingly having exhausted his social energy and mental capacity. No, it would be more accurate to say he couldn't return. Harriet was glaring at me. What's your plan exactly? It's just as I said. So now you're even causing trouble for others. Why is it trouble if he becomes Mr. Temple? If you force someone to do something they'd never do otherwise, that's trouble, isn't it? I only had good intentions. In truth, my intentions were far from good. I even had thoughts that maybe I should have stopped Cliffman instead. His talent for combat is great, but if things go wrong, he might not gain any abilities and end up getting hurt forever. He might have a temper, but he's a good kid, and I don't want to abandon him. Even though I don't agree with Harriet, making Cliffman participate in the Mr. Temple contest might already be a mistake. Really, he does such random things. It's disorienting, right? Right, Ellen. Nods. Even I thought my sudden suggestion to Cliffman was quite random. No, it's something I would never do normally. The problem is the mischievous person who suddenly gives me such random events at random times. I can't just do nothing. I think I know why you did that. Ellen looked at me and casually threw out her guess. How could you know why I did this? You want to go see that senior while pretending to visit your friend? No, this is a ridiculous misunderstanding. No, what kind of bizarre thing are you saying? You want to go watch Miss Temple under the pretext of seeing that senior, even if it's not that senior. Wow. At Ellen's words, Harriet's eyes widened as if she had never considered that possibility. If there's someone who can call someone trash with just their eyes, it's Harriet. No, guys. You're right, but it's not the whole story. There's a reason. There is. It's not for that reason, damn it. What's wrong with going there? If I go, will something terrible happen? There's no reason you can't. Exactly. But why are you glaring at me like you want to devour me? In the end, I became someone who sends a friend to Mr. Temple, just so I can watch the Miss Temple contest under the guise of supporting my friend. An absurd and strange act. I should have just gone openly instead of coming up with this bizarre excuse. One way or another, studying ended up being pushed aside. Harriet seemed to be deep in thought before she asked me, "By the way, is that girl participating in the tournament too?" How would I know that? You always tell her everything, even things you don't need to. That's true. But how would I know if she's participating in the tournament? Come to think of it, she did provoke Ellen, saying she could beat everyone. Maybe she plans to participate in the tournament as well. Ellen remained silent, not saying much. Are you really going to participate? Why? In response to my question, Ellen just stared at me. Do you think I'll lose? No, I didn't say anything. I simply asked if she was going to participate, but her reply made it seem like I was implying something else. But considering what I saw in the classroom today, what I've heard, and the fact that Olivia is a fifth-year student, it might be a bit too difficult for Ellen right now. Though it's just something kids feel, I'm not good at hiding my emotions. It seemed Ellen had read something from my expression. Forget it. I'm not really interested in the tournament anyway. That's what Ellen said. However, she didn't seem to be in a good mood. I think we're done for today. Feeling upset or tired, Ellen got up and left. I stared blankly at the study room door she closed quietly behind her. You made her angry with your weird comments. Why are you blaming me? The situation had become strange when Harriet suddenly brought up the tournament. Of course, it wasn't entirely Harriet's fault. Really? Would Ellen lose? We don't know that. I can't imagine it. Harriet couldn't imagine Ellen losing. Anyway, Ellen said she wasn't interested in the tournament, and it seemed true. It was strange. It seemed like Ellen would be eager to fight Olivia Lands in the tournament due to her competitive spirit. I didn't expect her not to be interested in the outcome. But then, you know what? What? How about me? Harriet suddenly made an unexpected comment. What are you talking about? Do you think I'll lose to her too? I was caught off guard by the completely unexpected question. You? What are you even saying? Why am I not allowed to participate in the tournament? The tournament is primarily for close combat majors, isn't it? You're a magic major. There's no rule against me participating. I know that too. Yes, that's true. However, magic majors don't usually compete in the tournament because it's nearly impossible for them to beat close combat majors. How could they counter a close combat major who jumps in front of them while casting an offensive spell? It's a limited battle space where both sides can see each other's faces. It's more than just a disadvantage. I would have thought Ellen would be the one to participate. You never know unless you try. I don't know why Harriet is acting like this. However, it seemed that Harriet had changed in some way since the incident at Erin Mead's mansion. Ellen was also willing to face a difficult opponent where predicting the outcome was tough. Just don't push yourself too hard. Okay, Harriet smiled at me. You'll cheer for me, right? People naturally tend to cheer for the underdog. What do you mean? I sighed as I saw Harriet tilting her head in confusion. Of course, I'll support you. I decided to support her, knowing she'd most likely lose. It's so annoying, Harriet pouted in response to my words. Anyway, instead of Ellen, it was Harriet who decided to participate in the unlimited class tournament despite not being a freshman. In fact, I planned to support Harriet. After all, just making it far enough to meet Olivia Lands would be a tremendous achievement. Harriet went off somewhere after submitting her application for the unlimited class tournament. I couldn't understand how even a genius like her could manage to break through and climb the ranks in an unfavorable situation like the tournament, facing numerous close combat students and even seniors. She must have her own thoughts on this. I wasn't particularly motivated to study for exams, only having to do so because of them. I left the study room and swung my sword alone in the training hall. Magical reinforcement. It wasn't quite like a real combat situation, but I had gotten the hang of it to some extent. I managed to move something that couldn't be moved before, and this awakened an entirely new sensation in me. With the results of the lessons I unknowingly received and the self-suggestion that had increased to A rank, I had become even stronger. I might not be able to win the unlimited class, but winning the freshman category seemed possible, especially since Ellen, the strongest contender, wouldn't be participating. Shatter! Another power spirit speech. I muttered it softly towards the dummy, but nothing happened. It's infuriating. Self-suggestion was mostly done through thoughts, but spirit speech required spoken words, so I had to shout my desires with intent. Actually standing in front of the dummy, shouting, shatter, and nothing happening. It's hundreds of times more embarrassing than self-suggestion. Isn't this a humiliation play? I had become the person with the most powerful supernatural powers in the world, but why do my capabilities and humiliation seem to be proportional? If I need to use spirit speech in real combat situations, I'll have to shout something, and if nothing happens, it'll be unbelievably embarrassing. Why do all my abilities feel like this? Especially since F-ranked spirit speech seemed to have less effect than F-ranked self-suggestion. In the end, it seemed that I hadn't changed from being a typical manga protagonist with special abilities. You know, the one whose powers only work when they're genuinely needed. Of course, if my supernatural powers responded well during training but didn't work in real combat, they'd be even more useless. I knew that this was much better, but it's hard. SH, would you shatter? Please. Somehow, as my spirits sank, my voice became a whisper as well. But if someone came in while I was practicing spirit speech loudly in the training hall, I'd strangle myself. I practiced magical reinforcement, spirit speech, self-suggestion, and swordsmanship alone for several hours until the sun went down. Crack, how long had it been? Ah, you're back. Ellen appeared in the training hall wearing comfortable clothes. She still seemed upset about my subtle reaction earlier. Ellen took a practice sword off its rack and approached me. Let's go. Ah, sure. As if nothing had happened, Ellen pointed her sword at me. We hadn't said anything or fought each other. Ellen and I practiced fencing as we always did. Clang, kang, kagak. Ah, try to read the trajectory better. I'm trying. You're not doing it at all, Kaduk. Although my skills had improved significantly, I was still no match for Ellen. In the end, this was more important to me than anything else. Cliffman was still focused on his own thoughts and wasn't in the training hall today. Whack! Ellen's elbow swiftly came toward my chin. If it had hit properly, it might have broken my neck, but it stopped just in time. As always, it was my defeat, a defeat I've experienced countless times before. Our eyes met for a moment. Ellen's face was sweaty, and her hair was sticking to it. I had always been defeated, and that was my daily life. But now Ellen sweats when she fights against me. I can't remember when it started, but at some point I realized it. I've become much stronger than before. I can't tire Ellen out, but I'm no longer an opponent she can easily overpower like in the past. Ellen remained still in her stance, looking at me. Ellen is shorter than me, so when she looks at me, she looks up slightly. Do you think I'll lose? Ellen asked without a subject. Had she been thinking about it all this time? How should I know? Liar. Ellen stared at me. You think I'm going to lose? I subconsciously thought Olivia would be stronger than Ellen. I know, too, that I'll lose. I just have that feeling. I'm not upset about it. I know. Neither of us had shown our true abilities, but it seemed like Ellen realized everything the moment Olivia Lands grabbed her wrist. Did she feel that she wasn't a match for Olivia? I'm sorry. Ellen stared at me silently. She hung the practice sword back on the rack and dusted off her hands. Don't apologize. It's worse when you do. Ellen sat on the windowsill of the training hall and stared blankly outside. It was winter. Ellen took off her regular tracksuit jacket. Her black short-sleeved shirt was quite damp with sweat. Ellen draped the tracksuit jacket over her neck and looked at me. I don't really want to fight her and win. Is that so? Ellen looked at Temple, where winter was coming. Sitting on the windowsill and swinging her legs, Ellen looked at me. I'm going to enter Miss Temple. What? I want to beat her there. Ellen chose a completely different battleground. I don't want to become Miss Temple. I could lose too. She's famous and pretty. But that's okay. I just need one vote, Ellen said, looking at me. Just one vote was necessary. Ellen didn't explicitly say whose vote she needed. She just looked at me. I couldn't look Ellen in the eye. Ellen spoke, then hopped down from the windowsill and walked over to me. Ellen lightly touched my fingertips and then let go. Although she looked composed, I could clearly feel Ellen's hand shaking intensely. She couldn't look me in the eye either. I'll go. I never expected Harriet to participate in the unlimited class tournament and Ellen to enter Miss Temple. Both of them were completely unforeseen. Chapter 280 the next day. I'll give it a try. Cliffman seemed determined as he spoke. Of course, he hesitated for a long time over the Mr. Temple application form. It seemed like Ellen and Harriet had already submitted their applications. I wonder if they both knew that the other was participating in the tournament and Miss Temple. Just close your eyes and write it. Well, when I actually try to write it, I feel nauseous. In the dormitory lobby, Cliffman became indecisive over a single sheet of paper, and I was urging him to just write it if he had made up his mind. As we were doing this, Liana de Grants, who was passing by, approached us. What are you guys doing? Um, Cliffman stuttered as Liana suddenly struck up a conversation. He's particularly weak against people who are straightforward. He's like that with Ellen, and although their approaches are different, Liana is also direct. In fact, Liana hardly distinguishes between friends and non-friends. She talks to anyone and treats everyone with ease. Since Cliffman couldn't answer and was floundering, I eventually spoke up. We're trying to enter Mr. Temple. You. At that, Liana frowned deeply. It's as if she thinks she heard something wrong. No, but what's wrong with me entering? And it's not me anyway. I meant that Cliffman is trying to participate. This guy. The same reaction. Wow, really, you, this guy. She has the knack for teasing people with just one word. Cliffman had the look of someone caught dreaming big. Liana sat down across from him and stared intently at his face. An incomprehensible noise. Liana didn't say anything about why he would enter or whether he could do it or not. She just stared intently, seemingly lost in thought. Well, maybe it's a bit too much. Ah, ha ha ha. Scratching his head, Cliffman was about to give up on the application form. Maybe this really isn't going to work. Thump. Ouch. However, when Cliffman tried to take the application form, Liana smacked his hand with a loud thump. Give it here. Ha, what? What's so difficult about writing this that you're moping and worrying? Liana seemed to find the situation quite amusing. Come to think of it, she is technically the real troublemaker of Class A. She relies solely on her talent and has no interest in studying. And she comes from a wealthy family that allows her to spend money like water. She's very annoyed that during this exam period she was forced to study due to Ellen, Adelia, and Harriet. With such circumstances, she couldn't pass up something fun like this. Liana started to fill out Cliffman's application, including his name and affiliation, on her own accord. When's your birthday? Ah, well, it's, hurry up, June 18th. Your height and weight. She filled out Cliffman's application on his behalf, leaving only the signature line blank and handed it to him. Sign it. Ha, sign it. This is something you have to do. Well, I'm not quite mentally prepared yet, Liana's eyebrows furrowed. Just do it. Do you want to get electrocuted? Want to get fried? Zap, sizzle. Seeing blue sparks emanate from Liana's fingertips, Cliffman hastily scribbled his signature. That Liana, she knew precisely how to handle Cliffman. Did she know that the indecisive and queasy ones needed to be grabbed by the scruff of their neck and dragged along? No, that's just her personality. After accepting the signed application, Liana cocked her head. Do I need to submit this myself? Well, I'm not sure. Should I go? At my words, Liana nodded. There's no harm in going together, right? I guess not. Thump Liana quickly stood up and patted the shivering Cliffman's shoulder. Hey, follow me. I can't understand you. Do you really want to get electrocuted? Okay. Cliffman sprang up from his seat, and Liana took the lead, holding the application. Can't even do this one simple thing properly. So annoying. Liana led the way, and Cliffman looked at me. Help me. His expression seemed to say that. I can't do anything for him either. Cliffman reluctantly followed Liana, trudging along like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse. A while later, Liana returned with a satisfied-looking Cliffman, presumably having submitted the application. What is it this time? First of all, you look too pathetic. Your hair, your expression, your posture, everything. At the harsh criticism, Cliffman's expression briefly turned glum. Liana sat Cliffman down and started experimenting with his hair, sweeping it back, tousling it, and trying various things. That's right, She always enjoyed dressing people up. It seemed like she wanted to do the same with Cliffman, just as she had done with Ellen. Was it that it didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman, as long as the clothes rack was decent? Of course, every time Liana touched Cliffman, his heart skipped a beat and fell, only to bounce back immediately. Something seems off. Somehow, it seemed as if the plan to make Cliffman Mr. Temple had slipped out of my hands. Anyway, just trust me, okay? All right, but why are you? Just because, don't overthink it. Okay, got it. Is this how it's supposed to go? Is this right? It feels like Cliffman has been passed from male Reinhardt's grip to female Reinhardt's hand. Suddenly, without me needing to persuade him, Liana began to fuss over Cliffman. Even when I tried to add my input, Liana dismissed me with, "What do you know?" and took control. Though guilt welled up within me under Cliffman's resentful gaze, it seemed more likely that the evil of the Reinhardt name and the evil of Liana de Grantz would make him Mr. Temple. Indeed, she was right to pay attention to his clothes and appearance, as she was probably better at grooming than I was. So, in the end, I had no say, and it seemed like I wouldn't need to worry since a more capable person took charge. But it wasn't over. While Cliffman and Liana were busy, Ellen noticed Liana from afar and hurriedly approached her. It's been a while since I've seen her move so quickly. Liana. Ellen, what's up? I want to buy a dress. Can you help me choose? A dress, all of a sudden. Ma'am, Ellen nodded. I'm entering the Miss Temple contest. What? Liana was momentarily stunned. Why would she do that? Shock, confusion. Oh, wow, then excitement. She got the chance to dress up two people in unlimited outfits. Great. Both of you follow me to my room. No, come to our mansion this weekend. I'll have the entire boutique there. With Cliffman in her left hand and Ellen in her right, Liana de Grantz was on the verge of absolute happiness. Liana didn't question Cliffman and Ellen's sudden decision to join the contest. She seemed thrilled with the idea of dressing them up and didn't question their motives. I left it to them. After all, I didn't know much about fashion, and my job was to secure a candidate for the competition. If Liana dressed them well, the points needed for the contest would be reduced. But now, Ellen had become a variable. Ellen becoming Miss Temple wouldn't be too bad either. Both Olivia and Ellen were talented. To be honest, I'd be happy with the talent of either one of them, and the most important thing was to acquire Cliffman's combat talent. But still, something was bothering me. Ellen and Olivia. If I had to vote for one of them, the person I chose should win. If I voted for Ellen and Olivia ended up winning, I would end up with nothing. And, frankly, it's quite obvious that Olivia has a high chance of winning. The level of recognition is simply incomparable. However, Ellen only needs one vote. So, Ellen is willing to participate even though she knows she has almost no chance of becoming Miss Temple. Damn it, there are so many headaches, and not only do they don't go away, they also seem to multiply. From large-scale issues to personal relationships, problems just keep on increasing. Although it's exam period, The atmosphere in Royal Class 1 has changed significantly. It's not just because of the exams. It's because of the newly appointed dorm teacher, Evelyn Turner. Reinhardt. Turner wants students interested in learning swordsmanship to gather. An excited Ludwig came all the way to the A-class dormitory. Despite it being exam time, she seemed to be teaching separately. You're going, right? You really don't seem to care that it's exam time. It's not my place to say, but I have a lot of things to worry about, and you should study more, you blockhead. At my words, Ludwig just laughed and scratched his head. Come on, when else will we get a chance like this? We don't even know when she'll quit. He's right. Ludwig is interested in improving his skills, not studying, as he lacks both talent and interest. Anyway, please pass the message on to A-class. She'll be teaching at the B-class dormitory training ground. Ludwig left the task to me and quickly ran back to the B-class dormitory. Why do I always find him so annoying? It's killing me, but in the end, he's the protagonist I created. Sighing, I went around the A-class dormitory rooms, delivering the message about Evelyn Turner. I was no different from Ludwig. I thought attending Evelyn Turner's swordsmanship class would be better than attending regular classes. Despite the exam period, people gathered at the B-class dormitory training ground. From A-class, it was only Erich and me. Erich has been working hard lately, but I'm not sure how much he's actually achieving. I didn't mean to ignore it. What should I do? Still, it could be problematic if I act like I know. I'm sorry. Of course, the thoughts were written all over their tense expressions. Despite being busy, you've all gathered here. Seemingly ending the pleasantries there, she took a practice sword from the rack. It was a bit of a shame that Ellen, the real ace, wasn't here. I was curious about how Evelyn Turner would evaluate Ellen's skills, but it's not the only opportunity anyway. In fact, Evelyn Turner seemed to find it strange that Ellen wasn't present, but she didn't show it. I'm not good with words and not used to teaching, so if you want to learn something from me, you'll have to learn it physically. Those who understand their mistakes will learn a lot, and those who don't know what went wrong will learn little. Evelyn Turner scanned the 5 people gathered. Volunteers, come forward one by one. I'll give it a try. Ludwig stepped forward confidently. What's your name? I'm B-11 Ludwig. Evelyn Turner and Ludwig were to become master and disciple after the gate incident. Evelyn Turner was a harsh and cruel teacher, and Ludwig had to become accustomed to her rigorous and rough teaching methods, even though he found them horrible. She also taught Ellen, but she inevitably had to pay more attention to Ludwig than Ellen. Of course, that doesn't mean she didn't teach Ellen anything. Ludwig and Evelyn Turner. Unintentionally, my actions succeeded in making them meet more than a year earlier than they originally would have. Evelyn Turner had been harsh with Ludwig after the gate due to the unavoidable circumstances, but now there's no issue. Could these two build a smoother and more moderate master-disciple relationship? Let's go, you don't have to shout. Yes, got it. I said you don't have to shout. Yes, fine, give it a try. Clang. Evelyn Turner successfully parried Ludwig's full-force sword strike with just her right hand, and within a moment the tip of her sword was at Ludwig's throat. Evelyn Turner tilted her head while looking at Ludwig. Pathetic. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. It's just the truth. I'll do my best. Evelyn Turner stared intently at the spirited Ludwig. Aha. Why? I don't like this kid. As expected, I could read Evelyn Turner's inner thoughts clearly. Cliffman wanted to come, but was dragged away by Liana. Ellen seemed eager to join, but couldn't because she had to discuss something with Liana regarding Miss Temple. From B-class, there were Scarlet, Ludwig, and Delphin Isadra. Delphin isn't primarily focused on swordsmanship, but is learning it, and she seemed curious about what the famous Shanipal leader, Evelyn Turner, would teach. Evelyn Turner didn't act as if she knew me when she entered the dormitory. She's here to protect Charlotte, and I can't reveal that I can take action in this situation. If something happens, she'll look for me, but for now, she just nodded at my greeting and passed by without acknowledging me. It's supposed to protect me, but it feels a bit bitter in a subtle way.